In his previous life, faced with the treachery of human hearts, Xia Wuji was powerless to resist, struggling desperately to survive. In this life, with a 3-foot green blade in hand, he will surely cut through all injustice, leaving no regrets. He must return to the path of supremacy and witness the magnificent celestial light above the 9 heavens. Chapter 1. Rebirth as a Youth. In the Great Chu Dynasty, at the Sword Pavilion. Wretched son, I have been in seclusion for 3 years, letting you manage the Sword Pavilion, and, as a result, it has been turned into a mess by you. The master of the Sword Pavilion, Xia Xian, smashed the table beside him with a palm, glaring at the white-clad youth standing in the great hall. The boy was slender, pale, but stood upright. With handsome features, he was none other than Xia Wuji. The young master of the Sword Pavilion had a look of confusion appeared in his eyes as he thought, "Didn't I perish under the tribulation while ascending to immortality?" Sitting next to Xia Xian was a heavily made-up woman with long, narrow eyes and a harsh expression. She spoke up, Xia Wuji, you are the young master of the Sword Pavilion. Yet at 18 years old, you have no cultivation at all. You have completely embarrassed yourself." This woman was Lu, the matriarch of the Sword Pavilion, but she was not Xia Wuji's mother. Hearing Lu's words made Xia Xian even angrier, and he scolded. "Your second brother, Wu Dao, is only 17 and has already crossed into the Gathering Qi realm, reaching the peak of the true essence realm, and is about to enter the Sea of Qi. And your sister, Wu Hui, can now refine middle-grade spirit pills, but you at 18 are still stuck in the body-tempering realm, unable to even open the door to the first level of martial arts. It is said that a hero's son is a hero. How could I have such a useless son like you?" A group of elders from the Sword Pavilion also looked at Xia Wuji with glee. "Master, Xia Wuji is unfit for use. The position of young master should be chosen by someone else." "I support this. Xia Wuji's abilities are mediocre, and on top of that, he has no backbone. What the master doesn't know is that just a month ago, he knelt for 3 days and nights in the rain." "What?" Xia Xian was so furious that his chest felt ready to explode. He wished he could slap this disgraceful son to death. Lu wrapped her arms around Xia Xian's, saying, "Anyway, Wuji's martial arts cultivation is destined to achieve nothing. Why not have him take out the Zhongxing token and give it to Wu Dao, so that Wu Dao can join the Zhongxing Academy? As long as Wu Dao enters the Zhongxing Academy, Wuji will have made a contribution to the Sword Pavilion, and he can continue to be the young master and hone his skills." Xia Xian looked at Xia Wuji, snorted coldly, and said, "You wretched son, did you hear that? Hurry up and take out the Zhongxing token your mother left behind." Xia Wuji's gaze swept over the people in the hall, and the confusion in his eyes gradually dissipated, replaced by a cold intensity. He had been reborn. He had returned to this most disgraceful period of his life. Everything was so familiar, yet so glaring. 3 years ago, Xia Xian had closed himself off due to injury, and Xia Wuji, as the young master, had taken charge of the Sword Pavilion. For the past 3 years, nearly half of the Sword Pavilion's cultivation resources had been used by Lu to train her so-called genius son, Xia Wu Dao, and that Xia Wu Hui, obsessed with alchemy, but with mediocre talent, had used hundreds of times the resources of others just to refine a mere middle-grade spirit pill. As for Xia Wuji's cultivation, 3 months ago, he was ambushed, resulting in a shattered dantian and the loss of all power. A month ago, Xia Wuji knelt in the rain for 3 days and nights simply because the person was a master swordsmith, and Xia Wuji sought a sword as a gift for his father upon his emergence from seclusion. But none of that mattered now. Xia Wuji didn't want to explain because he knew too well how disgusting these people were. Today was Lu's carefully laid plan, and her target was the Zhongxing token left by Xia Wuji's mother. The Zhongxing token was a token for joining the Zhongxing Academy. Although the Sword Pavilion had a good reputation in the Great Chu Dynasty, it was insignificant before the Zhongxing Academy. The Zhongxing Academy stood tall above all the dynasties in this region. In his previous life, because Xia Wuji's dantian was shattered and there was no hope for cultivation, he had been deceived by Lu's lies, took out the Zhongxing token, and allowed Xia Wu Dao to enter the Zhongxing Academy smoothly. As a result, Xia Wuji ultimately could not keep his position as young master, and Lu sought to eliminate him, leaving him no way to survive. Xia Xian watched the entire process, but did not take pity on their father-son relationship to lend him a hand. In Xia Xian's heart, This useless son was merely a stain in his life. Fortunately, Xia Wuji had a stroke of luck, accidentally falling into a spatial rift and entering the heavenly realm, where he not only repaired his shattered dantian, but also advanced rapidly in his cultivation, achieving the Tao of the sword in just 100 years, becoming one of the top 10 supremes in the heavenly realm. When he was about to use his sword to break through to immortality, a millionfold heavenly tribulation descended, and due to the tragic experiences in his youth, inner demons arose, ultimately leading to his failure. That I originally thought I would be reduced to ashes under the heavenly tribulation, that everything would be for naught, but I didn't expect to have this opportunity. Now that I have returned to my youth, I absolutely cannot repeat the same mistakes. I must make up for all the regrets of my past life, sweep away everything, and ascend the path to immortality with a complete and flawless heart. With this thought, Xia Wuji let out a cold laugh. Since you all think I am incapable and unworthy of the burden of young master, then please choose another for this position. However, the Zhangxing token was left by my mother. None of you are qualified to take it. Xia Wuji's tone was firm, staring directly at Xia Xian's cold and angry gaze, without any fear. The Zhangxing token must not be given away. It was the only item left by his mother. He vaguely remembered his mother's appearance and voice. His mother had loved him dearly when he was 6 years old. She had given him the Zhangxing token, telling him to go to the Zhangxing Academy to cultivate after he achieved the Sea of Qi realm. That night, his mother kept crying, holding him tightly. That was the last time Xia Wuji fell asleep in his mother's embrace. When he woke up, his mother was gone, leaving the sword pavilion, not knowing where she had gone. His longing for his mother had always been a regret in Xia Wuji's heart, and was also a mental obstacle he faced during the heavenly tribulation. Upon hearing Xia Wuji's words, Xia Xian was momentarily stunned. How had this wretched son suddenly changed into a different person? The previous Xia Wuji had always been timid before him, speaking softly and never daring to meet his gaze. Wuji, don't be stubborn, quickly open this box and take out the Zhangxing token, Lu said as she directly took out a jade box. Inside the box was the Zhangxing token. You shamelessly went to my room and stole my things. Xia Wuji was filled with anger, shouting sternly. This box had always been hidden in a secret compartment in his bedroom, and only he knew how to open it. Enough! Xia Xian bellowed angrily. She is the matriarch of the Sword Pavilion. Anything in the Sword Pavilion is hers to handle. Lu had also lost her patience, her expression turning much colder, and said, Xia Wuji, you must take out the Zhangxing token today. Her words carried an unmistakable threat. Xia Wuji sneered again, his face filled with mockery, and then said, fine, since you want to give the Zhangxing token to Xia Wudao, then let him fight me 1 month from now on the day of the Sword Pavilion's ancestral ceremony. If he wins, I will take out the Zhangxing token and let him go to the Zhangxing Academy. But if he loses, he must return the jade box to me. But do you dare to agree? The situation was unfavorable even though Xia Wuji had various clever methods. The issue of his shattered dantian remained unresolved, and he had no energy within him, needing some time to buffer. 1 month was enough for him. Xia Xian's expression froze. Lu was also stunned, and the elders in the Great Hall thought they had misheard. This Xia Wuji had no cultivation. How dared he challenge the peak of the true essence realm? Xia Wudao, where did he get such courage? This is what you said. Since you want to fight, then let's fight. I, Xia Wudao, have nothing to fear. Do you think I would be afraid of a worthless person like you? At that moment, a loud shout echoed, and a sturdy young man rushed in from outside the door. It was Xia Wudao. Father, mother. Xia Wudao approached Xia Xian, and Lu Shi, that a look of relief instantly appeared on Xia Xian's face. Xia Wudao truly deserved to be his son at 17 years old. He was at the peak of the true essence realm, a brilliant genius. Since Xia Wujing wants to challenge me, I will, of course, fulfill his wish that I want to prove to everyone with absolute strength that I am qualified to hold the Zhangxing Order and join the Zhangxing Academy. Then, Xia Wudao turned around, looking down at Xia Wujing with an arrogant posture, sneering, don't say I give you a month, even if I give you a year or 10 years, you still can't match even a finger of mine. Xia Wujing's expression was indifferent as he said, then we shall see the truth in a month. After saying that, he turned and left. Xia Xian watched Xia Wujing's back, becoming angrier the more he thought about it. This ungrateful child really didn't put him in his eyes at all, leaving just like that? Stop! Did I let you go? Xia Xian shouted angrily. However, Xia Wuji had no intention of stopping. Xia Xian felt that his authority as the sword pavilion master, as well as his dignity as a father, had been severely provoked. He angrily reprimanded, "Without my permission, if you dare step out of the hall, then I, Xia Xian, will no longer acknowledge you as my son." Xia Wuji stepped over the threshold. Then he took another step. His feet stood outside the hall without looking back, saying, "Pavilion Master Xia, this is what you said." Chapter 2. The Ancestor's Manifestation. After leaving the Sword Pavilion Hall, Xia Wuji went directly to the entrance of the Sword Pool. The Sword Pool was a crucial place in the Sword Pavilion. Since the news of Xia Wuji losing his identity as the Pavilion Master had not spread yet, those guarding the Sword Pool naturally did not dare to stop him. He came to the Sword Pool because Xia Wuji's dantian was shattered. Although he had a way to repair it, he needed some energy. Moreover, even if he were to leave, he had to take away the sword that belonged to him. Passing through a passage lined with formations, Xia Wuji arrived at the edge of the sword pool. In front of him, in a round pool with a diameter of 90 feet, numerous treasured swords were stuck. In the center of the sword pool, there was originally a top-tier treasured sword named the Crimson Blood Sword, which was the first sword of the Sword Pavilion, left by the ancestors of the Xia family, and was worth its weight in gold. However, after the ancestor of the Xia family passed away, no one could wield it. In the first year of Xia Xian's seclusion, Lu Shi had secretly taken the Crimson Blood Sword away, sold it for resources to support her son Xia Wudao's training and to refine pills for her daughter Xia Wuhui. Now, the best sword in the sword pool was an ancient-looking sword, the Jinghong sword, whose surface was covered with many cracks. This sword was originally also a top-tier treasured sword, but due to its damage, it had fallen to the upper-grade sword level. It was a month ago that Xia Wuji had kneeled in the rain for 3 days to obtain it, intending to give it to Xia Xian as a gift upon his exit. But now, Xia Wuji would no longer be foolishly filial. Xia Xian was not worthy of his gift. However, Xia Wuji did not rush to take away the Jinghong sword that belonged to him. He focused his mind and activated his cultivation technique. Suddenly, Xia Wuji's entire aura changed dramatically. It was as if a sharp sword had instantly unsheathed, and that fierce sharpness seemed to want to sever all shackles in the world. This was the Eternal Sword Classic. In his previous life, he had accidentally entered the heavenly realm and was able to prove his path with the sword in just 100 years, becoming one of the top 10 supreme beings in the heavenly realm, relying on this supreme swordsmanship inheritance. The energy surging in the sword pool was absorbed by Xia Wuji at an incredible speed, and his shattered dantian was completely repaired in the blink of an eye. Moreover, the dantian was now countless times more solid than before. Immediately afterward, the world's vital energy gathered in his dantian, transforming into a violently rotating vortex. Martial arts training starts with body tempering to establish a foundation, followed by the Qi Gathering Realm, True Essence Realm, Qi-Si Realm, Yuan Gang Realm, and finally the Dan Condensation Realm. The gathering of vital energy in the dantian symbolizes the Qi Gathering Realm. After dozens of breaths, Xia Wuji's dantian condensed a second vortex of vital energy. Qi Gathering Realm, second level. He surged forward with momentum, breaking through to the 5th level of the Qi Gathering Realm before stopping. The energy in the sword pool had been completely devoured by him. This sword pool, with its long-standing presence of numerous treasured swords, has gathered an extremely fierce sharpness. If I absorb this sharpness, it should be enough for me to forge my sword seed. Xia Wuji murmured. There are countless swordsmen in the world, but the vast majority can only be called sword-wielding warriors and are not worthy of the title of sword cultivators. A true sword cultivator must first condense a sword seed in their dantian, bestowing sharpness upon their own vital energy. In the next moment, Xia Wuji once again activated the Eternal Sword Classic, absorbing the formless sharpness in the sword pool. This sharpness was like countless sword energies rushing into his dantian, then slowly condensing into the form of a small sword 2 fingers wide among the 5 vital energy whirlpools. This was the sword seed, the foundation of a sword cultivator. From now on, by continuously strengthening the sword seed, he could uncover more fierce techniques belonging to sword cultivators. A quarter of an hour later, the sharpness and aura that filled the sword pool were also exhausted, and the sword seed in Xia Wuji's dantian had taken shape. Although it still felt somewhat ethereal, It constantly emanated a terrifying sharpness. The aura emanating from the sword seed affected his 5 vital energy whirlpools, thus imbuing every strand of his vital energy with a sharp intent. This was the sword vitality, the true vital energy unique to sword cultivators. Originally, condensing the sword seed was just the first step, and converting vital energy into sword vitality was the second step. But Xia Wuji, with his previous life experience, easily completed both steps. My dantian has been repaired, and I have regained the strength of the 5th level of the Qi gathering realm, having initially condensed the sword seed. I should leave the sword pavilion as soon as possible. I have the memories of being a supreme being in the heavenly realm in my previous life and possess the eternal sword classic, this supreme swordsmanship inheritance, but I need resources to elevate my realm, and strengthening the sword seed also requires sharper sword energies. Moreover, the sword pavilion is like a pack of wolves surrounding me, which is not conducive to me doing anything. In the next moment, Xia Wuji raised his hand and grabbed the Jinghong sword, which was covered in cracks, and it flew into his palm. Without looking back, Xia Wuji quickly left. Little did he know, after he left, a stone tablet at the edge of the sword pool began to tremble. On the surface of the stone tablet, a faint glow gradually spread, and within the glow, a phantom face was slowly taking shape. It was a remnant consciousness of the ancestor of the Xia family. At that moment, inside the sword pavilion hall, Xia Xian's face was ashen, and his mood was at an all-time low. Father, that Xia Wuji is incompetent, but he doesn't even regard you as his father. It's not worth your anger over such a scoundrel who just walks away. Xiao Wudao said. Lu Shi also said, Husband, a waste like Xia Wuji indeed does not deserve to be your son. Even without him, you still have Wu Dao and Wu Huwei. These 2 children are both exceptional talents. They will never disappoint you and will bring glory to the sword pavilion in the future. As for Xia Wuji, without him, the sword pavilion would lose its biggest stain. Xia Xian looked at his martial arts genius son, Xiao Wudao, and thought his daughter, Xiao Wu Huwei, who had become an alchemist, feeling much more at ease. Indeed, compared to this son and daughter, Xia Wuji was truly too disappointing, simply a piece of unhelpful mud. At that moment, an elder of the sword pavilion stepped forward and said, Pavilion Master, Xia Wuji is born with a rebellious nature. Since that's the case, please officially announce to the entire sword pavilion that his position as the pavilion master should be revoked. That's right. Anyway, it's something that needs to be done sooner or later, so it's better to do it earlier to prevent Xia Wuji from continuing to flaunt himself as the young master of the sword pavilion and deceive others, bringing shame to the sword pavilion. Master, when a decision needs to be made, it should be decisive. Xia Xian took a deep breath and then nodded. Immediately, a loud voice resonated from the great hall, echoing throughout the entire sword pavilion. Xia Wuji is mediocre and incompetent, unworthy of his position. From this day forth, remove the position of young master of the sword pavilion. The booming voice stunned everyone in the sword pavilion for a moment. This news was sudden. Many people wore cold smiles, looking as if they had known this would happen. But there were also many with extremely complex expressions, sighing softly. The announcement to remove Xia Wuji's identity as the young master echoed repeatedly within the sword pavilion. At that moment, an incredibly fierce sword aura suddenly erupted, tearing apart the formations of the sword pool, and the sword light swept across, enveloping the entire sword pavilion. Within the sword light, the vague face of the ancestor of the Xia family appeared, letting out a loud laugh. Ha ha ha! Heaven bless my Xia family. The sword pavilion shall thrive. I'm greatly comforted. I'm greatly comforted. In an instant, the hearts of everyone in the sword pavilion were shaken. Right after the removal of Xia Wuji's identity as the young master, the ancestor actually manifested, proclaiming that the sword pavilion and the Xia family would thrive. Inside the Great Hall, Master, it seems that removing Xia Wuji's identity as the young master was indeed the correct decision. Even the ancestor could no longer tolerate that useless thing, Xia Wuji. Xia Xian's expression was excited, and he immediately said, Wu Dao, quickly go and pay respects to the ancestor. Immediately, figures hurriedly rushed towards the direction of the sword pool. 7th generation master of the sword pavilion, Xia Xian, pays respects to the ancestor. Xia Xian knelt directly before the remnant spirit of the ancestor of the Xia family. Lu Shi also hurriedly pulled Xia Wudao down to kneel in the sword light. The ancestor's vague face showed signs of excitement, saying, "I have been silent for hundreds of years, waiting for a genius to be born in the Xia family." Unfortunately, the descendants of the Xia family have been getting worse with each generation. That I even believe that before this remnant spirit completely dissipated, I wouldn't see a true successor of the Xia family capable of supporting the Sword Pavilion. I never expected that in my despair, this person would appear. I specially preserved a strand of innate essence back then, intending to use it to nurture the most outstanding son of my Xia family. Today, this strand of innate essence can finally be put to use. Xia Xian immediately showed a look of great joy and quickly said, "Reporting to the ancestor, my son Xia Wudao is indeed a martial arts genius. A strand of innate essence is invaluable, capable of refining a martial artist and laying a solid foundation. Wudao, why are you still dawdling? Hurry up and let the ancestor take a good look at you." Lu Shi pushed Xia Wudao forward. Xia Wudao also reacted. He truly is the chosen one, gifted beyond measure. Even the ancestor manifested because of him. What glory can compare to this? Moreover, there's a strand of innate essence that, as long as he can obtain it, he will absolutely be able to break through his shackles and advance to the Qi Si realm immediately. Thinking of this, Xia Wudao immediately stood up, straightened his back, and a confident and proud expression appeared on his face as he bowed to the remnant spirit of the ancestor of the Xia family. Xia Wudao pays respects to the ancestor. I ask the ancestor to bestow upon me the innate essence, and please rest assured, I, Xia Wudao, will never disgrace the name of the Xia family. I, Xia Wudao, will surely revive the glory of the Sword Pavilion. Chapter 3. The innate vital energy enters the body at this moment. Xia Wudao was in high spirits. Xia Xian also looked at his prodigal son with a face full of hope and expectation, feeling extremely gratified inside. Lu Shi wore an excited smile, saying, "Look, this is my son. What is Xia Wuji even worth?" Xia Wuji had been dismissed from his position as the young master, and even the lid of the ancestor's coffin could not suppress the urge to jump out and celebrate. However, as Xia Wudao stood up amidst the myriad of sword lights, the illusory face of the Xia family's ancestral remnant frowned slightly. No, this isn't the kid. During the sword pool incident, although his remnant spirit had not clearly captured the appearance of that descendant of the Xia family, it had sensed the aura. That aura was pure and domineering, vast and long-lasting, as if it could compete with the sun and moon, tearing apart the universe. And this Xia Wudao, while his cultivation level was decent, having reached the peak of the true essence realm, his energy was mixed and his foundation was weak, clearly belonging to that kind of power hastily boosted by excessive medicinal pills. Xia Wudao's aura was completely incomparable to what he had sensed. Like the difference between a mud snake and a true dragon, you rely too much on pills to boost your cultivation. Although you may seem impressive now, the future is worrying, and you won't be able to refine that strand of innate vital energy. If given to you, it would just be a waste. The ancestral remnant of the Xia family stared at Xia Wudao and gave this evaluation. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's expression stiffened. Xia Wudao felt an immense humiliation under the gaze of so many. To say he was inadequate? How had Xia Wudao ever suffered such grievances? You old thing who has been dead for hundreds of years, stop babbling nonsense. Dare to say, I'm not capable? Have you gone blind? Xia Wudao roared. His angry shouts immediately stunned everyone. Facing the denial from the ancestral remnant of the Xia family, Xia Wudao actually said such words. "Wudao, you mustn't be disrespectful," Xia Xian hurriedly shouted. But at this moment, Xia Wudao suddenly shot up, his entire body bursting forth with true essence without reservation. He charged toward the illusory face in the air. "You old thing, if you're going to die, then die completely. That strand of innate vital energy, I, Xia Wudao, will have it, whether you give it or not." Xia Wudao drew his sword and fiercely slashed at the illusory face. Xia Wudao had always believed that if he wanted something, he must obtain it. No one could deny him. If they don't give it, he would just take it. If worst came to worst, he could just kill them. This ancestral remnant of the Xia family was nothing. He could smash it to pieces. Get lost. The ancestral remnant of the Xia family was also enraged, furious, and shouted loudly, condensing a huge palm print that slammed down toward Xia Wudao. Boom! The treasured sword in Xia Wudao's hand shattered, and he let out a scream, his body flying backward like a kite with a broken string. Wudao! Xia Xian's heart tightened, and he quickly flew up to catch the bloodied Xia Wudao. Ancestor, please forgive him. Wudao is young and doesn't understand the rules. Xia Xian immediately pleaded for Xia Wudao. Xia Xian, is this your talented son? It infuriates me. It infuriates me. The ancestral remnant of the Xia family said, even if my innate vital energy disperses completely, I will never give it to this rebellious brat. In the next moment, the illusory face condensed by the ancestral remnant of the Xia family began to show cracks. About to shatter. After all, it was just a remnant spirit, already close to complete dissolution. The palm strike just now had exhausted its last bit of strength. He was very unwilling, not wanting to let this sinful child obtain that strand of innate vital energy. The remnant spirit began to dissipate, but suddenly, he caught the strand of aura that had awakened him. Found it. The ancestor of the Xia family was extremely excited and immediately burned the remaining remnant spirit to exchange for a burst of power, sending that strand of innate vital energy away. Everyone exchanged glances. Wudao, are you okay? Don't scare your mother. Lu Shi took the blood-soaked Xia Wudao from Xia Xian's arms. Mother. Xia Wudao's face showed pain, utterly uncomfortable. Lu Shi tightly held Xia Wudao and then looked at Xia Xian, saying, look what your ancestor has done. Our son is such a genius, yet he was spoken of so poorly, and he even wanted to kill your son. Originally, Xia Xian wanted to scold Xia Wudao a few times, but seeing Xia Wudao's miserable state, he could only sigh and say, since you're already here at the sword pool and your sword is broken, then go into the sword pool and choose a new sword. Then, Xia Xian took Lu Shi and Xia Wudao into the sword pool. However, as soon as they entered the sword pool, Xia Xian's pupils suddenly constricted. The most precious blood-red sword in the sword pavilion was actually missing. Whereas the blood-red sword gone? Xia Xian shouted angrily. Dad! Xia Wudao was about to speak, but Lu Shi quickly grabbed his hand to stop him. The blood-red sword has long been sold by me. Lu Shi suddenly thought of something and said, it must be Xia Wuji. In recent years, only he has been able to enter the sword pool at will. This sinful child! Xia Xian shouted angrily and immediately called for the guards of the sword pool, learning that Xia Wuji had indeed been there just now and had left with a sword. Dad, that Xia Wuji must have stolen the blood-red sword, definitely intending to defeat me in the competition next month with that sword. Xia Wudao quickly added, firmly placing the blame on Xia Wuji. To achieve victory in the competition, he even dares to steal the blood-red sword from the sword pool. I will not let him go. Xia Xian shouted angrily and immediately left the sword pool in a huff, heading straight to Xia Wuji's residence. However, upon arriving at Xia Wuji's residence, he found no sign of him. The dilapidated courtyard, long neglected, appeared quite run down, with not even a servant present. Find him. Bring that sinful child to me. Xia Xian bellowed, although he felt that it was somewhat odd for Xia Wuji, as the young master of the sword pavilion, to live in such poor conditions at this moment. Xia Xian didn't want to think about it. He just wanted to catch Xia Wuji, who had contradicted him in the Great Hall and audaciously stolen the blood-red sword, and give him a good lesson to quell his anger. However, the guard of the sword pavilion searched the entire sword pavilion but found no trace of Xia Wuji. At that moment, someone rushed into the courtyard, saying, report to the pavilion master. Someone has discovered that Xia Wuji left the sword pavilion 15 minutes ago. Moreover, when he left, he was sneaky, clearly looking like a thief with a guilty conscience. The person reporting added this sentence, fully aware of the current situation in the sword pavilion. At this time, it was wise to firmly stand on the side of Lu Shi and Xia Wudao. This was what a perceptive person would do. As for Xia Wuji, he would have no chance of turning things around. The anger in Xia Xian's heart suddenly flared up even more. His chest heaved violently, with veins bulging on his forehead, neck, and hands. He now regretted immensely. Had he known at the Great Hall, he should have used strong measures to detain this sinful child. and there wouldn't be all these troubles now. What a little brat. It seems that over the years, as his father, I really haven't educated him well. Not only does he disrespect his elders and behave improperly, but now he even dares to run away from home with the treasures of the sword pavilion. This sinful child's dantian is shattered, and he has no cultivation left. He definitely hasn't gone far. Immediately arrange the sword feather guards to bring him back. I want to break his legs. At this moment, far away from the sword pavilion, Xia Wuji suddenly felt something and turned back to look, only to see a strand of innate vital energy rushing toward him. The innate vital energy fell upon him. Instantly, a warm feeling enveloped his whole body, making him feel refreshed. Although Xia Wuji did not know what was happening, he felt that this strand of innate vital energy was nothing wrong. So he quickly operated his technique to absorb it. In his dantian, the sword seed, which had only been initially forged, was nourished by the innate vital energy, instantly solidifying dozens of times, no longer feeling any sense of illusion, and the sharpness it radiated became even more fierce. It also saved me a lot of effort in refining the sword seed. Xia Wuji revealed a faint smile as he surveyed his surroundings, his thoughts racing. According to memories from my past life, in half a month, a red jade blood ginseng will mature in the fallen demon mountains, causing a brilliant phenomenon that will attract many powerful figures from the Great Shu dynasty to compete for it. This red jade blood ginseng can be consumed directly and has various miraculous effects. If I set off early and seize the opportunity, I can definitely collect at the moment it matures. If I obtain the red jade blood ginseng and completely refine it, my strength will surely increase significantly. At that time, let alone Xia Wudao, what can this mere sword pavilion do? With this thought in mind, Xia Wuji headed straight for the fallen demon mountains. Chapter 4, Pursuit. Breakthrough in Cultivation. Sword Pavilion. Reporting to the mistress. According to our investigation, we have basically confirmed that Xia Wuji has likely escaped into the fallen demon mountains. A man from the sword feather guard knelt on one knee before Lu. This person, named Li Qing, was a small leader within the sword feather guard. A cold glint flashed in Lu's eyes as she said, "This little brat is quite bold, daring to hide in such a place. Isn't he afraid of being eaten by fierce beasts until not a bone is left?" Mother, beside Lu, a girl who resembled her by about 70% spoke up. This girl was named Lu Wuhui. Like Lu, she had narrow eyes that revealed a sharp and vicious glint. Although I have absolute confidence in my brother that he will easily suppress Xia Wuji during the ancestral worship ceremony, we must take action to avoid any accidents. Just right. I recently refined a high-grade bewitching pill. If we can capture Xia Wuji and force him to take the pill, we can then ask him how to open the jade box, and we can obtain the most important Songxing order first. Lu nodded, saying, "Wu Hui, you truly make me proud. You can even refine a high-grade bewitching pill. So let's go with your plan." Then, Lu Wu Hui took out a pill and handed it to Li Qing, who was still kneeling on the ground, saying, after giving him the bewitching pill and obtaining the method to open the jade box, "Just kill Xia Wuji. There's no need to keep him alive. After all, the blood sword was sold by our mother, and now the blame is on Xia Wuji. We can't let him come back and reveal the truth. As for the duel between Xia Wuji and Xia Wudao, if Xia Wuji is dead, everything will be over." Li Qing received the bewitching pill and then looked at Lu. Lu nodded and said, "Do as Wu Hui says. If you succeed, you won't be treated poorly. I'll make you the grand leader of the sword feather guard. Please rest assured, mistress and miss, I, Li Qing, will definitely handle this matter well and won't disappoint your trust." After speaking, Li Qing immediately stood up and left. Having left the sword pavilion, Xia Wuji moved quickly, stepping lightly as if walking on air. He was employing a high-level yellow-grade movement technique called the wind shadow step. 2 days later, Xia Wuji arrived at the edge of the fallen demon mountains. The fallen demon mountains were vast, filled with many spiritual herbs, but also countless fierce beasts. The levels of fierce beasts were divided into low-grade, mid-grade, high-grade, and supreme grade. Above supreme grade were demon beasts. Many martial artists would choose to team up to enter the fallen demon mountains to hunt fierce beasts and gather precious spiritual herbs. Even powerful fighters at the Qi Si realm rarely came alone, as fierce beasts were extremely ferocious and had a strong territorial awareness. Xia Wuji looked at the boundless mountains ahead without any hesitation and entered. His movements were extremely agile, swiftly navigating through the rugged terrain and dense vegetation. Suddenly, in an area piled with rocks, a burst of dark green poison shot out like an arrow towards Xia Wuji. He merely sidestepped and easily avoided it. The dark green poison landed on a giant tree trunk, instantly corroding a hole through it. Hiss, hiss, hiss. A snake with a triangular-shaped head and dark green scales, as thick as an adult man's thigh, rose up from the pile of rocks, constantly flicking its tongue, its snake eyes staring at Xia Wuji with a cold glint. Dark jade poison python, low-grade fierce beast. Xia Wuji glanced at the python and quickly identified its bloodline and strength. A low-grade fierce beast was equivalent to a martial artist at the Qi gathering realm. If it were another fifth-layer Qi gathering martial artist facing this dark jade poison python, they would undoubtedly flee as fast as they could. However, a smile appeared on Xia Wuji's face. The python's gallbladder would be quite beneficial. Xia Wuji muttered to himself. The low-grade fierce beast had a faint intelligence and clearly understood Xia Wuji's words, instantly becoming enraged. The small human before it not only didn't tremble, but also had the audacity to eye its gallbladder. Furious, the dark jade poison python suddenly whipped its tail, and with a loud crash, a large rock was sent flying towards Xia Wuji. Following that, the python lunged at Xia Wuji, its massive jaws wide open, a strong stench wafting through the air. At that moment, a crisp sound of a sword echoed. Xia Wuji's Jinghong sword was instantly drawn from its sheath. The sword light poured out like a torrent. With a single strike, Xia Wuji split the incoming rock in half, creating a ripple of wind beneath his feet as he shot toward the dark jade poison python. After 2 days of continuous travel using the wind shadow step, Xia Wuji's body had adapted even more to this movement technique, forming a kind of instinctive memory. Swish! Xia Wuji slashed out with his sword. The sharp sword energy erupted. The dark jade poison python could not comprehend how such a seemingly weak human could possess such speed. Moreover, before the sword even struck its body, the hard dark jade scales on it were already torn apart by the invisible sharpness. When Xia Wuji's sword finally fell, it cleaved the dark jade poison python's head cleanly in two. The python's corpse fell to the ground, and Xia Wuji used the sword's edge to extract the gallbladder, as well as retrieve a beast core. The beast core was the energy core of fierce beasts. The most precious part of fierce beast was the beast core, which could be used for alchemy, weapon forging, and formations. Generally, fierce beast habitats would have some rare natural treasures. Xia Wuji quickly discovered a lush little grass growing in the crevice of a rock. At the top of the grass was a green fruit the size of a fingertip. It turned out to be a high-grade treasure, the cooling fruit. Xia Wuji picked the cooling fruit. This fruit is not suitable for direct consumption. It is best used for alchemy. Xia Wuji placed the beast core and the cooling fruit into his bag, then bit into the gallbladder. Instantly, the gallbladder's bile filled Xia Wuji's mouth, incredibly bitter, but Xia Wuji remained unfazed and drank it all. With the memories of an eternal supreme being and having gone through countless storms, this little taste stimulation was nothing to him. The bile of the dark jade poison python contained abundant energy. Even a martial artist at the true element realm wouldn't dare to swallow it all at once, as the massive energy could collide within their body, causing damage to their meridians and dantians if not refined in time. However, Xia Wuji possessed the Eternal Sword Classic, and as soon as he activated his cultivation method, a continuous stream of energy was rapidly refined. Moments later, after fully digesting the energy from the dark jade poison python's bile, Xia Wuji's dantian gradually formed a sixth vortex, sixth layer of Qi gathering. At the same time, the sword's seed trembled lightly, releasing sharp energy continuously. The vitality from the sixth cyclone rapidly transformed into an extremely sharp sword essence. Chapter 5. Refining Fire. The sun at high noon. After finishing his cultivation, Xia Wuji suddenly opened his eyes. His sharp gaze seemed to flicker like a sword's edge. He appeared as if he were a sword drawn from its sheath, ready to cut down everything around him. However, with a thought, the overwhelming sharpness retreated back into his body like a receding tide. He could control it freely. Xia Wuji's mind raced quickly. Soon, he had a clear thought and said to himself, "The resources in the fallen demon mountain range are still quite abundant. While waiting for the red jade blood ginseng to mature, I can first try refining some pills. Many spiritual herbs that are not suitable for direct consumption can be refined into pills, which work quite well and can greatly accelerate my cultivation speed. To refine pills, one must be able to control the power of fire, so I should first look for some fire-attributed ferocious beasts to capture their beast fire for temporary use." In his previous life in the heavenly realm, Xia Wuji had gained a supreme reputation in just 100 years, relying not only on the eternal sword cannon, but also on his high attainment in alchemy. In a mundane world, the best flames are naturally spiritual fires. However, spiritual fires are rare, and throughout the entire Great Chu Empire, there are probably very few alchemists who possess spiritual fire. Therefore, in the Great Chu Empire, beast fire is the mainstream for alchemists. Of course, having fire is not limited to refining pills and weapons. It can also enhance combat power. After making up his mind, Xia Wuji headed southwest. Over the past few years, he had been in charge of the Sword Pavilion, which often sent martial artists into the fallen demon mountain range to hunt ferocious beasts and collect spiritual herbs. So he was quite familiar with the situation in the fallen demon mountain range. At this moment, the direction he was heading towards was the habitat of a group of flame tigers. The beast fire possessed by these flame tigers is extremely violent and difficult to refine. But once refined, it is very effective and quite useful. As for the red jade blood ginseng that is about to mature in the fallen demon mountain range, Xia Wuji only knew the approximate time, but not the exact location. Anyway, now that he was here, he just had to wait for the red jade blood ginseng to mature and cause a dazzling phenomenon, and he could immediately rush over. It's best to seize the opportunity, but there must be extremely powerful, top-notch, ferocious beasts nearby the red jade blood ginseng. Although Xia Wuji has foresight and possesses various clever methods, in his current state, it will be very difficult to successfully harvest the red jade blood ginseng. Therefore, he still needed to develop first. Half a day passed. Xia Wuji reached his destination. Roar! A tiger's roar shook the mountains and forests. A raging fire broke out. A large, low-grade, perfect, ferocious beast, the flame tiger, glared angrily at Xia Wuji, who had intruded into its territory. A low-grade, perfect, ferocious beast flame tiger is equivalent to a human martial artist at the 10th level of the Gathering Chi realm. Roar! 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 The roar of the tiger continued to sound. Xia Wuji remained calm, showing no sign of fear on his face. The stunning phoenix sword in his hand shone with dazzling brilliance. In the next moment, the flame tiger suddenly pounced, its massive body carrying a blazing fire, exuding an extraordinary majesty. The sword edge in Xia Wuji's hand instantly swept up. The sword light surged, tearing through the flames surrounding the flame tiger. And as the sword edge passed, the belly of the flame tiger was cut open. Immediately, hot blood splattered everywhere. The flame tiger's body crashed to the ground, convulsed a few times, and then fell completely silent. Xia Wuji skillfully extracted the flame tiger's beast core. The beast core was hot, containing rich fire attribute energy. To refine beast fire, one must start with the beast core, but this beast core was obviously not enough. However, that was fine, as this area was the habitat of the flame tiger clan. It didn't take long for Xia Wuji to find a group of flame tigers. He charged into the tiger group with his sword. His figure was graceful, and the sword light flickered continuously. In just a moment, the corpses of the flame tigers were lying around him in disarray. Xia Wuji took all the beast cores and found a secluded cave. He sat cross-legged and quickly formed hand seals. What he was performing was a fire control secret technique called the Burning Sky Formula. The hand seals of the Burning Sky Formula continuously drew the fire essence from the beast cores, and the flames in his hands grew larger, radiating light and heat that made the entire cave feel like a furnace. In the next moment, Xia Wuji absorbed this ball of flame directly into his dantian. Boom! It felt as if a volcano erupted in his dantian, and the scorching hot energy rampaged. But under Xia Wuji's control, this energy immediately flowed out from his dantian, surging into his limbs, bones, internal organs, and meridians. After one circulation, Xia Wuji gained preliminary control over this flame. As he continued to let the flame circulate within his body, changes gradually occurred. Filthy impurities seeped out from the fine pores on his body surface. His figure gradually slimmed down a bit, but he appeared more powerful, tempering with fire, cleansing tendons and marrow, strengthening the body. In addition, the sword seed condensed in Xia Wuji's dantian also received the burning and tempering of the flames, becoming more solid and sharp. With the flame, if he collects some medicinal materials, he can attempt to refine pills, Xia Wuji said to himself. And then he set off to continue deeper into the fallen demon mountain range. A day later, in the forest, a blazing firelight erupted. Xia Wuji swung his sword toward a large black-bearded bear. The sword technique he used was the first form of the true sun sword technique, the sun at high noon. This is a high-quality, yellow-level sword technique. Xia Wuji's sword edge transformed into a brilliant sun, and the scorching firelight instantly ignited all the fur on the black-bearded bear's arm. The intertwining of firelight and swordlight, the sharpness melded with the heat. The black-bearded bear's head was directly cleaved open by Xia Wuji's sword. The beast core, bear gall, and bear paw are all good items. However, Xia Wuji did not care and immediately picked a nearby spiritual herb. This was the last spiritual herb he was missing, the red sapberry. With the red sapberry, he could refine a top-quality treasure pill, the Great Yuan Pill, which has a very strong effect on the cultivation of gathering Qi realm martial artists. Just as Xia Wuji harvested the red sapberry and placed it in his bag, a sense of danger suddenly surged in his heart. In an instant, he sidestepped and appeared several feet away. Whoosh! A sharp arrow passed through the spot where he had just been. Quite skilled, a mere gathering Qi realm cultivator was able to dodge my arrow. A cold laugh echoed. Xia Wuji looked towards the source of the voice, and a middle-aged man with a sharp nose and chin appeared in his sight. His cultivation was around the 3rd level of the true Yuan realm. Xia Wuji glanced at him, and with his keen perception and precise control of power, he made an accurate judgment of this guy's strength. In this world dominated by martial power, it is not surprising to encounter robbers when going out. Moreover, this is the fallen demon mountain range. Most of those who dare to enter here are bold and vicious individuals. This sharp-nosed man was holding a large bough, which he casually tossed aside, then glanced at the corpse of the black-bearded bear on the ground. Hunting this thing with gathering Qi realm cultivation is not simple. Kid, you must have a lot of treasures on you. Hand over all your treasures honestly. If you cooperate obediently, I can spare you some flesh wounds. Once I get the stuff, I'll give you a quick death. Otherwise, my knife will cut your flesh piece by piece, making you unable to live or die. As he spoke, the man drew a curved knife from his waist, the blade glinting coldly. This was a mid-grade treasure. People like this one love to encounter wealthy young masters. Weak strength, abundant treasures, a big haul with just one job. Xia Wuji had a cold expression and said, "If you want my things, let's see if you have the ability." Chapter 6. Unity of Man and Sword. The middle-aged man with a sharp nose and monkey-like features charged at Xia Wuji, casually swinging his curved knife, which unleashed a crescent-shaped blade of light. A true Yuan realm martial artist has abundant internal energy, constantly solidifying and liquefying. Compared to martial artists in the Qi gathering realm, the total amount of energy possessed by true Yuan realm martial artists is vastly greater. More importantly, the cultivation of true Yuan realm allows for the energy to leave the body. Facing the crescent-shaped blade of light, Xia Wuji showed no fear. He raised his hand and waved, his sword energy surged, and sword Qi burst forth. A number of sword Qi held away. Although he was not at the true Yuan realm, and only at the 6th level of the Qi gathering realm, he had forged a sword seed, using it to imbue his energy with sharpness, transforming it into sword essence. Releasing sword Qi attacks was not difficult at all. Several sword Qi slashed through the crescent-shaped blade of light, shattering it. Xia Wuji lightly tapped his toes on the ground, and with the windless shadow step, he instantly vanished from his original position, causing the charging middle-aged man to miss. The man immediately showed a look of great surprise and said, "Good kid," at the chi gathering realm, yet able to release sword chi with energy leaving the body. It seems you've practiced some remarkable techniques to have such foundation. Your background is clearly more impressive than I imagined. This big fat sheep of yours, I'm going to butcher it today." He appeared extremely excited, feeling that after this job, he would become rich. As his voice fell, the killing move resumed. Xia Wuji no longer dodged and engaged him in a fierce battle. For a moment, the clash of blades echoed continuously, the sounds of crisp collisions ringing out as blade light and sword chi erupted repeatedly. The difference in cultivation was still a bit significant. It seemed he needed to use real sword techniques, Xia Wuji thought to himself. At this moment, relying on the characteristics of sword essence, the dominance of the true Sun sword technique, and his rich combat experience, he felt relatively calm against this true Yuan realm third-level opponent. However, continuing like this would not resolve the situation anytime soon. Unbeknownst to him, the true Yuan realm third-level opponent was already filled with fear. Realizing that this kid with only chi gathering realm 6th level cultivation had managed to hold out against him for so long. Where did this monster come from? Just then, clang! The Jinghong sword in Xia Wuji's hand suddenly deflected the opponent's curved knife. In an instant, his aura changed dramatically. That sharpness seemed unstoppable, as if it wanted to slice through heaven and earth, tearing apart the universe. He completely fused with the sword in his hand, no longer distinguishable from each other. The sword is the person. The person is the sword. Unity of man and sword. The sharp-nosed, middle-aged man felt a sharp pain in his eyes, as if his skin was about to be torn apart. In the next moment, an intense pain erupted within him. His chest had already been pierced by Xia Wuji's sword. The fierce sharpness invaded his body through the wound, plunging him into torment akin to dismemberment. The heart-wrenching screams rang out, as if slaughtering pigs or sheep. The one who had just shouted that he would make Xia Wuji wish for death was now in a state worse than death. Xia Wuji retracted his sword, his brow slightly furrowed because, at this moment, a faint crack had appeared in the sword seed within his dantian. The sword seed was still too fragile. Using the power of unity of man and sword was beyond its capacity, Xia Wuji murmured to himself. A true sword cultivator forges a sword seed, condenses sword essence, and achieves unity of man and sword. Xia Wuji naturally did not need to comprehend this, as it was merely the path he had walked before. Thus, he had easily unleashed the power of unity of man and sword earlier. For sword cultivators, achieving unity of man and sword signifies truly entering the door of this path and can be called a sword master, a teacher for others, a master of the sword way. However, everything about sword cultivators is closely related to sword seeds. Xia Wuji's sword seed had just been forged not long ago, and even after undergoing the tempering of flames, it was still very fragile. To strengthen the sword seed, a large number of swords were needed, and they had to be good swords. The miserable cries were still echoing. "Please spare me, young master. I was blind and asked for your mercy. Give me a chance to start anew." Xia Wuji looked at the man rolling on the ground, his gaze icy. Perhaps sensing Xia Wuji's killing intent, the man hurriedly shouted, "If you let me go, I'll tell you a secret. There is a tomb in the Luoyao Mountains, suspected to be the grave of the Red Dust swordsman who disappeared 30 years ago. He was a genuine golden core realm powerhouse. There must be many treasures in his tomb." Xia Wuji's eyes flashed, explained clearly. In the Dazhou dynasty, a golden core realm powerhouse was already a top expert, and moreover, he was a swordsman. His burial place might contain a spirit sword. Spirit swords are superior to ordinary swords. Weapons with spirit are the most suitable for cultivators. This was exactly what Xia Wuji needed. "I'll tell you everything. That tomb was discovered by me and a few brothers together, not far from here. The tomb has a formation protecting it, and we have spent a lot of time and effort almost cracking that formation. It's just that we all exhausted our resources working together to break the formation, and I was responsible for leaving the Luoyao Mountains to procure resources. As a result, I ran into you, young master. How can I trust what you say?" Xia Wuji snorted coldly. The middle-aged man, seeing Xia Wuji's expression, took out a crystal stone the size of a baby's fist from his collar, and handed it to Xia Wuji. Yuan crystal. Xia Wuji immediately took the yuan crystal into his hand. This was an extremely precious cultivation resource, containing abundant and pure heaven and earth energy. The Xia family sword pavilion still had some influence in the Dazhou dynasty, but they could not produce yuan crystals for cultivation. Xia Wuji examined the yuan crystal in his hand. The heaven and earth energy within had lost 90%, leaving only about 10%. Young master, this nearly exhausted yuan crystal is what we obtained to crack the formation of the Red Dust Swordsman's tomb. Please believe me. Every word I said is true, not a bit of deception. If young master is willing to spare my life, I will take you there right away and introduce you to my brothers, so we can work together to excavate the tomb of the Red Dust Swordsman. Xia Wuji revealed a cold smile and said, "You want your brothers to help you take revenge, right?" Young master misunderstood me. The sharp-nosed, middle-aged man wept bitterly. Xia Wuji understood human nature too well. This man was not a good person, and those who called him brother were naturally of the same ilk. The Jinghong sword instantly rested on the man's neck, and Xia Wuji coldly commanded, "Explain the situation of that tomb to me clearly." A moment later, under Xia Wuji's coercive methods, the man dared not hide anything and honestly explained everything before Xia Wuji slit his throat with a sword and killed him. Xia Wuji searched the corpse and found some silver notes and half a bottle of mid-grade treasure pills named recovery pills. He then picked some chi sui berries and removed the black-bearded bear's gallbladder, beast core, and paw. Finally, he picked up the curved knife and a large bough from the ground. He decided to keep the silver notes and beast cores for future use. The black-bearded bear's gallbladder and paw had strong restorative effects. The recovery pills and the remaining energy from the yuan crystal would be used to enhance his cultivation. The curved knife was a mid-grade treasure, while the large bough was a low-grade treasure. Refining them should allow the Jinghong sword to return to the top-grade sword category. With the chi sui berries in hand, he could refine the top-grade treasure pill, the Great Yuan Pill. The people excavating the Red Dust Swordsman's tomb were all true Yuan realm martial artists and were all fierce individuals. After converting all the gains from this encounter into strength, he would explore the tomb of the Red Dust Swordsman. I came to the falling Demon Mountain range with the intention of picking the soon-to-mature Blood Jade Ginseng. But now a grave of a worldly swordsman has unexpectedly appeared. What a windfall. Xia Wuji's thoughts were very clear. He immediately left the area where the battle had taken place and sought a safe and hidden environment to utilize the resources in his hands and transform them into power. Chapter 7. Rapid progress at night. The cool breeze blew gently, and the soft moonlight spread across the grass and rocks of the falling Demon Mountain range like a layer of light gauze. Occasionally, a low roar from a great demon echoed in the air, startling the weaker beasts in a shivering silence, too afraid to make any noise. In a valley, Xia Wuji swallowed the essence of bear bile, feeling a surging energy within him as if it was about to explode. He sat cross-legged, holding a piece of yuan crystal that had only 10% of its energy left in his hands. The Eternal Sword Classic's cultivation method began to operate, and a sharp brilliance erupted from him like a sword wanting to tear through the night. The natural energy within thee and the powerful energy from the bear bile were rapidly refined by Xia Wuji, and his aura increased at an incredible speed. In just a moment, he broke through to the 7th level of the gathering Qi realm. The energy from the bear bile was exhausted, but there was still a significant amount of yuan Qi left in that. Xia Wuji poured out the remaining half bottle of supplemental yuan pill and swallowed it in one gulp, continuing to enhance his strength and elevate his realm. 2 hours passed. In Xia Wuji's Dantian, the 8th yuan power spiral had already formed. Gathering Qi realm, 8th level. Unconsciously, the sky began to brighten. Crack! A crisp sound rang out. Then Xia Wuji's hands shattered into pieces. Suddenly, a powerful sucking force erupted from his hands, absorbing all the remaining yuan Qi from the fragments. Combined with the remaining energy from he surged forward, instantly condensing the 9th in his Dantian, reaching the 9th level of the gathering Qi realm. In just one night, he broke through 3 realms. Xia Wuji felt an abundance of sword energy within him, a faint smile appearing on his face. Yesterday, the method of merging man and sword had caused the sword's seed to bear crack. First, he needed to resolve this issue. Xia Wuji muttered to himself. After reaching the 9th level of the Gathering Qi realm, his confidence increased significantly. The next moment, he activated the Burning Sky technique and instantly summoned the flames within him. The flames blazed, and he directly tossed the spoils from yesterday, the mid-grade treasure curved sword and the low-grade treasure longbow, into the flames. Burning, melting, buzz. The Jinghong sword was drawn from its sheath and also plunged into the flames. The foundation of this sword was a top-grade treasure sword. Under Xia Wuji's control, the substances melted from the curved sword and longbow dripped onto the surface of the Jinghong sword, then fused into the sword's interior, deeply repairing it. When the Jinghong sword was fully restored, a dazzling sword light shot up into the sky. It returned to the level of a top-grade treasure sword. At that moment, Xia Wuji's hands quickly formed seals, and his sword energy surged into the Jinghong sword, igniting its sharpness. The brilliance then flowed back into Xia Wuji's body, making his sword energy even more formidable. The sword energy circulated within him, returning to the Dantian, nourishing the sword seed with the brilliance of the top-grade treasure sword. The crack on the surface of the sword seed slowly healed, and the sword seed became more stable and solid. The crack in the sword seed not only disappeared, but the sword seed was also strengthened, enhancing the sharpness of Xia Wuji's 9. This is the true path of sword cultivation, using the sword to nourish oneself. Let's refine another batch of Great Yuan pills. Xia Wuji said to himself. As the saying goes, sharpening the knife does not delay the work of chopping wood. Now that he had the resources in hand, he should make the best use of them to become stronger. Reducing various risks when he explored the grave of the worldly swordsman and harvested the blood jade ginseng. Alchemists need not only recipes, spiritual herbs, and flames, but also a Dan furnace to refine pills. Xia Wuji had no Dan furnace, but the Great Yuan pill was merely a treasure pill, so it could be refined without one. One by one, he tossed the herbs into the flames, extracting their essence and removing impurities. The essences of various spiritual herbs intertwined in the flames, merging their different properties, producing special changes and condensing into pill forms. Ultimately, Xia Wuji refined 20 Great Yuan pills with a batch of spiritual herbs in his hands. Each pill appeared round and full, gleaming with luster and exuding a rich fragrance, containing a dense and pure energy. If such pills appeared in the sword pavilion, they would surely make people envious. Xia Wuji reached out, and immediately, the flames in the air dissipated, and the pills flew into his hands. But just then, a sharp screech sounded, and in the sky, a giant eagle flew in. Arrow Feather Eagle, a mid-grade, fierce beast. Xia Wuji immediately recognized the bloodline and strength of this beast. Normally, human warriors could only hover in the air for a short time upon reaching the Yuan Gang realm. True flight required cultivation at the core formation realm. Therefore, encountering flying fierce beasts was extremely troublesome for most warriors below the core formation realm. This arrow feather eagle was clearly attracted by the fragrance of the pill Xia Wuji had refined. With a sudden flap of its wings, a barrage of feather-like arrows shot out. It was as if a rainstorm had begun. Each feather flew at high speed, containing strong, penetrating power, creating a sharp sound as they sliced through the air. Xia Wuji snorted coldly, gripping the Jinghong sword, and swept the sword edge upward. The true Yang sword technique. Slanting sun's afterglow. The rising sword edge unleashed a fiery red light, blocking all the arrows shot at him. Xia Wuji's sword move suddenly changed. Within the originally defensive fiery red sword light, a sword energy radiating intense heat was suddenly gathered and slashed fiercely towards the arrow feather eagle in midair. The arrow feather eagle narrowly dodged this sword energy, and the fierce nature of the beast erupted. It flapped its wings again, shooting out a dense barrage of feathers. Simultaneously, the body of the arrow feather eagle dove down, its sharp claws glimmering with a metallic sheen, aiming to tear apart Xia Wuji's flesh. Xia Wuji stepped onto the wind shadow step, swiftly navigating through the dense barrage of feathers as if he were completely at ease. He then slashed at the pair of claws that seemed to be forged from fine iron. The sword light burst forth, unmatched in sharpness, cleaving through the arrow feather eagle's claws in an instant. The arrow feather eagle let out a tragic screech, losing its balance and flying backward in the air. Xia Wuji seized the opportunity, unleashing a powerful force from his feet, creating a gust of wind, and leaped high into the air, landing on the back of the arrow feather eagle in an instant. "Get down!" Xia Wuji shouted, positioning the Jinghong sword next to the beast's head. The ferocious creature trembled all over, no longer daring to struggle. It quickly landed, crawling on the ground and shivering. Having a flying fierce beast temporarily serve as a mount isn't bad, Xia Wuji thought. Taming beasts is also a path many in the cultivation world choose. But the methods to tame beasts require either nurturing them with blood essence when they are born or directly applying a contract using soul power. Xia Wuji currently could not freely use soul power, so he could only condense a strand of sword energy and inject it into the arrow feather eagle's body. If the arrow feather eagle dared to have any ill intentions, that strand of sword energy would explode at his thought, destroying the beast's core. "Be honest and serve me well. Once I've dealt with the matters of the fallen demon mountain range, I'll let you go free. If you perform well enough, I might even grant you a great fortune," Xia Wuji said, patting the head of the arrow feather eagle. The arrow feather eagle immediately nodded repeatedly. The next moment, Xia Wuji mounted the arrow feather eagle and flew towards the tomb of the red dust swordsman. Chapter 8. The suspended coffin in the tomb with a flying beast as his mount. Xia Wuji's speed increased significantly. If he were to travel on foot, he would inevitably have to battle with some ferocious beasts along the way. However, riding the arrow feather eagle, even though many beasts noticed them, they couldn't reach them. Not only did human martial artists below the core formation realm have a headache when encountering flying beasts, but these non-flying beasts also preferred not to provoke them. Of course, along the way, some flying beasts did appear and attack the arrow feather eagle and Xia Wuji, but they were swiftly cut down by Xia Wuji's sword. Sitting on the back of the arrow feather eagle, Xia Wuji's aura surged, and his sword essence rushed forth. The effects of the grade he refined were quite pronounced. While traveling, he also practiced, which was a benefit of having a fierce beast as a mount. After an hour, the arrow feather eagle brought Xia Wuji to the location of the red dust swordsman's tomb. The arrow feather eagle landed, and Xia Wuji finished his cultivation and dismounted. At this point, he had reached the 10th level of the Qi gathering realm. The tomb of the red dust swordsman was located inside a mountain peak. Now, in front of Xia Wuji was a tunnel that had been excavated to enter the mountain's interior. Entering such a place, the advantage of the flying beast was lost. Xia Wuji didn't intend to use the combat power of the arrow feather eagle. He calmly said, "Wait for me here." The arrow feather eagle nodded obediently. The next moment, Xia Wuji stepped forward, his figure flashing as he entered the tunnel. This tunnel had clearly been excavated violently, and Xia Wuji indeed discovered remnants of formations. According to the information he received from the sharp-tongued, monkey-faced person, there were 5 of his companions here, all at the true essence realm, including one at the 8th level, one at the 7th level, and the remaining 3 were insignificant. In this region, a core formation realm cultivator's tomb, especially that of a swordsman, was quite an opportunity. "I must seize it," Xia Wuji thought to himself. Moments later, Xia Wuji passed through the tunnel and entered the already hollowed-out outer tomb inside the mountain, where the formations had been completely cracked. "Who?" A cold shout rang out. In an instant, a fierce-looking man burst out, holding a spear, his icy gaze fixed on Xia Wuji. He was at the 7th level of the true essence realm and was the second in command of this group, named Zhang Tao. Following him, 3 more people charged out, each exuding a strong, murderous aura, typical of those who often kill. However, among these 3, 2 were at the 2nd level of the true essence realm, and 1 was at the 3rd level. Zhang Tao glared at Xia Wuji, snorted, and said, "Kid, this is our brother's opportunity. Since you stumbled in here by mistake, it just means you're out of luck, so you can leave your life behind." As soon as he said this, the other 3 began to roll up their sleeves, preparing to act. "Wait," At this moment, a woman's voice sounded. A stunning woman in a flowing red sheer gown, her fair body partially visible, appeared. Her fiery red lips exuded a strong allure. Based on the information he had, Xia Wuji naturally knew she was the leader of this group, nicknamed the Flame Snake Princess, at the 8th level of the True Essence Realm. The Flame Snake Princess assessed Xia Wuji, her tongue instinctively licking her red lips, and her eyes sparkled with intense heat. Sister, you can't be interested in this kid, right? TSK, he does have delicate skin and handsome looks, but we have big things to do now. Sister, hold back a bit. A core formation realm cultivator's tomb is too important. He is not one of us. To avoid him leaking information, he must be killed. Only the dead won't talk. The Flame Snake Princess looked at Zhang Tao and said, just right, we need a scout, let him do it. Zhang Tao's eyes flickered, and he grinned good. He then pointed his blade at Xia Wuji and coldly shouted, you little brat, our big sister has spoken. It seems you're lucky, so get in there right now. Xia Wuji glanced at the 5 people, his expression indifferent. If it truly came to a fight, it wouldn't be difficult, but clearly, a better method was available to save some effort, and he naturally didn't mind. Therefore, Xia Wuji moved forward. The formation set up in the outer tomb of this core formation realm expert had already been mostly dismantled by these people. But to obtain the treasures left by the core formation realm expert, one must enter the inner tomb. However, the formation inside was not simple. Xia Wuji observed the energy fluctuations ahead, and soon he made a judgment. This was originally a formation capable of absorbing the Earth Fiend energy. Perhaps when this red dust swordsman was setting up the formation, he was already close to death and lacked the energy, or perhaps he was simply unskilled, resulting in several flaws in the formation. Because of these flaws, the formation could not utilize the Earth Fiend power to maintain a self-sustaining cycle, causing the energy crystals that powered the formation to be continuously consumed, leading to this formation being riddled with holes. Clearly, the outer tomb's formation should be in a similar state. Otherwise, how could this ragtag group dismantle the formation of the outer tomb in such a crude and violent manner? In Xia Wuji's eyes, the light flickered. This already damaged formation had no secrets under his gaze. Kid, we told you to scout ahead. Why are you still dawdling? Hurry up and move. Zhang Tao, at the 7th level of the True Essence Realm, waved his spear and shouted loudly. Xia Wuji snorted coldly, and in the next moment, he stepped forward and directly entered the formation. The Flame Snake Princess, Zhang Tao, and the other 3 all widened their eyes, staring at Xia Wuji's footsteps, and soon, expressions of shock appeared on their faces. He went in. He actually entered without triggering any of the formation's powers, just like that. This kid seems to be a genius in formations. Did anyone remember his every step? The Flame Snake Princess asked immediately. I did. I saw it clearly. Then let's go. The Flame Snake Princess snorted coldly and urged them to lead the way. With Xia Wuji's guidance ahead, these people thought they could just follow, but after a few steps, the power of the formation erupted violently, directly crushing one of them. Just as expected, the Flame Snake Princess's eyes narrowed slightly. She knew that even if they remembered Xia Wuji's footsteps, it wouldn't be so easy to pass through this formation and enter the inner tomb. Keep going. The Flame Snake Princess, standing at the back, spoke, her voice carrying a special resonance. Originally frightened by the death of a companion and unwilling to move forward, upon hearing the Flame Snake Princess's voice, they suddenly forgot their fear and continued to follow Xia Wuji's every step in their memories. At this moment, Xia Wuji, who had already entered the inner tomb, looked around, revealing a hint of surprise. This place actually had another world within it. The space was vast, and it was filled with rich and pure heavenly and earthly essence. Xia Wuji quickly spotted a coffin suspended against the cliff. This coffin has issues. It actually hides a trace of vitality. A cold glint flashed in his eyes, and he did not immediately approach the coffin. Instead, he activated his cultivation method and quickly absorbed and refined the pure essence in the space of the inner tomb. The pure essence from all directions gathered, streaming into his body like rivulets, pouring into his dantian. Inside the dantian, 10 energy vortices began to spin violently, and at the center of each vortex, The energy was continuously solidifying and compressing, as if it were about to liquefy. The liquefaction of primordial energy is the hallmark of a true Yuan realm warrior. Xia Wuji discovered that the coffin hanging on the cliff trembled slightly, but he pretended not to notice and continued to absorb the pure primordial energy here, striving to break through to the true Yuan realm. Just then, with a loud rumble, the Flame Serpent Empress, Zhang Tao, and a third-level true Yuan realm fighter rushed in. Even though they followed in Xia Wuji's footsteps, they still lost 2 companions. The Flame Serpent Empress glanced at Xia Wuji in the distance, then shifted her gaze back to the coffin, her heart racing and her eyes blazing with excitement. You two take care of that kid first. I'll go get that coffin down. Chapter 9. Major Breakthrough, Phantom Shadow. The Flame Serpent Empress was incredibly tempted by the coffin hanging on the cliff, and she no longer cared about Xia Wuji. She immediately dashed to the cliffside. Since she was only at the 8th level of the true Yuan realm, she couldn't fly, so her body slithered up the cliff like a snake. Zhang Tao, at the 7th level of the true Yuan realm, charged up to Xia Wuji with his subordinate, who was at the 3rd level of the true Yuan realm. At this moment, 10 vigorous, swirling vortexes of primordial energy in Xia Wuji's dantian transformed into 10 funnels, with pure primordial energy pouring down from their bottoms. As the pure energy from the 10 vortexes gathered together, it instantly underwent a qualitative change, condensing into a droplet, resembling a water bead. Drip! The liquefied primordial energy fell into Xia Wuji's dantian. Boom! The aura around Xia Wuji abruptly surged, and a powerful wave of energy expanded outward from his body. Breakthrough. True Yuan Realm, 1st level. A true Yuan Realm, 1st level warrior can have a maximum of 10 drops of true Yuan in their body. Each drop can unleash a power far exceeding that of a 10th level gathering Qi Realm warrior. Oh, you have some guts. At this critical moment, you're still thinking about cultivating a breakthrough. Zhang Tao, at the 7th level of the true Yuan realm, had already reached Xia Wuji's front. He stared at Xia Wuji with a sneer, saying, "It's just the 1st level of the true Yuan realm. Even if you break through, what can you change?" His tone was filled with disdain. "Brother, you don't need to deal with this kind of trash. Let me handle it so you don't get your hands dirty." The 3rd level true Yuan realm fighter beside Zhang Tao had a cold smile on his face, exuding murderous intent. Zhang Tao replied, "Don't kill him right away. Just cut off his hands and feet. This kid is young and should still be an array master. He might have some background, so keeping him alive could yield other gains." "Yes, don't worry, brother." The 3rd level true Yuan realm warrior drew a long knife from his waist, exerted force with his feet, and leaped forward like a fierce tiger descending a mountain, slashing down at Xia Wuji's arm. Xia Wuji's expression was indifferent. He didn't even think about moving, allowing the glinting cold blade to strike him. Just as the blade was about to hit him, whoosh, Xia Wuji's sword finally unsheathed. Like a thunderclap, swift and fierce, the sword light swept across the warrior who was attacking him. In the next moment, the body was split in 2. Bang! Bang! The 2 halves of the corpse fell to the ground at Xia Wuji's feet, blood splattering everywhere, dead beyond recovery. Xia Wuji glanced into the distance, his expression slightly tightening. He noticed that the Flame Serpent Empress had approached the coffin hanging high on the cliff. Zhang Tao, seeing the 2 halves of the corpse on the ground, was momentarily stunned, then quickly came back to his senses, drawing the spear strapped to his back. "You little brat. It seems I underestimated you for daring to kill my brother. I'll make you pay." Even though his subordinate had been killed in one strike by Xia Wuji, shocking him, anger quickly followed. In his view, even if this little brat was pretending to be weak, he was not an ordinary tiger, but a fierce one at the 7th level of the true Yuan realm. Zhang Tao roared and charged at Xia Wuji. The spear swung, and the sharp tip aimed at Xia Wuji's throat. Xia Wuji's feet stirred up a breeze as he executed his movement technique, seemingly dodging the spear aimed at his throat by sheer luck, but in reality, it was his precise control over everything. The setting sun cast its last rays. The true sun's sword technique unfolded, and the sword light spread out, releasing a layer of scorching aura. Zhang Tao was quite a fierce character, with rich combat experience. He immediately retracted his failed spear strike, placing it horizontally in front of him to block Xia Wuji's incoming sword edge. Clang! When Xia Wuji's sword struck the spear, something unexpected happened. Such overwhelming power. His hands gripping the spear were shaken painfully, and the force hitting his spear contained a sharp edge, causing his palms to tear. Blood instantly soaked the spots where he held the spear. Zhang Tao almost lost his grip on the spear. The opponent had just broken through to the true Yuan realm with the energy from the grave of the Golden Core Realm Master. Yet how could a mere first level of the true Yuan realm have such a terrifying explosive power? It was enough to overwhelm a 7th level true Yuan realm warrior. At that moment, Zhang Tao finally realized he had kicked a steel plate. But Xia Wuji did not hold back. Once he drew his sword, he would not give any chances. After the first strike, Zhang Tao's palms were lacerated, his arms numb, and the second sword strike followed seamlessly. The connection and transition of sword moves were free-flowing, as elusive as the antelope's horns, incredibly mysterious. In a desperate situation, Xia Wuji's Jinghong sword lunged forward, and Zhang Tao could no longer block or dodge. With a soft sound, the fiery sword edge pierced through Zhang Tao's throat like it was thin paper. Xia Wuji retracted his sword. With a clang, the spear in Zhang Tao's hand fell to the ground. One hand clutched his throat, but the hot blood continued to spurt out from between his fingers. His life force was rapidly fading, and with a trembling finger pointing at Xia Wuji, he tried to speak, but the words never came out. With a dull thud, his body collapsed, and Zhang Tao became a corpse. Xia Wuji did not spare a glance at the body. At this moment, he had already turned around, looking at the scene on the cliff. The Flame Serpent Empress had reached the coffin, filled with excitement and anticipation, and directly pried open the coffin lid. But in the next instant, a black figure suddenly burst out from within the coffin. The black figure's arms instantly grasped the Flame Serpent Empress by the neck. Immediately afterward, tentacle-like appendages emerged from the black figure's body, drilling into the Flame Serpent Empress. Though the Flame Serpent Empress was at the 8th level of the true Yuan realm, at this moment, she had no power to resist. Her body convulsed continuously, and her vital energy was rapidly draining away. Moreover, the entire tomb space became cold, with chilling winds sweeping through. The corpses that Xia Wuji had just slain began to shrivel visibly. There was even a strange devouring force that extended towards Xia Wuji. A cold, fierce light flickered in Xia Wuji's eyes. The Golden Core Realm cultivator who had not yet died, hiding here for decades to practice demonic arts, now wanted to devour the vitality of living beings to regain new life. So this group could find this place, and even the formation here was damaged. Was all part of your deliberate bait? If it weren't for my appearance, indirectly leading them the way, they wouldn't have been able to break in. And they wouldn't just give up. They would seek more helpers, ultimately making more noise and attracting more people to this so-called tomb of a nascent soul realm expert, which will provide you with a large amount of blood food. In Xia Wuji's mind, memories from his past life surfaced. During this period, indeed, many martial artists entered the falling Demon Mountain range and never came out alive. Some even went to the Sword Pavilion for help. But what happened afterward, Xia Wuji was unclear about, because at that time, he was already in dire straits. Not long after, he fell into a spatial rift and entered the heavenly realm. It is unfortunate that you encountered me, which destined your failure. Xia Wuji retracted his thoughts and muttered to himself. The next moment, his body darted towards the cliff. He stepped on the steep rocks as if walking on flat ground, quickly rushing towards the coffin. Chapter 10. Kill and Crush the Heart. Inside the coffin, a black shadow was crazily devouring the life force of the Flame Serpent Queen. The originally enchanting Flame Serpent Queen was now like a candle in the wind. Her life force exhausted, her body withered. From within the black shadow, the sounds of gulping down life force echoed, mixed with a sinister, eerie laughter. The black shadow was immersed in the pleasure of consuming life force, and because Xia Wuji rushed up the cliff too quickly and silently, the black shadow still hadn't noticed that Xia Wuji had arrived beside the coffin. He immediately saw that inside the coffin lay a decaying corpse, emitting a pungent stench. But as the black shadow continued to devour life force, this rotting body began to gradually emanate a faint glimmer of vitality. Xia Wuji snorted coldly, and the only drop of true essence within him instantly erupted. Sword essence surged wildly. The Jinghong sword in his hand slashed out fiercely. Yang sword technique away. Three suns open the sky. This was the strongest killing move in the true Yang sword technique, relying on the power of flames combined with fierce sword essence to condense three great suns. However, at this moment, Xia Wuji, due to insufficient strength, could only condense one great sun after executing this move. This great sun hung at the tip of Xia Wuji's sword. Flames blazed, and the sword light sparkled. The intertwining flames and sword light were dazzling and emitted a majestic aura. This sword of utmost yang severed towards the coffin, and the sword Qi Great Sun descended into the decaying corpse, which was gradually regaining vitality. Boom! The coffin exploded instantly, shattering into pieces. The corpse inside also shattered along with it, turning to ashes in the blazing fire. A piercing scream erupted from the black shadow. This black shadow was merely a remnant soul. A nascent soul realm martial artist could indeed initially utilize the power of the soul, but the physical body is the root. His physical body had already decayed, and he was trying to restore it by seizing others' life force through the remnant soul. However, when his physical body was completely destroyed, this remnant soul would directly become like a rootless floating weed. An incredibly enraged roar erupted from the black shadow's remnant soul. You dared to ruin my good deed. I want you dead. The black shadow's remnant soul lunged towards Xia Wuji. Xia Wuji showed no sign of panic on his face. This remnant soul had lost its physical foundation and was not to be feared. With a casual sweep of his sword, the scorching sword Qi cleaved the remnant soul in half and then directly incinerated most of it. Xia Wuji leaped from the cliff, raised his hand, and grasped a fragment of the shattered remnant soul in his hand. He was in midair, but a gust of wind rose beneath him, and then he landed steadily. Although he couldn't fly yet, achieving this state with some minor techniques was completely effortless. Young master, save me. Having been devoured of a large amount of life force and just falling from high altitude, the flame serpent queen crawled towards Xia Wuji with great difficulty. It was truly tragic. Her once fair and plump body was now like a piece of deadwood. She had broken countless bones. As long as young master saves me, my body will belong to you. Young master, I will do whatever you ask of me. Young master, I know many tricks that will surely satisfy you. The flame serpent queen struggled painfully, continuing to crawl towards Xia Wuji. Suddenly, her voice became ethereal, and a glimmer of ghostly light appeared in her eyes. Young master, save me, please save me. She used her last bit of strength to cast a mesmerizing illusion. As long as Xia Wuji approached, she could unleash a strike and kill him. Her charm technique was very effective. Even experts of the Qi realm had fallen for it before. Xia Wuji actively walked towards the Flame Serpent Queen. The Flame Serpent Queen finally saw hope. If she killed Xia Wuji, she would be the only one left alive here, and everything here would be hers alone. When Xia Wuji's feet stood beside her head, she struggled to lift her head, wanting to look into Xia Wuji's eyes and unleash the fatal blow of her charm technique. Bang! Xia Wuji lifted his foot and stomped down heavily. The Flame Serpent Queen, who had just lifted half of her head, was stomped back to the ground by Xia Wuji's foot. Her head was crushed. The Flame Serpent Queen's body twitched a few times before she died from lack of breath. Such a level of charm technique was child's play for Xia Wuji. How could it possibly affect him in the slightest? Xia Wuji swiftly collected the spoils. A small amount of mid-grade treasure pills, a few spirit crystals with little essence left, a low-grade spirit sword exuding demonic energy, a piece of beast skin, and several treasures that Xia Wuji completely disregarded. He had previously needed to use other treasures to refine and repair the Jinghong sword. But now that the Jinghong sword had returned to the top-tier sword category, further repair was unnecessary. If he wanted to upgrade its grade, using these low-level treasures as materials was entirely meaningless. This time's harvest was below Xia Wuji's expectations, but it was within reason. After all, These people had forcibly excavated this tomb, consuming a lot of resources, and had little left. The ones buried here, secretly cultivating demonic techniques to devour life force for rebirth, were already extremely destitute. Xia Wuji looked at the low-grade spirit sword filled with demonic energy. With this, his efforts were not in vain. Removing the demonic energy and then devouring this sword should allow the sword seed to reach a new level. As for that piece of beast skin, Xia Wuji held it in his hand, rubbing it with his fingertips. Suddenly, lines appeared on the surface of the beast's skin, eventually forming a map. However, this map was only a corner, not complete. Then, Xia Wuji spread his palm. In his palm, the black remnant soul twisted continuously, trying to break free. Xia Wuji snorted coldly, and in an instant, sword essence spread between his fingers, inflicting torturous pain on the remnant's soul akin to slow slicing. "Young master, spare me. Young master, calm your anger." The remnant soul let out a piercing scream. Xia Wuji said calmly, "I ask, you answer." "Yes." Moments later. Xia Wuji understood everything. This person indeed had a nickname, called a Red Dust Swordsman, but he was not a true nascent soul realm cultivator. He had merely condensed a false nascent. Above the true essence realm were the Qi Si realm, the Yuan Gang realm, and the nascent soul realm. The so-called false nascent was a state of being at the peak of the Yuan Gang realm, with one foot stepping into the nascent soul realm. Years ago, while traveling, he fortuitously obtained this piece of beast skin. Without understanding what this beast skin was, he attracted a calamity and ultimately escaped to the falling Demon Mountain range. However, he was severely injured and on the brink of death, so he thought of a demonic secret technique he had once acquired. Thus, he set up the tomb here to cultivate the demonic secret technique, and now he finally had a grasp on regaining his life. So he released some aura to trick the Flame, Serpent Queen, and others. Originally, according to his plan, the formation in the inner tomb would block the Flame Serpent Lady and others, and then attract more martial artists through them. He was looking to have a big feast. However, the appearance of Xia Wuji completely thwarted his efforts. Your physical body has already decayed. Even if you succeed in seizing the blood and vitality of human martial artists to rejuvenate yourself, your physical body will still be of no use. Such a method is truly the lowest of the low. Over these decades, if you had completely abandoned your physical body and focused on refining your soul, you might have been able to seize a body by now. Which of these guys' physical bodies isn't better than your decayed one? Xia Wuji said. The remnant soul of the Red Dust Sword Immortal suddenly felt an awe-inspiring sensation. Seizing a body? For someone like him, that was a legendary secret technique. "Young master, do you know the technique of body seizing?" The remnant soul of the Red Dust Sword Immortal asked excitedly. "What difficulty is there in the mere technique of body seizing?" Xia Wuji's tone was extremely indifferent. The remnant soul of the Red Dust Sword Immortal became even more excited. "Please grant me the technique of body seizing. And once I succeed in seizing a body and have a new physical form, I will be devoted to you, young master, willing to serve you like a horse, going through fire and water for you." Xia Wuji frowned slightly. "Are you misunderstanding something? I tell you this only because I think your methods are too poor and unworthy of notice. What qualification do you have to be at my side?" As the words fell, he grasped with his hand, and the sword essence erupted, completely shattering the remnant soul of the Red Dust Sword Immortal. Calculating the time, once I transform all these gains into strength, that Red J Blood Ginseng should also be ripe. Chapter 11. A Surge in Strength. Xia Wuji sat cross-legged in the tomb space of the Red Dust Sword Immortal. A first-tier spirit sword, emanating black demonic energy, floated before him under the control of his sword essence. For martial artists in the first 4 realms of cultivation, spirit swords are extremely precious and highly sought after, worth their weight in gold. But Xia Wuji had no intention of using this sword. For now, with the exceptional sword, the Jinghong sword, he had enough. A low-grade first-tier spirit sword would be used to absorb and strengthen the sword seed. The sword seed is his foundation. If he could significantly enhance the sword seed, he could then use the technique of human sword unity without worry, greatly increasing his combat power. Streams of sword essence burst forth from Xia Wuji's body. tearing apart the demonic energy entwining the sword. As Xia Wuji formed seals with his hands, flames ignited again, purifying the demonic energy that had been torn apart by the sword essence. If these demonic energies were not cleared, directly using this spirit sword containing demonic energy to nourish the sword seed would have serious consequences, as Xia Wuji did not want to walk the path of demonic cultivation. Demonic cultivation goes against the heavens. In this life, he only wants to resolve all the regrets of his previous life and return to the path of becoming an immortal. If he gets involved with demonic cultivation, it will only make it more difficult to become an immortal. An hour passed, and there was no trace of demonic energy left in the low-grade, first-tier spirit sword. The sword body radiated brilliant light, its sharpness far exceeding that of the exceptional sword, Jinghong's sword, and even the sword actively emitted a crisp humming sound, wanting to get closer to Xia Wuji. But without any hesitation, Xia Wuji instantly urged the sword seed in his dantian, madly absorbing the sharpness of the low-grade, first-tier spirit sword. The brilliance of the spirit sword gradually dimmed, its sharpness depleting. However, within Xia Wuji's dantian, the sword seed emitted an increasingly dazzling light, illuminating the entire dantian. Clang, 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 clang. In just half an hour, the low-grade first-tier spirit sword shattered into fragments, falling to the ground. Xia Wuji felt the changes in the sword seed, and a hint of joy appeared on his face. Now, using human sword unity, the sword seed could definitely withstand it. It wouldn't be like before, where it cracked after just one strike upon entering the state of human sword unity. Human sword unity is not a problem now, but if I want to release sword intent, there's still a big gap. Xia Wuji muttered to himself. The path of sword cultivation, after achieving human sword unity, leads to the realm of sword intent, which involves the profound mysteries of heaven and earth. Sword cultivators who can achieve human sword unity are known as sword masters. If they can release sword intent, they are great sword masters. Next, Xia Wuji used the few remaining energy-rich elemental crystals and the treasure pills in his hand to cultivate and raise his cultivation level. The progress was extremely fast. After all, the tomb space of the Red Dust Sword Immortal was also filled with very pure heaven and earth vitality, making it a good place for cultivation. In his dantian, 10 elemental energy vortices spun violently, continuously condensing one drop after another of true essence. It didn't take long before the number of true essence in his dantian reached 11 drops. True essence realm second layer. Father, with Xia Wuji's abilities, there is no way he could penetrate this area, right? The Sword Feathergar, the Sword Pavilion, has been searching for Xia Wuji's whereabouts in the falling Demon Mountain range these days, but there have been no results. They couldn't find even a trace of Xia Wuji. As the leader of the Sword Featherguard, Li Qing frowned, looking somewhat annoyed. He had thought that capturing Xia Wuji would be easy, but now they had wasted a lot of time with nothing to show for it. Could it be that they got the direction wrong? Xia Wuji was already crippled, and it was you who personally crushed his dantian back then. Or perhaps he really came here, but was eaten by a ferocious beast. The one speaking was Li Qing's son, Li Chunfeng. Li Qing shook his head and said, "The mistress places great importance on this matter. As long as we can capture Xia Wuji, your father and I will be able to become the supreme leader of the Sword Pavilion with the mistress's support. Keep searching, whether Xia Wuji is dead or alive. We must see him alive or his corpse." At this moment, after more than a day of cultivation, Xia Wuji had refined and absorbed all the great elemental pills and the elemental crystals with some remaining energy, as well as the treasure pills obtained from killing enemies. The number of true essence in his dantian had reached 40 drops. 1 drop of true essence to 10 drops of true essence represents the first layer of the true essence realm. 11 drops to 20 drops represent the second layer. 21 to 30 drops represent the third layer. 31 to 40 drops represent the fourth layer of the true essence realm. Xia Wuji was now just a step away from the 5th layer of the true essence realm. In the brutal martial arts cultivation world where strength reigns supreme, there's a popular saying, "Killing and arson bring golden belts." This saying was well validated on Xia Wuji at present. This exploration of the tomb increased his cultivation significantly and greatly strengthened his sword seed. At this moment, Although Xia Wuji had no resources left for cultivation, there was still some energy in the tomb space of the red dust sword immortal. Xia Wuji planned to make one final push to condense the 41st drop of true essence and break through to the 5th layer of the true essence realm. He was enveloped in the radiant glow of sword essence. The elemental energies from all directions poured into his body like streams, entering his meridians and finally into his dantian, where they were transformed into sword essence by the sword seed. After another quarter of an hour, Xia Wuji finally condensed the 41st drop of true essence in his dantian. Breakthrough. True essence realm, 5th layer. His aura suddenly surged, although it was just a change from 40 drops of true essence to 41 drops. This additional drop represented a breakthrough in a small realm. A breakthrough in a major realm is a qualitative leap and transformation, but a breakthrough in a small realm can also bring a considerable increase. After finishing his training, Xia Wuji opened his eyes and slowly stood up. At that moment, the sharpness emanating from him seemed as if it could split the hidden tomb space within the mountain, along with the entire mountain itself, in half. More than 3 months ago, I was at the 5th level of the true origin realm, but I was persecuted by villains and my dantian was shattered. Although that incident seemed like an accident, I don't believe it was truly an accident. It is highly likely related to that despicable woman, Lu. Now, I have finally regained my previous level, but the combat power I possess at this level is dozens of times stronger than my 5th level of the true origin realm from 3 months ago. With this strength, I can return and compete with Xiao Wudao. He is no match for me with a single strike, but it's still not enough. The Lu family is venomous, and with Xia Xian's favoritism, even if I win, it would be impossible to smoothly reclaim the Songxing order left to me by my mother. I need to become even stronger. If they follow the rules on the day of the competition, that would be fine, but if they don't, I will use my sword to let them know what the rules are. As Xia Wuji spoke, he grabbed a piece of beast skin inscribed with a map. This beast skin should belong to a 4th-tier demon beast. Clearly, using the skin of a 4th-tier demon beast to create a map indicates that this map hides considerable secrets. However, the map is incomplete and is temporarily of no use, so I can only keep it for now. Xia Wuji tucked the beast skin map into his bosom and then walked towards the tomb entrance. Just as he emerged, the mid-grade fierce beast, the Jinyu Eagle, flew towards him and landed in front of Xia Wuji, its body crouching on the ground. At that moment, a special aura suddenly spread from deep within the Luoyao mountain range, followed by a crimson light soaring into the sky, turning a large area of clouds above into a bright red. Xia Wuji watched this scene, his eyes flashing with brilliance. The Qiyu blood ginseng has finally matured. Chapter 12. A kick to the head. The phenomenon of the Qiyu blood ginseng maturing was extraordinarily brilliant and eye-catching. A strange expression appeared in Xia Wuji's eyes. He only knew from his past life memories that a Qiyu blood ginseng would mature here soon, and the erupting phenomenon attracted many powerful individuals. But he actually knew little about the specifics of this Qiyu blood ginseng. Normally, the Qiyu blood ginseng is a top-tier spiritual herb of the 1st rank, known for its effects of nourishing the body, enhancing cultivation, and nurturing the soul. This is a spiritual herb that even Golden Core Realm cultivators would envy. Its effects are all-encompassing, and one could simply eat it upon acquiring it. However, looking at the crimson light soaring into the sky, Xia Wuji realized that this particular Qiyu blood ginseng had evidently undergone a certain degree of mutation. It has broken through its original limits and should be equivalent to a low-tier 2nd-rank spiritual herb. If I can get my hands on it, it would bring countless benefits. Boom! Suddenly, a tremendous roaring sound erupted. A powerful wave of energy swept out. In the area where the crimson light was spreading, a giant ape, standing several meters tall, was incredibly ferocious, striking the ground fiercely with its arms. On the ground, a high-grade fierce beast that had just approached the area of the phenomenon was instantly turned into a puddle of flesh. The top-tier fierce beast, the giant demon ape, comparable to the strength of a human in the Yuan Gang realm. The giant demon ape possessed astonishing strength and had an exaggerated physical defense. At that moment, a whirlwind suddenly swept through the heavens and earth, and within the whirlwind, Even azure wind blades began to coalesce. The wind blades slashed fiercely towards the giant demon ape. The ape's arm was immediately cut open and blood flowed out. Roar! A mournful wolf howl sounded as a massive azure wolf appeared not far away, howling towards the sky. Its azure fur was smooth and soft, emanating a special sheen. Another top-tier fierce beast, the storm azure wolf. Roar, roar, roar. The black fur on the giant demon ape stood on end, and its eyes were covered in a bloody glow. The giant demon ape's innate talent, berserk. In its berserk state, the giant demon ape was enveloped in a layer of terrifying aura, resembling a rapidly moving small mountain as it charged towards the storm azure wolf. The storm azure wolf spat out wind blades, launching them at the giant demon ape, but the berserk giant demon ape was incredibly powerful, enduring the wind blades. Xia Wuji stood on a nearby mountaintop watching the battle, while the Jinyu eagle had already been frightened, burying its head in the dirt, afraid to look in that direction lest it attract trouble. What a coward! Xia Wuji didn't expect the Jinyu eagle to do anything at this moment. He patted its head and sat on its back, allowing it to slowly approach the area where the Qiyu blood ginseng was maturing. On the other side, did you see clearly? Li Chunfeng asked excitedly. Brother Feng, I definitely saw it. The one riding the giant eagle just now must be Xia Wuji. I absolutely did not misidentify him. Even if he turned to ash, I would recognize him. A member of the Sword Pavilion's Jinyu guards said with a tone of certainty. They had been delving deep into the Luoyao mountain range, searching for Xia Wuji, and just now such a phenomenon had occurred, making them all excited as they rushed over to investigate. Li Qing, as the leader of the Jinyu guards, was bold and skilled, having quietly infiltrated to see if he could fish in troubled waters. His son, Li Chunfeng, was waiting here to assist Li Qing. Soon, a Jinyu guard spotted Xia Wuji. You two stay here to wait for my father. The rest follow me to capture Xia Wuji. At this time, Xia Wuji was already near the Qiyu blood ginseng. Over there, two more top-tier fierce beasts appeared, the wind-devouring eagle and the thunderlight leopard. 4 top-tier fierce beasts were engaged in a chaotic battle. Xia Wuji only planned to get a bit closer, take a position, and when the moment was right, he could strike instantly. Suddenly, Xia Wuji frowned. He looked to the left and saw figures weaving through the dense forest. These people were very familiar to him. The Jinyu guards cultivated with a lot of resources by the Xia family, the sharpest blade of the Sword Pavilion against external enemies. Are they coming for me? So, in Xia Xian's eyes, I, this useless son, have already become an external enemy? A hint of sarcasm appeared on Xia Wuji's face as he self-mockingly said, Xia Wuji, you stole the blood sword of the Sword Pavilion. The Pavilion Master has ordered the Jinyu guards to capture you. Li Shumfeng, the son of the Jinyu guard leader Li Qing, shouted excitedly. Xia Wuji's expression turned cold. As for the accusation of stealing the blood sword, he instantly understood what was going on. It was nothing more than those disgusting guys shouting to catch a thief, turning the tables on him. Will you surrender on your own? Or do you want to take action? Li Chunfeng said with a laugh, appearing full of confidence. Xia Wuji glanced around. This Li Chunfeng was merely at the 4th level of the true origin realm. This group of Jinyu guards ranged from the 1st to the 3rd level of the true origin realm. A cold, disdainful expression surfaced on his face, and he said in an extremely indifferent tone, Just you guys? Still dare to talk tough? I, Li Chunfeng, will personally subdue you. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Chunfeng suddenly leaped up, unleashing his full strength at the 4th level of the true origin realm. And the long sword in his hand immediately burst forth with a fierce cold light. Xia Wuji looked at Li Chunfeng attacking with his sword, only feeling deep contempt. He casually waved the Jinghong sword. Clang! The two swords collided fiercely in the air. Li Chunfeng's expression changed drastically. A terrifying force transmitted from the sword into his hand and surged into his body. Li Chunfeng let out a scream. His body immediately lost balance and was shot backward. Bang! Li Chunfeng's body crashed heavily to the ground, spitting out mouthfuls of blood. How can you still be this strong? Li Chunfeng struggled to stand up, his body swaying and blood continuously pouring from his mouth and nose. Xia Wuji lightly said, You're too weak. What are you still dawdling for? Attack! Everyone come me. Attack. Li Shumfen Ruadat. In an instant, the stunned group of sword feather guards came back to their senses and angrily charged at Xia Wuji's, facing the dense sword lights coming from all directions. Xia Wuji's executed his sword techniques, the sword light intertwining with flames, the true Yang sword technique, raging fire. All the sword lights could not approach within 3 feet of Xia Wuji's. Whoosh! Xia Wuji stepped on the windless shadow step, instantly disappearing from his original spot. The sword feather guards could no longer catch sight of him, and the arena was only filled with a gust of wind. Where the wind passed, a sword light suddenly surged, followed by splattering blood blooming in the air like crimson flowers. A few breaths later, Xia Wuji's reappeared, standing firm. The last sword feather guard clutched his throat and fell to the ground with a thud. Li Chunfeng was directly frightened silly, trembling all over. Then, he suddenly turned around and tried to flee. Xia Wuji's grabbed with his left hand, instantly seizing a long sword dropped by a sword feather guard on the ground. And with a swing of his arm, the long sword whistled away, piercing through Li Chunfeng's body. Xia Wuji's, I was also acting under orders. I had no choice. It was the sect leader's command to capture you. Xia Wuji's stood beside Li Chunfeng, looking down at this disheveled and humble defeated foe. At that moment, a furious voice shouted, "Release my son!" A violent wave of energy surged forth, and the leader of the sword feather guards, Li Qing, stood in front of Xia Wuji's. He had originally intended to fish in troubled waters in the area where a few top-notch fierce beasts were fighting. But realizing the risk was too great, he decided to give up. However, upon learning that Li Chunfeng had discovered Xia Wuji's, he rushed over, only to witness this scene, filled with shock and anger. Xia Wuji's stepped on Li Chunfeng's head, staring at Li Qing. A few days ago, when repairing his dantian, the residual energy in his shattered dantian was very similar to Li Qing's power. Was it you who shattered my dantian over 3 months ago? Xia Wuji's said coldly. Li Qing did not answer this question. He took a deep breath and said, Xia Wuji's, you've killed all these sword feather guards but spared my son's life. You merely want to use him as a hostage to negotiate with me. Release my son, and I will let you leave. Xia Wuji's laughed, his laughter full of sarcasm. Using Li Chunfeng as a bargaining chip to negotiate with you? You really overestimate yourself. What qualifications do you have to negotiate with me? The next moment, he suddenly exerted force with the foot stepping on Li Chunfeng's head. Crack! A head was instantly crushed. Chapter 13. Blood for Blood, the Fisherman Prophets. Xia Wuji's had crushed Li Chunfeng to death. Li Qing's eyes widened in shock, the corners of his eyes seeming to crack, his face filled with ferocity. Oh! He roared in anger. Xia Wuji's, had I known 3 months ago, I should have killed you instead of just shattering your dantian. I should have taken your life. Li Qing shouta rapidly. Boom! A terrifying wave of energy erupted from his body, lifting a layer of ground beneath him, sending dust and rocks flying. As the leader of the sword feather guards, Li Qing was certainly no ordinary person, possessing the cultivation of the 3rd level of the Qi realm. Xia Wuji's coldly shouted, since it was you who shattered my dantian 3 months ago, then today you shall pay with your life. I will chop you into pieces. Veins bulged on the back of Li Qing's hand gripping the sword. The ground beneath him exploded, and he shot forth. At this moment, he no longer cared about Lu's orders, and the soul confusion pill given by Xia Wuhui was thrown out of his mind. He only wanted to shred Xia Wuji's into pieces. The 3rd level of the Qi realm was already considered strong in the sword sect, and with a single sword strike, the sword light was ferocious. The technique he executed was the Huang-level middle-grade martial art, the 18 styles of Mad Sword. Facing Li Qing's 18 styles of Mad Sword, Xia Wuji's swept his sword horizontally, the 2 swords clashing violently in the air. Clang! The next moment, Li Qing's body was sent flying backward. Meanwhile, Xia Wuji's feet sank into the ground, sliding backward, carving out 2 trenches on the ground. A look of astonishment appeared on Li Qing's fierce face as he said, Your dantian was shattered, and yet you can still recover. And your true Yuan power has such explosive force. It seems you have many secrets hidden. It seems killing you straight away would be a waste. Once I suppress you and extract all your secrets, I will come back to torture you. At this moment, He finally thought of the soul confusion pill given by Xia Wuji. He just needed to suppress Xia Wuji's and force the soul confusion pill into his mouth to easily discover how to retrieve the Sanxing order, providing an explanation to the Lu family. As for Xia Wuji's secrets, he would enjoy them all alone. Perhaps this was a great opportunity. Once he gained this opportunity, he could take revenge on Xia Wuji's for his son. With this thought in mind, Li Qing's killing move was unleashed once more, the 18 styles of Mad Sword. Each move fierce and frenzied, bolstered by his third level of Qi Si realm cultivation, exuding great power. Moreover, this person had extremely rich combat experience and reacted quickly. Xia Wuji's, relying on his top-grade Huang level true Yang Sword technique and upper-grade Huang level Windless Shadow Step, appeared calm and composed under Li Qing's onslaught, showing no signs of panic. Instead, it was Li Qing who became increasingly shocked and anxious. Suddenly, Xia Wuji's seized a flaw in Li Qing's 18 styles of Mad Sword. With a light flick of his sword, he deflected Li Qing's sword aside. Before Li Qing could change his move, the scorching fire in Xia Wuji's flying swan sword surged. True Yang Sword technique, 3 suns rising. The state in which this move was executed now was completely different from the time in the tomb of the Red Dust Swordsman, when Xia Wuji's could barely condense a single great sun. But now, his cultivation had reached the 5th level of the true Yuan realm. 2 great suns instantly hung at the sword's edge. The great suns shone brightly, their might overwhelming, and with a single sword strike, the 2 sword Qi great suns fell upon Li Qing. Li Qing exerted all his strength, horizontally blocking with his sword. But ultimately, his long sword shattered. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted, and the ground collapsed into a huge, deep pit. Inside the deep pit, Li Qing surprisingly was not dead. Although he appeared disheveled, he had not suffered too serious injuries. He charged out from the rolling dust, the parts of his body exposed outside his armor already charred black. Ha ha! Xia Wuji's, that move just now couldn't kill me. I don't believe you have any stronger moves. After all, you're merely at the true Yuan realm. You can't keep this up. Li Qing laughed maniacally. Xia Wuji's narrowed his eyes slightly and said, "So it turns out it was a superior grade treasure armor that saved your life." Normally, even though Li Qing was the leader of the sword sect, he could only wear middle grade treasure armor. However, the armor on him was superior grade treasure armor. That's right. This superior grade treasure armor is the reward I received 3 months ago for agreeing to shatter your Dantian. Xia Wuji's laughed. Xia Wuji's, you are too surprising. But in the end, you still cannot change your fate. Is that so? Xia Wuji's charged forward in an instant. With a swift stab, through Yang Sword technique way. Fire in the grasp. Li Qing, relying on the defense of the superior grade treasure armor, did not dodge or evade, but instead thrust his chest forward, colliding against Xia Wuji's sword tip. The Flying Swan sword had returned to the top-grade treasure sword ranks. Combined with Xia Wuji's sword essence, it was extremely sharp. However, Li Qing, with his 3rd level of Qi Si realm cultivation combined with the defense of the superior grade treasure armor, forcibly resisted Xia Wuji's sword. The sword tip penetrated the superior grade treasure armor slightly, but could not advance any further. It's time to end this. Li Qing roared, his right arm gripping the sword, ready to chop down at Xia Wuji's. Indeed, it's time to end this, Xia Wuji's lightly said. In an instant, the sword seed within the Dantian erupted with an incredibly brilliant sword light. Man and sword became one, before Li Qing's raised sword could fall. The astonishingly sharp Jinghong sword in Xia Wuji's hand had already completely pierced through Li Qing's high-grade treasure armor, the sword's edge penetrating Li Qing's body. The fierce energy contained within the sword erupted within Li Qing's body in that moment, causing pain as if 10,000 swords were piercing through him. Ah! Li Qing let out a heart-wrenching scream. When Xia Wuji withdrew his sword, Li Qing's body fell directly to the ground, one hand supporting himself while the other clutched his chest. Xia Wuji kicked Li Qing over, then stomped on his abdomen, the domineering force directly rushing into Li Qing's body, shattering his Dantian. The Jinghong sword, stained with Li Qing's blood, was placed against Li Qing's neck. "Tell me everything clearly," Xia Wuji commanded coldly. Although he knew that all of this was related to the Lu family, he He still wanted to understand it more clearly. I'll tell you everything. 3 months ago, the sect master was about to exit seclusion. So the matriarch ordered me to cripple you to prevent you from competing with young Master Wu Dao for power in the Sword Pavilion and to conveniently take the Zhongxing order from you, who has lost your cultivation. The order to capture you was indeed the sect master's will, because he believed you had stolen the Qi Shu's sword. And you also took away the trace of innate energy released by the ancestor of the Xia family after manifesting, which the sect master wanted to give to young Master Wu Dao. The matriarch and Miss Wu Hui secretly found me and instructed me that Miss Wu Hui wanted me to capture you, then give you the soul confusion pill she refined. After obtaining the method to retrieve the Zhongxing order from you, I was to kill you to prevent you from returning to the Sword Pavilion to compete with Xia Wu Dao. The Qi Shu's sword was sold by the matriarch, and she was afraid that if you returned, you would expose the truth and let the sect master know. Young Master Wuji, I was wrong. I truly know my mistake. Please give me a chance to reform. Don't kill me. I will return to the Sword Pavilion with you, and I will explain everything the matriarch has done to you in front of the sect master. Xia Wuji sneered coldly, his face growing colder. You want to tell all these truths to Xia Xian? To gain his understanding? To obtain his compensation? As the master of the Sword Pavilion, does Xia Xian really not understand some things? Or is he just pretending not to know? In his eyes, Xia Wu Dao and Xia Wu Hui are his good son and daughter. In his previous life, Xia Wuji had explained everything before, but Xia Xian still made no statement regarding the persecution he faced, allowing him to be driven to desperation by the Lu family and Xia Wu Dao and Xia Wu Hui. At this thought, Xia Wuji's killing intent surged. Young Master Wuji, I've told you everything, please don't kill me. Li Qing cried and pleaded for mercy. Xia Wuji looked at him coldly and said, You have confessed, but did I say I would spare your life? As the words fell, a sword swept through, severing the head of this scoundrel. Xia Wuji skillfully collected the spoils of war. Aside from some money, there were also a few mid-grade treasure pills. And he found the soul confusion pill refined by Xia Wu Hui on Li Qing's body, along with a bottle of high-grade, qi, nourishing treasure pill. As for the swords scattered on the ground, to Xia Wuji, they were nothing but scrap metal, unworthy of his attention. Moments later, Xia Wuji arrived near the red jade blood ginseng. The 4 ferocious beasts engaged in a fierce battle were like clams fighting. He intended to be the final beneficiary. Chapter 14. The source of fire, the spiritual medicine in hand. Xia Wuji was like an experienced hunter, watching from the side without revealing a trace of his presence. The battle prowess of these 4 ferocious beasts could rival that of a Yuan Gang realm warrior, and they were extremely powerful Yuan Gang realm warriors. Although Xia Wuji possessed sharp sword essence and could execute the method of man and sword becoming one, there was no need to rush out at this moment. He lurked in the shadows and swallowed a high-grade, qi, nourishing treasure pill he had just obtained to recover the true essence consumed during the previous battle. Boom! The giant demon ape struck the storm blue wolf with a fist. The storm blue wolf crashed heavily to the ground, creating a shocking deep pit. The giant demon ape leaped down into the pit, directly lifting the storm blue wolf, and then a gruesome scene unfolded. It tore the storm blue wolf apart. Wolf blood sprayed everywhere. The giant demon ape threw the 2 halves of the wolf body onto the ground and took out a beast core, crushing it in its mouth. Immediately after, the giant demon ape charged towards the hill, radiating a crimson glow. The thunder lightning leopard and the wind swallowing eagle instantly abandoned their attacks on each other. The wind swallowing eagle flapped its bloody wings, skimming the ground as it rushed towards the giant demon ape. The thunder lightning leopard transformed into a bolt of lightning and shot forward, also attacking the giant demon ape. The giant demon ape let out a furious roar and suddenly grabbed the wind-swallowing eagle's claw. The wind-swallowing eagle emitted a tragic cry, and then was swung by the giant demon ape and smashed towards the oncoming thunder lightning leopard. Boom! The wind-swallowing eagle was used as a weapon by the giant demon ape, smashing the thunder lightning leopard backward. The wind-swallowing eagle was directly crushed. The thunder lightning leopard, covered in blood, crouched down and continuously roared at the giant demon ape. The giant demon ape's arms beat wildly against its chest, producing roars that shook the forest. Eventually, the thunder-lightning leopard slowly retreated, no longer daring to approach. In the shadows, Xia Wuji's eyes flickered. The giant demon ape seemed to be on the verge of advancing to a true demon beast, its strength indeed formidable. And the thunder-lightning leopard no longer dared to compete with it. It seemed he had to show some real skills. Xia Wuji murmured to himself. Originally, there were 41 drops of true essence in his dantian. However, after fighting with the Sword Pavilion members, especially in the battle with Li Qing, he had consumed quite a bit, and although he was rapidly recovering thanks to the high-grade Qi nourishing treasure pill, he still only had 36 drops of true essence left. The giant demon ape grew stronger as it fought, which was beyond Xia Wuji's expectations, making it more difficult for him to be the final beneficiary. But this second-tier low-grade spiritual medicine, the red jade blood ginseng, was something Xia Wuji must obtain, and he naturally had other means. With a thought, the sword seed in his dantian trembled violently. The 36 drops of true essence transformed into sword energy. Xia Wuji's body instantly surged forward, like a sharp sword breaking through the air, creating a piercing sound reminiscent of a tsunami. At this moment, the thunder-lightning leopard had completely retreated. The giant demon ape was turning around, preparing to harvest the bountiful fruit. Suddenly, a figure rushed onto the hill. Roar! The giant demon ape let out an enraged roar. Its black fur standing on end like hard steel needles, its crimson eyes like two seas of blood, its massive body leaping into action. Reaching the top of the hill, Xia Wuji suddenly plunged his hand into the ground and immediately pulled out the red jade blood ginseng. The fully red spiritual medicine shimmered with a crystal-clear luster, containing an incredibly abundant energy. It indeed met the standards of second-tier low-grade spiritual medicine. Xia Wuji thought to himself, his face revealing a joyful expression, and immediately stuffed the red jade blood ginseng into his bosom. At that moment, a heavy pressure began to descend from above. The frenzied giant demon ape was like a mountain crashing down. Xia Wuji snorted coldly. The 36 drops of true essence, transformed into sword energy, erupted in an instant. Burning essence. Xia Wuji shouted loudly. The Jinghong sword slashed out fiercely. In that moment, the heavens and earth lost their color. The unmatched sharpness seemed to want to turn everything here into fragments. This sword was a super-killing technique recorded in the Eternal Sword Canon. It was a desperate strike, a sword that poured out everything. Only with the belief of a sure kill could this sword be unleashed. The 36 drops of true essence transformed into sword energy shot out, then transformed into a single sword energy in the air. Swish! The unique sword energy was magnificent and dazzling, decisively domineering, directly cleaving the descending giant troll ape into countless fragments. Blood rained down like a torrential downpour. Xia Wuji instantly stuffed all the remaining high-grade Qi gathering pills into his mouth, drawing a deep breath, stepping onto the windless shadow step, and instantly vanished. This place was not suitable for staying long. He was extremely weak now. Even a high-grade fierce beast could easily overpower him. And in such a place, the number of high-grade fierce beasts was certainly not small. Moments later, Xia Wuji arrived at the mountain peak where the arrow feather eagle was located. With a cold shout, the arrow feather eagle swooped down from the mountaintop. Xia Wuji leaped up, landing steadily on the back of the arrow feather eagle, and rode it away from this dangerous and treacherous place. At the same time, he tore off a piece of the scarlet jade blood ginseng and threw it into his mouth. In an instant, a warm current spread throughout his body. Xia Wuji operated his technique to refine it and restore his strength. As expected, not long after Xia Wuji left, angry roars of fierce beasts came from the direction of the battlefield. 4 high-grade fierce beasts fought, 3 of which were killed, causing the order of the fierce beasts in the falling Demon Mountain range to collapse. It would probably be chaotic for a long time to come. Just then, Xia Wuji felt a dangerous intuition arise within him. To the left, he whispered. The arrow feather eagle instantly shifted to the left. A bolt of lightning flashed by. If Xia Wuji hadn't sensed it in advance, the the arrow feather eagle's body would have been shattered by this lightning. Xia Wuji looked down and discovered that it was the lightning leopard that had been scared away by the giant troll ape, chasing after them. This lightning leopard was a high-grade, fierce beast, and even though it had fought fiercely against the wind devourer eagle and had been severely injured by the giant troll ape, it was still much stronger than an ordinary high-grade fierce beast. Just moments ago, Xia Wuji had used the Burning Yuan secret technique to kill the giant troll ape, devoured a high-grade qi gathering pill, and eaten a piece of scarlet jade blood ginseng, so he now had 21 drops of true essence in his dantian. However, it was clearly not enough to deal with this lightning leopard. He needed to wait a little longer. Fortunately, although the lightning leopard was fast, it could not fly and could only run on the ground chasing after the arrow feather eagle, occasionally releasing a bolt of lightning into the air. With Xia Wuji's warnings, the arrow feather eagle was always able to narrowly dodge it, being chased by this lightning leopard. Xia Wuji could only stay on the back of the arrow feather eagle and couldn't land. Now that the falling Demon Mountain range was about to erupt with a beast tide, staying in the air was very dangerous. At this moment, Xia Wuji had completely refined the piece of scarlet jade blood ginseng. Not only had he restored all his strength, but his true essence had even increased, reaching 46 drops. Just as he was about to take action to deal with this lightning leopard, suddenly, a figure of a woman flashed through the forest below. The body of the lightning leopard was directly split in half. With a flick of her sword, the woman extracted the beast core from the lightning leopard and then glanced at Xia Wuji in the sky. Xia Wuji's expression tightened, and he immediately patted the arrow feather eagle's neck. The arrow feather eagle immediately swooped down and just a few feet above the ground. He leaped down directly in front of the woman. The woman had an egg-shaped face, delicate features, and a graceful figure, exuding an extraordinary aura. Xia Wuji could tell that her cultivation level was in the Yuan Gang realm, and the movement technique she used when she flew over was quite exquisite. She should be able to traverse the air for a short time. Such a young Yuan Gang realm martial artist in the Great Chu dynasty was definitely not an unknown figure. If she wanted to attack Xia Wuji, sitting on the back of the arrow feather eagle would be of no use. Therefore, it was better not to land. Before Xia Wuji could speak, the woman said, "The falling Demon Mountain range is about to erupt with a beast tide. With your cultivation level, flying around on a mid-grade fierce beast like the arrow feather eagle is akin to seeking death. Consider yourself lucky to have encountered me this time. Hurry and leave." After saying that, the woman instantly vanished from in front of Xia Wuji. A smile appeared on Xia Wuji's face. So, he had encountered a chivalrous woman who came to his aid? As for her name and background, Xia Wuji did not ask. Of course, even if he did, she might not tell him. They had crossed paths by chance, planning a good cause. If fate allowed, they would meet again, and he could repay her with a good deed then. Without the threat of the lightning leopard, Xia Wuji quickly returned to the tomb space of the Red Dust Swordsman, which was quite peaceful. Xia Wuji took out the piece of scarlet jade blood ginseng he had eaten a small part of. Looking at the second-tier low-grade spirit herb in his hand, an expression of anticipation appeared on his face. The purpose of his trip into the falling Demon Mountain range had finally been achieved. Chapter 15. Comprehensive Improvement, Leap. The medicinal properties of the scarlet jade blood ginseng were very comprehensive. It could nourish the body, enhance cultivation, and nurture the soul. Moreover, it required no complex processing methods and could be swallowed directly. Xia Wuji had already eaten a piece to restore his strength. And it must be said that this originally limited first-tier high-grade spirit herb, after breaking its shackles and transforming into a second-tier low-grade spirit herb, had effects that exceeded Xia Wuji's initial expectations, reaching at least double. The scarlet jade blood ginseng was as thick as 2 fingers and as long as a palm, completely crimson and translucent, with spiritual light flowing and a rich fragrance. Xia Wuji took a piece and placed it in his mouth. It tasted sweet, and after entering his stomach, it released a warm aura. Xia Wuji operated his technique and began to refine it. This warm energy spread throughout his body. Unknowingly, 7 days passed. During these 7 days, the entire falling Demon Mountain range was in chaos, with numerous fierce beasts going mad and fighting each other. Xia Wuji had remained in the tomb of the Red Dust Swordsman, undisturbed, devotedly refining the scarlet jade blood ginseng. By now, he had completely consumed the scarlet jade blood ginseng, and there was still some medicinal energy within him that was being refined. The number of true essence drops in Xia Wuji's dantian had reached 100. True essence realm level 10. Moreover, these 100 drops of true essence showed signs of merging with the 10 yuan force whirlpools. Once they merged, it would mean that the true essence in his dantian would no longer be limited to a certain number of drops, but would directly form a sea of true essence. At this level, he would reach the third realm of martial arts, the Qi Si realm. Xia Wuji controlled the remaining energy of the scarlet jade blood ginseng, continuously pouring it into his dantian. 100 drops of true essence began to boil. Meanwhile, the 10 yuan force whirlpools were rapidly rotating. The sword seed within his dantian buzzed and trembled, emitting brilliant light, and its sharp aura surged wildly. After an hour, boom! A rumbling sound echoed from Xia Wuji's dantian, like the first thunder of early spring. The 10 yuan force whirlpools and 100 drops of true essence completely fused together, transforming into a sea of true essence. Xia Wuji's aura suddenly surged. Each breakthrough in a major realm was a qualitative leap and transformation. Xia Wuji suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze sharp as sword energy, and with one hand forming seals, he pointed with his sword finger, releasing waves of sword energy from his fingertips in an instant. These sword energies swiftly traversed the tomb space, exhibiting utmost agility, cutting deep marks into the surrounding ground and giant rocks, or piercing through various holes. "Withdraw!" Xia Wuji shouted lightly, and all the sword energies returned to his side, entering his body. He stood up. Crackle. His entire body's bones crackled in unison. Nourished by the energy of the scarlet jade blood ginseng, Xia Wuji's body was significantly stronger than it had been 7 days ago. Moreover, his previously somewhat frail physique now appeared robust and powerful, but without the sense of a bulky man. His blood was abundant, his vitality strong, and his strength plentiful. After feeling the changes in his physical body, Xia Wuji closed his eyes again. The shapes of the stones within a Tenjiang area, the dust stirred by the gentle breeze, the insects crawling on the ground, all seemed to unfold like a scroll in his mind. His spiritual power could barely leave his body now. Xia Wuji opened his eyes once more, a smile appearing on his face. Normally, the realm of spiritual power and soul was something only cultivators at the core formation stage could touch. However, Xia Wuji possessed memories from 2 lives, combined with the nourishing properties of the red jade blood ginseng, and had actively tempered his soul in recent days. Now, his spiritual power could leave his body and extend 10 zhang in radius. Even if he could not yet use it for combat, this was still significant. It meant that within a 10 zhang radius, he could perceive any movement. With my current strength, I no longer fear those from the sword pavilion. No matter what schemes they have, I can cut through them with a single sword. A brilliant light flickered in Xia Wuji's eyes. The sword pavilion was the most unbearable experience of his life, the first mental hurdle he faced during the tribulation to become an immortal in his previous life. Soon, he would truly conclude his relationship with the sword pavilion. Xia Wuji walked out of the tomb. The arrow-feathered eagle was still waiting outside, and upon sensing Xia Wuji's aura, it immediately flew over. In just a few days, Xia Wuji's cultivation, physical body, and soul had undergone a transformation and sublimation. The arrow-feathered eagle was even more terrified in front of Xia Wuji, directly lying on the ground, trembling all over, constantly rubbing its head against Xia Wuji's shoes. "You attacked me that day, and I taught you a lesson. During this time, you have worked hard for me. I once said that after I handle my affairs, I could grant you a fortune." As the words fell, he pointed out, and a thread of spiritual power left his body, combining with the sword essence to condense into a sword energy imprint that entered the arrow-feathered eagle's head. This was a cultivation method suitable for a fierce beast like the arrow-feathered eagle, although it was not a profound technique. If the arrow-feathered eagle could comprehend even a tenth of it, it would be enough to change its future. At the very least, it would not be a problem to dominate the falling Demon Mountain range and transform into the Eagle King. Having received this inheritance, The arrow-feathered eagle let out cries of excitement, clearly wanting to follow Xia Wuji forever. However, Xia Wuji shook his head and said, "Our fate has come to an end. See me off one last time from this falling demon mountain range." The bloodline of the arrow-feathered eagle was too ordinary. Even if Xia Wuji had a way to break the shackles of its bloodline, doing so would only bring him trouble. There was no need for that. Outside a secret chamber in the Sword Pavilion, Pavilion Master Xia Xian, Matriarch Lu, and Xia Wuhui were all waiting at the door. The three looked nervous and apprehensive, yet also somewhat excited. Suddenly, the door to the secret chamber opened, and Xia Wudao walked out. A powerful aura surrounded him. "Dad, Mom, Wuhui, I have broken through." Excitement was evident on Xia Wudao's face. Upon hearing this, the three of them revealed radiant smiles. Good, good, good. As expected of my son, Xia Xian. Breaking through to the Qi realm before the age of 18, truly a prodigy. Ha ha! I, Xia Xian, am fortunate to have such a son. Xia Xian laughed heartily, patting Xia Wudao's shoulders, looking at this good son with immense satisfaction. Xia Wudao spoke, "Dad, in a few days, it will be the Sword Pavilion's ancestral worship ceremony. Has Xia Wuji been found?" Xia Xian's expression tightened as he said, "It is said that that scoundrel has hidden in the falling Demon Mountain Range. Recently, there has been a beast tide in the falling Demon Mountain Range, and our sword feather guards sent there have suffered losses." Lu and Xia Wuhui had complex expressions. The mother and daughter had given different orders to the group sent to capture Xia Wuji, but now there were unexpected developments in the falling Demon Mountain Range. Lu showed a look of disgust and said that Xia Wuji is simply a disaster. He has brought the Sword Pavilion to such a state, even stealing the blood sword and taking away a trace of innate essence. And now he has caused the Sword Pavilion to lose a group of loyal sword feather guards. Xia Wuhui sighed and said, "What if that scoundrel Xia Wuji died in the falling Demon Mountain Range? What will we do then? Wudao Brother 1T be able to produce the Songxing order?" Upon hearing this, Xia Wudao's expression turned proud, and he said, "They say that the harder the person, the tougher their life is. Perhaps that Xia Wuji is not dead. If he dares to come back, I will suppress him with one hand according to our bet. If he is dead or if he does not dare to return, what does it matter? With my talent, I can still enter the Songxing Dao Academy, relying on my own abilities." Good. Xia Xian was very pleased with this mindset of Xia Wudao. He said, "Wudao already possesses the heart of a strong man. What is there to worry about in the future?" Cough, cough, cough. Xia Xian suddenly began to cough violently. "Dad, what's wrong?" Xia Wuhui quickly supported Xia Xian's arm. Xia Xian waved his hand and said, "It's just that the injuries from my battle with Su Yao 3 years ago haven't been fully resolved. I was a bit too excited just now, which affected my chi flow. It's just a small issue, nothing serious." 3 years ago, Xia Xian went into seclusion, allowing Xia Wuji to take charge of the Sword Pavilion due to the injuries sustained from the fight with Su Yao. Xia Wudao clasped his hands and said, "Dad, I will definitely slay Su Yao for you and avenge your humiliation." On the outskirts of the falling Demon Mountain Range, the arrow-feathered eagle landed. Xia Wuji leaped down and then walked away under the silent gaze of the arrow-feathered eagle. Not long after leaving the falling Demon Mountain Range, suddenly, a huge roar came from a distance. Immediately after, a figure shot up into the sky, but was instantly caught by a large net. Xia Wuji looked in the direction of the intense battle, his gaze flickering. That figure was the woman who had helped him kill the lightning leopard in the falling Demon Mountain Range a few days ago. Chapter 16. Slaying the Great Thief. Saving the Beauty. In the falling Demon Mountain Range, the woman with Yuan Gang realm cultivation had sown a seed of good karma. Xia Wuji, having failed his tribulation to become an immortal once, understood the importance of cause and effect, and thus he had made a decision in his heart. He immediately set off with a gust of breeze towards the area where the fierce battle was erupting. Boom, 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 boom. The sound of massive explosions continued to ring out. The girl wielded a sharp sword, fighting against a group of Qi realm warriors. A large net suddenly fell, and the girl let out a cold snort. The sword edge stirred, bursting forth with sharp brilliance, slicing the large net apart. She attempted to break through again, charging out from the torn position of the net, But immediately, a middle-aged man leaped into the air, blocking her path. He struck out with a palm. The massive palm print seemed tangible, containing fierce and domineering power. The girl swung her sword to sweep and block the impact of the palm print. But in the next moment, her body was struck back to the ground by the force of the palm print. Ha ha! Lin Piaoxue, you are already poisoned, and the toxicity is raging within you. I don't believe you can hold on much longer. The man who struck descended to the ground and let out a wild laugh. The girl named Lin Piaoxue had black blood oozing from the corner of her mouth. Her face extremely pale, gritting her teeth and saying, "Black Wind Thief, you have committed many evils, and today I, Lin Piaoxue, will eliminate you." At this moment, Xia Wuji, who had arrived nearby, revealed a special expression. This girl was actually Lin Piaoxue, the Lin family of the Great Chu dynasty, both in strength and influence, far surpassed the Sword Pavilion. Lin Piaoxue had shown remarkable cultivation talent since childhood, and her reputation was well known. As for that so-called Black Wind Thief, Xia Wuji's thoughts stirred, and he soon understood. In this area, there was a group of formidable bandits, and the leader was the Black Wind Thief. The Black Wind Thief was ruthless, cunning, burning, killing, and looting, committing all sorts of evil deeds. Many had come to the Sword Pavilion, requesting the pavilion to take action against him. But the Sword Pavilion was utterly powerless to respond and could only pretend not to know about it. Because the strongest person in the Sword Pavilion, the Pavilion Master Xia Xian, was merely at the peak of the Qi realm. On the other hand, the Black Wind Bandit was a genuine first-level Yuan Gang realm warrior. It was rumored that Lin Piaoxue from the Lin family was chivalrous and hated evil. She and I were strangers, yet she drew her sword to assist me in the falling Demon Mountain range. Now, she also wanted to eliminate the Black Wind Bandit. It seems the rumors were true. However, Lin Piaoxue was poisoned and in a terrible state. Clearly, she had no chance to eliminate the Black Wind Bandit and could barely protect herself. As Xia Wuji was sorting out his thoughts, the Black Wind Bandit had already clashed with Lin Piaoxue multiple times. The toxicity in Lin Piaoxue's body erupted, and her condition worsened. The Black Wind Bandit, however, became increasingly ferocious, forcing Lin Piaoxue to retreat step by step, continuously spitting out black blood. Ha ha! The great talent of the Lin family, so delicate and tender. One of the top 10 beauties of the Great Chu dynasty. I wouldn't want to kill you directly. A woman like you deserves my care. I'll take you back to be my wife at the camp. Day and night, you'll serve me. Little beauty, stop resisting and come back with me to experience the most primal joy. I can't wait. The Black Wind Bandit laughed sinisterly. A group of bandits following the Black Wind Bandit shouted loudly to cheer him on. Get lost. Lin Piaoxue shouted angrily, swinging her sword. The sword light surged like ocean waves, forcing the approaching Black Wind Bandit back, even leaving a bloody wound on his chest, nearly cleaving it open. The Black Wind Bandit howled in pain, but his expression turned more savage and excited as he growled, "My dear wife, the more fiercely you resist now, the louder you will scream when I have you." At this moment, Lin Piaoxue was truly at the end of her strength. That last strike had killed the Black Wind Bandit, and she was now unable to swing her sword again. The Black Wind Bandit saw this, and, disregarding his injuries, lunged at her like a ferocious wolf, intending to dispose of Lin Piaoxue right there in the wilderness. A wave of despair surged in Lin Piaoxue's heart, and her expression turned resolute. If she fell into the hands of the Black Wind Bandit, she would rather die. Just as Lin Piaoxue's sword was positioned at her neck, a swoosh sound rang out. A sword aura whistled in. Lin Piaoxue's sword was instantly knocked aside. Then, Lin Piaoxue felt a rush of wind in front of her, accompanied by the silhouette of a man, vaguely familiar, as if she had seen him somewhere. Xia Wuji struck with his sword. The sun was high in the sky. The sword light intertwined with flames, the scorching heat wave and sharp edge converging like a blazing sun. The Black Wind Bandit, charging forward, furrowed his brows and clapped his palms together, shattering Xia Wuji's sword light and stirring up violent airwaves. Xia Wuji stepped on the airwaves, retreating while grabbing Lin Piaoxue's arm, pulling her to safety. "It's you." Lin Piaoxue's beautiful eyes widened. No wonder she felt a sense of familiarity just now. It was the young man she had encountered in the falling Demon Mountain range a few days ago. She immediately reacted and said, "Thank you for your help, young master. But this scoundrel is a first-level Yuan gang realm warrior. You are not his opponent. You must leave." "Leave?" Daydreaming. The Black Wind Bandit roared with a grim expression. "You little brat who doesn't know how to assess your own weight. Trying to be a hero, saving the beauty? I'll chop you into pieces and feed you to the dogs." Xia Wuji's expression remained calm as he replied, "Then let me see how much you weigh." "Arrogant." The Black Wind Bandit roared, unleashing his first-level Yuan gang realm cultivation without reserve, a layer of Yuan power condensing around him like a heavy battle armor. He charged out, striking with both palms. The sound of palm strikes echoed. In Xia Wuji's dantian, the sword seed buzzed, and the chi si boiled, releasing a fierce sword essence. True Sun sword technique. 3 suns open the heavens. In an instant, 3 suns appeared on the sword edge. After reaching the first level of the Chi Si realm, he was finally able to perfectly unleash the ultimate move of this top-grade yellow-tier sword technique, accompanied by Xia Wuji's sword strike. His body and sword were inseparable. Man and sword united. The sharpness of this sword surged again. At this moment, it felt as if only those 3 brilliant sword energy suns remained in this world. Boom, boom, boom. The 3 sword energy suns suddenly descended, and the first-level Yuan gang realm Black Wind Bandit was torn to pieces in an instant, then burned to ashes. The spot where the Black Wind Bandit had been was blasted into a huge, deep pit, filled with blackened debris, thick smoke billowing, dust flying. At this moment, Lin Piaoxue was stunned. She stared wide-eyed at Xia Wuji's back, her heart unable to calm down. Meanwhile, the Chi Si realm bandits were terrified to the extreme, and someone suddenly shouted, "Run!" A group of people scattered like startled birds. Being bandit scum, they were naturally all wicked people, and Xia Wuji, stepping on the clear wind, shot forward, his long sword sweeping out beams of sword light, as if harvesting grass. In just a moment, all the bandits following the Black Wind Bandit were killed under Xia Wuji's sword edge. Xia Wuji, adhering to the principle that even a mosquito's leg is meat, swiftly collected the spoils of war and then approached the huge blackened deep pit, frowning slightly. The Black Wind Bandit left not a trace behind, and all the money and pills on him were destroyed. But suddenly his eyes lit up. A wisp of spiritual power suddenly descended into the blackened deep pit, lifting a fisize dore, or shimmered with colorful light. A mid-grade spiritual mine, the radiant crystal stone, was quite valuable and could be used to enhance the grade of the Jinghong sword. Xia Wuji stored the radiant crystal stone away. "Young master," Lin Piaoxue's voice sounded, weak and powerless. Now that the crisis was over, she directly slumped to the ground, leaning against a rock. At the same time, she felt quite depressed. When someone heroically saves a beauty, shouldn't they immediately care about her injuries? This guy, however, was happily collecting loot. Xia Wuji looked at Lin Piaoxue, about to speak, but suddenly several figures rushed in from a distance. "Young master, there's no need to worry. Those are my Lin family people," Lin Piaoxue said. Xia Wuji nodded and said, "Miss, you helped me before, and now I help you. This cause and effect can be considered settled. Farewell." After saying that, he immediately used his movement technique to leave quickly. Since the Lin family had arrived, Lin Piaoxue would no longer be in danger. Although the Lin family of the Great Chu dynasty was quite powerful, Xia Wuji's ambitions did not lie in the Great Chu dynasty. His next step was the Songxing Dao Academy, so he preferred not to have further entanglements. Chapter 17. The Spirit Sword Returns. "Piaoxue, how are you?" The people from the Lin family arrived, and a middle-aged man with graying hair rushed to Lin Piaoxue's side, looking extremely anxious. This man was the head of the Lin family, Lin Jingyuan. "You've been poisoned?" Lin Jingyuan's heart tightened, and he hurriedly took out a pill, handing it to Lin Piaoxue. "Quick, take this top-grade Qingling treasure pill to suppress the poison." Lin Piaoxue took the pill, put it in her mouth, and swallowed it. Then she sat cross-legged to refine the pill's energy. After about a quarter of an hour, she finally spat out a mouthful of black toxic blood, and her complexion improved significantly. Lin Jingyuan finally felt relieved, but he was still somewhat apprehensive as he said, "You child, I've told you that the Black Wind Bandit is cunning and difficult to deal with. You almost got into big trouble this time. You were about to go to the Songxing Dao Academy. What if something went wrong at this critical moment? Lin Piaoshua's expression was complicated as she said, Father, I understand now. I will be more careful in the future. This time, I almost resorted to self-destruction to avoid falling into the hands of the Black Wind Bandit and being humiliated, but at the last moment, the young master saved me. Lin Jingyuan was stunned upon hearing this. Young master? Who is this person? To be able to kill the Black Wind Bandit. There are not many young people with such strength in the Great Shu dynasty. Lin Piaoshua shook her head and said, I don't know his surname or given name, but he is very young, and I feel that he should only have the cultivation of the Qi-Si realm. Lin Jingyuan's eyes widened. The Qi-Si realm can slay the Black Wind Bandit? That's impossible. Lin Piaoshua spoke with certainty. Father, my perception has always been very sharp, so I shouldn't have judged incorrectly. Although that Black Wind Bandit was severely injured by me, it cannot overshadow the brilliance of that young master's formidable sword technique. Unfortunately, he did not tell me his name or origin. A hint of regret was evident in Lin Piaoshua's tone. Lin Jingyuan's gaze flickered for a moment before he said, A young man, Qi-Si realm cultivation, exceptional swordsmanship. In this area, I do know someone who fits these characteristics. Lin Piaoshua's face immediately showed excitement. Father, do you know who it is? Lin Jingyuan nodded. When I came to find you, I happened to hear that the second young master of the Sword Pavilion, Xia Wuji, has quite a good talent and has just broken through to the Qi-Si realm. Lin Piaoshua asked the Sword Pavilion. Lin Jingyuan sighed. The Sword Pavilion was indeed glorious in the past, surpassing even our Lin family. However, the Xia family of the Sword Pavilion has declined with each generation, and now they are at their twilight. I didn't expect that the Sword Pavilion has given birth to such a genius again. It seems that the Sword Pavilion's fortune is not yet exhausted and is about to welcome a resurgence. Lin Piaoshua quickly said, Father, I want to visit the Sword Pavilion and meet Xia Wuji. Although I helped him, I now realize that I was merely meddling. With Xia Wuji's strength to slay the Black Wind Bandit today, he could naturally have killed that Thunderlight Leopard as well. The so-called causality is clear-cut. Lin Piaoshua does not think so. She wanted to continue this connection. However, the Songxing Dao Academy was urging her to set off. Lin Piaoshua shook her head. It won't take much time. I just want to thank him in person. Lin Jingyuan thought for a moment and said, All right, since Xia Wuji has such abilities, he will definitely become a person of significance in the future. Our Lin family can take this opportunity to send a token of goodwill to the Sword Pavilion and help them rise again. On the other side, Xia Wuji arrived at a quiet and secluded place. Holding the radiant crystal mysterious stone, he examined it for a moment and then threw it into the air. Immediately, his spiritual power swept out, fixing the radiant crystal mysterious stone in midair. Xia Wuji formed hand seals, summoned flames, and began to refine the radiant crystal mysterious stone. It took nearly an hour to complete the refinement. This flame extracted from the initial stage ferocious beast is indeed insufficient. Refining this radiant crystal mysterious stone is so difficult. Xia Wuji lamented. For others, using such flames would be impossible to succeed. Fortunately, the burning heaven technique he practiced is an extraordinary fire control technique, even among the top inheritances in the heavenly realm. After the radiant crystal mysterious stone was refined, Xia Wuji drew out the Jinghong sword and infused the refined crystalline substance into the sword body. During this process, Xia Wuji's spiritual power continuously surged within the sword. Controlling the crystalline substance with his spiritual power, he gradually integrated it into the Jinghong sword, leaving behind thread after thread of spiritual patterns within the sword. The biggest difference between a treasured sword and a spiritual sword is that a spiritual sword has spiritual patterns. The technique of spiritual patterns is vast and profound, deeply intricate. Artifact, refining, talismans, formations, etc. are all closely related to spiritual patterns. If it weren't for the fact that his spiritual power could leave his body now, Xia Wuji would not have been able to achieve this, as thread after thread of spiritual patterns were hidden within the Jinghong sword. The brilliance emanating from the Jinghong sword became increasingly dazzling, and even the natural energy of heaven and earth seemed to actively converge towards the Jinghong sword. This is the effect of spiritual patterns. A treasured sword, besides being sharp, is also hard. But a spiritual sword is sharper, harder, and can actively absorb the natural energy of heaven and earth. A higher-tier spiritual sword may even give birth to spiritual intelligence. A streak of rainbow light shot up into the sky. Xia Wuji grasped the sword hilt of the Jinghong's sword as it landed in his palm, and in an instant, a sharp energy surged into his body. The sword seed also flashed with a hint of brilliance, absorbing the sharpness belonging to the Jinghong sword. The Jinghong sword is Xia Wuji's paired sword, not suitable for direct consumption by the sword seed. But the sharpness of the Jinghong sword in Xia Wuji's hand is indeed nourishing the sword seed every moment. Of course, this nourishing effect is extremely weak. After all, even now, the Jinghong sword has been refined with a radiant crystal mysterious stone, but it cannot yet be considered a first-tier spiritual sword. At most, it can only be regarded as a quasi-spiritual sword. Holding the quasi-spiritual sword, a surge of ambition suddenly arose in Xia Wuji's heart, and he immediately swung the sword. Practicing body techniques and sword techniques in this secluded and tranquil place. Various techniques were already familiar to him. What he needed to do now was to let this body adapt. After all, the current situation is that he possesses consciousness far beyond this body. The consciousness is there, but the body is somewhat lagging behind. The body technique Xia Wuji employed at this moment is called Cloud Sky Step, and the sword technique is the Overlapping Waves sword technique, both of which belong to the low-grade profound tier. Once the Overlapping Waves sword technique is executed, its power is as heavy and layered as water waves, with each move stronger than the last. There are a total of 9 moves. If he can unleash the 9th sword, with 9 waves overlapping, its power can even rival the mid-grade profound tier sword techniques. After a quarter of an hour, Xia Wuji swung a sword. In an instant, the sword light transformed into 2 massive waves. The sword light swept out, shattering all the stones and vegetation in its path. The 2 waves are somewhat stronger than the 3 Yang's opening triumph of the true Yang sword technique, but not by much. With the amount of sword essence I currently possess, I can indeed unleash 3 waves. If I can unleash 3 waves, it will significantly enhance the power compared to the true Yang sword technique's 3 Yang's opening triumph. Practice more. Xia Wuji continued to execute the sword technique moves, and after another half an hour, finally, when he executed the Overlapping Wave sword technique, this body could finally keep up with his consciousness. 3 waves. 3 beams of sword light surged out along the sword edge, mighty and imposing, directly shattering a large area of vegetation and stones ahead. With destructive power that was almost doubled compared to the previous 2 waves, Xia Wuji was quite satisfied with the results of this sword practice. Sword Pavilion Ancestral Worship Ceremony. Xia Wudao, I'm coming. Chapter 18. Humiliation, the Promised Battle. Sword Pavilion. Today is the Ancestral Worship Ceremony. News has already spread that Xia Wuji stole the Crimson Blood Sword and fled in fear of punishment, too afraid to return. There are also claims that Xia Wuji hid in the fallen Demon Mountain range, and due to his many sins, heaven opened its eyes, and he was torn to pieces by the rampaging, ferocious beasts. In short, everyone believes that Xia Wuji will not appear today. Lu Shi meticulously dressed up her son Xia Wudao. To be honest, Xia Wudao is broad-shouldered and strong, with dark skin and a rugged face. After Lu Shi's dressing, he looked somewhat out of place. However, Lu Shi wore a beaming smile and said, "Wudao, not only do you have outstanding talent, but you are also charming and elegant. I wonder which family's daughter will be able to match my great son in the future." Xia Wuhui also smiled and said, "Brother Wudao is the most handsome man I have ever seen." Xia Wudao chuckled. Just then, an elder from the Sword Pavilion rushed over, saying, "Young Master Wudao, hurry, hurry. The Pavilion Master wants you to meet the Lin family father and daughter." Lu Shi was taken aback. "Which Lin family?" The elder excitedly replied, "Naturally, it is the Lin family, the most famous family in the Great Chu dynasty. The head of the Lin family, Lin Jingyuan, has come with his daughter Lin Piaoxue, and they specifically came to visit young Master Wudao." Upon hearing the names Lin Jingyuan and Lin Piaoxue, both Lu Shi and Xia Wuhui were momentarily stunned. Then they were incredibly delighted. Lu Shi said, "It seems that my great son's reputation as a genius has already attracted the attention of these high circles in the Great Chu dynasty." Xia Wuji blinked and said, "It is said that Lin Piaoxue is very beautiful, renowned as one of the top 10 beauties of the Great Chu dynasty. Moreover, she has excellent cultivation talent and has even received a special invitation from the Zhongxing Academy's strong cultivators. She is about to become a disciple of the Zhongxing Academy. Brother, could it be that Lin Piaoxue has heard some news about you and is infatuated with you?" Xiao Wudao laughed heartily and said, "Mother Wuhui, you both need to stay calm. In the future, you will inevitably encounter more grand occasions because of me, and there will be more people with higher status than the head of the Lin family coming to visit the Sword Pavilion. I will go meet the head of the Lin family now. If he shows enough sincerity and his daughter Lin Piaoxue is indeed quite beautiful, then I don't mind compromising a little and accepting Lin Piaoxue." In the main hall of the Sword Pavilion, Lin Jingyuan was having a pleasant conversation with Xia Xian. Lin Piaoxue, however, remained silent on the side. She knew her father was just saying some pretty words. The Sword Pavilion master, Xia Xian, gave her a very bad impression. It had nothing to do with strength. The Sword Pavilion once had a glorious period in the Great Chu dynasty. Even though it is now in decline, the Sword Pavilion still has its heritage. However, as the master of the Sword Pavilion, Xia Xian had no dignity to speak of, acting like a commoner, flattering her father in his words. Xia Xian was completely unaware of what Lin Piaoxue was thinking. He was in high spirits. From their earlier conversation, he had learned that it was because Xiao Wudao had saved Lin Piaoxue that the Lin father and daughter came to express their gratitude. As for when Xiao Wudao had done this, Xia Xian didn't pursue the matter further, thinking it must have occurred during the 3 years he was in closed-door cultivation recovering from injuries. Since Xiao Wudao had saved Lin Piaoxue's life, everything would be easier to handle. The Lin family was a prestigious family in the Great Chu dynasty, with a background that was not inferior to the Sword Pavilion. And more importantly, the Lin family was still in its prime and would soon rise even higher. "Father." At that moment, Xiao Wudao strode into the main hall. The next instant, his gaze was completely captivated by Lin Piaoxue. It was the first time in his life that he had seen such a beautiful woman. Lin Piaoxue frowned slightly. Xiao Wudao's gaze felt just like that of a black wind bandit looking at her, which made her quite displeased. Cough. Xia Xian lightly cleared his throat and said, "Wudao, why aren't you greeting the head of the Lin family?" Only then did Xiao Wudao retract his gaze, which had been fixed on Lin Piaoxue, and perfunctorily cupped his hands, saying to Lin Jingyuan, "I have met the head of the Lin family." Lin Jingyuan gave Xiao Wudao a dispassionate nod, and then looked at Lin Piaoxue. Lin Piaoxue shook her head. Lin Jingyuan immediately realized he had approached the wrong person. A trace of embarrassment appeared on his face, and then he politely said to Xia Xian, "Master Xia, your son is indeed handsome and extraordinary. Given time, he will surely be able to shoulder the responsibilities of the Sword Pavilion and restore its glory. However, there was a misunderstanding earlier. The one who saved my daughter's life is not your esteemed nephew Wudao." Xia Xian's expression suddenly became a bit stiff. Lin Jingyuan continued, "Master Xia, I am in a hurry to take Piaoxue back to the Lin family, so I will take my leave for now. I will definitely return to the Sword Pavilion for a visit when there is an opportunity." "Wait!" Xiao Wudao shouted coldly. Lin Jingyuan looked at Xiao Wudao, smiled lightly, and said, "Esteemed nephew Wudao, meeting is a kind of fate. I have a bottle of the Lin family's unique top-grade elixir, which is very beneficial for cultivation in the Qi realm. I will give it to you now." Although he had mistaken the person, Lin Jingyuan was still quite polite, wanting to put a dignified end to the misunderstanding. "Who cares for your broken elixir?" Xiao Wudao scoffed. "I, Xiao Wudao, am now the young master of the Sword Pavilion. How could I be treated like this by you? You Lin family really have some nerve." Xiao Wudao had been spoiled by the Lu family since he was young and had a fiery temper. Recently, when the ancestor of the Xia family manifested, he commented on him, and he couldn't stand it, angrily cursing the ancestor and even drawing his sword against him. Now his explosive temper was reigniting. Lin Jingyuan retracted the elixir and looked at Xiao Wudao with cold eyes. Lin Piaoxue showed signs of disgust on her face. Although the father and daughter had caused a misunderstanding, They had been polite and dignified throughout, yet in Xia Wudao's mouth, it had turned into the Lin family, oppressing him. Wudao, do not be rude. Xia Xian hurriedly stopped him, rushing to Xia Wudao's side and grabbing his arm, then cupping his hands toward Lin Jingyuan. Head Lin, my son has been a bit out of line. I hope you will not hold it against him. Xia Wudao directly shook off Xia Xian's hand and pushed him aside. Father, you are too cowardly. You have embarrassed me completely. Xia Wudao shouted in anger. Then he looked at Lin Jingyuan and said, I, Xia Wudao, have extraordinary talent and will soon enter the Songxing Academy, embarking on an invincible path. You better lower your stance now, otherwise in the future, you won't be able to reach me. Lin Jingyuan's mouth twitched. He had seen many storms and met countless people, but it was his first time encountering such a presumptuous and rude person. You want to join the Songxing Academy? Lin Piaoxue spoke up. Xia Wudao stared at Lin Piaoxue, feeling the disdain in her gaze. He was instantly enraged. Lin Piaoxue, you are merely lucky to have been discovered by the Songxing Academy, thus obtaining a special admission quota. I am the pearl of the ocean, and when my brilliance truly shines, this world will tremble because of me. You won't be able to enter the Songxing Academy. Lin Piaoxue said bluntly. You have no right to define my life. Xia Wudao shouted angrily. You look down on me. You're simply blind. Since that's the case, I will challenge you, the so-called genius of the Songxing Academy. Wudao. Xia Xian's head felt like it was going to explode. Xia Wudao glanced at Xia Xian and said, shut up. If it weren't for your incompetence and weakness, I, the young master of the Sword Pavilion, would never be looked down upon like this. I don't want to be as pathetic as you. To challenge me, I will grant you that. Even a clay figurine has some anger. As the young lady of the Lin family with considerable talent, Lin Piaoxue naturally could not remain indifferent to Xia Wudao's provocation. I will only use 3 parts of my strength. I will only strike once. Lin Piaoxue said indifferently. Xia Wudao shouted, take this. As soon as the words fell, a large sword was drawn, swinging toward Lin Piaoxue like a door panel. Boom! The sword light was violent. Lin Piaoxue still had residual poison in her body, and her injuries had only been preliminarily treated, but without even glancing, she casually drew her sword and swung it. With a clang, she broke Xia Wudao's sword light. Xia Wudao's large sword flew out of his hand, and Lin Piaoxue's sword instantly reached Xia Wudao's throat. Xia Wudao immediately broke out in a cold sweat, his Adam's apple rolling up and down with difficulty, not daring to breathe. Swish! Lin Piaoxue sheathed her sword. Shallow foundation. Crude swordsmanship. A person like you won't even touch the threshold of the Songxing Academy. With that, she turned and walked toward the exit of the main hall. Father, let's go. The father and daughter left the main hall, and then took the Lin family's guards to leave the sword pavilion. But at that moment, a radiant light surged into the sky from afar. The fierce sword light swept like a sea of fire. Those who block me shall die. A cold shout rang out. Seeing that fiery sword light and hearing that icy shout, Lin Piaoxue's expression froze, her feet seemingly rooted to the ground, unable to move. Piaoxue, what's wrong? Lin Jingyuan asked. Father, it's him. That is his sword energy. It is his voice. I cannot be mistaken, Lin Piaoxue said excitedly, originally thinking she would miss that young master, never to meet again. She felt empty inside. But suddenly, the situation changed. She found him. That young master had also come to the sword pavilion. Lin Jingyuan was naturally very interested in the young man who could slay the Black Wind Bandit despite his Qi realm cultivation, and who was also his daughter's lifesaver. He immediately said, let's go take a look. Lin Piaoxue nodded heavily, murmuring in agreement, and hurried towards the place where the sword light had erupted. Lord of the Pavilion. Young Master Wudao. Xia Wuji has returned. He is at the entrance of the Ancestral Hall. A member of the Sword Pavilion rushed into the main hall to report the news. Summer Wudao, who had just been severely demoralized by Lu Piaoxue, once again ignited with brilliant light in his eyes. This brat actually dares to come back. Xia Xian shouted in anger. He then looked at the dazed Summer Wudao and said with concern, after you defeat that unfilial son and retrieve the Scarlet Blood Sword, along with its Songxing token, you can still enter the Songxing Dao Academy. I believe that once you enter the Songxing Dao Academy, you will soar to great heights. That's right. I, Summer Wudao, I've never been weaker than others. I still have a chance. Summer Wu Dao roared lowly, immediately picking up his great sword and rushing towards the Sword Pavilion's ancestral hall. Chapter 19. Shattered Dantian. Severed Meridians. At the entrance of the Sword Pavilion's Xia family ancestral hall, Summer Wujia held the Jinghong sword, exuding a sharp aura that struck fear into others. Beneath his feet lay several corpses. Around him, a group of Sword Pavilion warriors displayed expressions of terror. Summer Wujia coldly shouted, "I come to the Sword Pavilion today only to fulfill the battle set a month ago and reclaim what belongs to me. Anyone irrelevant, get lost." The Sword Pavilion's warriors were actually quite familiar with Summer Wujia. They felt that he seemed completely transformed, as if he had been reborn. They didn't even dare to look directly at him. It felt as if invisible sharp swords were swirling around him, and just glancing a bit longer would cause their eyes to sting. But at that moment, Xia Xian's furious shout rang out. He arrived with Summer Wu Dao. Lu and Xia Wuhui also almost simultaneously arrived at the scene. Summer Wujia's gaze swept over this family of four, and the corners of his mouth curled up in a cold, disdainful arc. Xia Xian shouted loudly, "You unfilial son, do you not know your wrongs?" Summer Wujia scoffed. "What wrong have I committed?" Xia Xian gritted his teeth and said, "You have turned the Sword Pavilion into a mess, stolen the Scarlet Blood Sword, taken innate essence, and caused a batch of sword feather guards to die in the Luoyao mountain range because of you. You still dare to say you are not wrong? You are simply incorrigible. I give you one last chance. Kneel and admit your mistakes." Summer Wujia coldly laughed. "Lord Pavilion Master, you may have forgotten that a month ago, when I stepped out of the Sword Pavilion's main hall, I severed all relations with you. So, what right do you have to demand I kneel and admit my mistakes?" Xia Xian's chest heaved violently, as if a volcano was about to erupt within him. Lu, fanning the flames beside him, said, "This little brat won't shed a tear until he sees the coffin. Why waste so much breath on him?" Xia Wuhui signaled to Summer Wu Dao, suggesting he act quickly to prevent Summer Wujia from revealing the truth about the missing Scarlet Blood Sword. But they didn't know that Summer Wujia didn't want to explain a single word. He had already given up on the Sword Pavilion and Xia Xian. Therefore, he didn't need Xia Xian's understanding or acceptance. Understanding Xia Wuhui's eyes, Summer Wu Dao leaped forward and stood in front of Summer Wujia. He swung his heavy sword, creating a large crack in the ground, and said, "It's just that I used a strand of innate essence I didn't want to repair my Dantian. Do you think that makes you strong? Ridiculous. Stupid. I am now a genuine Qi Si realm cultivator." He unleashed a powerful aura of primal energy, warping the light around him. He was extremely proud, as if standing atop a mountain, looking down on the ants below, saying, "Summer Wujia, as long as you kneel, sever your own hands and feet, and honestly tell me how to retrieve that Songxing token, I can spare you today. Otherwise, if I personally make a move, it will be too late for you to regret or plead for mercy." Around them, the Sword Pavilion warriors were discussing among themselves, and naturally, no one had high hopes for Summer Wujia. Summer Wujia was previously not as good as Summer Wu Dao. Moreover, Summer Wujia's Dantian had been shattered once. Even if it was repaired, how much strength could he recover? Summer Wu Dao was now a Qi Si realm cultivator. The sword in his hand was even a high-grade treasure sword that their pavilion master Xia Xian had bought at a high price. Lin Jingyuan watched this scene from a distance, retracting his gaze and looking at Lin Piaoxue, asking, "Is it really him?" Lin Piaoxue nodded and said, "It's him." Lin Jingyuan looked back at Summer Wujia, feeling quite emotional as he said, "The decline of the Sword Pavilion is not without reason. A good Qilin child is viewed as a stain by Xia Xian, suppressed and expelled. Yet a rebellious brat is treated like a treasure. It's truly laughable, extremely laughable." They had also heard many conversations among the Sword Pavilion warriors and were already clear about what had happened to Summer Wujia. It was too ironic. In the arena, facing Summer Wu Dao, Summer Wujia's mind involuntarily recalled memories from his past life. He had given its Songxing token to Summer Wu Dao, yet Summer Wu Dao still did not let him go. At that time, he had only sought a quick death in front of Summer Wu Dao. But Summer Wu Dao trampled on his dignity time and time again, making him unable to live or die. These images, though separated by time, were still bloodstained in Summer Wujia's memory. The coldness emanating from Summer Wujia intensified. He slowly raised the Jinghong sword, pointing its blade straight at Summer Wudao. Today, he not only wanted to retrieve the Sangxing token, he also wanted Summer Wudao to truly experience what it meant to live worse than death. I have already given you a chance, yet you still dare to raise your sword against me? Summer Wudao's expression twisted into a grimace. You brought this upon yourself. Then I shall fulfill you. In the next moment, Summer Wudao's figure shot out, his heavy sword swinging fiercely towards Summer Wujia's chest. To everyone in the sword pavilion, it seemed that after this sword strike, the outcome would be revealed. There was no suspense. However, Summer Wujia merely took a step sideways and easily avoided it, causing Summer Wudao's domineering attack to miss. Waste. You can't even wield a sword properly. What right do you have to call yourself a warrior? Summer Wujia's cold voice rang out. Summer Wudao was startled, wanting to forcibly stop his charge and slash at Summer Wujia, who had appeared on the other side. But it was already too late. In an instant, a sharp sword light appeared, gently flicking. Summer Wudao let out a heart-wrenching scream. His wrist holding the sword was pierced. His tendons had been severed. Blood splattered. Summer Wudao could no longer hold the sword with his right hand, and with a clang, the heavy sword fell to the ground. This scene happened too suddenly. It was beyond the expectations of all the sword pavilion members. Summer Wujia had actually severed Summer Wudao's tendons with a single sword strike, causing Summer Wudao to be unable to even hold onto his sword. And just as everyone was stunned, 3 more sword lights flashed in the arena. Swish, swish, swish. 3 sword energies severed the remaining tendons of Summer Wudao's other hand and both legs. Bang! Summer Wudao instantly fell to the ground. His hands and feet were disabled. Blood was gushing from his limbs. Waste. You have primal energy in your body, but don't know how to use it. Why do you have to call yourself a warrior? Summer Wujia's cold voice echoed again. With a light flick of his toe, Summer Wudao's heavy sword was kicked away. The heavy sword soared into the air and then fell, its tip pointing down. Thud! With pinpoint accuracy, it pierced into the body of the fallen Summer Wudao, piercing through his abdomen, directly ruining his dantian. Summer Wudao once again let out a heart-wrenching scream. The dantian was shattered, the tendons and meridians of his limbs completely severed, and he was pinned to the ground by a heavy sword, struggling like a maggot. Where was the slightest trace of his previous arrogance? Xia Wuji had temporarily spared Xia Wudao's life. He wanted him to struggle in pain, to despair in that struggle. Inside Xia Wudao, there was a remnant of Xia Wujia's sword essence. Its sharp edge would gradually tear apart his vitality. He would definitely not survive for 3 days. In his past life, he tormented Xia Wujia. In this life, Xia Wujia returned the favor in kind. The only sound in the arena was Xia Wudao's wails. There was nothing else. Everything happened too quickly. It was too shocking. Xia Wudao, at the Qi realm, was so easily crippled by Xia Wujia. The key was that very few people in the arena even saw how Xia Wujia drew his sword. Wudao, my dear son. Lu Shi finally came to her senses, her face turning pale as she let out a sharp, piercing scream, rushing towards her son Xia Wudao. Brother Wudao. Xia Wuhui also rushed out. Xia Xian let out a low growl, unleashing his elemental power, charging into the arena. The sword pavilion's sword feather guards and protectors all drew their swords. But Xia Wujia casually took a step and appeared next to Xia Wudao, lifting a foot and stepping on Xia Wudao's head. My son. Lu Shi cried out in agony, screaming. Xia Xian, why are you still frozen? That bastard Xia Wujia has crippled Wudao. You must kill him. Kill him. Tear him to pieces. I want to turn him into ashes. Lu Shi was almost mad. Bulging veins appeared on Xia Xian's body, looking extremely fierce. His bloodshot eyes fixed fiercely on Xia Wujia, roaring, I order you let Wudao go. Xia Wujia's foot exerted force. Xia Wudao's skull cracked underfoot, his cries becoming even more miserable. Xia Wujia's expression was indifferent as he said, I will count to 3. If I do not see the Sangxing order, I will crush him. Chapter 20. The Secret of the Sangxing Order. Xia Wudao's head was still under Xia Wujia's foot. Xia Xian, fearing for his brother. Shouted angrily, Xia Wuji, I am your father. Wu Dao is your brother. Are you not afraid of heavenly retribution for doing this? Pavilion Master Xia, my patience is limited. Xia Wuji said coldly. What father? What brother? These people are nothing but wolves and tigers. 1. Xia Wuji's voice rang out again. Crack! With force from his foot, Xia Wudao's head sank into the ground, blood flowing from all 7 orifices. 2. Just as Xia Wuji was about to count to 3. The Songxing order is here. Lu Shi, hair disheveled and eyes red from crying, yet with a fierce expression, fearing that Xia Wuji's foot would exert force again, hurriedly took out the box containing the Songxing order. Let Wu Dao go first. Lu Shi's voice was sharp, filled with boundless hatred. Xia Wuji sneered and said, You have no qualification to negotiate terms with me. As he spoke, the sound of Xia Wudao's skull shattering under his foot echoed constantly. Here you go. Lu Shi dared not delay any longer, suddenly tossing the box in her hand. Just as the box reached Xia Wuji's side, a malicious light flickered in Lu Shi's eyes. However, Xia Wuji did not reach out to catch the box. A strand of his sword essence instantly fixed the box in midair, and in an instant, a flame ignited, engulfing the box. It's the fire extracted from the beast core of the flame tiger, Xia Wuhui exclaimed. She had longed to possess this fire, not long ago. She had made Xia Xian sell off a large part of the Sword Pavilion's assets to buy a portion, but in the end, she failed to refine it and wasted it. Now, unexpectedly, she saw this flame on Xia Wuji, and she was utterly shocked. Under the burning of the flame, a great gas slowly flowed on the surface of the box. It was highly poisonous. Lu Shi's scheme was thwarted. Xia Wuji looked at Lu Shi, snorted coldly, and said, The pain you wish to inflict on me will fall upon your own heart. As soon as his words fell, he flicked his finger, and the gray gas flowing from the surface of the box instantly entered Xia Wudao's body. In an instant, Xia Wudao's body convulsed violently, the poison spreading within him. Wu Dao! Wu Dao! Lu Shi cried out in panic again, grabbing Xia Xian's arm. Hurry, save Wu Dao, save my son. Xia Xian clenched his fists, his back teeth nearly grinding to dust, and roared, The Songxing order has been given to you. Will you not release him? Xia Wuji, in front of everyone, reached out to take the box. His palms circulated with elemental power, and immediately, lines of elemental light lit up on the surface of the box. In his past life, Xia Wuji opened the box and took out the Songxing order to give to Xia Wudao. When opening the box, he felt nothing. But now, he had a different feeling. The restrictions of this box, even in his view, were quite exquisite. Mother's methods are so unique. What is her true identity? Xia Wuji thought to himself. With a click, the box lid popped open, and a brilliant starlight soared into the sky as Xia Wuji took out the Songxing order inside. The square token was slightly smaller than a palm, with the words Songxing Dao Academy engraved on the front and a starry sky pattern on the back. Mother left this for me. Perhaps it is related to her whereabouts. Xia Wuji glanced at the Songxing order and then put the token into his bosom. He looked down at Xia Wudao beneath his feet. He knew that if he released Xia Wudao, these people would immediately retaliate. But Xia Wuji didn't care. Let them try. What harm is there in giving them a glimmer of hope? When they act with hope, he would shatter their hopes again. Isn't this another form of torment for them on a spiritual level? But just then, a hearty laughter rang out. Congratulations, young Master Wuji, for retrieving the Songxing order. As the words fell, Lin Jingyuan and Lin Piaoxue both leaped into the arena, coming to Xia Wuji's side. Xia Wuji was taken aback, looking at Lin Piaoxue. Lin Piaoxue smiled and said, Young Master Wuji, you saved my life. I thought we would never meet again, but it seems our fate is not over. Lin Jingyuan said, Since young Master Wuji has retrieved the Songxing order, this matter is settled. Why not come with us? They knew Xia Wuji was strong, stronger than Xia Xian, but this was still the Sword Pavilion. The opponent had the upper hand in numbers. Xia Wuji's 2 fists could not fight against 4 hands. Once Xia Wuji released Xia Wudao, he would inevitably fall into a heavy siege. So the 2 stepped in. Lin family head. Xia Xian took a deep breath and said, This is a matter of our Sword Pavilion. I asked the Lin family not to interfere. Lu Shi shouted like a shrew. Your Lin family is indeed powerful. Our sword pavilion is insignificant in front of you. But this world is about reason. The Lin family has no power to interfere in our sword pavilion's affairs. You Lin family come to our sword pavilion to act tyrannically. Even if we have to fight to the death, we will fight you to the end. If you dare, kill everyone in our sword pavilion. But even if you can kill everyone in the sword pavilion, so what? I don't believe you Lin family can silence the whole world. Lin Jingyuan frowned. He did not want to wear this big hat. However, Lin Piaoxue stepped forward and said, "Our Lin family only manages our own family affairs." Everyone was stunned. How did the sword pavilion's matter become the Lin family's family affair? Even Lin Jingyuan was confused. Lin Piaoxue continued, "Xia Wuji saved my life. He has a grace towards me. I, Lin Piaoxue, am willing to pledge myself to him. Xia Wuji is my husband, and my father will stand up for my husband." What is wrong with that? Lin Jingyuan, Xia Wuji, everyone in the sword pavilion. Lin Piaoxue turned around to face Xia Wuji and said, "This sword pavilion is filled with smoke and filth, a den of snakes and rats. Leaving the sword pavilion is the right choice. Don't worry, from now on the Lin family will be your home. Let us go. We're going home." After speaking, he turned to Lin Jingyuan and said, "Father, you promised me that you would treat my son-in-law like your own son." Lin Jingyuan was at a loss whether to laugh or cry, and could only nod. He then said to Xia Xian, "Xia Pavilion Master, I want to take my son-in-law away. Do you have any objections?" Of course, even if you have objections, it doesn't matter, since you no longer recognize this son. My good son-in-law has nothing to do with the sword pavilion. As he spoke, a strong aura suddenly erupted. He was a master at the 7th level of the Yuan gang realm. Lin Piaoxue, disregarding the residual poison and injuries in her body, also erupted with an aura of the 1st level of the Yuan gang realm. The father and daughter stood by Xia Wuji's side. The imposing presence of the two Yuan gang realm powerhouses rendered Xia Xin speechless, and the crazed Lu Shi did not dare to speak either. Xia Pavilion Master, the son you don't want is the true Qilin child. Thank you for your confusion, allowing the Lin family to gain such a good son-in-law. Lin Jingyuan said with a somewhat emotional tone. Husband, let's go, Lin Piaoxue said, directly taking Xia Wuji's hand. Lin Jingyuan's mouth twitched. Would his precious daughter really be serious about this? Xia Wuji pondered for a moment, then nodded and followed Lin Jingyuan and Lin Piaoxue away. Lu Shi, holding her head and bleeding, with her dantian destroyed and her limbs meridians severed, cried out in despair. Xia Xian stood in place, motionless, his thoughts in a tangle. The Wujie reforging pill was indeed so powerful, and his swordsmanship was beyond my comprehension. Moreover, Wujie could control flames so skillfully, obviously possessing a great talent to become an alchemist. It turns out that Wujie was the one who saved Lin Piaoxue's life, and now he was going to be the Lin family's son-in-law. And what about Wu Dao, cursing the ancestors, drawing his sword against the ancestors, even cursing me, his father? My temper is volatile, and I explode at the slightest provocation. Did I really do something wrong? Endless bitterness surged in Xia Xian's heart. He turned around and looked at the miserable Xia Wu Dao, weakly saying, "Take Wu Dao for treatment." Moments later, Xia Wu Dao was sent for treatment. Xia Xian entered the ancestral temple alone. Is it just going to end like this regarding my brother's matter? Xia Wu Hui's face was filled with resentment. Lu Shi said, "That bastard Xia Wuji has already latched onto the Lin family's thigh. What else can we do?" Xia Wu Hui gritted her teeth and said, "Mother, this matter absolutely cannot end like this. I have a plan." Lu Shi asked, "What plan?" "Speak quickly. As long as it can take revenge on Xia Wuji, I'm willing to do anything." Xia Wu Hui said, "Wasn't Xia Wuji always asking about his mother's whereabouts when he was young? We can use this as bait and pass the message to him. He will definitely take the bait. Once he returns to the sword pavilion, we can easily deal with him. His dantian is shattered, yet he can be reborn from the flames. If we pry open his mouth and dig out the secret to repairing his dantian, we can also repair my brother Wu Dao's dantian and make him even stronger. That Sangxing order can also be retrieved. By then, when Wu Dao becomes stronger, he can enter the Sangxing Dao Academy. And I can also directly enter the Sangxing Dao Academy with the Sangxing order. Wouldn't that be wonderful?" Upon hearing this, Lu Shi's breath quickened, Sing? Then let's do as you say. Young Master Wuji, the situation just now was special. I had no choice but to use this strategy. Please forgive me. After leaving the sword pavilion, Lin Piaoxue hurriedly released Xia Wuji's hand. Xia Wuji's expression was complicated. Lin Piaoxue was one of the top 10 beauties of the Great Chu dynasty, the daughter of the Lin family, and with high talent. She was specially recruited by the Zhongxing Dao Academy. That one sentence she just said was essentially wagering her own reputation. Xia Wuji understood her good intentions and said, Miss Piaoxue, please don't say that. I should be the one thanking you, and I also need to thank the head of the Lin family. Lin Piaoxue blinked and said happily, Young Master Wuji, now that you have the Zhongxing order, you could go to the Zhongxing Dao Academy soon. We can just travel together. But I wonder which peak of the Zhongxing Dao Academy your Zhongxing order belongs to? Xia Wuji knew that the Zhongxing Dao Academy had 7 peaks, but he didn't know the specifics. He also wanted to find out which peak his mother had a connection with. It was a perfect opportunity for Lin Piaoxue to take a look. Chapter 21. Another poisonous scheme, enemies at the door. Xia Wuji took out the Zhongxing order left by his mother from his bosom and handed it to Lin Piaoxue. Lin Piaoxue took the token and examined it seriously. Even Lin Jinyuan couldn't help but come closer, curiously staring at the token. The Zhongxing order, which allowed direct entry into the Zhongxing Dao Academy, was indeed precious. It's from the Yaowang Peak. A complex expression appeared on Lin Piaoxue's face. The Zhongxing Dao Academy has 7 peaks: Tianshu Peak, Tianxian Peak, Tianji Peak, Tianquan Peak, Yuheng Peak, Kaiyang Peak, and Yaowang Peak. Miss Piaoxue, does Yaowang Peak have any significance? Xia Wuji asked, noticing that Lin Piaoxue's expression was not quite right. Lin Piaoxue returned the Zhongxing order to Xia Wuji and then said, since the establishment of the Zhongxing Dao Academy, Yaowang Peak's strength and scale have always been at the bottom. But 12 years ago, the peak master Qin Jin suddenly gained a great opportunity. Her personal strength skyrocketed, and she led Yaowang Peak to rise rapidly. However, the good times didn't last long. Qin Jin suddenly vanished, and any matters regarding her became a taboo topic within the Zhongxing Dao Academy. Ever since Qin Jin's incident, anyone closely related to her within the Zhongxing Dao Academy has been affected to varying degrees. Either they disappeared like Qin Jin or faced exclusion and suppression, making it difficult to advance. Young Master Wuji, if this Zhongxing order came from Yaowang Peak after Qin Jin's disappearance, then there wouldn't be any problem. But if this Zhongxing order was handed out by Qin Jin before her incident, I suggest you better not take this token out. Otherwise, even if you enter the Zhongxing Dao Academy, you will still be implicated because of Qin Jin's matter. Lin Piaoxue's expression was very serious, and her tone was grave. Xia Wuji's mind was racing. Qin Jin suddenly gained a great opportunity 12 years ago and her strength soared, while his mother also went missing 12 years ago. This Zhongxing order was given to him by his mother from Qin Jin. Could the so-called great opportunity of Qin Jin be related to his mother? The disappearances of Qin Jin and his mother, could they also be connected? Seeing Xia Wuji fall into silence, Lin Piaoxue thought he was very disappointed that such a good Zhongxing order could not be used. So she comforted him, Young Master Wuji, there's no need to be disheartened. Even without this Zhongxing order, you can still enter the Zhongxing Dao Academy. In half a month, it will be the annual entrance assessment of the Zhongxing Dao Academy. With your talent, you will definitely have no problem. As she spoke, Lin Piaoxue's mind involuntarily recalled the scene of Xia Wuji killing the Black Wind Bandit with one sword. If he couldn't pass the assessment to enter the Zhongxing Dao Academy, not to mention the Great Chu dynasty, even the other great dynasties that worship the Zhongxing Dao Academy would probably have no one who could pass the assessment. Xia Wuji put the token back into his clothing. Regardless, he had to go to the Zhongxing Dao Academy. He needed to find out what happened to the peak master of Yaowang Peak, Qin Jin, and uncover the clues about his mother. In his previous life, there were too many regrets, which left his heart lacking in the face of the celestial tribulation, ultimately resulting in everything turning to nothing. Since fate had given him a chance to start over, he must seize it firmly and do, well, everything he once wanted to do but couldn't. Let this life have a perfect ending. I understand. Then I will participate in the assessment of the Zhangxing Dao Academy, Xia Wuji said, his calm tone revealing a strong confidence. The assessment place is relatively far from our Lin family, so it seems you cannot go to the Lin family with us first and must set off from here as soon as possible, Lin Jingyuan said. All right, I'll leave the Lin family's guards to you and have them take you to the assessment location. Xia Wuji shook his head and said, I appreciate the kind intentions of the Lin family head, but there's no need to trouble them. I can go alone. Although the Lin family's guards were quite strong, they held little significance in Xia Wuji's eyes and would only slow him down. Lin Piaoxue, who roamed the martial world, carried a map of the Great Chu dynasty with her. She took out the map and pointed to a specific location. The Zhangxing Academy conducts assessments in various dynasties every year, and this year, the assessment location in the Great Chu dynasty is Qinyan City. She handed the map to Xia Wuji and said, Young Master Wuji, I believe that with your talent, you will definitely stand out in the assessment. Those who perform excellently will have the chance to compete for the 7 peaks of the Zhangxing Academy. I am at Tianxin Peak, and I hope we can meet there soon. Xia Wuji accepted the map and said, Thank you. After a moment, he parted ways with the Lin father and daughter. He carefully studied the map and memorized the route to Qinyan City. Just as he was about to set off, a voice called out, Young Master. Xia Wuji looked in the direction of the voice and saw an elderly man dressed simply, riding a beast with the bloodline of a ferocious beast, galloping toward him. This man was the only old servant who had been in his courtyard over the years. In his previous life, Xia Wuji suffered persecution, and the old servant had pleaded for him, only to be killed by Xia Wudao with a single palm strike. The old man dismounted from his beast, nearly falling over. His old bones were almost falling apart from the bumpy ride. Fubo, what brings you to find me? Xia Wuji asked. The old servant sighed and said, Young master, the Lord has written a letter that I must deliver to you. As he spoke, the old servant handed the letter to Xia Wuji. Xia Wuji took the letter and opened it. Wuji, I was wrong as a father. I do not dare to hope for your forgiveness, but I hope you can return once. Your mother left some words when she departed, saying she would tell you when you grew up. Now that you have grown up, those words should be told to you. Xia Wuji's eyes narrowed slightly. He really couldn't refuse this reason. If his mother had indeed left some instructions, there might be important clues hidden within. However, if this was merely a ploy by those despicable people to scheme against him. Thinking of this, a cold glint burst forth in Xia Wuji's eyes. After the battle with Xia Wudao, he had given Xia Wudao a painful lesson and reclaimed the Zhangxing order. The interference of the Lin father and daughter had, in fact, indirectly given Xia Xian and the Lu family an opportunity. But if they did not cherish this opportunity, once Xia Wuji retracted his sword, they would have no more chances. Fubo, where do you plan to go next? Xia Wuji asked. The old servant sighed and said, I have no family or friends, so I can only return to the sword pavilion. Xia Wuji took out a stack of silver bills he had obtained after defeating an enemy in the Luoyao mountain range and stuffed them into the old servant's hands. Fu Bo, don't return to the sword pavilion. Find a place to enjoy your old age. Then, he pointed and tapped the old servant on various acupoints. Pure energy flowing into the old servant's body. The old servant's face instantly glowed with vitality, as if he had become 10 years younger. At least he could live for several more decades, free from illness and pain. If he wished, marrying a wife and having children would not be a problem. If the old servant had not appeared, he might have overlooked this cause and effect. The old servant, feeling the change in his body, trembled while holding the stack of silver bills, his eyes turning red. Thank you, young master, he exclaimed, about to kneel. Xia Wuji supported his hands and said, Fu Bo, you have taken care of me for many years. You've worked hard. This is what you deserve. After resolving this matter, Xia Wuji set off alone, returning to the sword pavilion. On the other side, Lin Jinyuan was hurrying down the road with Lin Piaoxue and a group of Lin family guards at great speed. Suddenly, Lin Jinyuan stopped. In front of them, a middle-aged man with a sinister expression rushed in front of Lin Jinyuan. I didn't expect to encounter the Lin family head here. What a coincidence. The middle-aged man cupped his hands towards Lin Jinyuan. Lin Jinyuan nodded and asked, Where are you headed? The middle-aged man replied, To the sword pavilion. Lin Jinyuan's gaze flickered,
and after a casual exchange, he continued on his way. "Father, who was that person just now?" Lin Piaoxue asked curiously. Lin Jingyuan said, "Su Yao. He has a grudge with Xia Xian. 3 years ago, he fought with Xia Xian, and after that duel, Xia Xian was severely injured and went into seclusion for 3 years. Now, Su Yao is heading to the Sword Pavilion, and I can sense that he has evidently broken through to the second level of Yuan Gang. Perhaps after today, there will be no more Sword Pavilion in the Great Chu dynasty." Lin Piaoxue fell silent for a moment and then said, "They deserve it." Chapter 22. Kill. The Truth. Sword Pavilion. Xia Wuji lay on the bed. Even in a comatose state, his body continued to convulse, and he emitted painful groans. Lu Shi sat beside him, tears in her eyes as she looked at her son's miserable state, constantly cursing Xia Wuji. Xia Xian, who had been calming down in the ancestral hall for a long time, stood silently beside them, his expression heavy. "Father, Xia Wuji has returned." Xia Wuhui burst into the room excitedly and said to Xia Xian. Xia Xian remained silent. Lu Shi hurriedly stood up, grabbing Xia Xian's arm. "Xia Xian, look at what has happened to Wu Dao. He's your own son. Can you bear to see him suffer like this? All of this is due to that bastard Xia Wuji. What are you hesitating for? We need to find a way to get Xia Wuji to repair Wu Dao's Dantian and save him. That is the top priority. When Wu Dao's Dantian is repaired, he will definitely become stronger like Xia Wuji and directly enter the Sanxing Academy, while Wu Hui will hold the Sanxing Order to join the Sanxing Academy. In the end, you will be the one enjoying the benefits, with both your precious son and daughter as disciples of the Sanxing Academy. Who would dare to look down on the Sword Pavilion, then? Who would dare to look down on you? As for that Xia Wuji, he is a heartless bastard who won't remember the gratitude of raising him all these years. Don't expect him to repay you." Xia Wuhui quickly added fuel to the fire, saying, "Father, for Wu Dao, for me, for mother, and for yourself. And for the Sword Pavilion, you cannot back down at this moment." Xia Xian took a deep breath and finally made a final decision. "Have someone bring Xia Wuji to the secret chamber." Lu Shi and Xia Wuhui were immediately filled with excitement. Xia Wuji, with a cold expression, entered the Sword Pavilion's secret chamber and saw Xia Xian with his back to him. "What exactly did my mother leave behind back then?" Xia Wuji coldly questioned, not wanting to waste a single moment of time. Xia Xian slowly turned around to face Xia Wuji and asked, "You really aren't even willing to call me father?" Xia Wuji scoffed, "Do you deserve it?" Anger suddenly appeared on Xia Xian's face. "Bastard!" he shouted furiously, suddenly tossing his hand. Crack! A jade vial fell to the ground. The vial shattered, and in an instant, a dark red mist began to spread throughout the secret chamber. Bone-corroding incense? A cold light flashed in Xia Wuji's eyes. It seemed they were indeed unrepentant and had tricked him back here to take action against him. But since Xia Wuji had dared to come back, he was not afraid of any of their methods. In an instant, the burning heaven technique activated, and the flames within his Dantian quickly rushed through his meridians and flesh, incinerating all the toxic mist that entered his body. "Father, leave the rest to me." Just then, the dark door of the secret chamber opened, and Xia Wuhui, with a smug expression, walked out. Lu Shi followed. "Xia Wuji, in the end, you have fallen into my hands. You caused my son to suffer so miserably, and I will definitely not let you off lightly." Lu's expression twisted, resembling a fierce demon crawling out of hell, wishing to skin Xia Wuji alive, pull out his tendons, and gouge out his heart and lungs, tearing his body into pieces. But just then, boom, a loud noise echoed. The entire Sword Pavilion shook. "Xia Xian, come out here!" The furious shout echoed into the secret chamber. Xia Xian's face changed dramatically as he said, "Damn it, it's that Su Yao. 3 years ago, I fell into his trap and suffered a huge loss, but today, this is the Sword Pavilion. Does he dare to come here? I'll settle the score with him." Then, he glanced at Xia Wuji with a face full of disappointment, before looking at Lu and Xia Wuhui, saying, "Even if this child is unfilial, he is ultimately my son. Waste his cultivation so he can never cause trouble again. Retrieve the Sanxing Order. Dig out the secret method to repair his Dantian. Leave him alive, and let him kneel at the ancestral hall day and night to repent." After saying that,
He immediately left the secret chamber to deal with the troublemaker Su Yao. After Xia Xian left, Xia Wuhui laughed heartily. Xia Wuji, oh Xia Wuji, weren't you quite arrogant when you tormented my brother today? What do you do now? The taste of the bone-corroding incense I specially prepared for you is not bad, right? Don't say it's you. Even a true Yuan Gang realm expert wouldn't be able to withstand the toxicity of this bone-corroding incense without swallowing the antidote in advance. Their bones would be corroded and ultimately turn into a maggot that can only crawl on the ground, trampled underfoot. This is your retribution. Xia Wuji's expression remained indifferent as he replied, shouldn't the ones who deserve retribution be you? You dog, still dare to be hard-headed? I'll tear your mouth apart first. Lu, thinking of her son Xia Wudao's situation, could no longer endure and let out a sharp roar, rushing toward Xia Wuji with a face full of malice. Slap! Xia Wuji suddenly swung out a palm, hitting Lu's face hard. Lu's head tilted, her teeth mixed with blood, and she spat out violently. She was stunned. Slap! Xia Wuji struck Lu's other cheek with a backhand. This time, Lu was directly knocked to the ground. You wicked woman, I've endured you for a long time. Xia Wuji roared, and with a swish, the sword light flashed. The Jinghong sword was drawn, and with a sudden thrust, it pierced through Lu's chest. Lu covered her chest with her hands, blood gushing out. Are you satisfied with this retribution? Xia Wuji said coldly. At this moment, memories flooded back to Xia Wuji of Lu reprimanding him, humiliating him, and plotting against him over the years. He didn't want Lu to die so quickly. Lu could no longer utter a word. Lying on the ground, her body convulsing violently, her life force rapidly fading. How could this be? You didn't prepare for my bone-corroding incense poison in advance. It should be fine. Xia Wuhui retreated repeatedly, shrinking into the corner of the secret chamber, terrified. She knew all too well how powerful this poison was. Even a Yuan Gang realm warrior would find it hard to withstand. But Xia Wuji, however, appeared unaffected. With such little skill, do you think you can poison me? What are you? Xia Wuji held his sword, walking towards Xia Wuhui. With each step he took, the shadow of death over Xia Wuhui thickened. When Xia Wuji reached Xia Wuhui thud, Xia Wuhui's legs went weak, and she instantly knelt on the ground. Big brother, I'm wrong. I really know I'm wrong. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. I'm your sister Wuhui. When we were young, you loved to hold me and always gave me good food. Every time I made a mistake, you protected me, took the punishment for me. You are the brother who loves me the most. How ironic. Xia Wuji's voice grew even colder. If you hadn't said so, I would have almost forgotten. When we were young, I held you, but you scolded me, saying I was a wild child without a mother. You found me disgusting if I touched you. I prepared the candy you liked, but you threw it on the ground and trampled it, even running to your mother to say I wanted to poison you. Every time you made a mistake, it was indeed me who was punished because you always put the blame on me. Since you said, I am the brother who loves you the most, then this good brother will send you on your way. Xia Wuji coldly shouted, and with a sweep of his sword, he sealed her throat. Xia Wuhui died instantly. Lu watched helplessly as her precious daughter died under Xia Wuji's sword. Unable to do anything, she could only widen her eyes, blood still flowing from her chest, slowly feeling death approaching. Xia Wuji slashed open the tightly shut door of the secret chamber. He stepped outside just in time to see Xia Xian's body flying backward, crashing through a building. Xia Xian struggled to rise from the rubble, covered in blood. He looked at the arrogant enemy, Su Yao, across from him, staring at the blood-red longsword in Su Yao's hand, filled with rage and despair. That was the Sword Pavilion's Xia family's blood sword. He also saw Xia Wuji walking out of the secret chamber unscathed. Although he didn't know why Xia Wuji was fine, he couldn't think too much about it at that moment. You bastard. You scoundrel. You actually stole the blood sword and handed it to Su Yao. Xia Xian roared. At this moment, he feared Su Yao but transformed that fear and humiliation into rage, pouring it onto Xia Wuji. However, there was no need for Xia Wuji to speak. The Su Yao holding the ancestral sword of the Sword Pavilion sneered, Xia Xian, are you mistaken? This sword was given to me by your still charming wife, Lu. Moreover, she begged me to accept it. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, Xia Xian's body felt as if struck by lightning. Chapter 23.
Are you seeking death? The sinister-looking Su Yao appeared extremely pleased at this moment. He had long-standing enmity with Xia Xian, and now he could finally torment Xia Xian properly. He wasn't in a hurry to kill Xia Xian because death was actually a relief for the enemy. He didn't want Xia Xian to get that relief so quickly. The more Xia Xian suffered, the more excited he became. Xia Xian, oh Xia Xian, 3 years ago, after our battle, you returned to the Sword Pavilion to heal. I secretly came, wanting to take your life while you were sick, so I disguised myself as an alchemist. At that time, your good wife Lu, in order to find a top-grade elixir for Xia Wuji and to seek guidance for Xia Wuji in alchemy, came to me. She begged me pitifully and even willingly undid her clothes in front of me, serving me for 7 days and nights. Ha ha. In the end, I made her fetch the blood sword and promised her the top-grade elixir for her son Xia Wuji and to teach her daughter Xia Wuji the alchemy technique. She really came with the blood sword. Of course, I deceived her. I took the sword and left, ha. If it weren't for this blood sword, how could I have comprehended your Sword Pavilion Xia family's Bloodheart Sutra and broken through to the Yuan gang realm? Su Yao's words were like needles piercing into Xia Xian's heart, covered in blood. Xia Xian could not accept this truth and instead continued to roar at Xia Wuji. It's all your fault, Xia Wuji. You stole the blood sword and handed it to Su Yao. You are in cahoots with Su Yao. Su Yao glanced at Xia Wuji again, laughing heartily. Xia Xian, that Lu served me for 7 days and nights. She even told me a secret. You only have one son, this Xia Wuji, and Xia Wudao and Xia Wuhui are not your children. As for who their father is, even that slut Lu doesn't know. After all, she has been fooling around with so many wild men behind your back that she can't even count them on 2 hands. No, this is impossible. Xia Xian shook his head frantically. Xia Wuji, you ungrateful bastard, colluding with outsiders to harm your biological father. You even conspired with outsiders to slander the matriarch of the Sword Pavilion. You are simply unforgivable. You deserve to go to hell. Xia Wuji, who had been silent, originally thought he could take everything lightly and wouldn't get angry again. But at this moment, he was still provoked by Xia Xian's words. Even after everything that had happened, Xia Xian still believed he was the root of all evil, the source of all misfortune. Then let that wicked woman Lu speak to you directly and tell you whether all of this was caused by me. Xia Wuji shouted, raising his hand to grasp, and a powerful force coalesced into a seal, pulling the not-quite-dead Lu out of the secret room. Lu had already heard the conversation outside while in the secret room. Facing Xia Xian's gaze, which seemed ready to devour him, Lu cried out, Husband, back then I didn't know he was Su Yao. He tricked me. If I had known he was Su Yao, I definitely wouldn't have handed the stunning sword of the Sword Pavilion to him. As for Wu Dao and Wu Hui, does it matter whether they are your biological children? They call you dad day and night. Isn't that enough? What more do you want? Husband, Xiao Wuji killed Wu Hui, and Wu Dao is also on the brink of collapse. I'm about to die too. You have to help us take revenge. Let this Xia Wuji accompany us to the grave. Xia Xian went completely mad, roaring, I'll kill you first, you wretched woman. He rushed to Lu's side and struck down with a sword, directly beheading her. Then, he looked at Xia Wuji, his whole body trembling. The blow was too great for him. Xia Wuji was his only descendant. Yet he believed Lu and had always misunderstood Xia Wuji. He thought it was Xia Wuji who had turned the Sword Pavilion into a mess, and that he had stolen the Crimson Blood Sword. Moreover, over the years, he had given all his paternal love to those 2 wildlings, Wu Dao and Wu Hui, while being so harsh on his only biological son. Even just a moment ago, he had colluded with that wretched Lu to poison his own son to favor those 2 wildlings. Wuji, I was wrong. At this moment, Xia Xian regretted to the extreme, his voice filled with extreme repression. Sir Master Xia, whether you are right or wrong has nothing to do with me. As he spoke, Xia Wuji turned and left without looking back. All of this was Xia Xian's own doing. His retribution, Xia Xian's admission of guilt, was merely a desperate attempt to give himself a little redemption. But Xia Wuji didn't need it. Just like before, he looked down upon Xia Xian and wouldn't bother to explain. This grand spectacle is truly wonderful. It's so enjoyable to watch. Su Yao laughed loudly and suddenly thrust out a crimson sword light.
The crimson sword light was incredibly precise, piercing through Xia Xian's abdomen and crippling his dantian. Xia Xian let out a miserable scream and fell to the ground. Su Yao laughed. Xia Xian, I won't let you die so easily. After all, we have many old scores to settle, which need to be slowly accounted for. Next, I'll hang a chain around your neck. Wherever you go, you'll crawl there like a dog. Ha ha. Su Yao's laughter echoed through the heavens and the earth. Xia Xian felt utterly hopeless. At this moment, his heart was as dead as ash. And Su Yao, of course, was not satisfied with this. He glanced at the departing Xia Wuji, sneering and saying, Did I let you go? Xia Wuji looked at Su Yao with a face full of indifference and said, You want to take revenge on the master of the sword pavilion? I have nothing to do with the sword pavilion. Su Yao maintained a victorious demeanor and said, But you're still surnamed Xia, and I, Su Yao, believe in cutting the grass and eliminating the roots. Of course, there are other ways. For example, you kneel down, acknowledge me as your father, change your surname to Su, and then every day, walk your dog chain while pulling your biological father Xia Xian, serving me at my side. Then you can live. This is the cruelest way to torment Xia Xian. To have Xia Xian's only biological son pull Xia Xian, who is chained, and call him dad every day in front of him. Thinking of this, Su Yao's body trembled with excitement. This is a soul-deep pleasure. Xia Wuji sneered. You have taken revenge on Xia Xian and destroyed the sword pavilion. Your goal has been achieved, but you are not qualified to provoke me. Su Yao's gaze suddenly turned extremely cold. Little brat, I gave you a chance, but don't be ungrateful. Xia Wuji looked at him. Are you seeking death? Su Yao coldly shouted. What an arrogant little brat who doesn't know the heights of heaven and earth. Since that's the case, then go die. As soon as the words fell, Su Yao's violent intent surged. The cultivation of the second level of Yuan Gang erupted. The ancestral top-grade sword that once belonged to the sword pavilion swung fiercely toward Xia Wuji. The sword energy surged like a gale, swift and fierce. In his view, the fluctuation of aura on Xia Wuji was merely that of the Qi-Si realm. A casual sword strike could easily slay a bunch of such ants. Lying on the ground, suffering more than death, Xia Xian watched the crimson sword energy slashing towards Xia Wuji and felt that his only son was doomed. After all, even before his cultivation was crippled, in his peak state, he couldn't withstand this sword. Just as the crimson sword energy was about to strike Xia Wuji and split his body in half, the light in Xia Wuji's eyes seemed to flicker like sword energy. The sword seed in his dantian trembled lightly, and sword essence instantly poured out. A sharp edge surged from his body, soaring into the sky. Whoosh! The stunning sword was drawn. Slash! Chapter 24. Regret and Conclusion. Xia Wuji swung his sword and slashed, the sword energy radiating brilliantly, shattering the crimson sword energy that Su Yao had struck down. Su Yao was taken aback, then showed an expression of surprise, and couldn't help but glance at the miserable and pathetic Xia Xian, saying, Xia Xian, you couldn't withstand the sword, but your biological son, whom you expelled from the sword pavilion, can withstand it. He is even stronger than you. Ha ha ha, such a talented son, yet you treat him like that. You are simply blind. Xia Xian, covered in blood and lying on the ground, once again suffered a tremendous shock in his heart. He looked at Xia Wuji, who was calm and holding the long sword, and increasingly realized how foolish and confused he had been before. Su Yao was intentionally provoking Xia Xian. Then, he looked back at Xia Wuji. TSK, Xia Wuji, you have forced me to look at you differently, but that last sword was merely a casual move. You could only withstand it because I was not serious. However, if I were to treat you seriously, you would have no chance of survival under my sword. I'll give you one last chance. Kneel down immediately, kowtow, acknowledge me as your father, and I'll give you a way to live, letting you stay by my side, serving me like a horse. Xia Wuji's eyes sparkled with cold light. A person on the verge of death speaks so grandly. Su Yao frowned and snorted coldly. Stubborn little brat, then go die. As the words fell, Su Yao stepped on the gale, his figure exploding forward. He activated the Crimson Bloodheart Sutra of the Xia family of the Sword Pavilion, a top-grade yellow rank technique, and his yuan power boiled, causing a crimson flame to flicker around his body. Su Yao moved incredibly fast, and in an instant, he was in front of Xia Wuji. The top-grade crimson blood sword swept out, still executing the strongest sword technique of the Xia family of the Sword Pavilion, the top-grade yellow rank crimson blood sword technique. Techniques. Swordsmanship and swords were the foundation of the Sword Pavilion's rise, the most powerful heritage of the Sword Pavilion. The people of the Xia family of the Sword Pavilion had become weaker generation by generation, but now, this power was displayed magnificently in Su Yao's hands. Ding! A crisp sound rang out. The sword edge of Xia Wuji, surrounded by blazing flames, the scorching aura of the true Yang sword technique, and the unique sharpness of the sword Yuan, combined with the stunning sword of the quasi-spirit level, made his strike clash hard against Su Yao's sword without losing ground. In the blink of an eye, the sword lights flashed in the arena, and the two had already exchanged dozens of blows. Su Yao was deeply shocked inside. With his cultivation at the second level of the Yuan Gang realm, he had already used his true abilities, yet he couldn't gain the upper hand against Xia Wuji, who was at the Qi Si realm. Just as he momentarily lost focus, a small opening appeared, which Xia Wuji seized. 3 yangs opening the sky. 3 rounds of sword energy, like a great sun, instantly condensed within Xia Wuji's sword and roared towards Su Yao. A hint of danger surged in Su Yao's heart, and he let out a low growl from his throat, not daring to be careless, and suddenly slashed out with his sword, shattering 1 round of sword energy Great Sun. But the remaining 2 rounds of sword energy Great Sun exploded beside him simultaneously. Boom! Boom! The deafening roar echoed. The sea of fire blazed fiercely. The sharp edge rampaged. Su Yao let out a miserable scream, his body flying out like a broken kite from the sea of flames filled with sharpness. At that moment, Xia Wuji's figure pursued after him. Low-grade profound step, cloud sky step. His body transformed into a shadow. Unity of man and sword. Swish! Xia Wuji wielded his sword, passing through Su Yao's side. Blood spurted from Su Yao's neck. Xia Wuji steadied himself and sheathed his sword. Bang! Su Yao's body crashed heavily behind him. Xia Wuji did not look back, only coldly said, "You can only blame yourself for seeking death." Su Yao's body twitched continuously. At this moment, he regretted immensely. Xia Wuji originally did not want to interfere in the Sword Pavilion's matters. Why did he have to provoke him? If he hadn't pushed Xia Wuji, he wouldn't have ended up like this. In the next moment, the light in Su Yao's eyes completely faded, and his body stopped twitching, breathing his last. But the one who regretted even more was Xia Xian. He felt as if he were dreaming. The powerful Su Yao, who made him feel despair, had died under Xia Wuji's sword. If only he cared a little more about Xia Wuji, he wouldn't have ended up like this. "Wuji, I truly know I was wrong. Please forgive your father." Xia Xian struggled to make a sound, crawling towards Xia Wuji, leaving a trail of blood on the ground. Xia Wuji looked at Xia Xian with indifference and said, "Did your mother leave any words when she left?" Xia Xian shook his head. "Your mother only told me to take good care of you, to cultivate you well." "Take care of me? Cultivate me well? Did you do it?" Xia Wuji's tone was filled with strong sarcasm. Tears streamed down Xia Xian's face. "Wuji, father was confused before. Please trust me one more time. You restored your cultivation after your dantian was shattered. You must have a way to save me, to help me repair my dantian. Wuji, as long as I recover, I will repay you 100-fold, 1,000-fold. Father swears. Get lost." Xia Wuji shouted angrily. A wave of qi erupted from his body, sending Xia Xian flying. "Someone like you doesn't deserve forgiveness." Xia Wuji left those words and then departed, not looking back. The damn people are all dead. Xia Xian was still alive, but he wished he were dead. As the Lord of the Sword Pavilion, he naturally had many enemies. Those who had once been under his command were also likely to jump out and vent their frustrations. However, these had nothing to do with Xia Wuji anymore. From this moment on, he had severed all ties with the Sword Pavilion. He now only wanted to hurry to Qingyun City of the Great Chu Dynasty to participate in the assessment of the Songxing Dao Academy. Entering the Songxing Dao Academy, looking for clues about his mother, and making up for the regrets of his past life, and furthermore, Entering the Sangxing Dao Academy would also allow him to more easily collect resources for cultivation and return to the path of immortality. 7 days later, in a forest, bonfires blazed. Many young people, in groups of 3 to 5, chatted happily. They were all from the Great Chu dynasty, gathered in Qingyun City to participate in the assessment of the Sangxing Dao Academy. Xia Wuji sat alone by a fire, closing his eyes in meditation, silently operating his cultivation technique. Brother Xia, tomorrow we will reach Qingyun City. It's been tough traveling these days. Why not join us tonight for a hearty meal and drinks to relax? A young man approached Xia Wuji with a smile. Xia Wuji finished his cultivation and opened his eyes to look at the man. This person was named Huang Hu had met Xia Wuji on the road 2 days ago. Huang Hu was very friendly and liked to make friends. As the saying goes, you don't hit a smiling person. Although Xia Wuji did not intend to have too much interaction with them, he did not coldly reject them either. A faint smile appeared on his face. I appreciate Brother Huang's kindness, but I can't hold my liquor, so I'll pass on the festivities. Brother Huang, a young master from a prominent family, walked over, draping an arm around Huang Hu's shoulder, then glanced at Xia Wuji and sneered. This thing, just a mere Qi-Si realm first-level guy. What's he pretending to be high and mighty for? Brother Huang is giving you face by inviting you. You dare to refuse? Truly asking for trouble. Xia Wuji's brows furrowed instantly. Huang Hu hurriedly grabbed this person's arm, saying, Brother Xia, I'm really sorry. Zhang Xiao has had too much to drink. Then, Huang Hu immediately pulled a guy named Zhang Xiao away. Soon, the forest became lively. Everyone had been traveling for many days and would reach Qingyun City tomorrow. Imagining the beautiful scene of joining the Sangxing Dao Academy, their spirits lifted. Laughter and cheers filled the air. Only Xia Wuji remained calm, undisturbed by external affairs. Inside his dantian, the sword seed continuously released sharp brilliance into the rolling sea of Yuan power. In the next moment, the sea of Yuan power suddenly trembled and expanded. Breakthrough. Second level of the Qi-Si realm. For other Qi-Si realm martial artists, a breakthrough would cause quite a commotion, as a sudden surge of power would be hard to control. However, Xia Wuji's control over every strand of sword Yuan was effortless and exquisite. Thus, his breakthrough was silent and unnoticed. Just as Xia Wuji was about to operate his technique again to stabilize the newly expanded sea of Yuan power, suddenly, his powerful perception detected something unusual. In the darkness, a series of killing intent-laden auras were quietly approaching. Chapter 25. The Evil Cult's Attack. Provocation again. In the dark night, danger was closing in. But in this forest, most people were still immersed in the jovial atmosphere of drinking and chatting. Although many had brought bodyguards who were on watch around them, no one noticed anything amiss nearby. Xia Wuji and these people were only traveling together because they all had the same destination. But at this moment, in a certain sense, he was indeed tied together with them. He had no idea what danger was lurking in the shadows, and if he wanted to carve out a bloody path alone, it would only make him an instant target. He still needed to rely on these people's strength to form a resistance, allowing him to understand the enemy's situation. In the chaos, he could find an opportunity to escape. Thus, Xia Wuji quickly came up with a plan. He raised his hand and grabbed a fist-sized stone, which flew into his hand. With a flick of his wrist, the stone was wrapped in his sword Yuan, cutting through the darkness and smashing heavily onto the head of a nearby bodyguard on watch. Although this force could only inflict minor injuries on a bodyguard, it was enough. Bang! The bodyguard, whose head was smashed, let out a terrible scream. Enemy attack. Immediately, the other bodyguards, like startled birds, shouted and drew their swords, ready for battle. The young talents who were drinking and laughing suddenly felt a chill run through their bodies, and most of them sobered up. Some quickly circulated their energy to dispel the alcohol. Others hurriedly swallowed antidotes, and some immediately summoned their guards to their side, just in case. At this moment, whoosh, 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 sharp whistling sounds pierced through the darkness. A dense rain of arrows shot in from all directions. Protect the young master. Protect the young lady. The guards shouted loudly. A hail of arrows fell towards the position where Xia Wuji was, but he stepped lightly with his profound footwork. easily weaving through the gaps between the arrows as if strolling in a garden. "Be careful, Brother Xia." A loud shout rang out. It was Huang Hu, rushing over with his guards. Huang Hu's guards blocked the remaining arrows aimed at Xia Wuji. Huang Hu said, "It seems we were too careless. But it shouldn't be a big problem. After all, we are not far from Qinyan City, and those hidden guys wouldn't dare to be too arrogant. Brother Xia, it's really inconvenient for you to be alone. Why not come with me? It would be easier to look out for each other." Xia Wuji looked at Huang Hu and said, "Brother Huang, from your tone, it seems you know the origins of the ones shooting arrows from the dark." Huang Hu nodded and replied, "It's not that I know who they are, but I can guess their nature. They're just some thieves from the demon cult. People from the demon cult rely on devouring the blood or souls of living people to speed up their cultivation, and they particularly like the blood and souls of young geniuses. During the assessment period of Sangxing Dao Academy, young talents from all sides gather at the assessment site. And those bastards from the demon cult are very active during this time. They only need to wait on some fixed routes, and a steady stream of young talents will fall into their clutches. This is also the reason why almost everyone carries guards with them, to avoid encountering such troubles on the road. We thought we would reach Qinyan City tomorrow, and that the demon cult fanatics wouldn't dare to appear so close to the city, but it seems we underestimated their boldness. Brother Xia, although we are not very familiar, I hope you can trust me. I mean you no harm. I just like making friends. Let's retreat together, travel through the night, shake off these bastards, and head straight into Qinyan City." During this short time, several young talents participating in the assessment had already been hit by arrows and fell to the ground. If it weren't for the stones Xia Wuji quietly threw out to alert them, given their previous state, facing this round of arrow rain would have resulted in casualties multiplying several times. "All right," Xia Wuji agreed. He didn't want to stick his neck out, preferring to stay among the crowd and act according to the situation. Immediately, under the escort of a group of guards, Xia Wuji followed Huang Hu to break through. Wave after wave of arrows continued to rain down. When the arrows could no longer form an effective attack, a cold shout suddenly rang out. "Kill!" In an instant, figures in black cloaks wearing ghost masks rushed out from the darkness. They are from the Bloodfire Demon Cult. Huang Hu whispered, "Brother Xia, be careful." Huang Hu's guards were of decent strength, and one of them was a middle-aged martial artist at the peak of the Qi realm. He wielded a spear, and with a shake of the spear tip, shadows of the spear condensed, piercing through an enemy. There were many of these black-cloaked figures wearing ghost masks, and they were extremely ferocious. In just a moment, several of Huang Hu's guards had already fallen. A fifth-layer Qi realm martial artist from the Bloodfire Demon Cult successfully closed in on Huang Hu and swung a giant axe fiercely toward his head. Seeking death, Huang Hu roared. As a sixth-layer Qi realm practitioner, he swiftly swung his long knife, deflecting the axe aimed at his head, and then changed his technique, slashing horizontally with his blade, cutting open the chest of the demon cult martial artist. The demon cult martial artist let out a scream as his body flew backward, but even so, he still managed to fling his arm, sending poison needles shooting toward Huang Hu. Huang Hu broke out in a cold sweat. At that moment, he had just exerted all his strength to deliver a blow, and there was no time to evade. Ding, ding, ding. Just then, a flash of sword light erupted, and all the poison needles were blocked by Xia Wuji's sword. Huang Hu, still shaken and in a state of fright, immediately clasped his hands to Xia Wuji and said, "Thank you, Brother Xia. Let us break through quickly." Xia Wuji's expression was serious because, at that moment, his already detached spiritual power had caught a glimpse of an extremely powerful aura. There was still a core formation realm expert from the Bloodfire Demon Cult watching from the shadows. The Gathering Qi realm, True Essence realm, Qi realm, and Yuan Gang realm are all just about honing the foundational skills. Only when one reaches the core formation realm can they truly open the door to martial arts. With the strength of a core formation realm martial artist, why would they need to go through such trouble to ambush this group of young talents heading to the Sangxing Dao Academy assessment? Xia Wuji was convinced that tonight's events surely had deeper mysteries behind them. They had to take advantage of the fact that the core formation realm expert from the Bloodfire Demon Cult had not yet made a move and withdraw quickly. Huang Hu grunted in agreement, gripping his knife, and charged with his guards. Xia Wuji, too, kept making moves within the group, trying to avoid attracting attention. After a while, they finally broke through the encirclement of the Bloodfire Demon cult thieves and rushed swiftly through the night. Along the way, they encountered several more ambushes from the Bloodfire Demon cult thieves. It should be fine now. After enduring multiple battles, Huang, who was nearly exhausted, his face pale, with a bloody wound on his arm. More than half of Huang, whose guards had perished, and the survivors were almost at their limit. Xia Wuji's spiritual power silently spread out, capturing even the faintest traces around him, ready to react at the first sign of abnormality. What exactly did the core formation realm expert from the Bloodfire Demon cult want to do? Xia Wuji wondered, unable to comprehend. Brother Xia, you saved me 3 times at critical moments during this escape. Thank you. Huang, who, panting heavily, clasped his hands to Xia Wuji. 3 times. He had sensed the breath of death. Yet, each time, Xia Wuji just happened to be nearby, helping him avert the crisis. Xia Wuji replied, Brother Huang, you're being polite. If it weren't for your guards, I wouldn't have been able to break through either. Brother Xia, this is a recovery pill, a secret formula from my family. Very effective for restoring vitality. Our current state is not suitable for continuing on. We need to rest for a while, treat our injuries, restore our vitality, and then set off again. We absolutely cannot stop anymore. We must press on and directly reach Qingyun City. Huang, who said as he handed a jade vial containing the pills to Xia Wuji. Xia Wuji didn't refuse, accepting the pills and swallowing them, then sitting cross-legged to refine the energy of the pills and restore his strength. Half an hour later, the remaining guards of Huang, who had improved significantly, and they set off again. However, it wasn't long before figures flickered ahead. Prepare for battle. Huang, who shouted lowly, as if facing a great enemy. Brother Huang, there's no need to be nervous. It's me. A voice came from the darkness. Soon after, Zhang Xiao arrived with a group of guards in front of Huang Hu. Brother Zhang, great. You also broke through successfully. Huang Hu appeared somewhat excited. Zhang Xiao clasped his hands. Fortunately, I was lucky. The danger came too suddenly this time. I almost didn't make it out alive. By the way, Brother Huang, I discussed with a few friends, and we think that heading directly to Qingyun City is still very dangerous. So we've arranged for someone to go to Qingyun City to seek help from the strong ones at Songxing Dao Academy. During this time, we can hide and wait for rescue. Brother Huang, your people are also in poor condition. Why not come with us? Huang, who was about to speak. Xia Wuji suddenly said, Brother Huang, I think we should stick to the original plan. There is a powerful cultivator in the Bloodfire Demon sect behind the scenes, which poses a huge threat. Now that we have escaped their encirclement, we should leave this place of troubles quickly. Furthermore, I see problems with Zhang Zhao's plan. If he wants to hide and wait for the rescue from the Songxing Dao Academy, why is he swaggering around with people? He must be either foolish or malicious. Zhang Xiao immediately frowned and stared at Xia Wuji, saying, I have been displeased with you for a long time, but out of respect for Brother Huang, I have chosen not to argue with you. However, I want you to be clear about your own identity. You have no right to speak here, so shut your mouth. Do you understand? As he spoke, he even drew his sword and pointed the blade at Xia Wuji, threatening, if you dare to make any more noise, I will cut off your tongue. Chapter 26, Malicious Intent, Decapitate Zhang Xiao. Previously, Zhang Xiao had provoked Xia Wuji with words. Now, he was even pointing a sword at him. A cold glint flashed in Xia Wuji's eyes. In an instant, his sword was drawn, and with a clang, Zhang Zhao's sword was knocked away by Xia Wuji's strike. Xia Wuji's sword was now directly across Zhang Zhao's neck. Zhang Xiao was instantly frightened, his face turning pale, and cold sweat broke out all over his body, not daring to move an inch. Brother Xia, please don't be angry, Huang Hu quickly called out. Then he turned to Zhang Xiao, saying, Brother Zhang, you were in the wrong first, quickly apologized to Brother Xia. Zhang Xiao gritted his teeth and growled, Xia Wuji, it was my fault, please spare me. Xia Wuji, giving Huang Hu face, sheathed his sword and said to Huang Hu, Brother Huang, if you choose to go with him, I will take my leave. Zhang Xiao immediately said, Brother Huang, you decide, I won't force you. I will return there shortly and tell Miss He that you have escaped and need not worry anymore. Miss He is also there? Huang Hu quickly asked. Miss He, whose full name was Elan, was the woman Huang who admired. Huang who gritted his teeth and said, "Brother Zhang, I will go with you." Then Huang who turned around, took out a jade bottle and a talisman, and handed them to Xia Wuji. "Brother Xia, this is a top-grade explosive yuan pill. Consuming it will cause your internal energy to burn wildly, giving you a powerful burst of strength, but afterwards, your dantian and meridians may suffer damage. This talisman is a high-grade wind chaser talisman. In case of danger, you can inject a trace of energy to activate it, allowing your speed to surge for 15 minutes. You are traveling alone, be very careful, and I wish you a smooth journey. We will meet again in Qingyun City," Huang Hu said with cupped hands. "Brother Huang, take care," Xia Wuji replied, then left alone, disappearing into the night. However, not long after he left, Xia Wuji sensed something following him. "You all, take Brother Huang to the hiding place first," Zhang Xiao ordered his guards. Huang Hu asked, "Brother Zhang, what are you going to do?" Zhang Xiao replied, "Because of the Bloodfire Demon Sect's ambush, many people who went to Qingyun City for the assessment like us have met with misfortune. How can I, Zhang Xiao, just stand by and watch them die? I only want to do what I can to find more people and let them take refuge in a safe place to survive the danger. Brother Zhang has great righteousness." Huang Hu's expression turned serious as he cupped his hands to Zhang Xiao. Zhang Xiao then separated from Huang Hu and his group. "Are we following?" Zhang Xiao looked at a guard beside him and asked, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. "We are following. That kid's speed isn't fast, he's slow," the guard replied. "Just now I was careless and let him put a sword to my neck. I must take my revenge," Zhang Xiao coldly shouted, quickening his pace as they swiftly moved through the darkness. Moments later, Zhang Xiao and his group arrived at a desolate area piled with rubble. He looked around and said, "Where is everyone?" "Young master, don't worry, I'll look," one person said. This person immediately bit his fingertip and red blood seeped out. He formed a hand seal, and that drop of blood transformed into a wisp of blood mist, releasing a pungent smell. Soon, little snakes quickly emerged from all directions, crawling to his feet. This person frowned and looked at Zhang Xiao, saying, "Young master, that guy named Xia Wuji is here." Zhang Xiao angrily shouted, "Useless trash, you say he's here? Where's he?" Just then, the little snakes on the ground suddenly stiffened and stood upright. Then all the little snakes exploded. Sword energy shot out from within the little snakes. "Protect the young master." Panicked voices rang out. Even though their reactions were quick, several people were directly killed by this round of sword energy. Meanwhile, Xia Wuji, who was hiding not far away, charged out, his right hand gripping the sword handle. And with a fierce pull, the Xinghong sword was unsheathed. Layered wave, sword technique. Double wave, the sword light surged, and the double wave converged, howling toward Zhang Xiao and the others. The screams rang out continuously. Zhang Xiao's guards, anyone hit by Xia Wuji's sword light, had no chance of surviving. As the sword light struck Zhang Xiao, he let out a low roar, a heavy aura enveloping him, and he surprisingly withstood the explosive power of Xia Wuji's double wave. Looking at the corpses of the guards around him, Zhang Xiao's face turned ashen, and the talisman in his hand shattered into fragments. "It seems you took that fool Huang Hu's explosive yuan pill, allowing you, a first-level Qi realm cultivator, to unleash such a powerful strike, killing so many of my brothers and wasting a top-grade talisman. Now that your pill is used up, you have no trump cards left. If it weren't for my carelessness before, you wouldn't have been able to threaten me with your sword. Next, I won't give you any chance." He couldn't see that Xia Wuji had already reached the second level of the Qi realm. Zhang Zhao's sword swung fiercely, the sword light flashing, and the energy of his 8th level Qi realm surged within him, making his aura appear extremely violent. "Xia Wuji, the consequences of angering me are severe. I will dismember you and scatter your remains." As his voice fell, Zhang Xiao, at the 8th level of the Qi realm, charged forward in an instant. He rushed in front of Xia Wuji and slashed with his sword. Xia Wuji, however, simply flicked his sword lightly, and the brilliant sword light seemed to tear through the night. With a clang, Zhang Zhao's hand that held the sword was shattered, and the long sword flew away, while Zhang Zhao's body was also sent flying. Bang! Zhang Xiao fell heavily to the ground, letting out a miserable scream, having lost his right hand blood spraying from his severed wrist. Ah, Xia Wuji, you actually concealed your strength. You are definitely not a first-level Qi realm cultivator. Zhang Zhao's voice was filled with pain and shock. Xia Wuji looked indifferent and said, "You are right. I am indeed not at the first level of the Qi realm, but at the second level." "No, impossible. You are lying. Your explosive power is something only a Yuan Gang realm expert can reach." Zhang Xiao shouted. Xia Wuji saw no need to explain further. He slowly walked toward the disheveled Zhang Xiao. As Zhang Xiao watched Xia Wuji approach, his face suddenly transformed from one of immense pain due to his severed hand to an extremely fierce expression. His eyes turned blood red, and it seemed like flames were dancing in his pupils. "Xia Wuji die!" Zhang Xiao roared, charging at him like a bloodthirsty beast. His aura was incredibly violent, exuding a strong smell of blood. Xia Wuji had sensed this power when he broke through with Huang Hu, realizing that Zhang Xiao was also from the Bloodfire Demon sect. Swish! Xia Wuji once again slashed with his sword. The sword's essence erupted, and a fierce sword energy burst forth from the blade. Ah! Zhang Xiao, suspended in midair, let out a more mournful scream than when his hand was severed earlier. Bang! Zhang Zhao's body crashed to the ground, nearly split in half by Xia Wuji's sword. Unexpectedly, you're also a member of the Bloodfire Demon sect. Tell me truthfully, what does your Bloodfire Demon sect intend to do? Xia Wuji coldly shouted. The tip of the Jinghong sword pressed against Zhang Zhao's forehead. Chapter 27. The Demon Array, Spirit, Eye activated. Lying on the ground, covered in blood, Zhang Xiao forced himself to endure the excruciating pain and roared. "Since you know I am from the Bloodfire Demon sect, you should put away your sword while you still can. I'll tell you the truth. My adoptive father is the leader of the Bloodfire Demon sect. He is also in this area tonight, and if you dare kill me, my adoptive father will definitely not let you go." Xia Wuji let out a cold laugh and said, "You still haven't answered my question." As soon as he finished speaking, he flicked his finger, and a wisp of flame transformed into sword energy, instantly penetrating Zhang Zhao's body. The flame sword energy traversed within him, tearing his flesh and burning his organs. "Oh!" Zhang Xiao let out a heart-wrenching scream. I'll talk. Just a moment later, Zhang Xiao could no longer endure it. "My adoptive father is the leader of the Bloodfire Demon sect, nicknamed the Blood Butcher. He is practicing a secret technique of the Bloodfire Demon sect, which requires a large amount of young martial artist's essence, blood, and souls. Moreover, it must be extracted from living young martial artists. So, previously my adoptive father had people act, just to drive them away, not to kill everyone. He wants to drive everyone into the blood-refining soul-devouring array. Once the hour of the rat arrives, when the world is at its most mean, my adoptive father will activate the power of the blood-refining soul-devouring array, extracting and refining the essence, blood, and souls of those young martial artists bit by bit to use as energy for his secret technique." Xia Wuji's thoughts turned, and this finally explained everything. No wonder he sensed the presence of a core formation expert lurking in the shadows. Yet that expert allowed the targets to break out without intervening. It turns out that the guy called Blood Butcher was deliberately driving people to the area where he had set up a malicious array, gathering people together to slaughter them all, using them as nourishment for his cultivation. "Did you send Huang Hu to the place where the blood-refining soul-devouring array is located?" Xia Wuji asked. Zhang Xiao hurriedly replied, "Yes." "How many people are there now?" "Over 200. Is the Blood Butcher a second-level core formation expert?" Xia Wuji asked again. Zhang Zhao's eyes widened. "How do you know?" "My adoptive father just broke through recently, and only a few people around him know about his cultivation status." "Stop talking nonsense," Xia Wuji coldly shouted. The reason he knew was naturally that he had clearly sensed the aura of the Blood Butcher earlier. Could it be that the Blood Butcher is also an array master? Zhang Xiao replied, "No, my adoptive father is not an array master. He acquired this blood-refining soul-devouring array at a great cost from an array master of the Bloodfire Demon sect. I heard my adoptive father mention that this array seems to be somewhat incomplete, but it is more than enough for him to practice the secret technique of the Bloodfire Demon sect. Xia Wuji, I know all this, and I've told you everything, as long as you spare my life. I will agree to anything. But I never thought of sparing you. Xia Wuji's sword thrust forward, piercing through Zhang Zhao's forehead. As the adopted son of a leader of the Blood Fire Demon sect, and with the Blood Fire Demon sect having already killed many people tonight, he must have many valuable items on him. If only he had a storage ring, he could collect them all. Xia Wuji sighed, then selected the pills suitable for his current cultivation level, released a flame to incinerate the corpse, and quickly left. But he did not head straight for Qingyun City. Instead, he turned and rushed toward the location of the blood-refining soul-devouring array. Huang, who was a good person, if he could save him, he would. Now he was in the dark, while the Blood Fire Demon sect's leader, the Blood Butcher, was in the light. A second-level core formation martial artist who was not an array master, controlling a not-so-complete low-grade first-tier magic array, was Xia Wuji's best opportunity. In a secluded valley, many young talents heading to Qingyun City for assessments gathered here. But no one spoke. Everyone remained silent. The atmosphere in the field was very tense. These people had encountered an attack from the Blood Fire Demon sect just before reaching Qingyun City and had gathered here, afraid to act recklessly, waiting for the strong from Sanxing Academy to receive news and come to their rescue. Miss Su, how is your injury? Huang Hu, who had just arrived in the valley, saw Su Lan, whom he had been thinking about, and showed concern as he inquired about her condition. Su Lan's face was pale as she said, "This time, I consider myself lucky to have survived. Those who survive great calamities will surely have future blessings. Let's wait patiently. Qingyun City is not far from here. It should be fine soon." Huang Hu said. He then continued to circulate his energy to heal. Huang Hu silently stood by, thinking, I wonder how Brother Xia is doing now. He went to Qingyun City alone, which is really unsafe, but he had already clashed with Zhang Xiao. And in that situation, I couldn't forcibly pull Brother Xia along. I hope to see him again in Qingyun City. Reporting to my adoptive father, Zhang Xiao is in trouble. A woman knelt before a middle-aged man who was enveloped in a strong aura of killing and blood, the leader of the Blood Fire Demon sect, known as the Blood Butcher. The Blood Butcher frowned slightly. Have you figured out what happened? The woman replied. He went to hunt down a kid named Xia Wuji, and then an accident occurred. His body turned to ashes, and we can't determine how he died. Adoptive father, Zhang Xiao is not very tight-lipped. I'm worried that before he died, he exposed your plans. The Blood Butcher snorted coldly, his expression indifferent, and said, The commotion here is so great that even if Zhang Xiao doesn't expose my plans, those from Sanxing Academy and Qingyun City will receive news. But so what? By the time they receive the news and set out from Qingyun City to this place, my plan will have already been completed. The woman said, Adoptive father, your strategies are impeccable. Congratulations in advance. After tonight, your secret technique will be perfected, and your position in the Blood Fire Demon sect will surely rise. The Blood Butcher let out a hearty laugh and said, Then let us activate the blood-refining soul-devouring array. Yes. In an instant, a sharp sound rang out. This was the signal to activate the blood-refining soul-devouring array. Immediately, the area around the valley where a group of young talents participating in Sanxing Academy's assessment was hiding began to tremble, layers of blood light soaring into the sky. And in the blink of an eye, the blood light completely covered the valley. Everyone in the valley panicked. This is an array. Damn it, we've fallen into a trap. If I'm not mistaken, this is the Blood Fire Demon sect's blood-refining soul-devouring array. Once the array is activated, the beings within it will be drained of their essence blood, and their souls will be consumed bit by bit. This is a conspiracy. I understand now. The Blood Fire Demon sect set up a malicious array here, deliberately driving us into this place. Everyone listen to me. Stay calm. Follow me, and break through this array. In an instant, the valley was thrown into chaos. Some attempted to gather everyone's strength to break a gap in the array. But even though the blood-refining soul-devouring array was only a low-grade first-tier array, it was not so easily broken. Ha ha ha. A bunch of useless people. Being materials for my Blood Butcher's cultivation secret technique is your honor. Blood refining. The Blood Butcher soared into the air and arrived at the center of the blood-red light curtain that enveloped the valley. He sat cross-legged, swiftly forming hand seals with his hands. In an instant, the power of the array erupted, rapidly extracting the essence blood from the people inside. Excitement flickered across the blood butcher's face as the abundant essence blood energy continuously flowed into his body, making him immensely thrilled. Soul Devour. The blood butcher once again formed hand seals. The other effect of the array was activated. Inside the array, each person could not control their own essence blood. Blood mist continuously wafted out from their skin, and their heads were in excruciating pain, as if an invisible knife was incessantly slicing within their skulls. At the edge of the valley, Xia Wuji quietly arrived. He looked at the malevolent light curtain formed by the array. In the next moment, he quickly formed hand seals, gathering the power of the seal at his fingertips. As he waved his hands in front of him, a faint golden light suddenly emerged from his eyes. This was a low-tier mystic technique known as the Spirit Eye. With the Spirit Eye activated, everything in the darkness became infinitely clearer in Xia Wuji's eyes. Even the traces of the wind's movement were clearly visible. All the secrets hidden within this blood refinement soul devouring array naturally could not escape Xia Wuji's gaze. Chapter 28. Breaking the array, seizing his life while he is ill. With the Spirit Eye activated, Xia Wuji instantly comprehended various secrets of this blood refinement soul devouring array. Although this array was somewhat incomplete, it was indeed more than enough to deal with the people in the valley. A faint golden light glimmered in Xia Wuji's eyes as he stepped onto the low-tier mystic cloud steps, moving silently. After a few breaths, he had quietly arrived behind a fully realized Qi Sea realm practitioner of the Bloodfire Demon sect. This person was guarding an array flag. The arrangement of the array was extremely complex. It required many energy-containing materials to first refine multiple array flags, then place the flags in special positions, and finally use mental power to outline spiritual patterns to connect the flags into a whole. Swish! Xia Wuji swept out with his sword. The cold blade severed a round head. As soon as the person transformed into a corpse, the surface of the array flag he was guarding instantly flashed with a cold, ghostly light, and the essence blood and undispersed soul within the corpse were devoured by the flag. The blood butcher was not an array master. He could only barely utilize the power of this array to refine essence blood and devour souls, completely unaware of the changes occurring within the array. Xia Wuji murmured to himself, if a true array master were here, the power of this array could be enhanced several times, and there would be no need to assign someone to guard the flag. Everything happening around the array would be sensed by the array master. But the blood butcher was not capable of that. Xia Wuji killed the person he arranged to guard the flag without him noticing, still immersed in the pleasure of absorbing essence blood and souls. Xia Wuji looked at the array flag in front of him. It was only the size of a palm. One side deep red, as if a rolling sea of blood was contained within the small flag, while the other side was embroidered with a fierce skull with fangs. The flagpole inserted into the ground was entirely made from polished bones, likely from some kind of demon beast, with dense spiritual patterns engraved on its surface. Refine blood, devour souls. Then I shall refine your blood and devour your soul. Xia Wuji's eyes flashed, and then his mental power flowed out from the center of his brow. Accompanied by his 10 fingers swiftly outlining in the air, strands of spiritual patterns fell onto the surface of the array flag, merging into it. In just a moment, Xia Wuji retracted his mental power. The array flag in front of him looked exactly the same as before, but as long as Xia Wuji willed it, this flag would undergo tremendous changes. This blood refinement soul, devouring array, had a total of 12 array flags. I only need to make slight modifications to 3 of them to reverse this array, Xia Wuji thought to himself. Then his figure flickered and disappeared from the spot. Under the command of the blood butcher of the Blood Soul Demon sect, there were several Yuan Gang realm warriors guarding the array flags. With Xia Wuji's current strength, dealing with Yuan Gang realm warriors was not a problem, but it would inevitably create too much noise. Therefore, he specifically targeted those in the Qi Sea realm. It was a direct kill. In half a quarter of an hour, Xia Wuji had made his moves on the 3 array flags, according to his plan. His gaze turned to the blood butcher, who was sitting cross-legged above the valley, continuously drawing essence blood and soul energy through the blood refinement soul devouring array. At this moment, The Blood Butcher exuded an extremely violent aura, and his aura was rapidly increasing. Among those trapped in the blood refinement soul devouring array, some could no longer hold on and lay on the ground, exhausted of both essence, blood, and soul. Even those who could still hold on were merely struggling in their dying moments. As the Blood Butcher grew stronger, his devouring power increased, and the speed at which their essence, blood, and souls were forcibly stripped from their bodies would only accelerate. Miss Su, quickly take the medicine. Huang, who took out a pill and handed it to Su Lan. Young Master Huang, you should take this medicine yourself. I can hardly hold on any longer. Even if I take the pill, I won't last long, Su Lan said, her face full of pain. Huang, who took a deep breath, without saying a word, directly stuffed the pill into Su Lan's mouth. He was also feeling incredibly uncomfortable, a low roar escaping his throat as he said, Miss Su, hang in there. Don't give up until the very last moment. At that moment, the figure of Xia Wuji unconsciously surfaced in his mind. Perhaps if he had been more resolute back then and followed Xia Wuji, he wouldn't have fallen into such a crisis. He then looked at Su Lan beside him. If given another chance, he knew he would still seek her out. Moments later, Su Lan had lost consciousness. Huang, whose body swayed unsteadily. Was there really no hope? Huang, who looked up at the blood-red light curtain above the valley, at the figure of the Blood Butcher of the Bloodfire Demon sect. The shadow of despair deepened in his heart. Ha! So refreshing, so exhilarating. The Blood Butcher let out a loud laugh, extremely excited. He suddenly spread his arms wide, and a massive amount of essence, blood power, and soul power gathered in the palms of his hands. With blood as the source, with soul as the guide, Blood Soul ignites fire. Forge my great path. His voice was passionate, stirring up rolling sound waves. Then his palms slowly moved closer, intending to intertwine blood and soul, igniting the Blood Soul fire. In the shadows, the faint golden light from Xia Wuji's spirit eye technique also became a bit more intense. The time had come. His mental power instantly spread out. One of the array flags, not far from him, suddenly ignited. The burning of this array flag immediately caused fluctuations that triggered the other two array flags, with 3 array flags igniting. The entire blood refinement soul devouring array began to shake violently, especially at the center of the array light curtain, where the devouring power was actually reversed. Originally, it was devouring the essence, blood, and souls of living beings within the valley. Now, it had turned into devouring the essence, blood, and souls of the Blood Butcher. The Blood Butcher panicked at once. He had no idea how to deal with such an anomaly in the array. Moreover, this was the most critical moment for him to cultivate the secret technique of the Bloodfire Demon sect. The Blood Soul fire in his hand, which was about to ignite, not only failed to ignite, but the two energies also began to repel each other violently. Boom! A loud explosion erupted, and the 2 balls of energy in the Blood Butcher's hands detonated. His body was sent flying. Boom! 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 Explosions continued to sound, and one array flag after another exploded, turning the Bloodfire Demon sect warriors guarding the flags into ashes in the terrifying explosions. Bang! The Blood Butcher's body crashed heavily to the ground. Wow! A mouthful of blood mixed with fragments of internal organs spewed out. His 2 arms had been blown off by the earlier explosion, leaving only shattered bones and mangled flesh. A truly tragic sight. Damn! Just when he was on the verge of success, such an unexpected problem with the formation arose, all because of that dog's formation. The Blood Butcher roared in anger, feeling an extreme sense of unwillingness. He had prepared for this plan for a long time and even risked acting so close to Qinyan City. In the end, it all went to waste. Wow. The Blood Butcher's fury surged, and with his serious injuries, he spat out blood repeatedly. In the next moment, he mustered all his strength, flashed his figure, and quickly escaped. The plan had failed, and he was heavily injured. It was not safe to stay here for long. In the shadows, Xia Wuji, who had destroyed the Blood Butcher's formation, had a glint of excitement in his eyes. A captain of the Bloodfire Demon sect at the core formation stage must have a considerable fortune. Taking advantage of his predicament, he must claim his life to justify the hustle of the night. Chapter 29. Kill the core formation, acquire the storage ring. Xia Wuji did not immediately pursue the Blood Butcher. This guy had suffered a significant setback and was still very alert. It was better to let him run for a while until his guard was lowered. After all, he couldn't escape. Xia Wuji was confident about this. He leapt to the spot where the Blood Butcher had fallen, and with a grasp of his fingers, he captured a wisp of the Blood Butcher's blood that had flowed on the ground. With this, he could perform a tracking technique. Following that, Xia Wuji dashed into the valley. Brother Huang. He found Huang Hu. At this moment, Huang Hu's body had shriveled significantly, and his gaze was vacant and confused. Xia, is that really you? This isn't an illusion, right? Huang Hu murmured, his consciousness hazy. Xia Wuji said, not long after I left, I realized it was indeed too dangerous to go to Qingyun City alone, so I came back to find you. I didn't expect this place to be set up with a net by the Bloodfire Demon sect. Fortunately, the scoundrel controlling the formation was not familiar with it, and it seemed that the disorder in the formation caused a backlash. He had already thought out his words. As for the credit for saving so many people, Xia Wuji did not want it, since the Bloodfire Demon sect dared to act against the young talents participating in the assessment during the Zhangxing Dao Academy's evaluation period. It meant they were tough opponents. If Xia Wuji took the credit now, it would mean that his name would soon appear in the eyes of the higher-ups of the Bloodfire Demon sect. There was only to take such a big risk for a bit of credit. At this stage, it was more important to enter the Zhangxing Dao Academy, utilize its resources to enhance his personal strength, and search for clues about his mother. Xia Wuji's fingers tapped lightly, sending streams of essence into Huang Hu's acupoints, and soon, Huang Hu's condition improved significantly. Gradually, Huang Hu looked at the deeply unconscious Su Lan beside him. Xia Wuji said, don't worry. She hasn't been harmed at the root of her soul. It's just that her vital energy is severely depleted. After taking some pills, she will recover soon. That's good. That's good. A look of relief appeared on Huang Hu's face. Brother Huang, although the Bloodfire Demon sect has left, I plan to look around the area. Perhaps I can discover their evacuation route to provide to the people of the Zhangxing Dao Academy so that they can seek revenge against the Bloodfire Demon sect in the future. Xia Wuji said. Huang Hu's expression immediately tightened. Xia, that's too dangerous. Xia Wuji replied, I know what I'm doing and will be careful. After giving a word of caution, Xia Wuji left the valley. He entered the valley only to confirm that Huang Hu was all right. As for the others, even Huang Hu's beloved Su Lan, he did not waste his energy to save. After leaving the valley, Xia Wuji opened his palm, and the Blood Butcher's blood transformed into a wisp of bloodlight flowing in his hand. 100 miles of tracking, no escape. Xia Wuji shouted softly, forming a seal with one hand to perform a secret technique specifically for tracking, the 100 miles tracking technique. This was a low-grade, profound stage technique. With a wisp of the target's essence blood in hand, as long as it was within 100 miles, he could accurately lock onto the opponent's position. Of course, for Xia Wuji at this moment, his strength was not sufficient to use this technique to lock onto such a large area. But since the Blood Butcher had not run far, finding him would be quite simple. Sure enough, just a few breaths later, Xia Wuji used the 100 miles tracking technique to sense the residual aura left by the Blood Butcher as he fled. Cough, cough, cough. The Blood Butcher ran for a while before collapsing to the ground. He struggled to sit up, leaning against a large tree, continuously coughing up blood. He still did not realize that just when success was within reach, he suddenly faced defeat because someone had sabotaged the formation. After catching his breath, he cursed the guy who had given him the formation, believing that the other party had betrayed him and caused him to end up in such a state. He could no longer continue running. He needed to heal quickly. Otherwise, if his injuries worsened, he would never be able to recover. The Blood Butcher muttered to himself, and on his finger bone, which had lost flesh and blood, a ring flashed with a glimmer. This ring had managed to survive intact during the previous explosive energy incident, so it was certainly not an ordinary item. It was a storage ring containing a space within, which was very useful for cultivators. It was considered an essential item for going out. However, the value of storage ring was high, and even ordinary core formation warriors could not hope to possess one. The Blood Butcher, as a captain of the demon sect, having committed countless atrocities and amassed a large fortune, was able to possess a storage ring. In the next moment, a pill flew out from the storage ring, and the blood butcher opened his mouth wide as the pill fell into his mouth. After swallowing the pill, a rich and pure energy surged through him, and his arms, which had lost flesh and blood, began to sprout wriggling flesh buds at a visible speed. Just then, in the darkness, a streak of sword light shot towards him. The blood butcher was startled. He suddenly leaped up from the ground, leaning against the large tree. The sword light was sharp, directly severing the tree he was leaning against. The blood butcher was already airborne, wanting to fly higher to observe the enemy. However, before he could fly high, Xia Wuji had already burst out, knowing that when dealing with a flying core formation warrior, he absolutely could not let the opponent fly too high. Otherwise, all his attacks would lose their meaning. Instead, the blood butcher would unleash his techniques in the air, bombarding him mercilessly. Xia Wuji charged forward with explosive power, briefly leaping into the air, instantly entering a state of unity with his sword. The stunning sword of the spirit's sword level, bursting forth with dazzling sword light. Xia Wuji shouted coldly, sweeping out with his sword. The wave sword technique, triple waves. In an instant, 3 waves of sword light surged forward, crashing into the blood butcher like a tsunami. The blood butcher roared. His arms had not yet fully formed flesh and blood, and without meridians, he could not circulate his essence. He could only kick with his right leg, using it like a long whip to strike. Boom, boom, boom. The blood butcher kicked apart Xia Wuji's triple waves of sword light. But his body also lost balance and began to fall to the ground. Xia Wuji also stepped on the tree trunk, using it as leverage to dive down. The blood butcher, covered in blood, had a twisted expression. He threw his head back and roared, his sound waves crashing like waves. This was the soul-howling sound wave technique, a secret technique of the Bloodfire Demon sect, specifically targeting the soul. Warriors below the core formation stage had weak souls and could not withstand this blow. Sure enough, as Xia Wuji dove down, his expression suddenly froze, and his body fell straight to the ground. Even if I, the tiger, falls to the ground, it's not something any cat or dog can come and bite. You little brat, your realm isn't high, but your explosive power is so fierce, with such abundant vital energy, just right for me to devour and replenish my body. The blood butcher let out a roar, lunging towards Xia Wuji. Xia Wuji stood still in place, motionless. To the blood slaughterer, this was a typical sign of being affected by the howling soul sound wave technique. Just then, the blood slaughterer lunged at Xia Wuji, opening his mouth to bite through Xia Wuji's neck and devour his hot, delicious blood. But at that moment, Xia Wuji moved from stillness to action, swift as lightning, swinging his sword, unleashing the triple wave sword technique. Earlier, he had consumed the crimson jade blood ginseng, which refined his soul, allowing his mental energy to extend outside his body. How could the blood slaughterer's mere howling soul sound wave technique possibly shake his mental will? That previous scene was merely Xia Wuji luring him into a trap. Xia Wuji's sword exploded in front of the blood slaughterer, who was unable to defend in time, letting out a scream as his body was cleaved in half at the chest. The upper half of his body rolled on the ground, letting out a tragic wail. Swish! Xia Wuji struck again, directly killing the beast. This strike seemed to end the battle in the blink of an eye, but in reality, it was the result of layered progression. First, the blood slaughterer was severely injured from the backlash of the formation. Next, when Xia Wuji attacked, the blood slaughterer had not yet regenerated his arms, lacking meridians to circulate his energy, and could only rely on his legs, which he was not skilled at, to take on Xia Wuji's triple wave. After a hard clash, the blood slaughterer temporarily lost his flying advantage. Then, Xia Wuji feigned being affected by the blood slaughterer's howling soul sound wave, causing the blood slaughterer to become completely complacent. After executing the triple wave twice in succession, Xia Wuji's sword energy had already been depleted. He felt a wave of weakness wash over him. His eyes focused on the storage ring worn on the blood slaughterer's finger. With a flick of his sword, he snatched the ring off, then summoned a wisp of flame to burn the blood slaughterer's remains before quickly leaving at high speed. After a long while, he found a secluded cave. Xia Wuji entered the cave and took out the storage ring from his clothing. a look of anticipation appearing on his face. Chapter 30. Great Harvest. Birth of Divine Powers. A wisp of Xia Wuji's mental energy spread out, slowly erasing the spiritual imprint left by the blood slaughterer in the storage ring. To use the storage ring, one prerequisite is that the mental energy must be able to extend outside the body. Since the blood slaughterer was dead, his soul had perished, and the spiritual imprint left in the storage ring had naturally dissipated by more than half, with Xia Wuji's mental energy actively clearing it. In just a moment, he left his own spiritual imprint in the ring. The next moment, Xia Wuji's mental energy probed into the space of the storage ring. This was merely a low-grade storage ring, the space not very large, akin to a small room. A smile immediately appeared on Xia Wuji's face, and then two elemental crystals flew out from the storage ring. These were completely different from the elemental crystals he had found in the Red Dust Swordsman's tomb. These two crystals were full of energy. Xia Wuji set the two elemental crystals aside and took out a jade vial from the storage ring. This jade vial was a top-quality treasure, and its surface even had a sealing talisman attached to it. Xia Wuji removed the talisman, and immediately, a rich energy spread out from the jade vial. Just by coming into contact with this aura, Xia Wuji felt his body relax and his spirit rejuvenate. He quickly opened the lid of the vial, which contained a milky white spiritual liquid. It was actually earth heart milk. Xia Wuji recognized the origin of this item at a glance. It was a first-grade, top-quality spiritual herb with mild medicinal properties, excellent for nourishing the body. Xia Wuji directly raised the jade vial to his mouth and swallowed it in one gulp. Immediately, waves of energy began to flow through his body. Even though the medicinal properties of earth heart milk were mild, swallowing an entire vial made that energy turn wild. However, Xia Wuji remained calm, quickly sitting cross-legged, closing his eyes, and operating his techniques to rapidly refine the energy of the earth heart milk, nourishing his flesh and strengthening his physique. His vital energy quickly surged, and gradually, the sound of his blood flowing echoed like a mighty river. Radiance emanated from his skin, becoming more brilliant. Even his hair seemed to turn crystalline. The entire person exuded an indescribable sense of the extraordinary, ethereal, and transcendent. Unknowingly, a night passed. The energy from a vial of earth heart milk was almost completely refined by Xia Wuji. Although his cultivation level had not increased and remained at the second level of Qi realm, his physical strength had increased significantly. With just his flesh, he should be able to clash with top-quality treasures barehanded. Moreover, at this moment, Xia Wuji's body suddenly became extremely hot, with a torrent of vital energy gathering in his chest, compressing and solidifying, ultimately transforming into a Dan bead the size of a bean. Xia Wuji then ended his technique, opened his eyes, and a somewhat surprised expression appeared on his face. Unexpectedly, by swallowing a vial of earth heart milk to refine his body, he actually condensed a seed of divine power. That bean-sized vital energy Dan was indeed the seed of divine power. In the martial arts world, there are countless transformations, and among them is a path specifically for refining the body, continuously strengthening it, with a robust vital energy capable of shaking the heavens and the earth with one's own strength. This path is also known as the body refinement path. The seed of divine power is something that practitioners of the body refinement path covet immensely. Each seed of divine power is formed after refining the body to a certain level of perfection, representing the crystallization of physical sublimation. I want to see what kind of physical divine power this seed of divine power can bring me. Xia Wuji was also somewhat curious. The seed of divine power had already condensed, but what kind of divine power would emerge? Under his control, the vital energy within his body continued to surge into the seed of divine power, and instantly, the seed seemed to take root, with roots rapidly spreading toward his legs. At that moment, Xia Wuji felt a special connection between his legs and the ground. It was actually the earth foot. Xia Wuji's face once again lit up with joy. The earth foot divine power allowed him to draw strength from the earth. Xia Wuji's vital energy transformed into countless roots, drilling from his feet into the ground, rapidly spreading underground, covering a radius of 30 feet. The power of the earth within this radius continuously surged into Xia Wuji's body, making his aura incredibly thick and robust. Feeling this overwhelming power of the earth, Xia Wuji murmured to himself, "If I stand firmly on the ground, even the blood slaughterer at the second level of the Golden Core realm in peak condition would be cleaved in half by my sword. The might of this earth-foot divine power is not limited to this. As my vital energy becomes more robust, the range into which I can spread underground will expand, and the power I can draw from the earth will become even stronger. However, the limitations are also clear. If my feet leave the ground, I will lose the connection with the earth and will no longer be able to draw strength from it. This divine power can be considered a hidden trump card, to be used at crucial moments to demonstrate its extraordinary effects." Xia Wuji retracted the spreading vital energy and then took the two elemental crystals in his hands, operating his technique to absorb the energy within them. After all, he was not far from Qinyan City, and the Songxing Academy assessment taking place there would not start for another 5 days. Xia Wuji planned to quietly cultivate here first, converting this harvest into strength before entering Qinyan City. Another day passed. The two elemental crystals in Xia Wuji's hands turned to dust and scattered. The energy was exhausted. Meanwhile, his cultivation level had risen from the second to the fourth level of the Qi realm. In the storage ring of the Blood Butcher, there were some pills and a mid-grade spiritual weapon of the first rank. However, those pills were all concocted using malicious methods, which Xia Wuji naturally would not use. As for the mid-grade spiritual weapon, it was a heavy black stick, very weighty in hand. This item was not a demonic treasure, and it should have been newly acquired by the Blood Butcher, as it had not been refined using demonic methods. Xia Wuji grabbed the black stick, swung it a bit, and then tossed it back into the storage ring, thinking it might come in handy in some special situations. He then set off directly for Qinyan City. In just half a day's time, a towering city wall came into view. After taking a distant glance, he quickened his pace and arrived at the city gate of Qinyan City. After some questioning, he smoothly entered the city. Recently, Qinyan City was bustling, as this year, the recruitment examination for the Songxing Martial Academy was to be held here, attracting the young talents from across the Great Chu dynasty. The spacious streets were crowded with people, and on both sides of the road were stalls selling various cultivation items, filled with the sounds of shouting, haggling, and arguing, creating a lively atmosphere. "Family members, today I will reduce the prices of the pills. All pills are at an 80 discount. If you pass by, don't miss it. This is a fragment of a top-notch secret manual of the Xian grade. Learning one move will benefit you for a lifetime. Spiritual weapons for sale, spiritual weapons on clearance. Come take a look." Xia Wuji casually glanced at the items from these vendors, realizing that most of them were traps designed to deceive buyers. "Hey, this young master. I see you are extraordinarily handsome, like a jade tree in the wind, free-spirited. We are truly fated. I have a great treasure here that will surely be useful to you." As Xia Wuji passed a deserted stall, the vendor rushed out, attempting to grab Xia Wuji's arm. Xia Wuji swiftly dodged and shot a cold glare at the vendor. The vendor instantly felt embarrassed. Just as Xia Wuji retracted his warning gaze, he suddenly noticed that there was indeed something good among the items in the deserted stall. "Young master, let me show you something you might not want to see. Please don't be so fierce," the vendor muttered. Xia Wuji replied indifferently. "Then let us take a look." The vendor was taken aback for a moment, then immediately moved a box from under the stall, appearing extremely serious as he opened it. Inside the box was another box, which he opened to reveal an item wrapped in cloth, and the cloth was covered with talismans. Taking a deep breath, the vendor peeled off the talisman and carefully unwrapped the cloth, finally revealing what he claimed was his treasure. It was a jade pendant with an ancient design, exuding a mysterious glow. "Young master, look, this is a great item. I brought it out from an ancient tomb after risking my life. Such treasures shouldn't be sold, but I feel a connection with you, so I'll sell it to you for 10 essence crystals. I hope this jade pendant can shine brightly in your hands," the vendor said earnestly. However, Xia Wuji's gaze was fixated on a seemingly unremarkable stone on the stall. Inside the stone lurked a strand of pure, intense energy. This was the Earth Core Fire Stone, which could be used to refine flames. Among all flames in the world, The highest tier is naturally the heavenly spirit fire, and the earth core fire is one type of it. Of course, a single earth core fire stone merely carries the properties of the earth core fire and cannot extract true earth core fire. However, with this strand of earth core fire properties integrated into his existing flames, it will be enough to bring about a transformation and a great enhancement to his flames. Xia Wuji no longer looked at the earth core firestone, but rather at the vendor's so-called treasure, which appeared somewhat plausible but was actually a counterfeit, created using some special methods to give the jade pendant an aura of age and mystery. This broken jade pendant dares to ask for 10 essence crystals? Xia Wuji shook his head and said, "I don't have essence crystals." The vendor replied, "No, essence crystals? Then gold will do, 20,000 taels of gold. And you could take this jade pendant." Xia Wuji nodded, played with the jade pendant in his hand, and said, 20,000 taels of gold is still too expensive. The vendor showed a difficult expression and said, "Then how much can you offer? If the difference isn't too great, I can reluctantly part with it out of goodwill, just to support your cultivation." Xia Wuji replied, "Then 100 taels of silver." The vendor nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood. He had priced it at 20,000 taels of gold, and now Xia Wuji was counter-offering 100 taels of silver? This was the most ruthless bargaining he had ever encountered in his life. Not selling, not selling. I am sincere, yet you mock me like this. I want to do business anymore." The vendor took back the jade pendant from Xia Wuji. Xia Wuji casually took out 1,000 taels of silver notes and tossed them on the stall, all of which were given by the blood butcher. "All right, I want that jade pendant, and I'll also take 3 random items from this stall." The vendor looked at the 1,000 taels of silver notes, clearly tempted, but still said, "Not selling." Xia Wuji retracted the silver notes, saying, "Then I'll take my leave." "Wait," the vendor hurriedly called out. Xia Wuji looked at him. The vendor gritted his teeth and said, "Add a bit more?" Xia Wuji pulled out another 100 taels silver note from his pocket. The vendor's face darkened and said, Fine, take it. You can randomly choose 3 items from this stall." After saying that, he threw the jade pendant to Xia Wuji. Xia Wuji caught the jade pendant and then casually picked up 3 pieces of ore from the stall, one of which was the earth core firestone. However, just then, an arrogant voice rang out. "Hold on." A young man with a sword at his waist swaggered over with a group of guards. This young man glanced at Xia Wuji's attire and sneered. "What a poor wretch." Xia Wuji stared at this person and immediately saw that he possessed a cultivation level of the first rank of the Yuan realm. Although the sword hanging at his waist had not been drawn, it always exuded a sharp aura, likely a low-grade spiritual sword of the first rank. "What are you looking at? If you keep staring at my young master Su, believe it or not, I'll gouge your eyes out." One of the young guards shouted angrily at Xia Wuji. The young man waved his hand and said, "Mind your words and actions. We of the Su family are all cultured and refined individuals. Don't go around gouging out eyes, lest people think we are a demonic force." "Young master is right." The guard bowed his head. The young man looked at Xia Wuji and said, "You have a stone in your hand, I want it." Xia Wuji's expression remained unchanged as he said, "I have already purchased this item." The young man turned to the vendor. "How much did he buy it for?" The vendor clearly recognized this young man and looked very anxious as he hurriedly replied, reporting to young Master Su. "This young master spent 1,100 taels of silver to buy a jade pendant and 3 pieces of ore from me." The young man responded with a sound and continued to look at Xia Wuji, saying, "I'll give you 15,000 taels of silver. I only want that 1 piece of ore." Xia Wuji shook his head and said, "Not for sale." The young man sneered, 30,000 taels. Xia Wuji said, "Not for sale." The young man's eyes narrowed slightly, and a cold light burst from the gaps of his eyes as he said, 100,000 taels of silver. Around them, quite a few people had gathered. Who is this young master? Such generosity. Don't you recognize him? He is the 2nd young master of the Su family. Su Xin, from our great Chu dynasty. So it's Su Xin. It's rumored that Su Xin possesses a special talent for identifying treasures. It seems that the stone he has his eye on is indeed extraordinary. After shouting out a price of 100,000 taels of silver, Su Xin scoffed and said, "Everything in this world has value, and our Su family values fair trade the most. That stone in your hand, I can only see a value of 50,000 taels of silver at most. And the reason I offered you 100,000 taels is because the other 50,000 is to buy your 2 arms. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Xian stepped forward, his hands like eagle claws, fiercely grabbing towards Xia Wuji's shoulders. His 10 fingers emitted a metallic gleam, clearly intending to cripple Xia Wuji's arms. In Xia Wuji's eyes, a cold glint flashed. In an instant, he swung his arm, his fingers like a sword, releasing a whistling sword energy. Su Xian's pupils constricted, and he quickly retracted his claws, dodging Xia Wuji's sword energy just in time. A group of bodyguards rushed forward, but Su Xian coldly said, "Step back. I haven't had a good time in a long time. Today I will enjoy myself." While speaking, he grabbed the sword hilt and drew the sword from its sheath. In an instant, the sword light flashed, dazzling the eyes of many people around. Spirit sword. My heavens, this must be his spirit sword. No wonder he is the second young master of the Su family. So wealthy. Exclamations arose. Su Xian waved the sword light shining in the air. And with a proud expression, he said, "Kid, since you're also a sword cultivator, take out your sword so I can show you what true sword cultivator power is." Xia Wuji's brows furrowed. "You're just a martial artist who uses a sword. How dare you call yourself a sword cultivator? You are not worthy of the title." Su Xian's originally proud face turned a few shades darker. He had grown up in luxury, getting everything he wanted, and had considerable talent in swordsmanship, which is why the Su family spared no expense to equip him with a low-grade spirit sword for his first level of Yuan Gang realm. Today, someone publicly stated that he was unworthy of being called a sword cultivator. How could Su Xian bear it? His heart burned with rage. Dare to say, I am unworthy? I will let you know my power. With a roar, Su Xian instantly swung his sword at Xia Wuji. Chapter 32. Fire Enhancement. Promotion to Spirit Fire. As Su Xian struck, the power of the first level of Yuan Gang realm gathered in his low-grade spirit sword, forming a layer of sword aura, making the sword appear larger and more powerful. The sword technique he used was also one of great might, slashing towards Xia Wuji's sword edge like a mountain pressing down. This was the Su family's ultimate skill, the yellow-grade ultimate opening mountain sword technique, 15 styles. Facing Su Xian's sword strike, a cold light flashed in Xia Wuji's eyes, and the Jinghong sword was instantly drawn. Whoosh! Su Xian felt a dazzling sword light flash before his eyes, and the next moment, a sharp pain appeared in his neck. He was instantly shocked and broke out in cold sweat, hastily stopping, not daring to move an inch further, because a sharp and cold edge had already pressed against his throat, piercing his skin. If he took even half a step forward, the sword would completely pierce his neck. Everyone was stunned. They all failed to see how Xia Wuji had drawn his sword. They only saw a flash of dazzling sword light, and then it turned into this. Quick, too fast, gripping the sword, drawing the sword, and striking, all completed in an instant, and the timing and angle of this strike were perfect. What impressive sword technique! Exclamations followed. Let go of our young master. Put away your sword, or don't blame us for being rude. Do as we say immediately. Su Xian's bodyguards were extremely tense, all drawing their weapons and surrounding Xia Wuji. Xia Wuji merely looked coldly at Su Xian and said, "Let them roll." As he spoke, the sword tip trembled slightly. An array of sharp light was released, causing a larger cut in Su Xian's throat, blood flowing down. Su Xian's legs trembled, his Adam's apple rolling up and down with difficulty, his whole body soaked in cold sweat, and he hurriedly shouted, "Get back! All of you, get far away!" This was the first time he felt that death was so close. His life depended on someone else's thoughts. The bodyguards of Su Xian retreated a distance. Su Xian looked at Xia Wuji and said, "Brother, as they say, no fight, no acquaintance. Why not put down the sword and have a good talk? Get lost." Xia Wuji's sword suddenly retracted, striking out fiercely with the side of the sword, making a loud slapping sound as the sword blade hit Su Xian's cheek. "Ah!" Su Xian screamed and flew out. "Young master! Young master!" A group of Su family bodyguards rushed to where Su Xian fell. Su Xian lay on the ground, already unconscious, with a 3-finger-wide bloody mark clearly visible on his face where he was struck by the sword. "Where's that kid?
One bodyguard shouted. He left. Let's get the young master back to heal. Wait, where is the young master's sword? I didn't see it. Could it have fallen somewhere? Hurry and look for it. Moments later, the group of bodyguards exchanged glances. Su Xian's low-grade spirit sword was missing. On the other side, Xia Wuji took advantage of the chaos to leave the troublesome place. He naturally knew that the Su family of the Great Chu dynasty was quite famous, comparable to the Lin family where Lin Piaoxua was, and that the Su family had a very close relationship with the Great Chu royal family. Today, the second young master of the Su family, Su Xian, provoked him in public, but since Su Xian was equipped with a low-grade spirit sword, Xia Wuji only needed to teach him a small lesson. Xia Wuji found an inn to settle in Qingyan City. After entering the guest room, he took out Su Xian's low-grade spirit sword. Although the Jinghong sword was still a quasi-spirit sword, it was still enough for him to use and to continue enhancing the sword seed. Xia Wuji muttered to himself and immediately began to cultivate the eternal sword classic. In his dantian, the sword seed hummed, emitting light and sharpness. The light contained in the low-grade spirit sword in Xia Wuji's hand gradually dimmed, and its sharpness was also waning. 15 minutes later, this low-grade spirit sword had turned into something akin to scrap iron. With the current strength of the sword seed, when he executed the human sword unity, it could last for at least 15 minutes. However, he was still far from releasing sword intent. After feeling the changes in the sword seed, Xia Wuji then took out the earth fire stone. The earth fire was a heavenly spirit fire, and the earth fire stone only contained a trace of the earth fire's aura, but even so, it was still very useful. Xia Wuji formed seals with both hands and performed the burning heaven technique, a fire control technique, to refine the trace of the earth fire aura within the earth fire stone. The temperature in the entire room rapidly increased, and in the next moment, the beast fire refined by Xia Wuji suddenly erupted from his fingertips. The aura of the earth fire slowly merged into the beast fire. The beast fire flickered violently, and in that flame, a small phantom of a blazing tiger seemed to roar. Suddenly, the firelight surged, and the temperature skyrocketed, almost igniting the entire room. When Xia Wuji's burning heaven technique seal abruptly closed, the intense heat no longer spread, and the flickering flames quickly stabilized, with a small flame burning in Xia Wuji's hand. A low-grade spirit fire. Xia Wuji looked at this small flame, a smile appearing on his face. The previous flame could only be considered inferior. Now, it had finally reached a level, acquiring a grade, and whether for alchemy or refining, its effect was dozens of times better than before. Used in combat, it also had considerable lethality. With a thought, Xia Wuji retracted this low-grade spirit fire into his dantian, where it swirled around the sword seed, burning and refining it, constantly enhancing the strength of the sword seed. For the next 2 days, Xia Wuji remained in the inn, focusing on cultivation. He consumed the resources available in his storage ring, and his cultivation realm broke through once again. He reached the 5th level of the Qi Si realm. On the 3rd day at the inn, Xia Wuji stopped his training and walked out of the inn because today was the registration day for the Songqing Dao Academy's assessment. As Xia Wuji walked down the street, he saw many talented young people from different places heading in the same direction. Just then, a voice filled with excitement rang out. "Xia brother." Following the sound, Xia Wuji looked over and found that it was Huang Hu and Su Lan. Huang Hu, leading Su Lan, quickly approached Xia Wuji. "Xia brother, I finally found you." After that night, the people from Songqing Dao Academy arrived early in the morning and took us to Qingyan City. But you want to track down the Bloodfire Demon cult's whereabouts, which worried me to death. Huang was very enthusiastic and sincere. Xia Wuji smiled faintly and said, "I entered Qingyan City 3 days ago, but as I was unfamiliar with the area, I just found an inn to stay in and didn't come out to explore." Su Lan, standing beside him, nodded at Xia Wuji and smiled. "I've heard Brother Huang say that young Master Xia saved him 3 times during the breakout. It's great to finally meet young Master Xia today. If it weren't for Brother Huang taking care of me with his guards, I might have also encountered misfortune that day." Xia Wuji replied, "Indeed." Huang Hu laughed and said, "Let's not exchange pleasantries. Let's go register together." Xia Wuji nodded. The 3 of them walked together, and Huang Hu introduced, "Xia brother,
Have you heard the rules regarding this assessment? Xia Wuji's eyes flickered as he replied. Do you know Brother Huang? He hadn't paid attention to it at all. Huang, who said, this year, we have a great opportunity because the Songxing Dao Academy has expanded its recruitment. In previous years, they only accepted 10 people. But this year, the quota has increased to 30. Moreover, I heard that if one can rank in the top 3 in this assessment, they will have the chance to quickly advance to an inner court disciple. At Songxing Dao Academy, the status of disciples is divided into several levels. Outer court disciples, inner court disciples, core disciples, and true disciples. Normally, newcomers to Songxing Dao Academy are only outer court disciples. The training conditions for outer court disciples are undoubtedly the worst, while those for inner court disciples are more than 10 times better. As Huang, who said this, he rubbed his hands helplessly and added, of course, we should aim to enter the top 30 and become outer court disciples. We can just watch the competition for the top 3. Upon hearing this, Xia Wuji smiled faintly and did not respond. Soon, the 3 arrived at the registration venue for the Songxing Dao Academy assessment. Chapter 33. Conflict. The assessment begins. The registration place was a huge square, already filled with people. Many young talents showed expressions of longing, hoping to join the Songxing Dao Academy and soar to new heights, rewriting their destinies. Among them, at the forefront of the crowd in the square, there was an extremely open area where a group of exceptionally talented young men and women were engaged in animated discussions. Huang, who said to Xia Wuji, Xia brother, do you see the person in the purple robe? Xia Wuji nodded. Huang, who said, that person is a member of the Da Chu royal family, named Chu Yang. He is at the 7th level of the Yuan Gang realm, and his boxing skills are extremely powerful. It's a sure thing that he will pass the assessment. Next to Chu Yang, there were several other members of the Da Chu royal family, all at levels above the Yuan Gang realm. These individuals are the top talents of the new generation of the Da Chu royal family. Su Lan interjected, I also heard that this year someone from our Da Chu dynasty was specially recruited by the higher-ups of the Songxing Dao Academy. Huang, who replied, indeed, there is such a person, Lin Piaoxue from the Lin family. Actually, Lin Piaoxue is only at the 1st level of the Yuan Gang realm, and many people can't understand why she received a special invitation. Xia Wuji's eyes flickered as Lin Piaoxue's figure appeared in his mind. He actually had a rough idea of the reason. Lin Piaoxue should possess some kind of special constitution. However, Xia Wuji had limited contact with Lin Piaoxue and did not specifically investigate. At this moment, more people arrived at the registration venue, and many turned to look. 2 young men, dressed extravagantly and adorned with jewels, appeared, and they looked somewhat similar. However, one of them had a 3-finger-wide blood scar on his face, which looked quite strange. Huang, who lowered his voice and said, Xia brother, these 2 are brothers from the Su family, named Su Guang and Su Xian. Su Guang is at the 3rd level of the Yuan Gang realm, while Su Xian is at the 1st level. The one with the blood scar is Su Xian. It is said that he got into a conflict in Qingyun City 3 days ago and was taught a lesson. The scar on his face still retains a very domineering force, and the Su family has tried many ways but couldn't help him eliminate it. Su Lan muttered, I also heard that Su Xian had a low-grade spirit sword that he lost during the conflict 3 days ago. I wonder who had the guts to do that. The Su family's influence is not small, and they are very close to the Da Chu royal family. At this moment, Su Xian, following his brother Su Guang, walked through the crowd. Hearing many voices around discussing the scar on his face and the loss of his low-grade spirit sword, Su Xian felt extremely angry. For the past few days, he had been sending people to find that damn guy. Unfortunately, Qingyun City is not the Su family's territory, and with the assessment day of Songxing Dao Academy approaching, the city was too crowded, so he couldn't find him. That scoundrel must be here for the assessment. He will definitely show up here, and if I find him, I will make him pay. Su Xian gritted his teeth and thought to himself. His gaze searched the surroundings. Suddenly, his eyes locked on a figure. Brother, I found him. It's him. It's him. It's definitely him. Su Xian's emotions erupted instantly, unable to be controlled. As he pointed at Xia Wuji, Su Guang frowned and followed Su Xian's gaze. Huang Hu and Su Lan, standing beside Xia Wuji, immediately felt enormous pressure. At this moment, how could they not understand? The person who had dealt a heavy blow to Su Xian was none other than this Xiao brother beside them. Instantly, the two brothers walked towards Xia Wuji. Many eyes turned to look. There was a spectacle to watch. It turned out that this kid had the audacity to take down Su Xian. Su Guang was known for his bad temper. If he wanted to stand up for Su Xian, this kid would be in big trouble. Su Guang and Su Xian arrived in front of Xia Wuji. Su Xian's expression was twisted, making the scar on his face appear even more grotesque as he growled, "You bastard. If I hadn't been careless that day, would you have succeeded? You ruined my appearance and stole my spirit sword. Today, I will make you pay." Xia Wuji replied calmly, "You provoked me first and drew your sword at me. I merely taught you a lesson, which was already showing mercy." The crowd murmured, "So arrogant." Facing the Su brothers, Xia Wuji spoke so calmly, which seemed brazen to everyone. "My brother's spirit sword is in your hands?" Su Guang stared at Xia Wuji, his gaze sharp. Xia Wuji said, "It's not." That sword had turned into scrap metal and was thrown in the corner of the inn by Xia Wuji. Su Guang retorted, denying it 1T help. "What can you do?" Xia Wuji coldly replied. Su Guang's eyes narrowed slightly, and a sharp light emanated from them, filled with coldness as he said, "What if I were to break your arms and cripple your legs? How would you feel?" Xia Wuji calmly responded, "But you don't have that ability." Boom! In an instant, a powerful wave of Yuan power erupted from Su Guang's body. But just then, a loud voice echoed from the high platform at the front of the crowd. "The assessment registration is now beginning. Everyone must not make noise. Those who disrupt the order will not be registered and will be expelled immediately." The aura erupting from Su Guang instantly receded like a tide. Su Xian was very unwilling. Su Guang stared at Xia Wuji and continued, "I'll give you some time to think. Once you've made up your mind, come kneel before us and apologize, returning my brother's sword. Otherwise, when I take action myself, I mean what I say, I will break both your hands and cripple your legs." He then turned and walked towards the front of the crowd. Although Su Xian was itching to take revenge immediately, he knew he couldn't act recklessly at this moment. If he angered the people from the Zhangxing Dao Academy, the Su family's reputation would not hold up. After the Su family brothers left, Huang Hu hurriedly whispered, "Brother Xia." Xia Wuji replied, "Brother Huang, I'm in a bit of trouble, so you should keep your distance to avoid getting involved." Huang Hu patted his chest and said, "Brother Xia, what do you take me for? Am I someone who fears trouble? Although my Huang family is not as powerful as the Su family, we do have some connections with certain influential figures. I'll find an opportunity to reach out to them and ask for their help in mediating this conflict." Xia Wuji said, "There's no need to go through that trouble." Huang Hu replied, "It's nothing, really. Your matter is my matter. After all, you've saved me several times." At this point, the registration for the Zhangxing Dao Academy's assessment began. Everyone stepped forward in turn to record their names, ages, and cultivation levels. The efficiency of the Zhangxing Dao Academy staff was exceptional. The crowd in the square, which was quite large, completed the registration in just half an hour. Next, a young disciple from the Zhangxing Dao Academy stood on a platform and spoke in a loud voice. This assessment is divided into 3 parts: temperament, comprehension, and practical combat. A total of 30 spots are available for entering the Zhangxing Dao Academy for training. Additionally, the first place in each assessment will receive an extra reward. Now, the first round of the temperament assessment officially begins, with the first prize being a first-tier top-grade Earth Yuan Spirit Pill. Chapter 34. Purple radiance soars to the sky when everyone heard the words first-tier top-grade Earth Yuan Spirit Pill. They all showed surprised expressions. Even the noble scions and royal prodigy Chu Yang were no exception. The Earth Yuan Spirit Pill is a unique pill from the Zhangxing Dao Academy, particularly useful for martial artists below the core formation stage, as it significantly increases the probability of reaching core formation. The first round of the temperament assessment began. On the platform, there was a stone tablet. The tablet contained a strand of a strong person's mental pressure. Those being assessed needed to place their palms on the surface of the tablet and face the mental pressure directly, then input their own Yuan force into the tablet while in that state. The tablet had 7 colors: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple. To pass the first round of the temperament assessment, one must withstand the mental pressure from the tablet and light up the orange glow. Of course, if one could light up the yellow, green, or even blue glow, it would indicate better temperament, and these performances would be recorded. Once they entered the Zhangxing Dao Academy, they would naturally receive some privileges. Everyone stepped forward in order according to the number plates they received during registration. The first to step up was the genius of the great Chu royal family, Chu Yang. He stood proudly in front of the stone tablet, placing one hand on its surface. Instantly, the tablet lit up with a red glow. In just a few blinks, the tablet lit up with an orange glow. After a few more breaths, a rich yellow glow emanated from the tablet. Moreover, after the yellow glow burst forth, a green glow gradually appeared on the surface of the tablet. Ultimately, Chu Yang lit up the blue glow on the tablet. After the blue glow lit up, Chu Yang immediately withdrew his palm. He seemed calm, but a hint of panic flashed in his eyes. This was his limit. If he attempted to light up the violet glow, the mental pressure from the tablet would crush his willpower. Chu Yang lighting up the blue glow drew countless gasps of astonishment. As expected of a royal prodigy from the great Chu, he was impressive. The pressure from the tablet seemed terrifying. Even Chu Yang could only light up the blue glow. It seemed that blue was the limit for this round of assessment, and no one could do better than him. The first place belonged to Chu Yang, and that first-tier top-grade Earth Yuan Spirit Pill was his. I only hope to light up the orange glow. That would be enough to pass. I dare not wish for more. Next, one by one, participants stepped forward for the assessment. Su Guang from the Su family lit up the green glow. Su Xin from the Su family only managed to light up the yellow glow. The first participants were all noble scions from the great Chu dynasty, and they had excellent talent and training conditions, so most of them passed smoothly. However, there were a few with truly poor temperament. One noble scion at the Yuan gang stage couldn't even light up the orange glow and was overwhelmed by the mental pressure from the tablet, rolling on the ground, clutching his head, and screaming as if he had gone mad. The collapse of mental willpower can lead to temporary confusion. In severe cases, it can result in complete idiocy. In the worst cases, it can even lead to soul annihilation and death. The noble scions completed the first round of assessment one after another, and the success rate for the next participants dropped dramatically. Many could not light up the orange glow on the tablet and were eliminated in the first round. Among those eliminated, many suffered greatly, being struck by the mental pressure contained in the tablet, with some truly experiencing soul annihilation and death. Su Lang. At this moment, the disciple from the Zhangxing Dao Academy called out Su Lan's name according to the registration order. Su Lan appeared very nervous and anxious. She was only at the third level of the Qi Si stage, and it would be a minor issue if she couldn't pass the assessment. But she feared that her mental willpower wouldn't withstand the pressure and would collapse. "Ancestor, go for it, you can do it," Huang Hu encouraged her. Xia Wuji spoke up. "Don't think too much, treat it with a calm heart. The more nervous and fearful you are, the harder it will be to withstand." His voice was calm, but to Su Lan's ears, it seemed to carry a special power, and she genuinely felt less nervous. Xia Wuji used a bit of mental power to soothe her spirit. Su Lan stepped onto the platform for the temperament test, and after a moment, she lit up the orange glow. She wanted to challenge the yellow glow, but after a moment of trying, she couldn't withstand the stronger pressure and had to give up. However, she still passed. After Su Lan, it was Huang Hu's turn. "Brother Xia, I'm going up now." "Okay, treat it with a calm heart," Xia Wuji reminded him. He still used the mental power secret technique to soothe Huang Hu's spirit, not to help him cheat, but to allow him to perform at his best. In fact, many failed because they were too nervous and anxious to pass. Huang Hu's performance was somewhat unexpected. He charged forward and directly lit up the yellow glow, letting out a low roar from his throat. Moments later, he even lit up the green glow. After lighting up the green glow, Huang Hu was like someone just pulled out of water, gasping for breath, and then he was filled with excitement. Xia Wuji, the disciple from the Zhangxing Dao Academy, called out Xia Wuji's name. Xia Wuji walked towards the platform, just as Huang Hu came down from it. "Brother Xia, I'll look forward to your performance," Huang Hu said. His intuition told him that Xia Wuji would perform very well. Meanwhile, the Su family brothers at the front, not far from the platform, were also staring at Xia Wuji. At this moment, they finally learned the name of this arrogant guy. The two brothers had cold glints in their eyes, If it weren't for the occasion, they would have already crippled this detestable guy the moment they saw him. This Xia Wuji was the one who had caused Su Xin to suffer a great loss. TSK, I saw his registration information when I signed up. He is only at the 5th level of the Qi Si stage. Is it true that he's at the 5th level of the Qi Si stage? How could he possibly defeat Su Xin, who is at the 1st level of the Yuan Gang stage, with a single sword strike? It is said that Su Xin was careless. Level of cultivation doesn't mean anything. You all saw that earlier. A person at the Yuan Gang stage couldn't even pass the temperament assessment. Around them, there was much discussion. Su Xin felt increasingly humiliated upon hearing that Xia Wuji was only at the 5th level of the Qi Si realm, recalling how he had nearly been pierced through the throat by Xia Wuji's sword. He had always believed that it was his own carelessness that day. At this moment, Xia Wuji had already stood on the high platform, approaching the stone tablet. He reached out with one hand, pressing his palm against the surface of the stone tablet. Instantly, a powerful pressure erupted from within the tablet, surging towards his heart. It felt as if a gigantic hand had appeared in his spiritual world. This invisible hand pressed down as if the heavens were collapsing. However, Xia Wuji's mental will transformed into an unparalleled divine sword, radiating terrifying sharpness and with unstoppable momentum. It instantly tore apart this oppressive handprint. The stone tablet remained silent. Not a glimmer of light shone. Ha ha ha, useless. The illuminated Su Xin was the first to burst into laughter, saying, "Today, this is the only one who couldn't even light up the red light. What a waste. With such a mindset, how dare you participate in the assessment? Overestimating yourself, not knowing your own limitations." His brother, Su Guang, nodded, saying, "Such a mindset is utterly terrible." The crowd was in an uproar. Indeed, this was the first person who couldn't even light up the red light of the stone tablet. And no one could understand how someone could have such a poor mentality. Huang Hu and Su Lan both wore expressions of shock. They felt it shouldn't be this way. Xia Wuji had given them a very stable impression. How could he be like this? If you can't do it, get down. There's no need to waste time and embarrass yourself up there. Su Xin shouted loudly. Even the disciple from the Zhangxing Dao Academy responsible for the first round of mindset testing couldn't help but speak up, saying, "Get down. There are others who need to go next." However, before he could finish his sentence, the stone tablet trembled. In the next moment, a rich purple light burst forth from the stone tablet, shooting into the sky. The noise in the venue instantly vanished, plunging into silence. Everyone stared in astonishment at the sweeping purple glow in the sky, their hearts stirred by a tremendous wave. Chapter 35. First Reward, Calculation. On the high platform, the dense purple light surged from the stone tablet, stunning everyone and leaving their hearts unsettled. This meant that Xia Wuji's mindset had withstood the strongest eruption of pressure from the stone tablet. The purple light soared into the sky. This was the best assessment result of the day. Before this, only the first contestant, the royal descendant of the great Chu Yang, had activated the blue light from the stone tablet. The mindset assessment result of Chu Yang was separated from Xia Wuji's by a layer of blue light. Of course, the purple light emanating from the stone tablet was merely the limit of what it could detect, not Xia Wuji's limit. If he wanted, his mental will could easily crush the pressure within the stone tablet directly. But there was no need for that. Securing first place steadily was enough. When Xia Wuji withdrew his palm from the stone tablet, the purple light slowly dissipated. The young disciple from the Zhangxing Dao Academy responsible for the first round of mindset assessment nodded at Xia Wuji, saying, "Not bad to have such a mindset. If you can pass the next 2 assessments, joining the Zhangxing Dao Academy will surely lead to future achievements. It seems you're the undisputed first place in this first round of mindset assessment. This Earth Element Spirit Pill will fall into your hands." As these words were spoken, everyone heard them clearly. The crowd finally came back to their senses from a shock, and soon after, exclamations of amazement erupted. Meanwhile, the Su brothers had extremely grim expressions. They had just been mocking Xia Wuji, and in the blink of an eye, it felt as if countless invisible slaps had struck their faces hard. Besides that, there was also the royal prodigy of the great Chu Yang, whose eyelids drooped slightly. Although he said nothing, his expression was somewhat gloomy. He had originally believed that achieving the best result in the first assessment was a done deal. However, just before this first assessment was about to conclude, a Xia Wuji had unexpectedly emerged. In comparison, his own blue light of mindset paled against Xia Wuji's purple light. On the high platform, Xia Wuji cupped his hands towards a young disciple of the Zhangxing Dao Academy, saying nothing, before turning to walk down the high platform. Wait, suddenly, Su Xin's shouted loudly. Xia Wuji glanced at him. Su Xian coldly huffed, saying, I don't believe your mental will is so steadfast. There must be a problem here. Then, Su Xian looked at the young disciple from the Zhangxing Dao Academy, cupping his hands as he asked, Excuse me, senior brother, will the frequent use of the mindset detection stone tablet today cause the pressure contained within it to have diminished? It is absurd for Xia Wuji to activate the purple light. After all, even our sixth prince could only activate the blue light. Why should Xia Wuji be able to activate the purple light? Could it be that he is better than the sixth prince? It's simply nonsense. The sixth prince mentioned by Su Xian was indeed Chu Yang. Immediately, many people's gazes turned towards Chu Yang. Chu Yang's expression was indifferent as he said, The great Chu dynasty has talented individuals and blessed lands. I, Chu Yang, do not dare to assume greatness. If someone is better than me, that is only normal. However, Su Xian's words do have some merit. It would be better to check the stone tablet to see if there is a problem. This way, it would also be fair to all who participated in the assessment. Instantly, several royal descendants spoke up, followed by a group of noble descendants voicing their agreement. The young disciple from the Zhangxing Dao Academy responsible for the first round of mindset assessment displayed a hesitant expression, saying, This matter is quite difficult. We would need to invite someone to come. There's no need to trouble yourself like that, Xia Wuji said lightly. Whoever doubts, it can come forward. The senior brother directly adjusted the stone tablet's pressure to the strongest state. If those who couldn't light up the purple light of the stone tablet before could do so now, it would prove their analysis was correct, and my assessment result would be invalid. But if they couldn't, it would prove there was no issue with the stone tablet. The young disciple from the Zhangxing Dao Academy immediately nodded and then fixed his gaze on Su Xian. Since you doubt it, then you come up. Su Xian, thinking of how this move had already gained him the favor of the sixth prince, Chu Yang, and could suppress Xia Wuji while nullifying his assessment result, no longer hesitated. He was convinced that the stone tablet must have malfunctioned. Xia Wuji could do it. So could he. Just watch. Your assessment result will be meaningless. Su Xian glared angrily at Xia Wuji before striding back up onto the high platform, standing before the stone tablet. He reached out with one hand, pressing it against the surface of the stone tablet. At this moment, the stone tablet was different from before. Previously, participants had been gradually impacting the intensity, but now, the pressure within the stone tablet had been directly raised to the maximum. As soon as Su Xian's palm touched the surface of the stone tablet, he let out a shrill scream, his arm retracting as if electrocuted, and he fell directly to the ground. Blood flowed from his 7 orifices. Covering his head with both hands, he let out a mournful wail. This was the result of severe trauma inflicted on his mental will. Second brother, Su Guang shouted worriedly. Rushing up to the high platform, the sixth prince, Chu Yang, furrowed his brows, but remained silent. It seems my assessment result should be fine, Xia Wuji said lightly. Of course, if anyone still has doubts, they can personally come up and try like Su Xian. As he spoke, Xia Wuji's gaze swept across the area where the most voices of doubt had come from. The noble descendants of the great Chu dynasty all turned their heads away, not daring to meet Xia Wuji's gaze. Su Xian's tragic state was right before their eyes. They did not want to jump in a fire pit again. Since no one else is coming up to try, the assessment will continue. The young disciple from the Zhangxing Dao Academy announced loudly. Su Guang held the bleeding Su Xian as he left the high platform, glaring fiercely at Xia Wuji. Xia Wuji, on the other hand, returned to the side of Huang Hu and Su Lan. Both Huang Hu and Su Lan were extremely excited and congratulated Xia Wuji. A group of commoner youths around them also chimed in, congratulating Chu Yang for achieving such impressive results in the first assessment. Before long, the first assessment officially ended. On the high platform, a young disciple from the Zhangxing Dao Academy announced loudly. The first mental assessment had 981 participants. A total of 526 passed the first mental assessment. The first place in the mental assessment is Xia Wuji. Please come forward to receive your reward. Under the envious and jealous gazes, Xia Wuji returned to the high platform and received a first-grade top-tier Earth Origin Spirit Pill, then went back to Huang Hu and Su Lan's side. As night fell, the second assessment of comprehension would take place the next day. The crowd dispersed in the square, invited by Huang Hu. Xia Wuji did not go to stay at an inn, but went to a manor within Qingyan City. This manor belonged to Huang Hu's family. Purchased in advance in Qingyan City, part of the Huang family's property. In the courtyard of the manor, Huang Hu had prepared food and drinks to host Xia Wuji. After a hearty meal, Huang Hu, his face flushed, said, "Brother Xia, you must take good care of that Earth Origin Spirit Pill. This pill is extremely precious, not only because it can increase the probability of a martial artist forming a core, but it can also enhance the quality of the core. But you must not take it now, as it should only be consumed when you reach the Yuan Gang realm to avoid wasting its medicinal properties." Xia Wuji nodded and said, "Thank you for the reminder, Brother Huang." After chatting for a moment, Huang Hu said, "Brother Xia, we still have the comprehension assessment tomorrow, so let's go back to our rooms to rest well." "All right." Xia Wuji entered the guest room of the manor and then took out the Earth Origin Spirit Pill, completely disregarding Huang Hu's warnings, and swallowed it directly. The first-grade, top-tier Spirit Pill, with pure medicinal properties and abundant energy, allowed Xia Wuji to quickly refine it using his eternal sword cannon. Meanwhile, a royal descendant found Su Guang. "I have seen the 12th prince." Su Guang saluted the person. The 12th prince, Chu Ju, nodded and said, "Su Guang, this is a clear heart spirit pill, a first-grade lower-tier pill. Hurry and give it to your brother Su Xin to ensure he can participate in the second round of assessments tomorrow." Su Guang received the pill with both hands. "Thank you, 12th prince." Chu Ju waved his hand and then changed the subject. "Today, that Xia Wuji made my 6th brother very unhappy, so I want to vent his anger. I don't want to see that Xia Wuji in tomorrow's assessment. Do you understand what I mean?" A glimmer flashed in Su Guang's eyes as he replied, "But the assessment has already begun, and I'm afraid that Songxing Dao Academy people." Chu Ju sneered and said, "Don't worry, everything has been arranged, and I have a comprehensive plan. You just need to follow my instructions." Chapter 36. Using their own methods against them in the Huang family's manor, Xia Wuji stayed in his room, surrounded by the spiritual light of the pill. This first-grade top-tier Earth Origin Spirit Pill had strong medicinal properties, which other Qi realm martial artists could not withstand. But Xia Wuji easily refined the pure energy using the Eternal Sword Cannon. In less than 15 minutes, his dantian vibrated, suddenly expanding, and his cultivation level broke through again, rising to the 6th level of the Qi realm. Furthermore, he had only refined about 30% of the energy from the Earth Origin Spirit Pill, although higher cultivation levels required more energy to break through. Xia Wuji was confident that he could completely refine the remaining 70% of the energy tonight and then break through another minor realm. He immersed himself in the state of cultivation. However, at that moment, a shadow suddenly swept over the manor. The shadow landed with a boom. The entire manor shook. The Huang family guards rushed over immediately. "Damn, how could there be a ferocious beast? Be careful, this is a top-tier ferocious beast, the Earth Black Bear." The top-tier ferocious beast, the Earth Black Bear, was comparable to a martial artist at the Yuan Gang realm. The Earth Black Bear suddenly slammed its arms into the ground. Then its massive body leaped up, crazily attacking the Huang family's guards. The Huang family guard were knocked flying one after another, bones breaking and even losing their lives. At this moment, Huang Hu and Su Lan also rushed out. Beside Huang, who was a Huang family guard captain with a first-level Yuan Gang realm cultivation. "Young master, be careful, this black bear has gone berserk," the guard captain hastily warned. But as soon as he finished speaking, the Earth Black Bear pounced ferociously. The guard captain yelled and engaged in a fierce battle with it. "Quick, we need to notify Brother Xia and leave the manor." Huang Hu urgently pulled Su Lan towards the guest room where Xia Wuji was. However, the Huang family's guard captain could only hold on for a few rounds before being struck in the chest by the frenzied Earth Black Bear's paw. His chest caved in, and he fell backward, crashing into a rockery, his body buried under the rubble, coughing up blood and unable to stand again. The earth black bear roared furiously and leaped up like a mountain crashing down, pouncing towards Huang Hu and Su Lan. Get out of the way! In a moment of desperation, Huang Hu pushed Su Lan aside, but he was already too late to dodge and had no chance to resist the earth black bear's assault. Brother Huang, Su Lan shouted nervously, just as Huang Hu was about to be crushed by the earth black bear. A sharp sword energy suddenly shot out from the room behind Huang Hu. The sword energy was swift, radiating dazzling light, and, in an instant, it sent the earth black bear flying away from Huang Hu. Boom! The earth black bear crashed to the ground, a bloody wound on its body. Xia Wuji rushed out from the room and came to Huang Hu's side. Huang Hu's face was pale. Brother Xia. Before he could finish, Xia Wuji said, I'll handle this. The injured earth black bear, instead of being fearful, became even more ferocious. Beast! Xia Wuji shouted coldly, and in an instant, his spiritual power swept out with the sound wave. This power rushed into the earth black bear's head. Just a moment ago, the earth black bear was still frenzied. Now, the fierce light in its eyes disappeared instantly, and it obediently lay on the ground, motionless. Huang Hu, Su Lan, and a group of Huang family battered guards were all dumbfounded. At that moment, a loud voice rang out from outside the manor. Immediately after, a group of people rushed into the front yard of the manor. The Huang family guards tried to stop them. The leader was Su Guang. Su Guang shouted angrily, Get out of my way. The earth black bear has gone berserk. I'm here to save people. Otherwise, if the earth black bear kills someone, don't blame us. As he spoke, Su Guang and his group rushed into the backyard of the manor. But upon entering the backyard, Su Guang was stunned. He initially thought that even if Xia Wuji didn't die, he would be half dead, now that he appeared and controlled the frenzied earth black bear. It was equivalent to saving people, so no one could say anything against them. However, Xia Wuji looked perfectly fine. Instead, the earth black bear was lying on the ground like a well-trained dog. Many people followed Su Guang into the Huang family manor. Most were attracted by the earlier commotion. Who raised this ferocious beast that went berserk in the middle of the night? The Huang family is really unlucky, losing several guards and a group of guards heavily injured. TSK, ISNT, that's Xia Wuji, who took first place in the first mental assessment. Is he lucky or unlucky? If they say he is lucky, he almost got flattened by the berserk earth black bear. If they say he is unlucky, he seems to be fine now. Xia Wuji stared at Su Guang. Su Guang frowned, coming back to his senses, and said, Since everything is fine, that's good. Come, take the earth black bear back. Wait. The voice of Xia Wuji rang out, saying, Is this the ferocious beast raised by your Su family? Huang Hu also felt anger rising in his heart, saying, If this ferocious beast is indeed raised by your Su family and has gone mad in my Huang family's estate, shouldn't your Su family give us an explanation? Explanation? Su Guang coldly retorted, This earth black bear is not raised by our Su family. As for who the owner of the earth black bear is, you're not qualified to know. Just because a few insignificant dog guards died, you think you deserve an explanation? What do you think you are? Su Guang was also in a bad mood. He had initially intended to use this situation to kill someone, but it hadn't succeeded. He just wanted to quickly take away the earth black bear. Thus, as his words fell, he waved his hand, and the guards he brought moved forward to take the quietly lying earth black bear away. You are too much. Our Huang family is not a soft persimmon for you to squeeze. Huang Hu shouted angrily, blocking the group of Su family guards. Get out of my way. Su Guang's eyes were incredibly cold, his attitude harsh. Huang Hu couldn't swallow this anger. But at that moment, Xia Wuji spoke up. Huang brother, let them handle this beast. Huang Hu turned to look at Xia Wuji. Su Guang sneered, saying, Xia Wuji, at this moment, you seem to be quite perceptive, but you hurt my brother and forcibly took his spiritual sword. I haven't forgotten that. Let's see how this plays out. At this moment, those who had come to watch the commotion surely understood. This ferocious beast was probably intentionally released by the Su family. It was all to take revenge on Xia Wuji. But for some unknown reason, it had failed. Under pressure and with Xia Wuji's persuasion, Huang Hu could only suppress his anger and step aside. The Su family guards quickly approached the earth black bear and lifted the massive creature. Su Guang continued to stare at Xia Wuji, saying, You kneel down now. Hand over my brother's spiritual sword, and give me that Earth Origin Spirit pill as an apology, and I might let you off the hook. Otherwise, I will make you regret it for life. I keep my word, Xia Wuji sneered. The next moment, a strand of his spiritual power quietly released, like a sword, fiercely stabbing into the soul of the Earth Black Bear. The Earth Black Bear, which had been lifted by the Su family guards, suddenly let out a tremendous roar. Its massive body struggling violently and knocking all the Su family guards down. It then crazily lunged towards Su Guang. Chapter 37. Conflict intensifies. Su Guang was so close to the Earth Black Bear. Just a moment ago, the bear had behaved like a well-trained dog. Now it had suddenly gone mad, catching Su Guang off guard. Boom! Su Guang's body was directly pressed down to the ground by the Earth Black Bear. One of the bear's paws stepped on Su Guang's chest, while both of its arms fiercely struck down towards Su Guang's head. Su Guang crossed his arms to protect his head, unleashing his cultivation of the third level of the Yuan Gang realm, his Yuan power condensing like armor. But he still could not withstand the bear's strength. Boom, boom, boom. Su Guang was ruthlessly beaten by the Earth Black Bear. In just a moment, the Yuan Gang he had gathered was shattered, and he lay on the ground, coughing up blood. Everyone was dumbfounded. The Su family guards reacted and immediately rushed towards the Earth Black Bear, but they were all knocked away by the bear. Seizing this opportunity, Su Guang erupted with power and broke free from the bear's paw, but before he could distance himself, the bear's claws reached out, grabbing Su Guang and slamming him down onto the ground. Boom, boom, boom. Ah! The ground shook. Cries of agony rang out. Su Guang's entire body was bleeding profusely. Roar! The Earth Black Bear howled at the sky, opening its massive mouth, wanting to swallow Su Guang whole. But just at that moment, a talisman shot over and instantly stuck to the bear's head. The Earth Black Bear's body shot back and crashed to the ground, becoming rigid and unable to move. Su Guang struggled to escape from the bear's claws, crawling awkwardly on the ground, wanting to quickly distance himself from the rampaging beast. At that moment, another group of people arrived on the scene. The 12th Prince. Greetings to His Highness, the 12th Prince. The onlookers hurriedly bowed. Leading the group was none other than the 12th Prince, Chu Ju. Chu Ju's face was ashen. The Earth Black Bear was his raised, ferocious beast, and tonight's plan was something he had provided to Su Guang, but it had ended in disaster. He was filled with immense anger. The disheveled Su Guang crawled to Chu Ju's feet. Chu Ju was furious and kicked Su Guang away. Trash! I entrusted you to take care of Xiao He, and you caused such a scene. Luckily, it didn't result in a major disaster. Chu Ju scolded. He had never thought of covering up the fact that the Earth Black Bear was his raised, ferocious beast, as anyone who looked into it a little would know. Today's incident was supposed to be easily explained away, but the outcome was disastrous. So, it was you who let this beast run amok? Xia Wuji's voice rang out. As he fixed his gaze on Chu Ju, Chu Ju immediately cast a cold glare at Xia Wuji, his eyes filled with murderous intent. How dare you speak to the 12th Prince like that? Someone beside Chu Ju shouted angrily. Summer brother, let's drop it. Huang, who hurriedly grabbed Xia Wuji's arm. Earlier, he didn't want to let Su Guang off so easily. But now, the matter had involved the 12th Prince Chu Ju. Huang, who was worried that it would escalate beyond control, and even though he felt constrained and oppressed, he could only swallow this anger. However, Xia Wuji would not let it go. He knew that today's events were aimed directly at him. What do you want? Chu Ju spoke, his tone indifferent. Xia Wuji drew his sword and approached the Earth Black Bear, which had the talisman on its head. Chu Ju's eyes narrowed significantly, a cold glint shooting from the gaps in his eyelids. If you dare harm a single hair on my ferocious beast, I will have you torn to shreds. Puff! Xia Wuji thrust his sword down. The sharp tip of the sword instantly pierced into the Earth Black Bear's body. The bear's body was restrained by the talisman, unable to move, but it was convulsing continuously, blood gushing out. Xia Wuji, you are seeking death. Chu Ju roared, his murderous intent boiling. The guards beside Chu Ju all drew their weapons. The onlookers marveled at Xia Wuji's immense courage, daring to face the wrath of the 12th Prince and trying to kill the ferocious beast raised by him. Xia Wuji withdrew his sword, the tip stained with blood. In the next moment, Another sword fell. This sword directly cleaved the earth black bear's neck. Everyone was stunned. They had not expected Xia Wuji to actually dare to kill. Suddenly, Xia Wuji's sword tip flicked, and he extracted a beast core. Chu Ju's chest felt as if it were ablaze with raging fire, his anger threatening to erupt like a volcano. His guards had all gathered their energy, waiting for Chu Ju's command to take Xia Wuji down completely. Xia Wuji was unafraid. At this moment, he was one with his sword, and ordinary Yuan Gang realm warriors were no match for him, especially with his feet on the ground. If he used his body to perform divine powers, even a first or second level foundation establishment warrior might not fare well under his sword. The other party was bullying him, being overbearing. He would not let them have their way. Just as the conflict was about to escalate further, something happened. A figure flew over, soaring through the air, a foundation establishment realm warrior. The newcomer appeared quite young, wearing the standard robe of the Zhangxing Dao Academy disciples. He landed in the arena, turned a glance at Chu Ju, and showed a hint of displeasure on his face. It was supposed to be resolved quickly, but the commotion had grown louder and louder, and he couldn't pretend to be invisible or deaf anymore, so he had to personally intervene. Chu Qiao took a deep breath and said, "I report to you, senior brother, the ferocious beast I raised, the Earth Black Bear, went mad tonight due to malicious provocation by someone, and that person is Xia Wuji. I initially didn't plan to hold him accountable and even arranged for Su Guang to come and calm the Earth Black Bear. I personally took action and suppressed the Earth Black Bear with talismans. However, since it is the assessment period of the Zhangxing Dao Academy, I didn't want to create chaos and endured him time and again. Unexpectedly, he is ungrateful, taking advantage of my patience, and even killed the ferocious beast I raised." In just a few words, he turned right into wrong and placed the blame on Xia Wuji. The disciples of the Zhangxing Dao Academy frowned, and then turned to look at Xia Wuji. Chu Qiao, as a member of the Deju royal family, his character is beyond doubt. "Xia Wuji, today's matter is indeed your fault, and it seems that Chu Qiao is justified in dealing with you." Xia Wuji sneered, "A bunch of colluding scoundrels. Senior brother, I will handle this myself. No need for your trouble," Chu Qiao said. The man nodded, As he spoke, he gave Chu Qiao a look, signaling him to deal with it quickly. The next moment, Chu Qiao waved his arm. "Take action, capture him. If he dares to resist, kill without mercy." "Wait." At that moment, a cold female voice rang out. Immediately, a stunningly beautiful girl with an impressive figure walked into the scene. Everyone's gaze was instantly drawn to her. Chu Qiao's eyes brightened. "Miss Piaoxue, didn't you go directly to the Zhangxing Dao Academy? Why are you here in Qingyun City?" Upon hearing this name, the others widened their eyes. "Isn't this the Lin Piaoxue who was specially recruited by the Zhangxing Dao Academy this year?" Even the male disciple of the Zhangxing Dao Academy who was colluding with Chu Qiao showed a hint of flattery on his face when he looked at Lin Piaoxue, saying, "So it's Junior's sister Lin." He was just an outer court disciple, while Lin Piaoxue was specially recruited, personally named by the higher-ups of the Tianxian Peak, making her status much higher than his. Lin Piaoxue ignored Chu Qiao and the male disciple from the Zhangxing Dao Academy, walking directly in front of Xia Wuji. She smiled. "I came specifically to Qingyun City to watch your assessment. What's wrong? Are you unhappy to see me? Why the long face?" Everyone thought. It seems that Lin Piaoxue has an extraordinary relationship with Xia Wuji. Chapter 38. Ice Spirit Body, Beauty Opens the Apertures. Lin Piaoxue's arrival indeed surprised Xia Wuji. She came to Qingyun City specifically to watch his assessment. Thinking back to the events at the Sword Pavilion, a warm current surged in Xia Wuji's heart, and a smile appeared on his face. "It is my honor that Miss Piaoxue came to watch my assessment." Lin Piaoxue blinked and said, "Don't call me Miss Piaoxue. It sounds too distant. My family calls me Schwer, so you can call me Schwer too." Everyone around thought, what is the relationship between Xia Wuji and Lin Piaoxue? It should be noted that Lin Piaoxue had already been valued by the higher-ups of the Tianxian Peak of the Zhangxing Dao Academy, with a bright future ahead. Even a member of the Deju royal family had to carefully consider how to treat her. "Miss Piaoxue, this is the 12th prince of the Deju royal family, Chu Qiao," he said, frowning again. Lin Piaoxue then turned to look at him and said, So you're the 12th prince. But you should still call me Miss Lin, after all. We're not that familiar to avoid any misunderstandings. Chu Qiao, everyone. Xia Wuji calls her Miss Piaoxue, and she finds it too distant. The 12th prince calls her Miss Piaoxue, and she says they are not that familiar. Isn't this a slap in Chu Qiao's face? Chu Qiao's expression turned extremely ugly. Lin Piaoxue didn't care about him. Instead, looking at the young male disciple of the Zhangxing Dao Academy. What do you call this senior brother? The man hurriedly said, Junior Sister Lin, I am Zhao Cheng, an outer court disciple of Yawang Peak. Lin Piaoxue nodded. So it's senior brother Zhao from Yawang Peak. What happened here? Zhao Cheng could only grit his teeth and repeat the lies that Chu Qiao had just concocted. Lin Piaoxue responded with an saying, raising ferocious beasts is a right of every martial artist. But if the ferocious beast goes mad for no reason and even injures or kills people, then such a ferocious beast should be killed, shouldn't it? Chu Qiao gritted his teeth and coldly snorted, my earth black bear didn't go mad for no reason. It was clearly provoked by Xia Wuji. Lin Piaoxue still didn't glance at Chu Qiao and instead stared at Zhao Cheng. If senior brother Zhao doesn't know how to handle this, then I can go find some senior brothers or sisters from Tianxian Peak to come over. Zhao Cheng was immediately drenched in cold sweat. No need, really. This ferocious beast deserves to die. Killing the mad ferocious beast is not only without fault, but also a merit. I am willing to reward Xia Wuji with 3 essence crystals as a personal gesture. This matter should not be investigated. Otherwise, if his indulgence of Chu Qiao's reckless behavior were to be exposed, he wouldn't be able to escape the consequences. As he spoke, he hurriedly took out 3 energy-filled essence crystals and handed them to Xia Wuji, saying, Xia Wuji, well done. What our Zhangxing Dao Academy values most is brave individuals who stand up in the face of danger. Xia Wuji was not polite and accepted the 3 essence crystals. For him, they were enough to raise his cultivation level by 1 realm. Then what about the casualties of the Huang family's guards and the damage to the estate? How does senior brother Zhao think this should be handled? Lin Piaoxue asked. Zhao Cheng immediately looked at Chu Qiao. Chu Qiao's face was as dark as if it could drip water. Chu Qiao, you should take out 10,000 taels of gold as an apology. After all, it was your ferocious beast that caused the trouble, and you cannot escape responsibility. Zhao Cheng urged. Chu Qiao gritted his teeth. No matter how unwilling he was, he could only harden his resolve and do as Zhao Cheng said. He shot Xia Wuji a fierce glare and left with his people in a huff. Junior Sister Lin, I will take my leave as well, Zhao Cheng said. Thank you for your hard work, senior brother Zhao, Lin Piaoxue said lightly. Not at all, this is what I should do. Zhao Cheng finished speaking and didn't dare to stay any longer. Besides, he had to go find Chu Qiao to settle the score. The 3 essence crystals had to be charged to Chu Qiao. For an outer court disciple, this was no small amount. Wuji Gij, Lin Piaoxue, immediately turned to face Xia Wuji. Xia Wuji, the title caught him off guard. Lin Piaoxue's face broke into a radiant smile, revealing 2 shallow dimples. I rushed all the way here and just arrived in Qingyan City. Aren't you going to invite me in for a sit? Beside, Huang Hu immediately said, Brother Xia, this is only right. You should accompany Miss Lin first. I will go prepare food and drinks right away. Lin Piaoxue said, Young Master Huang, there's no need to trouble yourself so much. After all, it is already the middle of the night. I just want to stay in Wuji Gij's room for a while. Huang Hu, all right. In the middle of the night, going to Xia Wuji's room for a while. Huang Hu felt there was something profound in that, but he didn't dare to say more. Xia Wuji took Lin Piaoxue into his room. Lin Piaoxue hurriedly closed the door. Huang Hu, standing outside, was stunned. Brother Huang. Su Lan called out. Huang Hu suddenly snapped back to reality and looked at Su Lan, saying, Sister Lan, do you want to come to my room for a while? Su Lan. Brother Huang, it's not appropriate to do this in the middle of the night. Let's wait until the assessment is over before we talk. Inside the room, Lin Piaoxue kept sizing up Xia Wuji, saying, Wuji Gij, this is for you. As she spoke, she took out a jade bottle. This is a first-grade top-tier spirit pill called the Lingyi pill, given to me by an elder from Tianxian Peak. I didn't bring it with me before. It was of my family, and now I'm giving it to you. Xia Wuji shook his head and said, Schwerer, since this is given to you by an elder of Tianxian Peak, you should use it yourself. A first-grade top-tier spirit pill is truly too precious. Lin Piaoxue directly stuffed the pill into his hand, saying, "Don't worry, I have more. Half for you, half for me. Don't be polite with me. All right, I need to go find the people from the Songxing Dao Academy. After all, it's inappropriate for a man and a woman to stay together overnight, as it would affect your reputation." After saying this, Lin Piaoxue was about to leave. "Miss Shuer, wait," Xia Wuji called out. Lin Piaoxue, who had walked to the door, suddenly turned around. In the next moment, her pupils constricted as she saw Xia Wuji rushing in front of her, one hand unexpectedly slapping towards her chest. However, the palm landed on her chest without causing her any harm. Lin Piaoxue instinctively cried out, her face turning crimson, and her ears were completely red. The first feeling after the shock was that it felt so good. "Don't be afraid. I'm just helping you clear your meridians," Xia Wuji's voice rang out. Lin Piaoxue replied, her voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz, lowering her head and not daring to look at Xia Wuji, allowing his hand to roam over her body. She sighed inwardly, thinking that Xia Wuji's method of clearing meridians was so unique, making her whole body feel tingly and numb. Indeed, she had a special constitution, the ice spirit body. However, the optimal time for awakening her constitution had been delayed, and even if the Songxing Dao Academy's people helped her awaken it now, it would be difficult to fully utilize the true benefits of this constitution. Help her out, Xia Wuji thought to himself. No wonder Lin Piaoxue could receive a special invitation from the elder of Tianxian Peak in Songxing Dao Academy with her first level of Yuan Gang realm. Xia Wuji's expression became serious, and pure breath flowed into Lin Piaoxue's body. After a quarter of an hour, Xia Wuji withdrew his hands. After this manipulation, once Lin Piaoxue awakened her ice spirit body, she would be able to unleash the true power of this constitution. "How do you feel?" Xia Wuji asked. Lin Piaoxue replied, "At first it was a bit painful, but gradually it became comfortable, more and more comfortable." "Brother Wuji, are you helping me cultivate?" Lin Piaoxue's body did not show any obvious external changes, but she felt a strong sensation inside, receiving benefits that she could not yet comprehend, but which were immensely beneficial. Xia Wuji nodded and said, "Sort of." Lin Piaoxue blinked and said, "So this is what dual cultivation feels like." Xia Wuji replied, "Dual cultivation isn't like this." Lin Piaoxue smiled and said, "Brother Wuji, you're very mysterious. I feel like you have many secrets." Xia Wuji calmly said, "Everyone has some secrets." Lin Piaoxue replied, "Don't worry. Brother Wuji, I won't tell anyone about you helping me cultivate. I really have to go now. I will be there at the assessment site tomorrow to cheer you on." After Lin Piaoxue left, Xia Wuji continued to circulate his cultivation method, refining the remaining energy of the Earth Yuan spirit pill in his body, and conveniently used a Yuan crystal that had just arrived. As for the first-grade, top-quality spirit pill that Lin Piaoxue gave him, there was no time to use it now, so he put it into his storage ring. 2 hours later, Xia Wuji completely refined the energy of the Earth Yuan spirit pill, and most of the energy from the Yuan crystal in his hand was also absorbed, leading to another breakthrough in his cultivation level. He reached the 7th level of Qi Si realm. At this point, the sky was already bright. It was time to participate in the second assessment of the Songxing Dao Academy. Chapter 39, Flying Flower's Secret Technique, Cheating. Xia Wuji, along with Huang Hu and Su Lan, headed to the assessment square to participate in the second round of comprehension tests of the Songxing Dao Academy. On the way, Huang Hu could no longer hold back his curiosity and asked, "Brother Xia, that Lin Piaoxue and you?" Before Huang Hu could finish, Xia Wuji replied, "Ordinary friends." Huang Hu said, I see. He didn't believe it. Moments later, the three arrived at the assessment square. After yesterday's mental assessment, many had been eliminated, leaving only 526 participants for the second round. The square didn't seem as crowded and noisy now. Xia Wuji, who had secured first place in the mental assessment yesterday, attracted much attention today, especially since the events of last night had already spread. In the gazes directed at Xia Wuji, there was a hint of complexity. Offending the royal family of the Great Chu dynasty was no trivial matter. Despite the members of the Great Chu royal family having to follow the rules in front of the Songxing Dao Academy, there were actually many from the Great Chu royal family within the academy. Moreover, the geniuses from the Great Chu dynasty who entered the Zhongxing Dao Academy each year mostly had their families still developing within the territory of the Great Chu dynasty. Within the Zhongxing Dao Academy, the Great Chu royal family actually held considerable influence. Lin Piaoxue supported Xia Wuji because the 12th prince, Chu Ju, lacked sufficient influence. However, even though Lin Piaoxue had been specially invited, she currently could not contend with the intricate web of relationships within the Great Chu royal family in the Zhongxing Dao Academy. Thus, even though many recognized Xia Wuji's potential, they still kept their distance, not wanting to attract trouble. Xia Wuji sensed a lot of malice from the numerous gazes. He looked in the direction from which the malice was coming. Chu Ju was glaring at him fiercely. Su Wang, who had been beaten up by the Earth Black Bear last night, was now sitting in a wheelchair with his head wrapped in bandages, glaring at Xia Wuji as well. There was also Su Xian, who had questioned Xia Wuji yesterday and had been severely impacted by the pressure of the testone tablet, glaring at Xia Wuji as if he wished he could kill him with his eyes. As for the sixth prince, Chu Yang, he glanced casually at Xia Wuji, made eye contact for a moment, then looked away arrogantly towards the high platform. Moments later, the people from the Zhongxing Dao Academy arrived. It was still disciples who hosted this second round of assessment. Lin Piaoxue was also present. Many looked at Lin Piaoxue, with most men feeling admiration, while women felt inferior. Following the disciples from the Zhongxing Dao Academy, Lin Piaoxue searched the crowd for Xia Wuji and, upon finding him, simply showed him an encouraging smile and gaze without making any excessive movements. The disciple in charge of the assessment immediately announced the rules for the second round. Today's assessment will test your comprehension. Next, each of you will receive a secret technique specially developed by the elders of the Zhongxing Dao Academy. This secret technique is called the Flying Flower Technique. You will comprehend the Flying Flower Technique, and if you can complete the 3 flowers gathering at the top within 3 hours, you will pass the assessment. The one who condenses the most yuan power flowers within 3 hours will be the first. As before, the first place in the individual assessment will receive a reward. The reward for the first in the comprehension assessment is a first-grade low-grade spirit weapon, and you can choose the type of spirit weapon. After announcing the rules, the disciple from the Zhongxing Dao Academy raised his hand and waved. Suddenly, a jade slip flew out from his sleeve. The jade slip flew in the air, shining brightly, and countless characters appeared and arranged themselves, ultimately presenting this so-called flying flower technique to everyone's view. No one dared to be distracted, all focusing intently on these words. The flying flower technique actually had no practical use. It was merely a relatively complex method for operating and controlling yuan power. Sixth brother, Chu Ju, standing next to Chu Yang, couldn't help but whisper, his face showing excitement. A few days ago, he had obtained this secret technique and was forced by Chu Yang to practice it. At that time, he was confused, not knowing what Chu Yang was trying to achieve by making him practice this seemingly useless secret technique. It turned out that this was the secret technique to be used in the second assessment of the Zhongxing Dao Academy. Chu Yang frowned and turned to glare at Chu Ju. Chu Ju immediately shut up, hiding the excited expression on his face. Moments later, some people had already started to sit cross-legged on the ground, comprehending the flying flower technique. Brother Xia, what do you think? Huang Hu asked. Xia Wuji replied casually. It's okay. Huang Hu sighed and said, I think it's really difficult. Su Lan also had a gloomy expression and said, the way of operating yuan power is too complicated. Xia Wuji said, stay calm, don't be nervous. At this moment, the sixth prince, Chu Yang, had also sat cross-legged, appearing to seriously comprehend the flying flower technique. Chu Ju was extremely excited inside. He had been forced to practice the flying flower technique for several days and was already able to condense 12 flowers of elemental energy. He believed he would shine brilliantly in this assessment. Although he couldn't compare to his sixth brother, Chu Yang, he was definitely second only to him, and no one else dared to compete with him. He couldn't help but look at Xia Wuji, a plan forming in his mind. Thus, Chu Ju walked directly towards Xia Wuji. Xia Wuji, you ranked first in yesterday's temperament assessment. You indeed have some skills. Do you dare to compete with me in today's assessment? Chu Ju shouted loudly. Immediately, his voice attracted everyone's attention. Everyone knew what had happened last night, and realized that Chu Ju wanted to regain face for the events of the previous night. Chu Ju appeared very pleased and said, "Of course, if you don't dare, I won't force you. How do you want to compete?" Xia Wuji replied nonchalantly. Chu Ju sneered and said, "Let's compete in this assessment to see who can condense more flowers of elemental energy. If I win, you will kneel before me on the spot and apologize for the beast that killed me last night. Also, hand over the earth element spirit pill you obtained yesterday. And if I lose?" Xia Wuji remained calm. Chu Ju snorted coldly and said, "I've had great comprehension since I was a child. How could I possibly lose to you? If you have the ability to win against me, I'll give you 5 elemental crystals." Xia Wuji replied lightly, "If you lose besides those 5 elemental crystals, you will also have to kneel before me and apologize for last night's incident." "You." Chu Ju was instantly furious. After all, he was a member of the royal family. Xia Wuji actually wanted him to kneel. Even though he was absolutely confident he wouldn't lose, the mere thought from Xia Wuji still made him seethe with anger. "If you're afraid, just roll far away and stop making noise in front of me," Xia Wuji said unceremoniously. Chu Ju took a deep breath, gritted his teeth, and clenched his fists tightly, saying, "Why would I be afraid? You're definitely going to lose. Just wait and see." After saying that, Chu Ju angrily returned to his original position and sat cross-legged. "Brother Xia, you're being impulsive," Huang Hu said anxiously. Xia Wuji smiled faintly and replied, "Brother Huang, don't worry about me. Let's begin comprehending." The bet between Chu Ju and Xia Wuji was just a small episode. Soon, the entire venue fell silent, and all participants sat cross-legged, earnestly comprehending the flying flower technique. Xia Wuji also sat cross-legged, but he was not comprehending the flying flower technique. Instead, he was operating his cultivation method to refine the sword seed in his dantian. The flying flower technique was difficult for the other participants, but to him, it was no different from childish play. Buzz! Suddenly, 3 flowers of elemental energy condensed above the head of the 6th prince, Chuyang. The brilliance was dazzling. Many participants who were comprehending the flying flower technique were shocked and stared at him in disbelief. In less than a quarter of an hour, the 6th prince had completed the gathering of 3 flowers, and this level of comprehension was astonishing. At that moment, not far from Chuyang, Chu Ju also quickly condensed 2 flowers of elemental energy above his head. Although the 12th prince was not as good as the 6th prince, this level of comprehension was still impressive. "I still haven't even touched the threshold," he thought. Incredible, truly incredible. It seems that Xia Wuji is destined to lose to the 12th prince. Chu Ju opened his eyes with pride, looking at the motionless Xia Wuji, and snorted coldly before continuing to pretend to comprehend the flying flower technique. As time passed, more and more flowers of elemental energy blossomed in the venue. The 3-hour mark was approaching. Among them, the most eye-catching was naturally the 6th prince, Chuyang. He had a total of 38 flowers of elemental energy above his head. Next was Chu Ju, who had previously condensed 12 flowers. Today, he worked hard and condensed 19 flowers of elemental energy. Looking at the others, no one else had condensed more than 10 flowers. Nearly half of the participants had yet to reach the gathering of 3 flowers, which meant they would be eliminated. And the first-place winner from yesterday's temperament assessment, Xia Wuji, was completely motionless, without a single flower of elemental energy. There was little time left. Chuyang had finished his comprehension. Chu Ju also stopped because the remaining time was no longer useful. They had all reached their limits and could not improve further in a short time. "Ha ha ha! Xia Wuji, you useless fool! What good is ranking first in the temperament assessment? Your comprehension is terrible. Hurry up and come kneel before me, apologize, and hand over that earth element spirit pill from yesterday." Chu Ju laughed, filled with pride. Huang Hu, who had condensed 4 flowers of elemental energy, and Su Lan, who barely condensed 3 flowers, frowned tightly. They never expected that Xia Wuji had not condensed a single flower of elemental energy. Countless people were astonished. Xia Wuji's good temperament but terrible comprehension was indeed surprising. On the high platform, Lin Piaoxiu blinked her eyes sparkling with brilliance. She did not believe Xia Wuji couldn't do it. Chu Ju, full of arrogance. strode up to Xia Wuji. Xia Wuji slowly opened his eyes and stood up, looking indifferent. Chu Ju, like a proud rooster, sneered and said, "A bet is a bet. What, do you want to go back on your word? There are so many witnesses here today, and the people from the Songxing Dao Academy are watching. You can't refuse to acknowledge it." Xia Wuji scoffed, "A bet is a bet. That's only right." Chu Ju shouted angrily, "Then why aren't you kneeling before me? But did I lose?" Chu Ju laughed loudly. "I condensed 19 flowers of elemental energy, and you didn't condense a single one. Do you think everyone is blind and can't see?" In the distance, Chu Yang glanced over, still displaying his proud demeanor. The gloom for being overshadowed by Xia Wuji yesterday had dissipated, and today he felt vindicated. As for this trivial matter, he naturally wouldn't get involved. That would be beneath him. Facing Chu Ju's arrogance, Xia Wuji replied indifferently, 3 hours haven't even passed yet, have they? There's still a little time left. Do you think you can turn the tables in this short time? Ridiculous. Hurry up and fulfill the bet, or don't blame me for getting rough." Chu Ju's voice grew louder. "This little time is more than enough to surpass you, useless fool. Open your eyes wide and see clearly. Count them." As his words fell, the sword essence within Xia Wuji surged out instantly, dazzling brilliance enveloping him. Chapter 40, Kneel Before Me. Xia Wuji's body radiated a brilliant light of elemental energy, dazzling and spectacular. Amidst this glow, flowers of elemental energy bloomed one after another, like a sea of flowers. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief, staring at this incredible scene, as if their minds had been struck, leaving them blank. Their throats and hearts felt as if gripped by an invisible hand, and their internal energy momentarily stagnated. So many flowers of elemental energy. 1, 2, 3, 99. Let me count again. 99. It really is 99 flowers. The sixth prince had only condensed 38 flowers of elemental energy, while Xia Wuji had 99. How did he achieve this? What level of comprehension is this? Gasps of amazement arose one after another. Just moments ago, the 12th prince, Chu Ju, who had been standing in front of Xia Wuji and boasting arrogantly, stood as stiff as a wooden post, his face pale as paper. The 99 flowers of elemental energy blooming beside Xia Wuji felt like 99 slaps striking his face. In the distance, the sixth prince, who had initially looked proud and dismissive of the situation, was now also watching Xia Wuji. Chu Yang's expression turned extremely ugly. His hands clenched into fists, veins bulging on the back of his hands. Just like yesterday, he had been overshadowed by Xia Wuji once again. Moreover, Xia Wuji held an absolute advantage. Chu Yang's gap in temperament and comprehension compared to Xia Wuji is immensely vast, almost like an insurmountable chasm. As the sixth prince of the great Chu royal family, hailed as the greatest martial arts genius in nearly a century, his pride has been shattered these past 2 days. After losing yesterday, in today's assessment, he even resorted to cheating, yet he still lost completely. On the high platform, Lin Piaoxue revealed a joyful smile and said, "I knew he could do it." The disciple from the Songxing Dao Academy, responsible for presiding over the second assessment, also looked emotional and said, with his temperament assessment score from yesterday and today as comprehension assessment score, as long as he passes the 3rd round of the practical combat. Even if he performs a bit poorly, he will definitely have a bright future. Xia Wuji looked at the stunned Chu Ju and asked, "Have you counted?" Chu Ju's mouth twitched, remaining silent. "Then let us fulfill the bet," Xia Wuji said coldly. Chu Ju gritted his teeth, nearly biting them to pieces, and growled, "It's just 5 yuan crystals. I can afford to lose." As he spoke, he waved his hand, and immediately, a guard ran over and handed 5 yuan crystals to Xia Wuji. Xia Wuji accepted the yuan crystals. Chu Ju snorted coldly and said, "Xia Wuji, don't be too happy too soon." After saying that, he turned to leave. "Wait," Xia Wuji shouted coldly. "Have you forgotten something? Kneel." Chu Ju turned back, his eyes blazing with fury as he roared, "Xia Wuji, don't push your luck." Xia Wuji sneered, "You agreed to the bet. Can't you take the loss? With so many witnesses here, do you want to go back on your word?" Chu Ju was so furious that he felt like his chest would explode. He shouted, "I'm a prince of the great Chu.
Do you think you can make me kneel? Can you handle it? Xia Wuji's expression remained indifferent. Is your honor to kneel before me? Everyone's expression was complicated. Xia Wuji was indeed forcing Chu Ju to kneel. Immediately, a noble from the great Chu royal family spoke up. Xia Wuji, no one to stop. Don't go too far. The 12th prince has already given you 5 yuan crystals. What more do you want? Don't be ungrateful. Even if you're not yet a disciple of Songxing Dao Academy, you still can't afford to offend the great Chu royal family. Suddenly, someone approached. It was the 6th prince, Chu Yang. He stood beside Chu Ju, his eyes sharp like an eagle, staring at Xia Wuji, and said, "Leave a way out for others. If you go too far, it won't be good for you. I will give you 3 more yuan crystals, and my brother Esbet with you will be settled." Xia Wuji laughed, filled with disdain. If I lost, would you all tell Chu Ju to know when to stop? Would you tell him to leave a way out? Since he lost, let's go by the bet. Xia Wuji was very strong-willed, speaking as if there was no room for negotiation. On the high platform, Lin Piaoxue glanced at the disciple from Songxing Dao Academy, who was from Tianxian Peak, and he naturally understood what Lin Piaoxue meant. Moreover, he was not from the Great Chu dynasty and was not afraid of those in the academy from the Great Chu dynasty. So helping Lin Piaoxue was a favor he was willing to grant. Thus, he coughed lightly and said, "I watched the whole thing. Chu Ju provoked first, and he willingly agreed to the bet. So let us fulfill it quickly and not waste time here." Chu Yang frowned, his expression growing darker. Chu Ju gritted his teeth, letting out a beast-like growl. "Xia Wuji, are you sure you want to tear your face with the great Chu royal family? Kneel!" Xia Wuji shouted fiercely, and suddenly, an invisible, powerful pressure surged like a sword, striking at Chu Ju's spirit. Chu Ju suddenly trembled, his legs went weak, and with a thud, he fell to his knees in front of Xia Wuji. At that moment, the entire place fell into silence again. The 12th prince, Chu Ju, actually knelt before Xia Wuji. Everyone felt this scene was too unreal. In the great Chu dynasty, royal descendants were high above, yet today, they humiliated themselves by kneeling before someone. With this kneel, Chu Ju's dignity and pride completely collapsed. Chu Yang was so furious that smoke seemed to be coming out of his 7 orifices, and he immediately pulled Chu Ju up. Chu Yang stared at Xia Wuji with cold eyes and said, "You will regret this." After leaving the statement, Chu Yang took the humiliated Chu Ju away from Xia Wuji. 3 hours have passed. On the high platform, the disciple from Songxing Dao Academy announced loudly, "First place, Xia Wuji, condensed 99 yuan force flowers." Xia Wuji's expression was calm as he walked toward the high platform. "Brother Wuji, congratulations," Lin Piaoxue said excitedly. Xia Wuji smiled faintly and said, "Just luck." The male disciple from Songxing Dao Academy also smiled and said, "This is not just luck. Your temperament and comprehension are not just leading this year's assessment, but in the past few years, they are the top tier as well. Xia Wuji, for being first in this comprehension assessment, you can choose a low-grade spirit weapon of the first rank. What type do you want?" "I'll choose a spirit sword," Xia Wuji said. The man nodded and said, "All right. Wait a moment. Someone will bring the spirit sword to you soon." "Thank you, senior brother," Xia Wuji replied. Xia Wuji returned to Huang Hu and Su Lan's side. The male disciple from Songxing Dao Academy scanned the crowd and said, "In this second assessment, a total of 237 people passed. The practical combat assessment will start in 3 days and will last for 7 days. You can all go back and prepare well now." Then, everyone began to disperse. Even though Xia Wuji had once again amazed everyone in this assessment, they respected him even more from a distance. However, Huang Hu was not shy at all. He remained the same as before. After returning to the Huang family's estate, it wasn't too long before Lin Piaoxue arrived. "Brother Wuji, I brought you the reward for coming in first in the assessment," Lin Piaoxue said with a smile, handing a sword she was holding to Xia Wuji. Xia Wuji took the spirit sword, drew it from its sheath, and the sword light shone brightly. It was just an ordinary low-grade spirit sword of the first rank. Xia Wuji examined it for a moment and then returned it to its sheath. Lin Piaoxue stayed for a while in the Huang family's estate before leaving. Xia Wuji then asked Huang Hu for a training room in the estate. Now that he had plenty of resources, he should make full use of them.
In these 3 days, he aimed not just to break through to the Yuan Gang realm, but at least to reach the peak of the Qi Si realm. Chapter 41. Forging the Spirit Sword, Secret Realm. In the training room, Xia Wuji had a total of 7 Yuan crystals in his hand. He concentrated, and his spiritual energy spread out, causing the 7 Yuan crystals to float in front of him. Following that, Xia Wuji's sword energy transformed into tiny sword qi, combining with his spiritual power, leaving traces on the surface of each Yuan crystal. He was drawing rune patterns. Runes are the foundation of talismans and formations. Yuan crystals are one of the energy sources for formations. Xia Wuji only drew some simple rune patterns on the surfaces of the 7 Yuan crystals, then arranged the 7 Yuan crystals in different positions around him. As his spiritual power spread out, the rune patterns on the surfaces of the Yuan crystals gradually emitted a faint glow, connecting with each other to form the simplest formation. It wasn't even a first-rank formation, as formations require a large amount of materials, and Yuan crystals alone are not enough. For now, Xia Wuji was just making do with what he had. The energy within the 7 Yuan crystals would be much easier for him to refine and absorb, and besides that, it could also actively gather the Yuan energy from the surrounding heaven and earth to a certain extent. After setting up this simple array, Xia Wuji took out a first-grade, top-tier spirit intent pill gifted by Lin Piaoxue. There were a total of 5 spirit intent pills in the bottle. He took one and swallowed it, then began to operate his cultivation method to refine the pill's energy and absorb the energy provided by the simple array. On the other side, the 12th prince, Chu Ju, was furious and almost ready to tear down a luxurious manor. He was venting wildly, but no matter what, the anger in his heart could not calm down. A group of noble young heirs stood nearby, not daring to speak, even afraid to breathe heavily, fearing they would be caught in Chu Ju's wrath. At this moment, the 6th prince, Chu Yang, arrived. Only then did Chu Ju quiet down and hurried to Chu Yang's side, saying, "Sixth brother, I can't swallow this anger. I can't swallow it." Chu Yang snorted coldly and said, "Since you've lost face, then find your dignity back yourself." Chu Ju's eyes flashed, and he said, "Sixth brother, I understand. I will go find that Xia Wuji to settle the score." "Idiot!" Chu Yang shouted angrily. Right now, Lin Piaoxue is openly protecting him, and he is ranked first in the last 2 assessments. Do you think the higher-ups of the Zhangxing Dao Academy have not noticed him? If you act directly now, there will definitely be a lot of trouble. Chu Ju's face showed a painful expression as he said, "Sixth brother, then what should I do?" Chu Yang snorted again and said, "Every year, there are casualties in the practical assessments of the Zhangxing Dao Academy. No matter how monstrous Xia Wuji's temperament and comprehension are, in the end, he is just a small martial artist at the Qi Si realm. When the practical assessment comes, find an opportunity and kill him directly." Chu Ju was stunned for a moment. Then his face lit up with joy, saying, "Sixth brother, I understand." Chu Yang said, "In these few days, keep a low profile. Don't cause trouble, and don't disturb me. I'm preparing to enter seclusion to strive for a breakthrough to the 8th level of the Yuan Gang realm." In the first and second assessments, I became the unnoticed 2nd place. In this 3rd practical assessment, I must take 1st place. 2 days later, in the training room of the Huang family manor, the 7 Yuan crystals that Xia Wuji used to set up the simple array had all lost their luster, turning into 7 ordinary stones covered in cracks. He had consumed 3 of the first-grade top-tier spirit intent pills gifted by Lin Piaoxue. As he had anticipated, his cultivation level had broken through to the 10th level of the Qi Si realm, but there was still some distance to advance to the Yuan Gang realm. Xia Wuji had no plans to continue using the remaining 2 spirit intent pills because there was only half a day left before he had to participate in the 3rd round of assessments at the Zhangxing Dao Academy. With a thought, Xia Wuji took out a first-grade inferior spirit sword, and then took out the Jinghong sword, which was at the quasi-spirit sword level. Given the current state of my sword type, absorbing the sharpness of a first-grade inferior spirit sword is actually meaningless unless it's a 2nd-grade spirit sword. However, this first-grade inferior spirit sword rewarded by the Zhangxing Dao Academy is too ordinary. In some aspects, it's even inferior to the Jinghong sword that I refined a bit before.
I might as well melt this first-grade inferior spirit sword down to forge a brand new Jinghong sword. With this thought, Xia Wuji formed seals with both hands. Heavenly Flame Technique. Thanks to the previous Earth Core Firestone, Xia Wuji's original Beast Fire had incorporated a trace of Earth Core Fire's aura and had already been upgraded to a first-grade inferior spirit fire. Under Xia Wuji's superb fire control techniques, the first-grade inferior spirit fire displayed extremely strong power, and within half an hour, a first-grade inferior spirit sword was completely melted down, removing all unwanted impurities. After a moment, he melted down the quasi-spirit sword level Jinghong sword. The remaining materials, under the control of Xia Wuji's sword essence and spiritual power, fused together, slowly forming the shape of a sword. He left runes inside the sword embryo, using his spiritual power. Then, with the sword essence containing sharpness, he continuously tempered the sword embryo. Time passed bit by bit, and after 2 hours, a brand new spirit sword was finally formed. The sword body was over 3 feet long, 3 fingers wide. The hilt was slightly longer, and the surface was covered with mysterious patterns, exuding a special beauty, with an extremely sharp edge releasing a fierce brilliance. It was a first-grade medium-tier spirit sword. A satisfied smile appeared on Xia Wuji's face. Since this sword was forged by him personally, it required no further refining and could be used as an extension of his arm. Xia Wuji put the sword away and, taking advantage of the remaining time, immediately sat cross-legged to recover the energy consumed in forging the sword until he was fully replenished. Then he walked out of the training room. Huang Hu and Su Lan came together and happened to run into Xia Wuji. Huang Hu said, "Xia brother, I was worried you were so immersed in your training that you forgot the time, so I came to call you to participate in the third assessment." Xia Wuji nodded and said, "Then let's set off." On the way, Huang Hu sighed and said, "Xia brother, both Lan's sister and I barely passed the first 2 assessments. To be honest, we have no confidence in this third assessment. We're just going to give it a try for the experience. Even if we fail, we won't have any regrets in the future. But you are different. Although you're still at the Qi realm, I know a bit about your combat strength, especially since you performed so excellently in the previous 2 assessments. Your future is limitless. But you have to be careful. There are always some casualties in the practical assessments of the Songxing Dao Academy every year. These casualties come from the dangers in the assessments, as well as the people involved in the assessments. You mustn't be careless and should be wary of those people." Xia Wuji's eyes flashed, and he said, "Brother Huang, don't be so quick to get discouraged. Although this assessment emphasizes strength, there's also an element of luck." Su Lan took a deep breath and said, "Big Brother Huang, we must give our all to strive to enter the Songxing Dao Academy. Otherwise, our Su family and your Huang family might no longer be able to stand in the Great Chu dynasty in the future." Xia Wuji's eyes flashed. He naturally knew what Su Lan was worried about. Huang Hu and Su Lan were getting too close to him. If they could enter the Songxing Dao Academy, the Huang and Su families would be safe. But if they failed, the power of the Great Chu royal family could easily reduce their 2 families to ashes. Huang Hu's mood became heavier, and he had no mood to speak further. The 3 of them remained silent and arrived at the square. In the sky above the square, there was actually a vortex slowly rotating, and the inside of the vortex was pitch black and unfathomably deep. "What is this?" Su Lan stared at the vortex, and an intense sense of unease arose in her heart. Huang Hu also looked puzzled and said, "Why do I feel like there seems to be a passage inside this vortex?" Xia Wuji also looked up at the vortex and calmly said, "Brother Huang is right. This is indeed a passage. This passage connects to a special space, which is also known as a secret realm." Upon hearing the words secret realm, both Huang Hu and Su Lan's breathing became more rapid. This was something legendary. Xia Wuji continued, "If I'm not mistaken, the venue for the third practical assessment is indeed in this secret realm." Chapter 42. The practical assessment begins. The devouring rock beast. The rotating vortex above the assessment square attracted everyone's attention. Such a phenomenon was truly unimaginable for the youth of the Great Chu dynasty. The royal family members have arrived. Led by Chu Yang, a group of noble heirs were also staring intently at the vortex in the sky. Chu Yang's expression was calm as he said, "This is the passage to a secret realm.
Inside the secret realm, there is a world of its own, and there are some special rules within the secret realm. Clearly, this year's third practical assessment of the Zhangxing Dao Academy will take place in the secret realm. The sixth prince indeed had extensive knowledge and immediately saw through the secret of this vortex, earning our admiration. Someone immediately began to flatter him with his extraordinary talent. The sixth prince had broken through to the 8th level of the Yuan Gang realm yesterday. This practical assessment would surely be a place for him to showcase his abilities. Of course, among all who participated in the third assessment, my six brothers realm is the highest, followed by my 5th level in the Yuan Gang realm. This assessment focuses on individual combat power, which is the foundation of a martial artist, unlike the previous 2 assessments that were just for show. Chuju's voice was loud. He deliberately raised his volume, glancing at Xia Wuji not far away, wishing he could swallow Xia Wuji alive. He snorted coldly, but did not say anything more. Once we enter the secret realm, the real combat assessment will begin, and then we will settle the score. Directly take his life. At this moment, a powerful pressure swept over the entire area. A middle-aged man from the Zhangxing Dao Academy, accompanied by several disciples, flew in and landed on the high platform. This middle-aged man is an elder of the Zhangxing Dao Academy named Ouyang Sheng. He had not appeared in the first 2 assessments. He will personally preside over this final assessment. Lin Piaoxue also stood behind Ouyang Sheng, looking at Xia Wuji, winking and displaying an encouraging expression. Xia Wuji smiled faintly in response. Ouyang Sheng's expression was indifferent as he scanned the crowd, his gaze lingering on Xia Wuji for a moment. After all, he was the dual first-place winner of the previous 2 assessments, deserving of more attention. Then, Ouyang Sheng announced, "You have all seen the vortex in the sky. Passing through this vortex will take you into the secret realm. The secret realm is the location for your third practical assessment, where you will remain inside to hunt the rock-eating beasts generated by the rules of the secret realm. The rock-eating beasts come in 3 tiers, 1-eyed, 2-eyed, and 3-eyed. Hunting a 1-eyed rock-eating beast will earn you 2 points. Hunting a 2-eyed rock-eating beast will earn you 10 points. Hunting a 3-eyed rock-eating beast will earn you 100 points. The assessment time is 7 days. This time, the Zhangxing Dao Academy has decided to expand its recruitment, with a total of 30 spots available in the Great Chu Dynasty. After 7 days, rankings will be determined according to points from high to low. Normally, the top 30 can become disciples of the Zhangxing Dao Academy, but don't think too naively. If after 7 days, any of the top 30 have less than 60 points, the Zhangxing Dao Academy will not accept them. There are 30 spots, but that does not mean we must fill all 30. Additionally, the person who comes in first will receive extra rewards, just like in the previous 2 assessments. And after joining the Zhangxing Dao Academy, they will get a chance to enter the Pure Yuan secret realm for 3 days of cultivation. Do you have any questions? Please, Elder Ouyang, will there be people from the Zhangxing Dao Academy secretly protecting our safety during the practical assessment in the secret realm? Someone asked from below the high platform. Immediately, many people's eyes showed a glint of expectation. Ouyang Sheng shook his head and said no. Every year, there are casualties during the practical assessment. If someone cannot hold on during the assessment, they can crush the number plate they received at registration and wait in place. Someone will come in and take you out. Other than that, there is no other protection. So if anyone wants to give up now, you can leave directly. There was a small stir in the crowd. But in the end, no one withdrew. Everyone had passed the first 2 assessments, and they were just one last hurdle away from becoming disciples of the Zhangxing Dao Academy. No one wanted to give up just like that. Who has any questions? Ouyang Sheng asked again. No one raised any further questions. Ouyang Sheng then said, "Let us begin entering the secret realm." As soon as he finished speaking, he formed hand seals, and a powerful force instantly surged into the vortex in the sky. The vortex immediately stopped spinning, and a passage of light extended from it to the ground. Chu Yang dashed toward this passage of light, and his figure disappeared from everyone's sight. The others also rushed forward. Brother Huang, young Master Xia, do your best, but also be careful. Su Lan said to Huang Hu and Xia Wuji. Huang Hu nodded and said, "Xia brother, you go ahead." Xia Wuji nodded and said, "You all take care too." After saying that, Xia Wuji entered the passage of light, and in an instant, the spatial power contained in the passage transported him into the secret realm. When Xia Wuji appeared in the secret realm, he looked around. Everything here seemed desolate. With thin life energy, only some sparse, withered grass and trees. He couldn't see anyone who had entered the secret realm before him. It seems that entering the secret realm is random teleportation, Xia Wuji muttered to himself, and then chose a random direction to find a so-called rock-eating beast. But he hadn't walked far when suddenly a loud laugh rang out. Ha ha ha! I encountered you so quickly. Heaven helps me. A man, holding a spear, appeared in front of Xia Wuji, clearly excited and rushing toward him at high speed. The tip of the spear pointed straight at Xia Wuji. The 12th prince said that if I tell him your whereabouts, I can get 3 yuan crystals. If I can subdue you and deliver you to him. Not only will I get 10 yuan crystals, but after joining the Zhangxing Dao Academy, I will also receive support for cultivation resources from the Great Chu royal family. Qihai Realm Level 10? Xia Wuji glanced at him, revealing a look of disdain. The man laughed. You do have some insight. I remember, when you registered for the assessment, your cultivation level recorded was Qihai Realm Level 5. Xia Wuji, oh Xia Wuji, no matter how good your temperament and comprehension are, your cultivation level is ultimately too low, and you have offended the prince of the Great Chu dynasty. Don't blame me. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being too arrogant. Blame yourself for being too weak. Ha ha ha. In the next moment, this man at Qihai Realm Level 10 suddenly charged forward, shaking his wrist holding the spear, and the spear's tip instantly transformed into dense spear shadows, fiercely stabbing towards Xia Wuji's body. Xia Wuji simply raised his arm, his 5 fingers grasping at the dense spear shadows. Suddenly, all the spear shadows shattered. Xia Wuji's hand directly seized the spear tip. The man who thrust the spear changed his expression drastically. No matter how hard he tried, his spear could not move. Why, you're not Qihai Realm Level 5? He exclaimed. You can only blame yourself for being too weak. Xia Wuji returned his words to him, exerting force with his palm. And the high-quality treasure-level spear tip was directly broken in half. With a flick of his wrist, the spear tip shot out and instantly pierced through the man's head. On the man's face, expressions of terror, pain, unwillingness, and despair intertwined. His body stiffly toppled backward, struggling a couple of times before completely breathing his last. Xia Wuji stepped forward, collected a yuan crystal that was not fully charged and 2 bottles of precious pills, tossing them into a storage ring, then set the corpse on fire. Just as he was about to leave, rumble, the ground began to tremble, cracks spread out, and then a gigantic stone figure over 3 meters tall emerged from the ground. The target of the 3rd practical assessment of the Zhangxing Dao Academy, the rock-eating beast, has appeared. Chapter 43. Astonishing efficiency, stepping on Su Xin. The rock-eating beast's size was extremely large, its body completely composed of hard rock. However, this rock-eating beast had only 1 eye on its head. This indicated that it was the lowest tier. After hunting it, one could earn 2 points. The rock-eating beast stared at Xia Wuji, its single eye flashing with fierce and brutal light, then let out a low roar, and its massive body charged at Xia Wuji. Boom boom. The ground shook. Xia Wuji snorted coldly and pointed. Sword essence erupted, condensing a sword chi that whistled out, the speed of the sword chi unmatched. Before the one-eyed rock-eating beast could reach Xia Wuji, its head was cleaved open by Xia Wuji's sword chi. Following that, it was a cacophony. The massive body of the swallowing rock beast collapsed, with chunks of stone falling and hitting the ground. Then these broken stones melted into the ground, disappearing. Strictly speaking, the swallowing rock beast cannot be considered a living being. It is merely a special power born under the rules of the Zhangxing Dao Academy's secret realm. Xia Wuji glanced at the token he received during the assessment registration, which displayed the points he currently had. 2. He put the token into his clothing and looked at the area where the pile of stones had disappeared, his gaze flickering. The one-eyed swallowing rock beast was only equivalent to a 5th-level Qi realm cultivation. No wonder hunting one only granted 2 points. This secret realm space should be quite large. Relying solely on luck to find a swallowing rock beast would be too inefficient. Instead, he could use some small tricks to accurately locate the position of the swallowing rock beast. Xia Wuji muttered to himself, already having an idea. He immediately formed hand seals and used a technique he had employed before, the spirit eye. His fingers brushed in front of him, and a faint golden light appeared in his pupils, clearly revealing the flow of energy in the secret realm space before his eyes. The swallowing rock beast was a condensed body of earth attribute power. Wherever the earth attribute energy was dense, there would definitely be a swallowing rock beast present. The denser the earth attribute energy, the stronger the swallowing rock beast's power, meaning more points gained after hunting it down. Before long, Xia Wuji found a two-eyed swallowing rock beast using this method. The strength of this two-eyed swallowing rock beast was comparable to a first-level Yuan Gang realm martial artist, granting 10 points for hunting one. This level posed no difficulty for Xia Wuji, and he easily dealt with it. By the end of the day, the points displayed on Xia Wuji's token had already reached 68. This was mainly because using the spirit eye consumed a considerable amount of mental energy, making it impossible to maintain for long. Throughout the day, he encountered several other participants in the assessment. However, these individuals did not provoke him, and Xia Wuji had no need to confront them. As night fell in the secret realm, Xia Wuji swallowed a first-grade top-tier spirit intention pill gifted by Lin Piaoxue. He held a yuan crystal he obtained today, which did not contain much energy. He operated his cultivation technique to absorb the energy from the pill and the yuan crystal, accumulating the sword essence in his dantian to break through to the Yuan Gang realm. In front of him, a pile of firewood blazed brightly, and a rabbit roasted to a shiny finish was skewered above the flames. Although the life force in the secret realm was thin, there were still some creatures present, which Xia Wuji had just casually caught. After finishing his cultivation, having completely refined the pill's energy and exhausted the Yuan crystal's energy, Xia Wuji felt he had taken another big step toward the Yuan Gang realm. He opened his eyes, looking at the nearly roasted wild rabbit in front of him, and suddenly frowned, coldly shouting, "Sneaking around, come out!" Immediately, several figures rushed out of the darkness, surrounding Xia Wuji. "Xia Wuji, it's time to settle our score." One person shouted angrily. This person was Su Xian. The two had clashed when Xia Wuji first entered Qingyun City, and Su Xian had suffered, losing his spirit sword to Xia Wuji. Su Xian, a first-level Yuan Gang realm cultivator, was accompanied by another first-level Yuan Gang realm individual. The remaining few range from 7th to 10th level of the Qi realm. "I spared you once. Now you come to seek death." Xia Wuji showed no sign of fear, his expression indifferent. He didn't even consider standing up, still sitting by the fire, focused on roasting meat. Su Xian gritted his teeth, shouting, "Last time I lost due to carelessness. Today, I will not give you another chance. Young Master Su, why waste words with him? Once we capture him, you can deal with him as you wish. First, let off some steam, then we can find the 12th prince and hand him over half dead." "Ha ha! This is a chance to win the 12th prince's favor. No need for young Master Su to dirty his hands. Leave it to me." Suddenly, a Qi realm martial artist charged violently towards Xia Wuji. Xia Wuji didn't even look, casually waving his hand, and a sword Qi shot out like it was tearing through the night. Swish! A sword struck the throat. The corpse, still carrying the momentum of its charge, fell to the ground and rolled several times forward. Su Xian and the others. "Young Master Su, it seems this kid really has some skills. Let us attack together," said the first-level Yuan Gang realm martial artist accompanying Su Xian. As soon as he finished speaking, he drew his sword and charged out like a whirlwind. Su Xian roared lowly, a top-tier sword radiating cold light as he rushed towards Xia Wuji. Two first-level Yuan Gang realm martial artists, one on the left and one on the right, attacked with blades and swords, the flashes of weapons seeming ready to engulf Xia Wuji's body. Sitting on the ground roasting meat, Xia Wuji lightly slapped the ground with one hand. Instantly, the flames from the burning firewood exploded into sparks. Each seemingly weak spark suddenly transformed into countless fiery sword Qi after Xia Wuji infused his sword essence. Each sword Qi burst forth with firelight, radiating sharp brilliance, and then howled away. The first-level Yuan Gang realm, Su Xian and his companion, originally attacking Xia Wuji simultaneously, immediately displayed expressions of extreme panic when these fiery sword chi appeared. How could they dare to continue attacking? They hurriedly halted their charge, one wielding a knife, the other wielding a sword, deploying defensive measures to block Xia Wuji's fiery sword chi. However, their defenses were utterly meaningless. In an instant, both let out wretched howls as fiery sword chi pierced through their bodies. And these fiery sword chi, with their residual power undiminished, suddenly changed direction under Xia Wuji's mental control, shooting toward the remaining Chi-Si realm martial artists. Swish, swish, swish. The sword chi howled, blood splattered. In the blink of an eye, no one was left standing, and apart from Su Exin, everyone else had perished. Xia Wuji, what is your cultivation level? Please don't kill me. Su Exin, lying on the ground covered in blood, struggled to lift his head, looking at Xia Wuji, who was sitting by the fire roasting meat. His face was filled with pain, and his heart was filled with endless fear. So Xia Wuji is this powerful. Xia Wuji ignored Su Exin. He simply broke off a piece of the roasted rabbit leg, eating slowly and unhurriedly, before finally standing up and walking over to Su Exin. He lifted a foot and stepped on Su Exin's head. Chapter 44. Taking the initiative, only to make a wedding dress. Bang! Su Exin's head slammed heavily into the ground, sinking into the earth. His arms and legs flailed wildly, struggling desperately, but it was futile. Xia Wuji released his foot, coldly saying, "Do you know why didn't he kill you?" At this moment, Su Exin was not only covered in blood, but also had his head deformed from being stepped on. He was terrified to the extreme, no longer the arrogant and domineering figure from before. I know I was wrong. I apologize. As long as you let me go, I promise I will never provoke you again, and I will definitely offer something satisfactory to redeem my life. Su Exin hurriedly said. Xia Wuji sneered, saying, I spare your life not for your apology, nor do I want anything from the Su family. Tell me honestly, where is Chu Ju? The 12th prince of the great Chu dynasty, Chu Ju, had repeatedly sought trouble and even publicly announced a bounty for Xia Wuji. Xia Wuji naturally would not wait for trouble to come to him. He wanted to take the initiative into his own hands. The 12th prince possesses a treasure that can locate the position of the devouring rock beast. He is currently hunting the beast with my brother and others, and they have found a 3-eyed devouring rock beast. Due to my slightly weaker strength, I would only hold them back. So the 12th prince did not include me in the team. Su Exin, under the threat of death, dare not hide anything and honestly told Xia Wuji everything he knew. Xia Wuji coldly smiled and said, But did I say I would let you go? With that, he stepped forward and completely crushed Su Exin. From the bodies, Xia Wuji found 4 elemental crystals and several pills, all of which he stored in his storage ring before unleashing flames to burn the corpses and erase all traces. He then used a profound footwork technique to leave at an extremely fast speed. As dawn broke, in a region filled with jagged rocks within the secret realm, the 12th prince, Chu Ju, Su Guang from the Su family, and several noble disciples with Yuan Gang realm cultivation gathered there. Reporting to the 12th prince, everything is ready. We can proceed, Su Guang said as he approached Chu Ju and cupped his hands in greeting. Chu Ju, who was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed in meditation, slowly opened his eyes and asked, Is there still no news of Xia Wuji? The mention of Xia Wuji caused Chu Ju's gaze to turn icy, and a dense, killing intent enveloped him. Su Guang reassured him, Rest assured, Your Highness, you have already issued a bounty. No matter how cunning Xia Wuji is, in this secret realm, he is trapped with no way out. It is only a matter of time before he falls into your hands. For now, let us deal with the 3-eyed devouring rock beast first. The other noble disciples nodded in agreement. Chu Ju responded, Don't worry. Follow this prince in hunting the devouring rock beast, and you will not be treated unfairly. I guarantee each of you will make into the top 10 and successfully pass this assessment. As he spoke, Chu Ju stood up and looked into the distance, saying, This 3-eyed devouring rock beast is equivalent to a 10th level Yuan Gang realm martial artist. Be careful when we engage and act according to the plan. Yes, let's move, Chu Ju commanded. His face was filled with eager anticipation. Killing a 1-eyed devouring rock beast earns only 2 points. A 2-eyed one gives 10 points. but a three-eyed one directly grants 100 points. At that moment, Su Guang, who was at the third level of the Yuan Gang realm, immediately charged forward. After advancing a short distance, he leaped into the air, unsheathing an exquisite sword, and slashed down fiercely toward the ground. The ground split open under his strike. A furious roar echoed from beneath the earth. Suddenly, a massive stone arm erupted from the ground like a mountain, swinging towards Su Guang with overwhelming force. Su Guang's face turned pale as he shouted, "Attack!" Wind Talisman. In the distance, a woman at the second level of the Yuan Gang realm lightly shouted, forming seals with her hands. A talisman shot out, bursting into light in the air and transforming into a gust of wind. Just as Su Guang was about to be hit, he was propelled sideways by the wind and successfully evaded, landing and rushing toward the 12th Prince Chuju. Another furious roar erupted, shaking the heavens and earth, as the towering Tinzhonghai devouring rock beast suddenly stood up. Its massive stone head had 3 eyes, one of which was a vertical eye glowing with a grayish light. A beam of grayish light shot out from the vertical eye, crashing towards Su Guang. With the wind talisman still active, Su Guang narrowly avoided the gray light, but where it struck the ground, a thick layer of stone skin formed instantly, covering a radius of several dozen zhang. This was the might of the 3-eyed devouring rock beast, which not only possessed immense strength, but also exaggerated defenses. The light from the third vertical eye had the ability to petrify. Su Guang was drenched in cold sweat, and under the immense danger, his speed surged again. The towering 3-eyed devouring rock beast frantically chased after him. Suddenly, explosions erupted around the devouring rock beast. Chuju and the others detonated treasures they had buried in the area, directly knocking the 3-eyed devouring rock beast to the ground, shattering many of its hard stone pieces. "Go!" Chuju ordered, his expression excited and his heart racing as everything was progressing smoothly according to his plan. Everyone charged out in an instant, unleashing various powerful techniques to bombard the downed, 3-eyed, devouring rock beast. In an instant, the heavens and earth erupted with deafening sounds and explosions. The 3-eyed devouring rock beast let out a massive roar, enduring the immense pressure and standing up again. Sweeping its arms, as the vertical eye shot out beams of gray light, causing the noble disciples of the great Chu dynasty to hurriedly retreat back to Chuju's side. Chuju snorted coldly, forming seals with his hands. A circular ring, a low-grade spiritual weapon, instantly flew out, enlarging in air and falling onto the 3-eyed, devouring rock beast. The ring tightened. The beast's arms and body were bound and crushed, continuously breaking. Congratulations to the 12th Prince for successfully hunting the 3-eyed devouring rock beast. Su Guang and the others immediately shouted, no longer attacking, and congratulated Chuju. According to the rules, whoever delivered the final blow would earn the points. A radiant smile appeared on Chuju's face as he drew a knife, which was also a low-grade spiritual weapon. Next, with just one strike, he could secure 100 points. But at that moment, a figure suddenly appeared, directly standing on the head of the 3-eyed, devouring rock beast. It was Xia Wuji who had arrived, with a single sword thrust. The sword tip pierced into the head of the 3-eyed, devouring rock beast. Sword essence erupted, and the beast's head was completely shattered. Chuju and the group of noble disciples stared in shock at this scene, their expressions frozen, followed by an explosion of rage in each of their hearts. Their painstaking plans had resulted in them making clothes for others. Chapter 45. Not a single one left. The 3-eyed, devouring rock beast was dead, and the broken stones vanished, with energy returning to the secret realm. Xia Wuji stood proudly with his sword, glaring at the furious Chuju and the others. "Xia Wuji," Chuju roared, his killing intent boiling. "I was just looking for you. You came right to my doorstep. You even stole my points. I want you to die a miserable death." Chuju's eyes were bloodshot. "Take it down," he shouted in anger. Su Guang, at the third level of the Yuan Gang realm, was the first to charge out, wielding an exquisite sword and unleashing a fierce sword technique, the cold blade slashing towards Xia Wuji's chest. Xia Wuji's expression was indifferent as he gently flicked his Jinghong sword, deflecting Su Guang's strike. Su Guang's sword move was countered in the blink of an eye, and a sense of unease rose within him as he attempted to retreat. But it was too late. A sword energy had already erupted from Xia Wuji's Jinghong sword. Su Guang's pupils constricted. In the next moment, blood splattered. Before he could even scream, his head flew into the air, dead beyond recovery. Seeing Su Guang's corpse, Chu Ju's expression suddenly tightened, and the other noble disciples were shocked. Su Guang was not weak. He was at the third level of the Yuan gang realm, and his sword technique was quite exquisite with considerable combat experience. Yet he was killed by Xia Wuji in a single strike. I underestimated you. You have such combat strength, but opposing this prince will not end well for you. Chu Ju coldly exclaimed. In an instant, he formed a hand seal, and the ring that had just imprisoned the three-eyed rock-eating behemoth began to spin rapidly, appearing above Xia Wuji's head. The ring was about to descend, but the sword energy on Xia Wuji's body erupted suddenly, creating what seemed like countless invisible swords around him, preventing the ring from descending. You've already been restrained by this prince. What are you still dawdling for? Chu Ju shouted angrily. The other noble youths had just witnessed the power of Chu Ju's ring, which was a low-grade spiritual weapon capable of restraining the three-eyed, rock-eating behemoth. Therefore, their fear dissipated. Immediately after, the woman with the second level of Yuan Gang realm cultivation clapped her hands, and two talismans flew out, transforming into wind blades in the air, slashing towards Xia Wuji's. The others followed the wind blades, rushing towards Xia Wuji's. A bunch of useless people, Xia Wuji's coldly shouted, and the sword energy around him erupted once more, instantly sending the ring above his head flying away. Whoosh! The stunning phoenix sword shot upwards. Clang! A crisp explosion sounded. Chu Ju's low-grade spiritual weapon ring was directly cleaved in half by Xia Wuji's sword. Xia Wuji's momentum surged, sweeping his sword horizontally. The stacking waves sword technique, triple waves. Whoosh! 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 In an instant, 3 waves of sword light surged out, overwhelming and unmatched in power. The 2 wind blades formed by the talismans were obliterated by the sword light. Following the talismans, the noble youths rushing towards Xia Wuji's were all sent flying by the fierce sword light, their bodies like kites with severed strings, losing their lives in mid-air before hitting the ground. The might of a single move was terrifying. In the blink of an eye, only the woman skilled in talismans remained beside Chu Ju. The woman's face turned pale as paper, her whole body trembling. The 12th prince, Chu Ju, was not much better, a layer of cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. You want to kill me? Are you even qualified? Xia Wuji's cold voice rang out. A resolute expression suddenly appeared on Chu Ju's face as he took out a pill and threw it into his mouth. As the pill entered his stomach, a layer of bloody flames suddenly enveloped Chu Ju. This was the characteristic of burning blood energy. The pill he consumed was a low-grade spiritual pill, the life-burning pill. When in desperation, taking the life-burning pill could burn vitality and overdraw potential for a brief but immense burst of power. With his original 5th level of Yuan Gang realm cultivation, after consuming the life-burning pill, Chu Ju's power surged significantly, and his fear was eliminated. Enhance me with talismans. Chu Ju shouted lowly. The woman beside him quickly slapped out a talisman and pressed it onto Chu Ju's body. The winds surged around Chu Ju, amplifying his aura. He raised the low-grade spiritual weapon long knife in his hand, pointing its blade at Xia Wuji's, saying, Xia Wuji's, to force this prince to this extent. You are indeed formidable, but this is where it ends. This time next year will be your death anniversary. Xia Wuji's expression remained indifferent. If you have any other tricks, feel free to use them. It's merely a desperate struggle, and I'll let you struggle as much as you want. Don't dare to boast. With my current strength, killing you is more than enough. As Chu Ju's voice fell, the ground beneath him exploded, and his body shot towards Xia Wuji's like an arrow released from a bow. Chaotic cloak blade technique. Chu Ju's throat let out a beast-like roar. This blade technique was a supreme skill of the great Chu royal family, belonging to the low-grade Xian rank inheritance. In an instant, the blade in Chu Ju's hand danced wildly, and streams of blade light poured out like a torrent. Facing such an attack, a spark ignited in Xia Wuji's stunning phoenix sword. True Sun sword technique. The current true sun sword technique was no longer comparable to before. This was not only due to Xia Wuji's significant improvement in cultivation, but also related to the flames within him. The previous flames were merely pure beast fire, ungraded. But the current flames had absorbed a hint of core fire's aura, having already advanced to low-grade spiritual fire. With the boost of the low-grade spiritual fire, the power of the true sun sword technique soared, and at the tip of the stunning phoenix sword, it seemed as if a great sun was hanging. The flames surged, and the scorching airwaves rolled. The blade light produced by Chu Ju's chaotic cloak blade technique shattered one after another. Xia Wuji stepped forward, deploying the cloud sky step technique, and his figure left behind numerous afterimages. In an instant, he charged in front of Chu Ju. One sword surged forth. Chu Ju horizontally raised his knife to block. Clang! His low-grade spiritual weapon, long knife, shattered. Chu Ju's body was knocked back, crashing heavily to the ground. Xia Wuji's approached swiftly, and another sword slashed down. Chu Ju roared lowly, suddenly raising both arms, palms overlapping. And a jade pendant in his palms emitted a burst of spiritual light, blocking Xia Wuji's sword. But this layer of spiritual light also appeared with countless cracks. Chu Ju's knees directly knelt on the ground. Wow! He spat out a mouthful of blood. Xia Wuji's, I am the 12th prince of the great Chu dynasty. If you don't stop, I swear. Chu Ju shouted anxiously. Whoosh! Xia Wuji's slashed down again. Crack! The jade pendant supported by Chu Ju shattered. That layer of protective spiritual light also collapsed. The fire-glowing stunning phoenix sword descended, cleaving through Chu Ju's overlapping palms. Ah! Chu Ju let out a heart-wrenching scream. Xia Wuji's, if you kill me, my sixth brother will definitely not let you go, and our great Chu royal family will not let it rest. Whoever wants to take revenge, I will accompany you to the end, but you must die. Xia Wuji's coldly shouted. If one does not offend me, I will not offend others. Since Chu Ju wants my life, I will not let him live. Xia Wuji's sword was about to strike down once more. Suddenly, a voice full of authority rang out. Stop! From Chu Ju's body, a hazy shadow emerged, which could vaguely be seen as the figure of an old man. Little guy, our great Chu royal family's descendants are not something anyone can kill. If you stop, I assure you there will be no further issues. But if you dare to kill him, I will remember you, even if you ultimately enter the Songxing Academy. Our great Chu royal family's power can still make it impossible for you to move, and blood will be repaid with blood. I want his life. No one can stop me. Just a mere spiritual projection. What are you? Xia Wuji's spiritual energy surged out, instantly shattering the old man's spiritual projection. Whoosh! Another sword fell. The 12th prince of the great Chu royal family, Chu Ju, had his head roll, eyes wide open, never to close. Xia Wuji's expression was cold, like a god of death emerging from hell, turning to look at the woman trying to escape with talismans. The woman's face turned deathly pale. Young Master Xia, you should die too. One sword swept up, sword energy howled, and another head fell. Chapter 46. The effect of the thick earth formation. Xia Wuji's proactive attack not only took a three-eyed rock-eating behemoth, earning him 100 points, but also yielded abundant cultivation resources. After all, Chu Ju was the 12th prince of the great Chu dynasty, and those around him were also noble descendants of the great Chu dynasty. Each a big fat sheep, 31 yuan crystals, piles of various top-grade treasure pills, and a small portion of low-grade spiritual pills, the liquid for making talismans, talisman paper. And from Chu Ju, he found a Guyuan stone. No wonder Chu Ju could accurately lock onto the location of the three-eyed, rock-eating behemoth. It turned out he had a Guyuan stone in hand. Xia Wuji's stored various resources in his storage ring, leaving only the Guyuan stone in hand. This item contains abundant earth attribute energy, which can form a sense of connection with the rock-eating behemoths in this secret realm. Perhaps the members of the Chu royal family had already received information about the third assessment in advance, which is why Chu Ju had prepared a Guyuan stone to carry with him. This implies that the sixth prince of the Chu royal family, Chu Yang, must also have been equally prepared. Xia Wuji murmured to himself, and then a faint smile curled at the corners of his mouth. The method that Chu Ju used to locate the swallowing rock beast with the Guyuan stone was simply a waste of the stone. Xia Wuji naturally had a better way. He soared into the air, leaving the area where the battle had just occurred, and only stopped after spending more than half an hour. This is it. Xia Wuji took out the Guiyuan stone again, and in an instant, he summoned a first-tier low-grade spiritual fire, using fire to refine. Immediately, the Guiyuan stone was burned to the point of cracking, with rich earth attribute energy rapidly flowing out from the cracks. Xia Wuji controlled the flames with one hand, continuing to refine the Guiyuan stone. With a thought, a stack of blank talisman papers and a vial of spiritual liquid flew out from his storage ring. With his other hand, Xia Wuji quickly formed seals, using his spiritual power to draw the spiritual liquid from the vial onto the talisman paper, outlining intricate talisman patterns on its surface. A quarter of an hour later, the Guiyuan stone was completely burned to ashes. The contained earth attribute energy surged into the ground, spreading in all directions. Go! Xia Wuji shouted lightly, and the talismans he created instantly flew out, landing in different directions. The moment the talismans touched the ground, they transformed into glowing talisman patterns. Thick earth array. Activate. Xia Wuji's expression was extremely serious as he formed seals with both hands to produce crystal cores. In the blink of an eye, the energy of the crystal cores, the properties of the talismans, and the chi of this secret realm space perfectly combined. It could barely be considered a first-tier low-grade formation. But since the array I was entirely composed of talismans, it could only last for 2 days at most. Moreover, it could not be used for combat. Otherwise, after a few rounds of explosion, the formation would collapse. But it was enough to attract the swallowing rock beasts. The energy of the Guiyuan stone converged here, and the thick earth array continued to draw on the earth attribute energy from this secret realm space, creating an exaggerated level of earth attribute chi in this area. I don't need to search everywhere for the swallowing rock beasts. I could just wait here for them to come. Boom! A terrifying wave of energy rolled. A three-eyed swallowing rock beast, standing 10 zhang tall, was struck by a violent force, and the hard stones on its body exploded into countless fragments. The sixth prince of the Chu dynasty, Chu Yang, with silver gauntlets covering his fists, unleashed the full force of his 8th-layer Yuan Gang realm cultivation, launching a fierce assault on this three-eyed swallowing rock beast. His fists erupted like 2 silver suns, radiating blinding light, with every move being extremely powerful and domineering. The three-eyed swallowing rock beast, comparable to a human martial artist at the 10th layer of Yuan Gang realm and possessing strong defensive capabilities, was continuously pushed back under Chu Yang's storm-like attacks. Suddenly, this three-eyed swallowing rock beast finally seized the opportunity, letting out an angry roar. And a vertical eye on its forehead shot out a gray beam of light. The gray beam was swift and unmatched, crashing towards Chu Yang. Chu Yang snorted coldly, not dodging or evading, and smashed his fist towards the gray beam. In an instant, a layer of stone formed on the surface of Chu Yang's fist, spreading along his arm, attempting to envelop his entire body. Break for me! Chu Yang roared, and the stone skin covering his arm was instantly crushed by his power. The mountains collapsed. Chu Yang's figure leaped from the ground, looking down from above, and his fist smashed down fiercely onto the already damaged body of the three-eyed, swallowing rock beast. The force of this punch was like a mountain crushing down, causing the air to explode with a loud bang, and this overwhelming fist strength heavily struck the head of the three-eyed, swallowing rock beast. In the next moment, the mutilated body of the three-eyed, swallowing rock beast completely exploded, turning into a sky full of fragments, which then vanished as the energy returned to the secret realm. After the battle, Chu Yang's face turned slightly pale, and he immediately took out a first-tier low-grade spiritual pill, putting it in his mouth. After swallowing the spiritual pill, his chaotic aura quickly stabilized. 200 points of credit. Chu Yang took out the assessment token, looking at the numbers on it, a smile appearing on his face. At my current pace, if I hunt 1 three-eyed swallowing rock beast a day, the assessment will end in 7 days, and I will have 700 points. Definitely securing the top spot. The first place is mine. Although I was overshadowed in the first 2 assessments by Xia Wuji, this time it is destined that Chu Yang, will be the center of attention. There was a hint of excitement in his tone, and an expression of anticipation appeared on his face, but at that moment, a faint ripple of spiritual energy spread out from Chuyang. Immediately after, a spiritual energy projection materialized before Chuyang. "Grandfather." Chuyang quickly bowed. He looked puzzled and said, "Grandfather, we are still in the assessment period. Why did you suddenly manifest your projection? This is, after all, a secret realm space. If the people from the Zhangxing Dao Academy discover it, my assessment results might be affected." "Chu Ju is dead." The voice of the spiritual energy projection echoed. "What?" Chu Yang's expression changed dramatically, his eyes widening with bloodshot veins. Chu Ju was born of the same mother, and he had always favored this younger brother. "Grandfather, how did my brother die?" Chu Yang's voice turned extremely low, his fists clenched tightly in their gauntlets, a strong killing intent erupting from him. "The one who killed him was Xia Wuji. This little brat, named Xia Wuji, doesn't take our Chu royal family seriously. Even disregarding the warning for my spiritual energy projection, Chu Yang, the majesty of the Chu royal family, cannot be insulted. I want you to personally take action and kill him. He must not be allowed to leave this secret realm alive. Do you understand?" Chu Yang's chest heaved violently, as if volcanoes were erupting within him. He growled, "Grandfather, rest assured, I will crush him to ashes, avenge my brother Chu Ju, and uphold the prestige of our Chu royal family." The third assessment of the Zhangxing Dao Academy had already reached the fourth day, and the thick earth array set up by Xia Wuji had also been operating for 2 days. During these 2 days, Xia Wuji had remained here, focusing on his cultivation, and he was now half a foot into the threshold of the Yuan Gang realm. Since the eye of this thick earth array was entirely composed of talismans, these talismans could no longer support the operation of the formation. Sensing the collapse of the thick earth array, Xia Wuji ended his cultivation, stood up, and looked at the ground before him. In his spiritual perception, there were already several three-eyed swallowing rock beasts underground. "Come out!" Xia Wuji shouted violently, drawing the sword of the stunning swan from its sheath, slashing out waves of sword energy that tore through the ground, followed by a series of rumbling sounds. A total of 6 three-eyed, swallowing rock beasts stood up from the shattered ground. The 6 Tinjiang tall, three-eyed, swallowing rock beasts towered around Xia Wuji like 6 mountains, exuding a terrifying aura. In this situation, even a first-layer Jidan realm martial artist would feel intimidated. But there was not a shred of panic on Xia Wuji's face. Instead, a sharpness that seemed ready to tear the secret realm apart burst forth from him. Chapter 47. Coming to deliver death, 6 three-eyed, swallowing rock beasts were equivalent to 6 10th-layer Yuan Gang realm martial artists. After being forced out from the ground by Xia Wuji's sword energy, these 6 massive creatures let out tremendous roars. Immediately after, 6 gray beams of light shot out, all crashing towards Xia Wuji. Xia Wuji drew his sword, the sword light dazzling, and the sharp sword energy howled as it tore apart the 6 gray beams shooting towards him. The 6 three-eyed rock-eating giants swung their massive stone arms and smashed down on Xia Wuji. Xia Wuji snorted coldly, and the power of his blood and energy erupted instantly. In an instant, the power of blood and energy grew like endless roots from his feet, drawing from the strength of the earth within a radius of over 30 feet. At that moment, Xia Wuji seemed to merge with the earth around him, a majestic and heavy aura radiating from his body. With a sweeping sword, the low-grade, Shin-level sword technique, Earth Sword Wave, the powerful earth energy combined with Xia Wuji's sword essence transformed into a layer of fierce light waves, sweeping out. This layer of earth sword wave swept across the 6 three-eyed, rock-eating giants. Boom, 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 boom. The 6 three-eyed, rock-eating giants were instantly turned into countless fragments. One sword killed the 6 three-eyed, rock-eating giants. The battle ended in an instant. Xia Wuji retracted the spreading power of blood and energy. This earth-foot divine ability had indeed not disappointed him. As long as he stood firm, he could unleash astonishing bursts of power. Especially when combined with that earth sword wave technique, it complemented each other perfectly. He took out the registration token. The score on the token read, 768. There were still 3 days left until the end of the third assessment. With the thick earth formation no longer attracting the rock-eating giants, he could only continue to use his spiritual eyes to capture the energy flow direction in the secret realm and search for the rock-eating giants. It was slow, but compared to others, he still had a huge advantage. Xia Wuji was not satisfied with the status quo, because this assessment gave him the opportunity to skip the status of an outer courtyard disciple and become an inner courtyard disciple of the Zhangxing Dao Academy. Becoming an inner courtyard disciple would provide him with far better cultivation resources than those of outer courtyard disciples, making it easier for him to uncover the truth behind the disappearance of the former peak Master Qingjin on Yaowang Peak of the Zhangxing Dao Academy. He wanted to use this clue to find his mother. Another day passed. Xia Wuji used his spiritual eyes to search for the rock-eating giants, and his points had reached 832. There were still 2 days left until the assessment ended. He wondered how Huang Hu and Su Lan were doing. Xia Wuji murmured to himself. At that moment, he furrowed his brows and looked into the distance. "Come out," a cold voice rang out. Immediately, a man walked out from behind a pile of rubble. The man was extremely uneasy under Xia Wuji's sharp gaze, trembling all over. "I mean no harm. I was just hiding here to recover my strength," the man stammered, clearly terrified. "Please believe me, I really have no thoughts against you. By the way, I'm actually quite familiar with Huang Hu. My family and the Huang family have been friends for generations. 2 days ago, when Huang Hu got into trouble, I even helped him a little." "Huang Hu got into trouble? What happened?" Xia Wuji asked. The man quickly replied, "You don't know? I thought you knew. Just say it." Xia Wuji had no patience for his nonsense. Yes, the 6th prince attacked. The 6th prince said you killed the 12th prince, Chu Wan, and he wants to tear you into pieces and scatter your ashes. But since the 6th prince couldn't find you, he captured Huang Hu and Su Lan, who are close to you. Now, the 6th prince has hung Huang Hu and Su Lan up and is torturing them to force you to show yourself. You haven't appeared, so I thought you were deliberately avoiding the 6th prince's power. Where are they?" Xia Wuji's expression turned extremely grim. He had a certain appreciation for Huang Hu's character. Huang Hu treated him sincerely, and now it was not Huang Hu who had provoked trouble, but rather because of him that both Huang Hu and Su Lan were implicated. Xia Wuji naturally could not stand by and watch. The man immediately revealed the specific location. After learning the location, Xia Wuji instantly activated cloud steps, his figure flashing as he disappeared from the spot. At the foot of a mountain, Huang Hu and Su Lan were both suspended by iron chains. Crack! Crack! A man wielding a long whip struck fiercely. The long whip continuously fell on Huang Hu and Su Lan's bodies, leaving them bloodied and battered. But both had already been tortured to the brink of death, unable to even scream. You foolish things. Xia Wuji is at odds with the royal family, and you dare to get so close to him. This is all your own doing, seeking death. Do you think that just because Xia Wuji showed potential in the first 2 assessments, you could cling to him and soar to greatness? How ridiculous. Even now, Xia Wuji dares not show himself to save you. If he doesn't come, by the time the assessment ends, it will be your death day. The man wielding the long whip, with a sinister expression, whipped a few more times before rushing toward the not far away Chu Yang. "Sister Lan, I'm sorry for getting you into this." Huang Hu's body swayed in the air as he looked at Su Lan, his weak voice filled with deep guilt. Su Lan replied, "Brother Huang, I don't blame you. But will young Master Xia come to save us?" Huang Hu fell silent. In such a situation, if Xia Wuji came, it would only be walking into a tiger's den. "Your Highness, the 6th prince, it seems that Xia Wuji has definitely hidden away after learning the news. He dares not come," the man who had just tortured Huang Hu and Su Lan said quietly to Chu Yang. Chu Yang, who was sitting cross-legged and cultivating, opened his eyes, a trace of ferocity flashing in them. The man continued, "Your Highness, while you wait for Xia Wuji to come and deliver himself to death, he is destined not to dare appear. You have wasted too much time. Why not go hunt the rock-eating giants first? There will still be plenty of opportunities to deal with Xia Wuji after the assessment ends. There's no need to rush this moment." Chu Yang's brows furrowed tightly. He hadn't gone to hunt the rock-eating giants these days, just waiting for Xia Wuji to show up, but Xia Wuji had never appeared, and there was only a day and a half left in the assessment. His points were only 200, it wasn't enough to secure first place. It had to be done this way. Chu Yang made a decision. Waiting here was not a solution. Your Highness, what should we do with these two useless ones? The man asked. Chu Yang snorted coldly. Kill them directly. Yes. The man complied, immediately turning and walking toward the suspended Huang Hu and Su Lan. He drew the long knife hanging at his waist, sneering, "Don't think that if you die, this matter will come to an end. Next, your friends and family will all meet a bad end. This is the price for being blind." As the words fell, the long knife slashed out, aiming for Huang Hu's neck. Just as the cold blade was about to tear through Huang Hu's neck, a crisp sword sound suddenly echoed through heaven and earth. The sword energy howled in. Clang! The sword energy directly severed the long knife aimed at Huang Hu's neck. The remaining force of the sword energy did not diminish. Its edge still sharp, and in an instant it pierced through the head of the man wielding the knife. At the same time, a figure rushed in at high speed. With a flash of sword light, the iron chains suspending Huang Hu and Su Lan were cut down. A gentle force surged from Xia Wuji, wrapping around the two and letting them land steadily. Xia, brother. Huang Hu looked at Xia Wuji, complex emotions surfacing on his blood-stained face. Xia Wuji sighed lightly, saying, "I'm sorry. It's my fault that I got you into this." Xia Wuji. At that moment, an angry roar sounded. Chu Yang bellowed, "I finally waited for you to come and deliver yourself to death." Chapter 48, Heavenly Eight Fist, Crushing. At this moment, Chu Yang had already clenched his fists, glaring fiercely at Xia Wuji. From the first day of the assessment at the Tsangxing Dao Academy, all the glory that originally belonged to him was completely snatched away by Xia Wuji. In the first mental assessment, he activated the blue light from the pressure stone tablet. But Xia Wuji's purple light soared to the heavens. In the second comprehension assessment, he used his connections with the great Chu royal family to learn the assessment content in advance, thus condensing 38 primordial power flowers, while Xia Wuji directly condensed 99 primordial power flowers. In this third practical assessment, he still grasped some information in advance and was prepared. He originally wanted to showcase his skills, but then he learned that his brother, Chu Ju, had been killed by Xia Wuji in the past few days. He captured Huang Hu and Su Lan, hoping to force Xia Wuji to appear. Every moment, he fantasized about how to torture Xia Wuji in his mind. But Xia Wuji did not show up for a long time. He even planned to temporarily give up and continue hunting the swallowing rock giant beast, waiting for the assessment to end before finding an opportunity to deal with Xia Wuji. Just at this critical moment, Xia Wuji appeared, holding the Jinghong sword. Xia Wuji looked at Chu Yang, his eyes filled with intense killing intent and cold light. With the point of his sword, he said, "If you want to settle scores and take revenge, I'll accompany you to the end. If you come at me properly, I might give you a quick end. But now, I will also let you know what it feels like to be hung up and suffer worse than death." Chu Yang sneered and said, "Xia Wuji, you have no qualification to be arrogant in front of me. You killed my brother and provoked the dignity of our great Chu royal family. You will soon pay a heavy price for this." With a loud roar, Chu Yang suddenly punched out from a distance. His cultivation at the 8th level of the Yuan Gang realm erupted with powerful primordial energy, condensing into a huge fist imprint. The fist imprint tore through the air, rumbling towards Xia Wuji. Xia Wuji swung his sword. Chu Yang's sword technique. The sword light blazed like fire, its edge bursting forth. Now, Xia Wuji no longer needed to worry about the strength of the sword type and could always enter the state of unity between man and sword. In an instant, the fist imprint that Chu Yang hurled was directly split apart by Xia Wuji's sword. A wave of energy surged violently. The two rushed towards each other. Chu Yang's fists were already covered with low-grade spiritual weapon-level gauntlets, the silver gauntlets radiating dazzling brilliance, with a fierce wind and powerful fist energy. Xia Wuji executed the daylight above move. Within the sword edge, it was as if a blazing sun was hanging, completely suppressing Chu Yang's fist light. Mountain crushing. Chu Yang roared, unleashing a punch carrying the might of crushing mountains and splitting the earth, his fist power colliding violently with Xia Wuji's sword edge's blazing sun. Boom! Chu Yang's body was instantly sent flying backward like a kite, with a broken string. Xia Wuji's sword techniques transformed. Waves of fiery, sword energy howled forth. Chu Yang's face changed drastically as he forcibly stabilized his balance, quickly forming hand seals. A surging primordial energy swept out from his body, and then he pressed his palm down toward the ground. The earth beneath him rolled and turned into a thick wall of earth and stone that rose up. But it was still shattered into pieces by Xia Wuji's fiery sword energy. Chu Yang seized this opportunity to gain some breathing room, leaping backward and creating a significant distance. A grave expression appeared on his face. Nearby, many people were attracted by the commotion and rushed over, all wide-eyed, shocked by the scene before them. Xia Wuji really came to save Huang Hu and Su Lan. The key was how powerful he was. His primordial energy showed no signs of the Yuan Gang realm, while the sixth prince was at the 8th level of the Yuan Gang realm, capable of independently killing three-eyed, swallowing rock giant beasts. Yet just now, the sixth prince was at a disadvantage. How impressive Xia Wuji was, exuding a sharp and fierce aura at all times. Gasps of astonishment arose. This scene was simply incredible. A non-Yuan Gang realm Xia Wuji was clashing head-on with Chu Yang, who was at the 8th level of the Yuan Gang realm. And Chu Yang was not just a hollow figure of cultivation. He was a solid combat-type warrior. Xia Wuji, don't get too complacent too early, Chu Yang shouted angrily, taking a deep breath. Suddenly, his aura surged violently, primordial energy skyrocketing, condensing into the phantom of a giant ape towering several meters high. Heavenly Ape Fist. This was the great Chu royal family's top-tier secret technique, a mid-grade mysterious level fist technique. The sixth prince truly deserved to be called a martial arts genius. With his Yuan Gang realm cultivation, he could already deploy such means. Xia Wuji was powerful, but his opponent was the sixth prince of the great Chu royal family, who was now completely serious, and Xia Wuji would undoubtedly be defeated. With the sixth prince's fury, once Xia Wuji was suppressed, he would probably be unable to survive or die. The massive giant ape phantom appeared above Chu Yang's body, exuding an extremely fierce and brutal aura. Its arms wildly pounding its illusory chest, creating thunderous booms. Xia Wuji, it will be your honor to die under my move. Chu Yang's expression was ferocious. With his current cultivation, he could not fully unleash the power of the Heavenly Ape Fist, but even so, he believed it was more than enough to deal with Xia Wuji. After all, he had previously used this technique to clash against a first-level core formation realm expert and had endured several rounds without being defeated. Xia Wuji looked at the massive giant ape phantom and sneered, speaking in a tone full of disdain. A trivial skill. And you dare to show off in front of me? I see that the only thing hard about you is this mouth. Facing death, you still dare to be arrogant. Chu Yang roared, forming hand seals, and shouted, Ape King's fury. Boom! The massive, giant ape phantom instantly lunged forward, its two thick arms smashing down, creating a series of explosive sounds that twisted the light of this world. Unbearable to withstand. Xia Wuji coldly shouted, taking a step forward, his figure leaping up, charging directly at the massive, giant ape phantom. He did not dodge or defend. He directly clashed head-on. Those who witnessed this scene all thought Xia Wuji was being overly arrogant. This was pure suicidal behavior. And the sixth prince, Chu Yang, had already envisioned the upcoming scene in his mind, where Xia Wuji would be smashed to pieces by the power of his heavenly ape fist, then collapse like a pile of mud, like a maggot, lying on the ground for him to trample, just as the giant ape phantom's pounding arms were about to crash down on Xia Wuji. Whoosh! Xia Wuji swept out with his sword. The sword light poured out like a flood, layer upon layer. Overlapping wave sword technique, fourfold wave. Now, Xia Wuji had reached half a step into the Yuan Gang realm, and the sword essence within him was enough to release fourfold sword energy brilliance. Boom! The massive, giant ape phantom was instantly shattered like it was made of paper. The terrifying sword energy wave, its residual power undiminished, continued to sweep forward. A piercing scream followed, and the body of Chu Yang, the sixth prince of the great Chu royal family, was swept by the sword light, flying backward. Blood spurted from his body as he fell to the ground like a withered leaf in late autumn. Everyone's pupils constricted. The 8th level of the Yuan Gang realm. Even performing the mid-grade mysterious level martial art, the Heavenly Ape Fist, Chu Yang still could not defeat Xia Wuji. Moreover, he was utterly defeated, without any suspense. It was a complete crushing. Chapter 49. Advancement to the Yuan Gang realm. Chu Yang's body lay on the ground, with no intact place on him. His flesh was torn, bloodied, and his breath was faint, still twitching. Xia Wuji walked over slowly. Buzz. A spiritual force emanated from Chu Yang, forming an old man's figure. Just like before with Chu Ju. Xia Wuji you. This spiritual force figure shouted urgently. Noisy. Before the old man's spiritual force figure could finish speaking, Xia Wuji shouted angrily, a sound wave sweeping through, directly shattering the old man's spiritual force figure. Bang! One foot lifted and then came crashing down, the soul landing directly on Chu Yang's chest. Chu Yang's body immediately bent, blood spraying from his mouth and nose. Xia Wuji, if you kill me, our great Chu royal family will absolutely not let this go. Chu Yang shouted with great difficulty. Killing one is killing. Killing two is also killing. Killing a group is still killing. What do I have to fear? Xia Wuji coldly responded. He then raised his hand and grabbed, and suddenly, with a clang, the iron chain that was previously used to hang Huang Hu and Su Lan shot towards him and fell into his hand. Xia Wuji flicked the iron chain, which quickly wrapped around Chu Yang's neck. He pulled Chu Yang along, heading toward the spot where Huang Hu and Su Lan had been hanging. Brother Xia, calm down. A voice called out from the crowd that had been watching from a distance. A man rushed over. Xia Wuji looked at him coldly. The man shuddered and hurriedly said, Brother Xia, please don't misunderstand. I have no hostility towards you. I just hope you don't let anger cloud your judgment. More people rushed in, saying, Young Master Xia, be rational. This won't benefit you. Yes, now that the 6th prince has been released, it would be better to have a good talk. There should still be room for negotiation. Several people spoke up. They weren't doing this for Xia Wuji's sake. They were entirely trying to please the great Chu royal family. They dare not take action and could only persuade him like this. Xia Wuji certainly knew what these people were thinking. Brother Xia, one of them continued. Whoosh! Xia Wuji's sword edge instantly swept up, a sharp glint flashing by, and the man's hair fell, making him too scared to speak. His face pale and his body drenched in cold sweat. Get lost! Xia Wuji coldly shouted. The formidable sharpness was truly terrifying, and these people dared not speak again, fearing Xia Wuji would strike again, and each hurriedly left the area. Moments later, Xia Wuji hung Chu Yang in the air. He used his abilities to help Huang Hu and Su Lan adjust their bodies. Although their conditions were still very poor, they were no longer in serious danger. And with a bit of time to recuperate, they would fully recover. Brother Xia, I'm sorry. I didn't expect we would become your burden, Huang Hu said bitterly. Xia Wuji shook his head and said, It is because of my matters that you too were implicated. Su Lan's eyes were red, constantly sobbing, feeling extremely anxious, and said, What should we do now? The great Chu royal family will definitely not let this go. Our families have no way out. Huang Hu's expression was grave, wanting to comfort her, but not knowing how to begin. This was also what he was most worried about. Xia Wuji said, Brother Huang, if you join the Songxing Academy, you can naturally relocate your families out of the great Chu Empire and settle in the cities established by the Songxing Academy. Although the great Chu royal family still has some influence in the Songxing Academy, they wouldn't dare to recklessly challenge its authority. In this way, your families will be safe. Huang Hu shook his head and sighed. I only have 18 points now, and Lan Mei only has 14 points. With our current condition and the remaining time, it's not enough. Xia Wuji said lightly, One person, one three-eyed swallowing rock giant beast, and that will be sufficient. The rule for this third practical assessment was that whoever ultimately completed the kill of the swallowing rock giant beast would earn the points. Previously, the 12th prince of the great Chu, Chu Ju, led a group to hunt the swallowing rock giant beast, which was accomplished through everyone's combined effort, ultimately with Chu Ju delivering the final blow. Now, Huang Hu and Su Lan could do the same. Xia Wuji was only concerned with doing his job with a clear conscience. He didn't need the Huang family or the Su family to bring him any benefits. This matter had to have a beginning and an end. Both Chu Yang and Chu Ju had a ground essence stone on them to locate the swallowing rock giant beasts. Not far away, Xia Wuji used the ground essence stone to set up a simple, thick earth formation again. A day later, Xia Wuji removed the thick earth formation. Inside, there were already three-eyed, swallowing rock giant beasts. Xia Wuji had directly eliminated one of the three-eyed, swallowing rock giant beasts, leaving two behind. He knocked them down, and then he brought Huang Hu and Su Lan over. Both trembled as they approached. Even though these two three-eyed, swallowing rock giant beasts were on the verge of collapse, it still took Huang Hu and Su Lan a considerable amount of time to finally destroy them. As a result, Huang Hu's points reached 118, and Su Lan's points reached 114. Originally, when they came to participate in the assessment, their initial mindset was to focus on participation. They both knew that with their abilities, the possibility of joining the Sangxing Academy was almost zero. But because of Xia Wuji, they all gained an opportunity. Even though there were some ups and downs in the process, and they suffered hardships, getting such an opportunity was already a huge gain. Brother Huang, Miss Su, there is still half a day left until the assessment ends. You won't encounter any more trouble, and I have some matters to attend to. So I'll take my leave now, Xia Wuji said. Huang Hu's expression tightened. Brother Xia, what do you plan to do with Chu Yang? Xia Wuji calmly replied. Brother Huang, you don't need to get involved in this matter anymore. Huang Hu was silent for a moment, then solemnly bowed to Xia Wuji, saying, Brother Xia, although my talent is ordinary and the Huang family doesn't have much power, in the future, no matter what happens as long as you call, I will do my utmost. Xia Wuji nodded. Huang Hu took Su Lan and parted ways with Xia Wuji. Su Lan said, Big Brother Huang, even though young Master Xia is now in trouble with the great Chu royal family, once he enters the Sangxing Academy, his future will be limitless. You must seize this opportunity. Huang Hu stopped and shook his head. Sister Lan, we know Brother Xia and have a decent relationship, but we owe him a debt of gratitude that we must remember. He doesn't owe us anything, and in the future, we cannot trouble him again. Do you understand? Su Lan nodded. Big Brother Huang, I understand. Young Master Xia has already provided us with the opportunity to enter the Sangxing Academy. For the future, we will rely on ourselves. Xia Wuji returned to where he had hung Chu Yang. Chu Yang's body swayed in the air with the wind, blood continuously dripping down. Xia Wuji's expression was indifferent. He was not in a hurry to kill Chu Yang. He wanted to see if anyone else would step forward for this. If there were, he would take the opportunity in this secret space to eliminate them all. Xia Wuji also did not plan to hunt the swallowing rock giant beasts anymore. With the points he already had, securing first place in this third practical assessment was a certainty. Therefore, he sat cross-legged, swallowed pills, took out essence crystals, and his cultivation technique began to operate, refining the energy from the pills and absorbing the natural energy within the essence crystals. His aura rapidly intensified. Time passed. There was about a quarter of an hour left until the end of the third practical assessment. The sword essence in Xia Wuji's dantian, boiling like the sea, suddenly became several times denser. The elemental force was as substantial as reality. This last step was finally taken. Breakthrough, elemental vortex realm. After breaking through to the elemental vortex realm, Xia Wuji's aura surged violently, but in just a few breaths, it returned to calm. He had meticulous control over the sword essence within him and did not need to take as much time as other martial artists to familiarize and adapt to the newly added power after each breakthrough. Especially after a major realm breakthrough. He opened his eyes, stood up, and looked at Chu Yang, who was swaying in the air. He flicked his fingers, and a blade of sword energy whistled away, cutting through the chains. Bang! Chu Yang's body fell to the ground. Hiss! The barely conscious Chu Yang let out a painful hiss on the ground, curling up into a ball. Xia Wuji, I'm begging you, give me a way to live. Chu Yang groaned. Xia Wuji coldly replied, everything is your own doing. Keeping you alive until now was just to see if there are any blind fools willing to stick their necks out for you. Since no one is willing to die for you, then you can die. No, I am the sixth prince of the great Chu Empire. Don't kill me. You can't kill me. Chu Yang shouted with all his strength.
But Xia Wuji did not give him the chance to continue. Whoosh! A flash of sword light passed by. A hole appeared in Chu Yang's forehead, and he died completely. Moments later, clang, a clear sound echoed throughout the secret realm. All participants in the assessment, hurry to gather here. Xia Wuji looked in the direction of the sound and saw that area shining with brilliant light, clearly meant to guide everyone still in the secret realm. He immediately rushed over. When Xia Wuji arrived, many young martial artists participating in the assessment had already gathered in that area. Ouyang Sheng, an elder of the Songxing Academy, along with several disciples of the academy, were waiting for everyone to arrive. Instantly, all eyes turned to Xia Wuji. Everyone had already learned that Xia Wuji had killed Chu Ju and Chu Yang in the secret realm's practical assessment, along with a group of powerful nobles from the Great Chu Empire. It could be said that the strongest batch of participants in this assessment had almost all been killed by Xia Wuji. The participants looked at Xia Wuji, their eyes showing fear. The disciples of Songxing Academy had extremely complex expressions. However, Elder Ouyang Sheng looked at Xia Wuji with appreciation. The path of martial cultivation is inherently cruel, and decisiveness in killing is an essential factor in becoming a top expert. Moreover, knowing the circumstances, Ouyang Sheng understood clearly that Xia Wuji was not a bloodthirsty killer. Xia Wuji's gaze swept through the crowd, but did not find Lin Piaoshui's figure. Ouyang Sheng seemed to guess what Xia Wuji was thinking and nodded towards him, saying Lin Piaoshui should have already gone to the Tianxian Peak of Songxing Academy. She set off after your third round of practical assessments began. Xia Wuji cupped his hands towards Ouyang Sheng and quietly stood still, waiting for Ouyang Sheng to announce the results of the third round of assessments. After waiting a while longer, the participants who had survived to the end of the third round of practical assessments finally gathered. Only 52 people remained. Among these 52, only 12 had scored 60 points. Although Songxing Academy had expanded its intake this year and planned to recruit 30 people, Ouyang Sheng had previously stated that it was better to have quality than quantity. Therefore, in the end, only 12 people could join Songxing Academy. With a score of 768 points, Xia Wuji undoubtedly took first place. The second place was a martial artist at the fourth level of the Yuan Gang realm, with a score of 172 points. Xia Wuji's first place was a significant lead. Xia Wuji, you ranked first in all 3 rounds of this assessment. You have already received the rewards for the first 2 rounds, and as for the reward for first place in the third round, you can directly enter the Pure Yuan Secret Realm to cultivate for 3 days once you arrive at Songxing Academy, Ouyang Sheng said. Yes, Xia Wuji nodded, indicating he understood. While helping Huang Hu and Su Lan heal, he had heard Huang Hu mention the Pure Yuan Secret Realm of Songxing Academy, which was an exceptionally special place for cultivation, rich in pure heavenly and earthly essence. It was said that cultivating for 1 day there was equivalent to cultivating for a month outside. Outer disciples of Songxing Academy did not have the qualification to enter the Pure Yuan Secret Realm, and even inner disciples could not enter at will. Ouyang Sheng continued. This year, Songxing Academy will also offer 3 inner disciple spots for newcomers, which will be competed for by the top 3 from each assessment point. The detailed arrangements for this will be announced once you arrive at Songxing Academy. Additionally, today is a rest day, and tomorrow those who pass the assessment will set off with this elder to Songxing Academy. The next day, early in the morning, the 12 who passed the assessment boarded a flying boat of Songxing Academy. The flying boat soared through the air at high speed, heading towards Songxing Academy. Even so, it took a full 6 days to arrive. When the flying boat landed, everyone stepped out, and immediately there were exclamations of amazement. The youths from the Great Chu Empire looked at the grand scene before them, their hearts shaken. Xia Wuji was also surveying the Songxing Academy before him. Songxing Academy was situated among the mountains. The peaks rose high into the clouds, tall and majestic. Numerous buildings were located among the peaks, creating a spectacular sight. Among them, 7 peaks stood the tallest, known as the 7-star peaks of Songxing Academy, with the Tianshu Peak as the main peak. Moreover, the surrounding atmosphere was filled with rich essence, making this cultivation environment far superior to that of the Great Chu Empire. The top 3 will remain, and the others will be taken directly to the Outer Academy
Ouyang Sheng's voice rang out. The top 3 had other arrangements, while those ranked below would register in the outer academy. Outer disciples had no specific peak affiliation. Only inner disciples would be categorized in detail. Elder Ouyang's disciples intend to give up the opportunity to compete for the inner disciple spots, said the man who ranked second in the assessment from the Great Chu Empire. He was only at the 4th level of the Yuangang realm. If it weren't for Xia Wuji's ruthless actions during the assessment, he would not have been able to secure 2nd place. He didn't have the courage to participate in the upcoming competition. Elder Ouyang, I also give up, said a woman who ranked 3rd in the assessment, following suit. Being at the 2nd level of the Yuangang realm, she was even less willing to participate in the next competition. Both of them thought it best to be honest outer disciples, steadily progressing and slowly rising in rank, rather than seeking death now. Ouyang Sheng's expression remained unchanged as he said, "Then you two go and register in the outer academy. Xia Xiong, take care." Huang, who said to Xia Wuji as he left for the outer academy, cupping his hands. Sulan also followed suit, saying, "Young Master Xia, Brother Huang, and I will wait for your good news. I wish you all the best." Xia Wuji replied with an saying, "I hope everything goes smoothly for you after joining Sanxing Academy." After these people left for the outer academy, a disciple of Sanxing Academy looked at Xia Wuji and said, "Junior brother Xia, come with me." "Elder Ouyang, I'll take my leave now," Xia Wuji said to Ouyang Sheng. Ouyang Sheng nodded, saying, "Little guy, I look forward to your performance. I will do my best and not disappoint Elder Ouyang's expectations," Xia Wuji replied, then followed the disciple of Sanxing Academy. Shortly after, Xia Wuji was brought to a courtyard. Originally, 3 people were supposed to live in this courtyard, but now there was only Xia Wuji. The man who brought Xia Wuji here smiled and said, "Junior brother Xia, only people from the Great Wind Empire have arrived so far. The others from the other 3 empires should arrive in the next couple of days. Once all 5 empires have gathered, the competition for the 3 inner disciple spots will begin, so please be patient for a few days. There are 5 major empires in this land: the Great Chu Empire, Great Wind Empire, Great Liang Empire, Great Hong Empire, and Great Qin Empire. Thank you for the reminder, senior brother," Xia Wuji said after the man gave him a few instructions and then left. However, just as the man left, someone else arrived. Bang! With a loud crash, the courtyard door was pushed open violently. Immediately, a burly figure barged in. "Get out here, you guys from the Great Chu Empire." Chapter 51. Leave it to me. As Xia Wuji entered the room in the courtyard and surveyed the environment, he suddenly heard a loud shout from outside. His brows furrowed slightly, and he walked out of the room. "Ha! The trash of the Great Chu dynasty is getting worse year by year. I heard that 2 of the top 3 in this assessment of the Great Chu dynasty have already given up and dare not participate in the subsequent competition for the inner courtyard disciples. Now there is only one fool left who wants to vie for a spot as an inner courtyard disciple. TSK, kid, hurry up and roll away. It's not too late to give up now and clear this courtyard for us from the Great Wind dynasty to live in." A burly man with a strong build laughed as he spoke. His eyes, expression, and tone all exuded a strong sense of disdain. The Great Chu dynasty and the Great Wind dynasty have always been at odds and have had many disputes. Although Xia Wuji did not represent the Great Chu dynasty and had a very poor relationship with the royal family of the Great Chu, he was still from the Great Chu dynasty, and now he was being targeted by a man from the Great Wind dynasty. Zhang Tao, just teach him a lesson and make him back off. We don't want people saying that we from the Great Wind dynasty bully the weak. At this moment, another voice sounded. A man even larger than Zhang Tao entered, accompanied by a woman exuding a wild aura. "Don't worry, second prince, I'll be gentle. Ha! At most, I'll just break a few of his bones. I won't kill him." The man named Zhang Tao turned around and grinned. The wild woman coldly replied, "Then hurry up, stop talking nonsense. Do you want me or the second prince to do it personally?" Zhang Tao snorted coldly and said, "With this kind of trash, I can handle it with one hand." He then turned back to Xia Wuji and said, "You little pretty boy from the Great Chu dynasty, if you kneel down and admit defeat, then roll out of here and clear this courtyard for the second prince. I'll let you off easy and spare you from suffering. But if you don't know your place, do you see this fist of mine? Can you handle it?" As he spoke, he clenched his fist and waved it at Xia Wuji. At the same time, The aura of his cultivation at the 5th level of the Yuan Gang realm burst forth. Xia Wuji's expression was cold as he said, "Since that's the case, I'll give you a chance to get out of here and don't disturb me. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." "TSK, little pretty boy, you have quite the temper. I'll show you." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Tao stepped forward with a bang. The ground shook. Although his figure was large, his movements were extremely quick, like a hurricane sweeping through, and in an instant, he was in front of Xia Wuji, his exaggerated fist smashing toward Xia Wuji's chest. A cold light flashed in Xia Wuji's eyes, and without any visible movement, a brilliant sword light erupted, blocking Zhang Tao's heavy punch. Zhang Tao's fist could not shake the layer of sword light at all. In fact, the flesh on his fist was torn by the sharpness contained within the sword light. Zhang Tao let out a low roar, raising his other arm. His palm clenched into a fist, and he struck toward Xia Wuji. The surface of his fist burst with the light of Yuan power, as if a giant tiger's phantom was emerging. This was a top-tier yellow-grade martial art called Tiger Roar Fist. The punch created a sonic boom, sounding like a roaring tiger, and it even had an effect on the target's mental will. If it were any other martial artist below the core formation realm, they would surely be troubled by such a martial art that targeted mental will. One misstep could lead to a huge loss. However, Xia Wuji had long been able to separate his spiritual power from his body, and he had previously faced the mental will attacks of the Blood Butcher, the leader of the Blood Fire Demon sect, and emerged unscathed. The Blood Butcher was a genuine core formation realm expert. The mental will impact contained in Zhang Tao's Tiger Roar Fist was far inferior to that of the Blood Butcher. Xia Wuji directly ignored this level of attack. The sword light swirling before him transformed into a sword chi. The sword chi howled out. A scream rang out. Zhang Tao's chest was instantly pierced by the sword chi. Blood spurted out, and his burly body was sent flying backward. With a bang, Zhang Tao's body crashed to the ground. He clutched his chest, grimacing in pain. "I refuse to accept this." Again, Zhang Tao struggled to stand up. "You are no match for him." At this moment, the second prince of the Great Wind dynasty spoke, his brows furrowing. "Xiao Tao, you go." "Yes." The wild woman named Xiao Tao responded and then glanced at Zhang Tao, a useless person who only causes trouble. In an instant, she charged towards Xia Wuji. Yuan Gang Realm, 7th level. A long whip appeared in her hand, and with a sudden crack, the whip struck out, fast as lightning, towards Xia Wuji. Xia Wuji snorted coldly, his finger forming a sword, and his sword chi coalesced. Xiao Tao's long whip came wrapping around him, entangling with Xia Wuji's sword chi. But in an instant, Xia Wuji's sword chi erupted with terrifying sharpness. Xiao Tao's long whip was immediately broken into segments. This was a quasi-spiritual weapon-level whip, but it simply could not withstand the sharpness contained in Xia Wuji's sword essence. With the unity of man and sword, even without truly drawing the sword. The person is the sword, and the sword is the person. Everything can be a sword. Xia Wuji waved his sword finger, slicing out with sword chi. Xiao Tao gasped in surprise and hurriedly dodged, but even so, her abdomen was still struck by Xia Wuji's sword chi, flesh rolling and blood gushing. "Zhang Tao, still watching the show? Hurry and help me." Xiao Tao shouted coldly, clutching her wounded abdomen. Zhang Tao, who was covering his chest, was about to rush out. "Enough!" The second prince of the Great Wind dynasty shouted. His eyes glimmered with a special light. This was a secret technique of the royal family of the Great Wind. What he had just seen shocked him immensely. The guy from the Great Chu dynasty before him was actually only at the 1st level of the Yuan Gang realm. Yet, he could so easily defeat Zhang Tao and Xiao Tao, which stirred up great waves in his heart. Observing how effortlessly the opponent fought back, it was clear he was just retaliating casually. "Second prince, we can still fight," Zhang Tao roared. The second prince of the Great Wind dynasty's expression grew serious as he said, "You too. Leave the courtyard. I'll handle this." Xiao Tao hurriedly said, "Second prince, your status is noble. Don't get your hands dirty. This prince commands you to leave." The second prince of the Great Wind dynasty shouted coldly. Zhang Tao and Xiao Tao could only step back behind him. "Second prince, this is a tough opponent. You must be careful," Zhang Tao muttered.
Xiao Tao also said. Second prince, do not be careless. The second prince of the Great Wind dynasty waved his hand and said, hurry and get out. The two could only exit the courtyard and stand at the door. The second prince of the Great Wind dynasty furrowed his brows. Close the courtyard door. Zhang Tao and Xiao Tao hurriedly stepped forward, each grabbing the door ring to close the courtyard door. The second prince is serious now. Too bad we can't watch the fight and can't see the second prince's brave and invincible display, Zhang Tao lamented. Xiao Tao's eyes revealed an eager, blazing light. The second prince is hiding his talents. He doesn't like to show off in front of others. I believe the second prince can suppress this kid from the Great Chu dynasty with just one move. Inside the courtyard, the second prince of the Great Wind dynasty stared solemnly at Xia Wuji and said, may I ask which prince of the Great Chu royal family you are? Xia Wuji's expression was indifferent as he said, I have no relationship with the Great Chu royal family. The second prince of the Great Wind dynasty took a deep breath and then rushed towards Xia Wuji, cupping his hands in salute. Brother, your skills are impressive. I admire you. I was rude earlier. It was our fault. Feng Kuang, apologize to you. This first-grade middle-tier Yang Yuan Dan bottle is offered as an apology for the offense we just caused you. Please accept it. Chapter 52, Forcibly Guiding. The second prince of the Great Wind dynasty, Feng Kuang, held the pill in both hands and presented it to Xia Wuji. His face wore a sincere expression as he said, brother, I hope you can overlook the earlier incident. If you still feel upset, feel free to vent. I promise I won't retaliate or argue back. Xia Wuji's brows furrowed, and he said, don't disturb me anymore. Just leave. Feng Kuang immediately placed the pill bottle on the nearby table and said, brother, I'll take my leave now. If you need anything, just call for me. I live in the courtyard to the left. After saying this, Feng Kuang cupped his hands in a salute to Xia Wuji before leaving. Once outside the courtyard, Feng Kuang glanced at Zhang Tao and Xiao Tao, who understood the meaning in his eyes. Without saying a word, they quickly followed him back to their shared courtyard. Second prince, how did it go? Did you give that kid an unforgettable lesson? Zhang Tao asked curiously. Xiao Tao added, we may have underestimated that guy. But with the second prince's cultivation at the 9th level of the Yuan Gang realm, plus the secret techniques of the Great Wind Imperial family, it should have been enough to suppress him. But why did we not hear any commotion outside? Feng Kuang glared at the two and said, Zhang Tao, go find those disciples from the Great Chu dynasty who entered the outer courtyard and investigate the assessment situation over there. Also, if you encounter that person again, do not engage in conflict, do not offend him again. Zhang Tao looked shocked and said, the second prince wasn't suppressed by him, was he? Feng Kuang twitched the corner of his mouth and said irritably, I hit it off with that brother. We understand each other. Well, you know. Stop talking nonsense and do as I say. Yes. Zhang Tao hurriedly left. Your Highness, what exactly happened? Xiao Tao asked with a puzzled expression. Feng Kuang took a deep breath and said, when you fought him, I specifically used the secret techniques of the Great Wind Imperial family to observe him and found that he is very likely only at the first level of the Yuan Gang realm. Xiao Tao's eyes widened in shock. How is that possible? Both Zhang Tao and I were no match for him. Feng Kuang replied, precisely because of this. It proves his potential is enormous, and he is not from the Great Chu Imperial family. Therefore, I had Zhang Tao investigate the assessment situation in the Great Chu dynasty. If suitable, this person is worth our effort to recruit. In the courtyard where Xia Wuji resided, he picked up the first-grade middle-tier Yang Yuan Dan that Feng Kuang had left. After a brief inspection to confirm there were no issues with the pill, he returned to his room to cultivate. This first-grade middle-tier Yang Yuan Dan had a powerful energy and carried a hint of dominance. But Xia Wuji refined and absorbed its energy very quickly, without any difficulty. Moreover, now that he had entered the Zhangxing Dao Academy, the surrounding heaven and earth's origin energy was also extremely rich. Xia Wuji's cultivation progressed remarkably well. In just a little over a day, he completely refined the Yang Yuan Dan left by Feng Kuang. His cultivation realm smoothly advanced to the second level of the Yuan Gang realm. As the sword origin within his body rapidly circulated and returned to his dantian, Xia Wuji concluded the operation of his technique, but immediately formed hand seals to execute the Burning Heaven technique. A first-grade lower-tier spiritual fire surged within him, erupting in flames. Wisps of black smoke then floated out from Xia Wuji's orifices, carrying a pungent and unpleasant smell. It took a full quarter of an hour for the black smoke to stop emanating from Xia Wuji's body. His aura also became more ethereal and pure. He dispersed the hand seals of the burning heaven technique and opened his eyes. I should try to refine pills myself more often, Xia Wuji murmured to himself. Just now, he had burned himself with spiritual fire to expel the black smoke, which was actually some residual pill toxins left in his body after days of consuming pills for cultivation. These pill toxins are present in the pills, very weak, but if too many pills are consumed, these toxins will accumulate within the cultivator's body, leading to instability and becoming superficial. This is a principle well known among martial artists. Therefore, the cultivation community does not advocate excessive reliance on pills to enhance strength. Xia Wuji had his own methods to refine pills without toxins. However, the refinement of such pills could not be as casual as when he refined those non-tiered precious pills before. It required not only spiritual fire and spiritual herbs, but also a tiered alchemy furnace. The thought of refining pills crossed Xia Wuji's mind, but it was evident that he did not have the conditions for it at the moment. So, he walked out of his room to practice sword techniques in the courtyard. He selected a lower-tier, mysterious grade sword technique, the Falling Shadow sword technique, from his memory. This sword technique contains complex and subtle changes, which can compensate for the weaknesses of the overlapping wave sword technique that emphasizes explosive power but lacks variation. For a moment, the courtyard was filled with shining sword light and flickering sword shadows. Suddenly, he sensed something and with a swish, sheathed his sword. Hud, hud, hud. Immediately afterward, the courtyard door was knocked on. At the same time, not far away, a woman with a cold expression stared at the courtyard where Xia Wuji resided. Beside the woman stood a young man. The woman exuded a chilling murderous intent and said, "If it weren't for the current situation, it would be inappropriate for me to act. Otherwise, I would really want to kill him myself. Chu Yang and Chu Ju, those two useless fools, are not worth mourning. But they have disgraced our great Chu imperial family. This Xia Wuji must die." This woman is from the great Chu imperial family, named Chu Lingwei, who has been in the Sangxing Dao Academy for several years and is now a quite influential inner courtyard disciple. The young man beside her hurriedly said, "Princess, I understand your thoughts, but Xia Wuji is about to compete for the inner courtyard disciple slots. If we kill him now, the higher-ups of the Sangxing Dao Academy will definitely investigate. Therefore, we absolutely must not take his life at this time. I've already arranged it. We will first use a legitimate reason to make him suffer a great loss, blocking his hope of directly advancing to the inner courtyard disciple. After that, he will have to obediently stay in the outer courtyard. With so many outer courtyard disciples in the Sangxing Dao Academy, no one will care about the lives or deaths of the outer courtyard disciples. When the time comes, the princess can decide how he dies." Xia Wuji opened the courtyard door. Outside stood two young men, both smiling and sizing up Xia Wuji. Xia Wuji said calmly, "Is there something you need?" One of them smiled and said, "Xia Wuji, I am Li Su, and like you, I come from the Great Chu dynasty. I joined the Sangxing Dao Academy last year with the second-best result in the assessment. I heard that our Great Chu dynasty has produced a genius like you this year, so I came to meet you." The other young man nodded and said, "I am Zhu Jing. I have been in the Sangxing Dao Academy for 2 years, and I'm also from the Great Chu dynasty." Li Su said, "We learned that you are about to represent the Great Chu dynasty to compete for the top 3 spots in the assessment against the other 4 great dynasties for direct advancement to inner courtyard disciples. So we thought we would come help you. I heard that you are proficient in sword techniques, and coincidentally, both Zhu and I are also sword practitioners. We came to guide you with a few moves to give you a greater advantage." Xia Wuji's expression remained calm as he said, "Although I come from the Great Chu dynasty, I do not represent the Great Chu dynasty. I only represent myself. As for your kind intentions, I appreciate them, but they are unnecessary. Xia Wuji, there's no need to be polite with us. Watch closely, I will draw my sword." As Li Su's words fell, he instantly drew his sword and thrust it out. Xia Wuji's brows furrowed as he drew his sword in response, sweeping the sword edge aside.
and with a clang, deflected Li Su's sword. You think this sword can hurt me? Xia Wuji's eyes narrowed slightly, and cold light burst forth. Li Su said, You really misunderstood. I came specifically to guide you in swordsmanship, so of course I need to be a bit serious, otherwise. What's the point of this guidance? Zhu Jing, who was standing by, also said, For us, when we usually ask our senior brothers and sisters for guidance. Getting injured is unavoidable. But even if we get hurt, we are still very happy because we can truly learn something. Xia Wuji had already guessed their intentions. He then snorted coldly and said, In that case, I will let you happily learn something from me. Chapter 53. Just you? Xia Wuji's words caused Li Su and Zhu Jing's expressions to stiffen. Li Su, who had just failed with a sword strike, revealed a hint of coldness on his face and said, Xia Wuji, you really seem to be unaware of your own limits. I've been at Sangxing Dao Academy for a year now, and I'm already at the 9th level of the Yuan Gang realm. Moreover, in this environment, my overall abilities have greatly improved, especially my swordsmanship. Next, I will show you how powerful the low-grade, Xian-level sword technique of Sangxing Dao Academy is. I hope you can gain something from my swordsmanship, so that my efforts will not be in vain. As he spoke, Li Su's sword moves began again. Swish! A burst of sword light instantly spread from the tip of his sword. The sword light was violently shaking, exuding a strong destructive force. This was the low-grade, Xian-level sword technique, known as the Zhenguang sword technique. Li Su had reached a small success in mastering this technique. Facing the burst of sword light from Li Su, Xia Wuji's expression remained indifferent. He drew his sword and executed the falling shadow sword technique that he had just practiced in the courtyard. Dense sword shadows erupted, directly tearing apart the vibrating sword light. Li Su let out a low shout, stepped forward, and swept his spirit sword towards Xia Wuji's abdomen. If this sword struck home, it would only be a minor injury to the skin and flesh of the abdomen. But the unique shock force of the Zhenguang sword technique would impact the target's dantian. Damage to the dantian is something that no martial artist can recover from in a short time. Xia Wuji had a clearer judgment of Li Su's intentions. These guys, at this critical moment, did not dare to openly attack him or use lethal moves. Instead, they wanted to create an accidental injury through this nominal guidance, severely injuring him and preventing him from participating in the subsequent competition for promotion to inner court disciples. If they stopped him from becoming an inner court disciple, he would only be an outer court disciple. The treatment of inner court disciples and outer court disciples is vastly different. In this way, the mastermind behind it could easily target him, who only held the identity of an outer court disciple. As Li Su's sword edge was about to strike Xia Wuji's abdomen, a smug look had already appeared on Li Su's face. Zhu Jing, who was watching the battle, had a cold expression. This simple matter did not require him to act, as Li Su was enough. But at that moment, Xia Wuji's sword moves suddenly changed, and a sword shadow from the falling shadow sword technique was unleashed. Numerous sword energies shot out in an instant, so fast that they seemed to disappear. Puff, puff, puff. In the next moment, the seemingly vanished sword energies all struck Li Su's body, piercing through him with numerous holes. Ah! A scream erupted. Li Su's body lost balance and flew backward, crashing heavily to the ground, blood gushing out from the holes in his body. Junior brother Li. Zhu Jing's expression changed, and he hurried to Li Su's side. Looking at the holes pierced through Li Su's body, he gasped in shock. He then turned his head and glared at Xia Wuji, shouting, Xia Wuji, you are so bold to dare to injure people with your sword. Xia Wuji sneered and said, You overestimate yourselves, wanting to guide me. It seems you completely lack the qualification to guide me. Instead, I should be the one to guide you. Didn't you just say that if you receive guidance, you would be happy even if you got hurt? His tone was filled with sarcasm. Zhu Jing gritted his teeth and growled, What an arrogant brat. How dare you say we lack the qualifications to guide you? I will give you a lesson you won't forget for life, so you know how high the sky is and how thick the earth is. As he spoke, Zhu Jing drew a large sword. The sword was heavy. This was a middle-grade spirit sword of the first rank. Moreover, this person's cultivation was one level higher than Li Su's, at the 10th level of the Yuan Gang realm. Foolish child, see how powerful my heavy mountain sword technique is. He shouted angrily, leaping into the air, gripping the sword hilt with both hands, and struck down fiercely. The heavy mountain sword technique was also a low-grade, Xian-level inheritance, and Zhu Jing had already reached the threshold of great success in mastering it. This sword was a powerful slash, as if a mountain was pressing down. A layer of fire ignited on Xia Wuji. The True Yang sword technique, 3 Yang opening fortune. Although the True Yang sword technique was only a top-quality yellow-level inheritance, with the aid of a low-grade spirit fire and Xia Wuji's fierce sword essence, its power was astonishing. 3 rounds of sword energy, representing the sun, instantly emerged and bombarded Zhu Jing, who was still in mid-air. Zhu Jing intended to use the heavy mountain sword technique to shatter Xia Wuji's 3 rounds of sword energy. However, he greatly underestimated the power of Xia Wuji's move. When the large sword in Zhu Jing's hand suddenly collided with the power of the 3 rounds of sword energy, boom, 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 the 3 rounds of sword energy simultaneously exploded. The rampant sharpness and flames violently crashed into Zhu Jing's body. Zhu Jing's body immediately flew backward like a kite with a broken string. He was worse off than Li Su. At least Li Su lay on the ground, bleeding profusely, but he could still groan. But Zhu Jing, with his skin torn and flesh burned, directly fainted from the pain. After suppressing Zhu Jing, Xia Wuji's gaze suddenly turned towards the distance. 2 figures appeared in his line of sight. He focused on one of the women because he sensed a cold, killing intent from her gaze. Princess Chu Lingwei of the Great Chu dynasty had an extremely ugly expression. The man standing beside her also had a grim expression. This was a plan he had arranged, hoping to win Chu Lingyue's favor, but it had backfired. Princess, calm down. I will personally take care of him, the man hurriedly said, and then his figure shot out. He flew in the air. A core formation realm martial artist. The man instantly arrived at the scene. He glanced at the severely injured and unconscious Zhu Jing, then looked at the pitiful Li Su. Li Su shouted, "Brother Zhou, shut up." The man shouted angrily. Li Su dare not speak again. The man then looked at Xia Wuji and coldly shouted, "Do you know your crime?" Xia Wuji showed no fear and said, "I want to know what crime I have committed." The man's expression was extremely cold as he said, "In Songxing Dao Academy, you injured 2 outer court disciples without reason. By this crime alone, as an inner court disciple, I can, according to the rules of Songxing Dao Academy, detain you and send you to the discipline hall for severe punishment." Xia Wuji sneered and said, "They came to ask me for guidance. I merely guided them. It is their incompetence that led to such an outcome." "Nonsense." The man's voice grew louder. "I saw it with my own eyes. Do you still dare to quibble? I want to see if, after you are sent to the discipline hall, your mouth will still be this tough." A mocking expression appeared on Xia Wuji's face. In the next moment, the Jinghong sword was raised again, its tip pointing directly at the man. "Send me to the discipline hall? Just you?" Chapter 54. Inner Court Competition. At this moment, Xia Wuji, even facing an inner court disciple of the core formation realm, showed no signs of fear. The other party wanted to take action. It still needed to calculate and plan, which meant they were not capable of truly acting recklessly. The inner courtyard disciple at the core formation stage, upon hearing Xia Wuji's response, was immediately filled with rage. He abruptly raised his arm, and as he clenched his fist, a booming sound erupted from his palm. "You dare to act so arrogantly in front of an inner courtyard disciple? You'll soon realize how foolish you are," the man shouted coldly. With that, he struck forward with his tightly clenched fist, unleashing a powerful wave of energy that thundered towards Xia Wuji. Even though it was just a casual strike, it was not to be underestimated. The power contained within was immense. A cold glint flashed in Xia Wuji's eyes, and in an instant he unleashed a sweeping sword strike. The fourfold wave sword technique. For layers of sword energy surged forth from the sword's edge, crashing like massive waves and tearing apart the incoming fist force. The shock wave generated by the collision of the 2 forces swept outwards in all directions. The inner courtyard male disciple, at the second level of core formation, frowned. He had initially thought that a casual punch would be enough to injure Xia Wuji and knock him to the ground, but he never expected that Xia Wuji could withstand his punch. The failures of Li Su and Zhu Jing had already made him furious, and now that his strike had failed, it further embarrassed him. Noticing that Chu Lingyue was watching not far away, the man coldly snorted and said, "That punch just now was meant to give you a slight lesson, so I only used 30% of my strength. But since you dared to counter with a sword, don't blame me for being rude. Today I, Zhou, will make you understand what the word rules means." The power of the second level of core formation surged like a torrent from his dantian, erupting with astonishing might. Xia Wuji's body was filled with a vigorous energy, as blood and qi surged into his legs, transforming into endless roots that spread into the ground. With the increase in his cultivation over these days, Xia Wuji's physical blood and qi had become even more abundant. After using the Earth Foot Divine ability, the area of the roots spreading out also increased, allowing him to draw power from a radius of 40 zhang. The inner courtyard disciple, named Zhou, completed his preparations and let out an angry roar, suddenly leaping forward. This time, he would not give Xia Wuji any opportunity. He was determined to make Xia Wuji pay a painful price, leaving him in no condition to compete for the direct promotion to inner courtyard disciple. Instantly, an incredibly powerful energy gathered within Xia Wuji, with the power of the earth continuously pouring in from a radius of 40 zhang. Just as he was about to unleash the earth sword wave, a fierce force suddenly shot out, crashing violently into Zhou. With a thunderous boom, Zhou, possessing the second level of core formation, let out a miserable scream as he was sent flying, crashing to the ground and spitting out blood. Following that, a figure swooped in and stood before Xia Wuji. It was a woman, beautiful and graceful, who looked at Xia Wuji with curiosity in her eyes. "Brother Xia," a rough voice called out, and the second prince of the Great Wind Dynasty, Feng Kuang, hurried over. "This is my sister, Feng Linglong, a core disciple of the Sanxing Dao Academy." Feng Kuang quickly introduced her to Xia Wuji. The disciples of the Sanxing Dao Academy were divided into outer courtyard disciples, inner courtyard disciples, core disciples, and true disciples. The status of core disciples was above that of inner courtyard disciples. Xia Wuji dispersed the gathered power of the earth within him and retracted the Earth Foot Divine ability. Then said to Feng Linglong, "Thank you, senior sister Feng." Although he did not fear Zhou, he saw no reason to refuse her assistance. Feng Linglong nodded at Xia Wuji. "Even if you're a core disciple of Yuheng Peak, what does it matter? You have hurt me so, and we, the people of Yaoguang Peak, will not let you bully us." Zhou, having gotten back up and still bleeding from his mouth and nose, shouted in anger. "Yaoguang Peak is indeed not to be bullied, but dealing with someone like you, just an inner courtyard disciple of Yaoguang Peak, I can do as I please." Feng Linglong retorted coldly, raising her hand to unleash a gust of wind from her sleeve. Zhou, who had just gotten up, let out another scream as he was sent flying backward. Then, Feng Linglong looked into the distance at Chu Lingyue and said lightly, "Chu Lingyue, how pathetic it is that you, a princess of the Great Chu dynasty, can only resort to such ridiculous tricks." Chu Lingyue's expression turned cold as she replied, "Feng Linglong, don't meddle in others' affairs." Feng Linglong countered, "I will meddle as I please. What can you do about it?" The gazes of the two women seemed to explode in the air, engaging in an invisible confrontation. After a moment, Chu Lingyue coldly snorted and said, "We'll see," before leaving. Her gaze swept over Xia Wuji one last time, revealing a chilling, killing intent without concealment. Chu Lingyue departed. The pitiful Zhou, along with the embarrassed Li Su, struggled to carry the unconscious Zhu Jing and fled in disarray. "Brother Xia, don't worry. You don't need to fear those scoundrels from the Great Chu dynasty wanting to deal with you. Our Great Wind dynasty will back you up," Feng Kuang said with a smile. He had already sent someone to investigate the assessment situation of the Great Chu dynasty, learning that Xia Wuji had single-handedly defeated two princes of the Great Chu royal family and a group of influential youths. When Feng Kuang learned this news, he was first shocked into speechlessness, then filled with excitement, as it meant he could completely pull Xia Wuji, this infinitely talented super genius, into the camp of the Great Wind dynasty. Therefore, he immediately sent someone to contact his sister, Feng Linglong, who held the status of a core disciple of Yuheng Peak. After hearing Feng Kuang's description of Xia Wuji, Feng Linglong also took it seriously and decided to meet Xia Wuji in person, coincidentally encountering the earlier scene. Feng Linglong spoke. Although I can't see your specific realm, I can roughly judge that you are only at the initial stage of the Yuan Gang realm. To defeat Li Su and Zhu Jing, who have been in the Zhangxing Dao Academy for some time, you truly have great potential, just as my useless brother said. The people of the great Chu royal family will not let this go easily. Xia Wuji, I happen to be here today to help you, but they will employ various means to target you next. If you want to escape this predicament, you must strive to secure one of the 3 direct promotion slots to Inner Courtyard Disciples. Once you become an Inner Courtyard Disciple, they will have more concerns about taking action against you. If you can directly become an Inner Courtyard Disciple, you can choose to join Yuheng Peak, where our Great Wind Dynasty has considerable influence in the Zhangxing Dao Academy. In fact, the royal family of the Great Wind Dynasty possesses secret techniques that can detect the specific cultivation level of a target, which Feng Kuang had used before. However, that method was too presumptuous, so Feng Linglong did not use it on Xia Wuji, showing her respect for him. Of course, if Xia Wuji wanted to hide his cultivation, even if Feng Linglong used secret techniques to probe, it would be useless, as Feng Kuang was able to see through it only because Xia Wuji had no intention of concealing his level. I will carefully consider Senior Sister Feng's suggestion. Xia Wuji sheathed his sword, then clasped his hands in a respectful bow and turned the conversation, asking Senior Sister Feng, "Where is the main force of the great Chu royal family concentrated in the Zhangxing Dao Academy?" Feng Linglong replied, "Yaowang Peak." A glimmer of a special light flashed in Xia Wuji's eyes. He intended to enter Yaowang Peak to investigate the truth behind the disappearance of the previous peak master, Qin Jin, and thus find clues related to his mother. Feng Linglong continued, "Xia Wuji, I have high hopes for you. With my brother's help, you have a great chance of directly being promoted to an Inner Courtyard Disciple. I will be waiting for you at Yuheng Peak." With that, she turned and soared into the air. "Sister," Feng Kuang hurriedly called out. Feng Linglong didn't look back and said, "Sister is very busy." After dropping these 3 words, she flew away. Feng Kuang watched Feng Linglong's figure disappear, then turned to face Xia Wuji. He grinned and winked, saying, "Xia brother, my sister's still single. I think you have a good chance." Xia Wuji. He chatted with Feng Kuang for a bit, then returned to his room in the courtyard to focus on his cultivation. Half a day later, someone came to notify him that those who passed the assessment from the 5 major empires had arrived at the Zhangxing Dao Academy, and the competition for the 3 direct promotion spots to the Inner Academy Disciples was about to begin. Chapter 55, The Real Battle. Xia Wuji received the notice and immediately rushed to the square. "Xia brother." Feng Kuang from the Great Wind Empire was walking over with Zhang Tao and Xiao Tao. "Young Master Xia, I apologize for my previous offenses. It was Zhang Tao's fault. If I offend you again, just stab me with your sword," Zhang Tao said. Xiao Tao cupped her hands and bowed, saying, "Young Master Xia, I'm sorry for what happened before." Both apologized to Xia Wuji at the first opportunity. Xia Wuji replied lightly, "Since it's all in the past, there's no need to mention it again." Feng Kuang laughed and said, "You too? I told you my brother Xia is magnanimous. Such a genius. How could he bother with the likes of you? Now you can rest easy." Then Feng Kuang said, "Xia brother, let's go over together." Xia Wuji nodded in agreement. On the way to the square, Feng Kuang introduced the top 3 from the other 3 major empires. The first of the Great Flood Empire is a prince named Hong Bo, with a cultivation level of the 6th stage of Yuan Gang. But he is still a quasi-array master, capable of barely setting up a low-grade first-tier array, not to be underestimated. The first of the Great Liang Empire is also a member of the royal family, a princess named Liang Ying, with an 8th-stage Yuan Gang cultivation. But she has mastered the Great Liang royal family's secret technique, the illusion eye, to perfection, which is a mid-tier mysterious illusion technique. The first of the Great Qin Empire is not a royal descendant, but a disciple of the national master named Yuan Shan. This person has a very high cultivation level and is said to have reached the Void Dance stage. The Void Dan indicates that he has taken an important step on the path to forming a Dan. He just needs to spend some time refining his power to officially become a Dan-forming warrior. As for Feng Kuang himself, he didn't mention it, but Xia Wuji had already noticed that Feng Kuang was at the ninth stage of Yuan Gang and harbored a very special energy within him. Listening to Feng Kuang's introduction, Xia Wuji found that this year at the Zhangxing Dao Academy's assessment, excluding himself, the Great Chu Empire's participants were actually the weakest. After all, the sixth prince of the Great Chu Empire, Chu Yang, only had an 8th-stage Yuan Gang cultivation, and his fist technique could only be considered barely acceptable. After a moment, Xia Wuji and Feng Kuang arrived at a square. Immediately, numerous gazes focused on them. The top 3 from the 3 major empires had heard some information about the Great Chu Empire's assessment, but they had only just arrived at the Zhangxing Dao Academy, so they didn't have the details that Feng Kuang had gathered. Ha ha! Feng Kuang, you really know how to play clever tricks? Pulling this kid, named Xia Wuji from the Great Chu Empire to your side. However, this just shows you lack confidence in the upcoming competition, so you're looking for help. But it won't do you any good. I'll definitely find a chance to teach you a lesson. A loud laugh rang out, and the speaker was Hong Bo, the prince of the Great Flood Empire, with a 6th-stage Yuan Gang cultivation. Though his martial arts strength was relatively weak as a quasi-ray master, he had the audacity to talk big. Feng Kuang sneered and said, I remember you, quasi-ray master or not, you'd better pray not to run into me. Otherwise, I definitely won't give you a chance to set up an array, and I'll make sure you cry like a baby. Xia Wuji, the Great Chu Empire can't accommodate you. And staying with the Great Wind Empire isn't a wise choice either. Why not come before this princess right now? Kneel on one knee to show your loyalty, and I will protect you in the future, said Liang Ying, the princess of the Great Liang Empire, staring at Xia Wuji. Her voice carried a special wave of power that had a captivating effect. Her eyes sparkled with a hazy light, fixed intently on Xia Wuji. Xia Wuji snorted coldly, and in an instant, a sharp aura erupted, as if an invisible sword dispersed the hazy light in Liang Ying's eyes. A look of discomfort appeared on Liang Ying's face. Xia Wuji looked at her and said, Don't try to use the power of illusions on me again. Consider this a warning. Liang Ying's face turned pale, her chest heaving with anger as she said, daring to speak to this princess in such a tone. Just wait. Feng Kuang chuckled, threatening my brother Xia. I remember you too, and I'll make sure to teach you a lesson when the time comes. On the Great Qin Empire's side, Yuan Shun, the national master's disciple, was leading a prince and a princess, but they remained silent, merely observing coldly. At that moment, a figure descended from the sky. Instantly, a powerful pressure swept across the square. It was an old man with white hair and a demeanor that suggested he was of celestial origin. The crowd immediately reined in their thoughts and hurriedly faced the old man, bowing respectfully. The old man's gaze swept over everyone. Then he nodded and said, I am Qi Yi, the Grand Elder of Zhangxing Dao Academy. Greetings, Grand Elder. Everyone hurriedly bowed again. Qi Yi said, You 13 are the most outstanding in this year's assessment in this region. But to be honest, each of you is still a certain distance from becoming an inner academy disciple of Zhangxing Dao Academy. However, the rules for this year's assessment have been set, and we will select 3 of you to be promoted to inner academy disciples for exceptional training. This matter will be handled by me. Follow me. As Qi Yi spoke, he waved his arm, and suddenly a stream of light flew out from his sleeve, transforming into a flying boat in the air. He stepped out, as if ascending a staircase, standing on the deck of the flying boat. In the next moment, Yuan Shun from the Great Qin Empire directly took a prince and a princess into the air, boarding the flying boat. With the Void Dan cultivation, they already possessed a certain ability to fly. Hong Bo, the prince of the Great Flood Empire, smilingly took out a talisman. Once activated, a layer of soft light enveloped him and the other 2, like a bubble, carrying them onto the flying boat. Princess Liang Ying of the Great Liang Empire used a spiritual artifact to soar into the air, bringing her companions onto the flying boat. Xiao brother, come with us, Feng Kuang said. Xia Wuji replied, No need. His expression was calm, and like Qi Yi, it seemed as if he was ascending the steps. With each step he took, clouds and mist swirled around his feet, showcasing his mastery of the cloud step at a perfect level. Of course, with Xia Wuji's current ability, he had already reached the 2nd stage of Yuan Gang and could also fly like a Dan-forming warrior,
but there was no need to be so ostentatious. Even though he chose to be low-key, his movements still shocked people, even causing the Grand Elder Qi Yi of Songxing Dao Academy to show a hint of surprise in his eyes. Feng Kuang stared at Xia Wuji as he boarded the flying boat so gracefully and was momentarily stunned. Then he gave a light shout, and his back suddenly sprouted a pair of energy wings. Grabbing Zhang Tao with his left hand and Xiao Tao with his right, he flapped the wings of energy and soared upwards. Qi Yi said nothing further and instantly maneuvered the flying boat, departing Songxing Dao Academy at great speed. On the boat, Xia Wuji sat cross-legged, silently cultivating and refining the sword seed in his dantian. The others also did the same to some extent, but more of them were standing on the flying boat, looking around, wanting to know what they would be doing next, yet hesitating to ask. Although Qi had his back to the crowd, he was aware of everyone's state. He knew that apart from Xia Wuji, who was genuinely focused on cultivating, the others were quite restless. After several hours, the flying boat stopped. Below was an endless expanse of dense mountains and forests. Qi Yi said, "The Bloodfire Demon sect has been rampant in recent days. The Songxing Dao Academy completely destroyed the headquarters of the Bloodfire Demon sect several days ago. A group of remnants from the Bloodfire Demon sect has fled and hidden in this mountain forest. This group of thieves will be handed over to you." The crowd finally learned the specific method of competition, and most of their faces instantly showed a hint of panic. Although they had practical assessments before, that kind of practical combat was completely different from this one. This was real combat. They would have to face the frenzied demon sect criminals, endure cruel killings, and confront cold death. Chapter 56, Bloodjade Tracking. The Grand Elder of Songxing Dao Academy, Qi Yi, noticed everyone's anxiety and unease. But he offered no words of comfort because fighting and killing were unavoidable for a martial artist. Only in this way could one truly grow into a strong individual. The vice leader of the Bloodfire Demon sect, Lu Yi, who was at the first level of the core formation stage, was also hiding in these desolate mountains. Whoever could kill Lu Yi would directly be promoted to an inner court disciple. In addition, the other two spots would be ranked based on the number of Bloodfire Demon sect remnants you kill and their strength. Therefore, after you kill the remnants of the Bloodfire Demon sect, remember to collect the Bloodfire orders from them as proof of your kills. You have 3 days to hunt the remnants of the Bloodfire Demon sect. After 3 days, return here to gather. Those who do not arrive on time will not be counted in the rankings. Go. I will wait for you here. Let's go. Yuan Chun of the Great Qin Dynasty immediately called out, using the power of the Void Dan to take one prince and one princess, flying out and leaving the flying boat. The others also began to take action. Xia Wuji continued to step on the clouds as before, gracefully descending into the forest. "Brother Xia, shall we go together?" Feng Kuang of the Great Wind Dynasty immediately asked. Xia Wuji replied lightly, "I can act alone." Feng Kuang respected Xia Wuji's decision and did not persuade him further, saying, "All right, be careful." Xia Wuji nodded, casually chose a direction, and used his mysterious movement technique to quickly disappear from Feng Kuang's sight in the blink of an eye. Feng Kuang looked at Zhang Tao and Xiao Tao beside him and said, "Find a way to locate Lu Yi, the vice leader of the Bloodfire Demon sect. Although he is at the first level of the core formation stage, with the 3 of us working together and being well prepared, it shouldn't be a big problem." In fact, not only Feng Kuang, but also people from the Great Flood Dynasty, Great Qin Dynasty, and Great Liang Dynasty made the same decision. After all, this guy named Lu Yi was the most important target for hunting. On the other side, Xia Wuji moved alone through the desolate mountains and forests, his spiritual power spreading at all times. Not a single rustle of wind or movement of grass within a radius of several dozen meters could escape his perception. In just a quarter of an hour, while swiftly traversing the terrain of these wild mountains, Xia Wuji suddenly sensed unusual movements not far away. Without any hesitation, he flashed and rushed over. Swish! A low-grade first-tier Jinghong sword was drawn. The sword light flashed. 3 yangs opened the sky. The 3 rounds of sword energy, like a great sun, suddenly fell upon a hidden cave entrance. Boom! The sword energy great sun exploded, producing a tremendous roar. The cave collapsed.
Roars followed. Figures burst out from the crumbling cave debris. The remnants of the Bloodfire Demon sect, hidden here, had just panically rushed out, only to be met with layers of sharp sword energy and cold light. Les doivent soit technique, full fold doivent. Ah! The shrill screams rose and fell, and blood flowers blossomed in the air. In the blink of an eye, 5 remnants of the Bloodfire Demon sect fell into a pool of blood, their lives completely extinguished. Only one person remained alive. This person was at the 9th level of the Yuan gang stage, wearing a low-grade spiritual armor for protection. He appeared somewhat disheveled, holding a weapon resembling a sickle, glaring fiercely at Xia Wuji. "Who are you? Why did you attack us for no reason?" he shouted angrily. "Songxing Dao Academy, Xia Wuji." Xia Wuji stood with his sword, his expression indifferent. "You're outrageous. You Songxing Dao Academy are too much, destroying our Bloodfire Demon sect headquarters and wanted to wipe us out?" The man roared angrily. Xia Wuji replied, "You reap what you sow. You deserve to die." He had encountered these Bloodfire Demon sect people before, practicing with the blood and souls of living beings, utterly depraved. Their death was not to be regretted. The man took a deep breath and said, "Then you die." In the next moment, he shot forward, swinging the sickle-like weapon towards Xia Wuji's head. Xia Wuji's sword techniques unfolded, and with one sword, he deflected the sweep aimed at him. Then, with another swift thrust, the shadow-falling sword technique struck without leaving a trace. This Bloodfire Demon sect warrior at the 9th level of the Yuan gang stage had not even seen Xia Wuji's sword energy before the low-grade spiritual armor on his body was pierced with several holes. He fell to the ground, groaning in pain. Xia Wuji's sword edge came to rest beside his neck. "Spare me, little brother," Xia Wuji coldly asked. "Where's Lu Yi?" Killing these remnants of the Bloodfire Demon sect could also directly promote him to an inner court disciple, but that relied on accumulating numbers. Finding the vice leader Lu Yi was the most time-saving method, although Lu Yi was at the 1st level of the core formation stage, making him harder to kill compared to these remnants. To Xia Wuji, there wasn't much difference. I don't know where the vice leader is. The headquarters was completely taken down by the Songxing Dao Academy, and we were escorting the vice leader to escape to this area, then got separated. However, during the escape, the vice leader anticipated the situation might occur, so he gave us a token. As long as we are within 10 miles of the vice leader, he can contact us. Take it out. Xia Wuji's tone was icy. The man hurriedly took out a blood-colored jade pendant from his clothing and handed it to Xia Wuji. Xia Wuji took the pendant, glanced at it, and realized that this pendant was merely a one-way communication device. Only Lu Yi could actively contact others through it. However, it didn't matter. There were 2 auras within the pendant. One aura naturally belonged to the man lying on the ground, and the other should belong to Lu Yi, the vice leader of the Bloodfire Demon sect. Having a trace of Lu Yi's aura in hand was enough for Xia Wuji. "Little brother, I'm actually a pitiful person too. I was forced to join the Bloodfire Demon sect. During my time in the sect, I have always pretended to comply with them and haven't done anything evil. I beg you to spare my life since I'm cooperating with you. Give me a chance to start anew." Xia Wuji's expression remained indifferent, and with a sweep of his sword, he completely severed the man's neck. He rummaged through the corpses on the ground and found the Bloodfire Demon sect's tokens. The tokens looked roughly the same, but had slight differences, clearly distinguished based on strength and status. Even if Xia Wuji planned to hunt Lu Yi and directly promote himself to an inner court disciple of Songxing Dao Academy, he still collected these tokens and also took several yuan crystals and useful elixirs, placing them into his storage ring. Immediately, Xia Wuji held the blood-colored jade pendant in his hand and quickly formed seals with the other hand. He used the 100-leaf breath tracking technique, which he had previously used to track the Bloodfire Demon sect's leader, Shuetu Ku. After a few breaths, Xia Wuji extracted the aura belonging to Lu Yi, the young master of the Bloodfire Demon sect, from the blood-colored jade pendant, successfully locking onto his position with the 100-leaf breath tracking technique. Xia Wuji immediately followed the guidance of the secret technique and quickly headed to Lu Yi's hiding place. Chapter 57, A Severe Lesson. Delivered to his door, Xia Wuji spent over an hour approaching Lu Yi's hiding place. This meant he would soon be able to slay Lu Yi and gain the qualification to be promoted to an inner core disciple. However, suddenly, as he moved quickly through the desolate mountains, Xia Wuji stopped, his figure flashing as he shifted sideways. Whoosh! A sharp sound of piercing air rang out. An arrow landed on the ground. The arrow contained a powerful source of energy, exploding with a loud bang and creating a massive pit in the ground. If it hadn't been for Xia Wuji's spiritual sense capturing the attack of this arrow and allowing him to evade, he would have faced the full force of the arrow's lethality. Oh, quick reaction. Being able to kill the royal family members of the great Chu dynasty, Chu Yang and Chu Ju, as well as a group of noble heirs from the great Chu, clearly shows that it's not just luck, but that he has some real strength. A cold laugh with a hint of mockery sounded. Xia Wuji looked towards the source of the voice and saw Princess Liang Ying of the great Liang dynasty, along with two men from the great Liang dynasty, appearing in his line of sight. One of them held a large bow, clearly a low-grade spiritual weapon. This Liang Ying was at the 8th level of the Yuan gang realm, skilled in illusion techniques and charming hearts. One of the men was also at the 8th level of the Yuan gang realm, wielding a low-grade long knife that gleamed coldly. The man with the low-grade spiritual bow was at the 6th level of the Yuan gang realm. Xia Wuji, you can only blame your bad luck for encountering us so soon, the man at the 8th level of the Yuan gang realm said. The man holding the bow, also at the 6th level of the Yuan gang realm, coldly remarked, "You were disrespectful to the princess before, and now I'm going to make you pay." Liang Ying raised her arm. The two men stopped speaking, merely staring at Xia Wuji with threatening gazes. Liang Ying said, "Xia Wuji, this princess is not a petty person. I can overlook your previous disrespect, but you must kneel and apologize to me. Furthermore, the great Chu cannot accommodate you. And siding with Feng Kuang of the Great Wen Dynasty is not a wise choice. I have high hopes for you. As long as you submit to me and serve me, I promise you a bright future. You have already rejected me once. This is my last chance for you." Although they hadn't conducted extensive investigations into Xia Wuji, they were aware of some basic information about him. He was a good candidate for cultivation. Moreover, Xia Wuji's appearance and temperament were outstanding. Therefore, Liang Ying was more inclined to seek Xia Wuji's loyalty compared to those from the Great Han and Great Qin dynasties. He had talent and was pleasing to the eye and could be used for pleasurable pursuits when cultivation became tedious. Xia Wuji, however, had no intention of wasting time with them, as he sensed through his 100-li breath tracking technique that Lu Yi of the Bloodfire Demon sect was already on the move. The trace of Lu Ye's aura in his hand was already thin and could not be used for long. Once it completely dissipated, he would have to waste considerable time and energy to find Lu Yi again. "Don't provoke me anymore." Xia Wuji merely glanced coldly at Liang Ying before preparing to leave. "How dare you?" The man wielding the long knife at the 8th level of the Yuan gang realm shouted angrily, charging forward to close the distance with Xia Wuji, the cold blade pointing at him. Liang Ying snorted coldly, her expression grim, saying, "This princess is showing you respect by trying to recruit you. You should consider it a blessing from 8 lifetimes, yet you are so ungrateful. Attack, break his legs, and teach him a lesson." "Yes." The knife-wielding man immediately responded, then swept his blade towards Xia Wuji's legs. Xia Wuji frowned, coldly snorted, and suddenly slashed with his sword, cutting through the opponent's blade light. And a fierce sword energy whistled out. The knife-wielding man quickly crossed his knife to block Xia Wuji's sword energy. However, he was unable to withstand it. In the next moment, he let out a cry and was sent flying backward. Swish! 2 sword lights flashed. They directly severed the tendons in both of his legs. Bang! The bloodied body crashed heavily to the ground. The princess's miserable wail echoed. My legs, my legs." Liang Ying's anger intensified. "Xia Wuji, I am very angry. The consequences will be severe." She formed seals with both hands, and her eyes emitted a hazy light that swept outward, distorting everything around her. This was the royal family's ultimate technique, called Illusion Eye, and the illusion it cast was extremely powerful. For martial artists below the core formation realm, once affected, the consequences would be dire. As the light of the illusion eye enveloped Xia Wuji, He too felt a faint golden light flicker in his pupils. Secret technique. Open spirit eye. Liang Ying's illusion was instantly seen through by Xia Wuji. He saw 3 arrows hidden within the illusion, shooting towards him. Xia Wuji slashed out with his sword, cutting all 3 arrows in half. Liang Ying's face showed astonishment. How did you see through my illusion? Although some exceptionally talented martial artists in the Yuan gang realm could break her illusions, it would never be this easy. Even some core formation realm experts who serve the Liang royal family would need to use some methods to break through her illusions. Yet, her illusion had just been cast, and she didn't see any movement from Xia Wuji, but her illusion had no effect on him. It was simply unfathomable. Naturally, it's because your illusion is insignificant in my eyes. Xia Wuji coldly replied to Liang Ying. In the next moment, his spiritual sense poured out from his brow, transforming into countless invisible swords that completely tore apart the hazy light enveloping the area. My eyes! My eyes! The princess of the great Liang dynasty, Liang Ying, let out a sharp scream, her eyes seeming to go blind as crimson blood flowed from the corners of her eyes. Liang Ying covered her eyes with her hands, writhing in pain on the ground. This is the backlash of the illusion. Princess! The man holding the large bow beside Liang Ying panicked, rushing to help her. But at that moment, Xia Wuji's figure rushed over, the sword edge slashing down, severing the man's longbow and sending him flying backward. The sword of the amazing swan directly pierced the ground beside Liang Ying's head. The fierce edge tore through Liang Ying's cheek, and she felt as if she were enveloped in the shadow of death. Even the pain from the backlash of her shattered illusion seemed to fade away, replaced by a deep sense of terror that completely eroded her spirit. This is the price for provoking me, Xia Wuji coldly declared. After speaking, he flicked his sword, sending Liang Ying flying away. Get lost! The 2 miserable men from the great Liang dynasty hurriedly rushed to Liang Ying's side, lifting her up and leaving in a state of utter disarray. With their current condition, they were doomed to be unable to continue hunting the remnants of the Bloodfire Demon sect and had completely lost their chance for promotion to Inner Core disciples. Xia Wuji continued to operate the 100-li breath tracking technique. Suddenly, a look of surprise appeared on his face, and then he dispelled the power of the handprint. Because Lu Yi was rushing over here, it seemed that the commotion from the earlier battle had caught his attention. Moments later, a young man with a sinister expression, accompanied by more than 10 men exuding a strong, murderous aura, burst out of the dense forest. Xia Wuji looked at this young man with a sinister demeanor. His aura was the same as the one he had tracked before, and he was at the first level of the Yuandan realm. Clearly, this was Lu Yi, the young master of the Blood Fire Demon sect. Lu Yi sneered and said, "The Zhangxing Dao Academy wants to use me as a stepping stone for you. I will make you shatter into pieces." As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his arm, and immediately, more than 10 remnants of the demon sect scattered, surrounding Xia Wuji. Chapter 58. Direct confrontation in the Dan formation. Xia Wuji had originally used the 100-li pursuit technique to lock onto the whereabouts of Lu Yi, the young master of the Bloodfire Demon sect, intending to kill them by surprise. However, he did not expect that the commotion caused by those people from the Dalian dynasty would delay him slightly, and instead attract Lu Yi over. Although he could no longer catch them off guard and seemed to have fallen into the encirclement of the demon sect remnants, Xia Wuji remained calm, without a trace of anxiety. He glanced around. The demon sect followers who followed Lu Yi were all at a high level of the Yuan gang realm, ranging from the 7th to the 10th level. Then, his gaze fixed on Lu Yi, who seemed to have everything under control. Liu Yi sneered, his sinister expression revealing a hint of cruelty as he said, "I have seen through the Zhangxing Dao Academy's plan. They specifically drove us to this area to serve as a test for the geniuses among you newcomers. But just a bunch of newcomers. What does it matter how talented they are? If you want to hunt, without enough skill, you can only become the prey." The Jinghong sword in Xia Wuji's hand shone with brilliance, and the sword essence within him surged rapidly as he said, "Then let's see who the real prey is." Lu Yi scoffed, saying, "Facing death, you still pretend to be calm? Get him, capture him for me. I want to drain his blood." As soon as he finished speaking, One person charged out first. This was a demon sect thug at the 9th level of the Yuan Gang realm, laughing viciously as he rushed to Xia Wuji's front. His 5 fingers like hooks, akin to sharp claws, directly grabbing towards Xia Wuji's chest. The sword edge in Xia Wuji's hand instantly rose, sword energy erupting with a whoosh. The charging demon sect thug was cleaved in half and exploded. Seeing this, the other demon sect thugs showed expressions of surprise, while Lu Yi, the young master of the Bloodfire demon sect, furrowed his brow and shouted angrily, "What are you all waiting for? Get him!" "Yes." A demon sect fanatic at the 10th level of the Yuan Gang realm responded loudly, and then charged out, with the other demon sect members also roaring as they rushed towards Xia Wuji. The mighty blood force within Xia Wuji surged to his legs, entering the ground and spreading rapidly like blood roots. The power of the earth within a 40 zhang radius continuously flowed into Xia Wuji's body through the blood roots, and his aura suddenly became incomparably robust. Earth Sword Wave. Xia Wuji suddenly thrust his sword downwards, the sword tip piercing into the ground beneath him. In an instant, fierce waves of sword light erupted from his sword, expanding violently in all directions. The wails of the dying immediately rang out. The batch of demon sect thugs charging at Xia Wuji were all sent flying by the sword wave, blood splattering everywhere. Boom, 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 boom. A series of muffled sounds erupted as this batch of demon sect remnants fell to the ground, all turned into corpses, their vitality extinguished. Whoosh! In an instant, Lu Yi, the young master of the Bloodfire demon sect, soared into the air. Damn it! This is the legendary physical divine ability, the Earthly Foot. Among the newcomers of the Zhangxing Dao Academy, there is actually such a monster. Lu Yi, flying in the air, looked extremely ugly, but then became incomparably excited and thrilled. The ability to manifest the Earthly Foot divine ability proves that your physical strength is extremely high, and the taste of your blood must be incredibly delicious. Draining you alone would be worth a whole group. Perhaps I can also gain the divine ability imprint hidden within your blood, and thus acquire the Earthly Foot divine ability. Lu Yi licked his lips, his eyes revealing an intense desire. In the next moment, he formed seals with his hands and suddenly blasted powerful force towards Xia Wuji. The Yuan Li of a Dan Formation realm warrior erupted, falling like countless meteors from the sky, densely packed. Xia Wuji snorted coldly, drawing upon the power of the earth, continuously slashing with his sword, shattering Lu Yi's spells. For a time, the sounds of explosions echoed endlessly in this area. The Earthly Foot divine ability is indeed powerful. It has given you the capital to heartily confront my Dan Formation realm cultivation, but you dare not leave the ground, making you my target. This divine ability consumes a tremendous amount of blood force. I don't believe your blood power can sustain for long. Once your blood force is exhausted, it will be the time for you to become my blood meal. With a first-level cultivation in the Dan Formation realm, Lu Yi flew in the air, believing he was already in an invincible position. Ha! The more you struggle, the more painful your death will be. If you give up now, I would mind giving you a quicker way to die. A cold arc crossed the corner of Xia Wuji's mouth. Indeed, the Earthly Foot divine ability consumes a lot of blood force, and he cannot last long, but he has his methods. In the next moment, Xia Wuji executed the Earth Sword Wave, striking upwards towards the sky. This momentum seemed to shatter everything. Lu Yi relied on his ability to fly in the air, avoiding a direct confrontation with this sword wave, and swiftly moved several zhang away, laughing, "You can't hit me. Keep going. Come and hit me." He laughed wildly, but suddenly, his pupils constricted, because the figure of Xia Wuji he was staring at had shattered like bubbles. A residual shadow. Lu Yi immediately made a judgment. In the next moment, his spiritual power spread out. A Dan Formation realm warrior can not only fly in the air, but can also release spiritual power to a certain extent. This is the ability that crushes Yuan Gang realm warriors. Lu Yi's spiritual power instantly captured Xia Wuji, and he abruptly turned around. At this moment, Xia Wuji had already soared into the sky with his sword, charging towards him. A mere Yuan Gang dares to ascend into the air? Without the support of the power of the earth, what are you worth? Lu Yi roared, completely unconcerned, In his view, Xia Wuji was merely relying on brute force to leap, losing all initiative in the air. Moreover, without the support of the earthly foot divine ability to draw on the power of the earth, Xia Wuji's strength was trivial in his eyes. Lu Yi struck out with both fists. Two fist imprints slammed towards Xia Wuji. However, the next moment, an expression of immense shock appeared on Lu Ye's face. Facing his two fist imprints, Xia Wuji actually stepped lightly in mid-air, evading with ease, and his speed surged again, instantly arriving within 3 feet of Lu Yi. After reaching the Yuan Gang realm, Xia Wuji could already do what only Dan Formation realm warriors could do, flying in the air without any difficulty. At this moment, the sword seed in Xia Wuji's dantian trembled lightly, and the sword essence within his dantian suddenly became more fierce. All the sword essence poured out without reservation. Layered wave, sword technique. Fourfold wave. The Jinghong sword emitted a crisp, resonant sword sound. One sword swept out. The person is the sword. The sword is the person. The unity of man and sword, indistinguishable from one another. The brilliant sword energy swept over Lu Ye's body, completely engulfing him. Chapter 59. Step back a bit. Within the dazzling sword energy, Lu Ye's body fell down like a withered leaf. With a bang, it created a pit in the ground. Xia Wuji dove down. The Jinghong sword was now pointed at the neck of Lu Yi, who had just managed to get up. Covered in blood, Lu Yi was terrified and said, "Who are you? The new geniuses of the Zhangxing Dao Academy are all useless. It's impossible for you to be this powerful." Xia Wuji's expression was cold, and he had no intention of responding to him further. Lu Yi hurriedly shouted again, "Young master, as long as you spare my life, I will give you the treasure map of the Blood Fire Demon sect." During the peak period of our Blood Fire Demon sect, we had thousands of followers and amassed a large amount of wealth and countless cultivation resources. Although the Zhangxing Dao Academy destroyed our headquarters this time, we have always hidden a large amount of resources in different areas to prevent situations like this from happening. Originally, I planned to escape, use those resources to recruit followers, and rebuild the Blood Fire Demon sect, making a comeback. But if you spare my life, I promise to tell you everything. Xia Wuji sneered and said, "I'm not interested." As soon as he finished speaking, the sword edge sliced through Lu Ye's throat. Lu Ye's hands covered his throat, but blood continued to spurt out from between his fingers, and his body fell straight back, convulsing a few times before he died. Regarding the treasure Lu Yi mentioned, Xia Wuji believed it was real. However, the Zhangxing Dao Academy had defeated the Blood Fire Demon sect, but had driven Lu Yi, this young leader, into this desolate mountain, which definitely indicated that the Zhangxing Dao Academy had intentions regarding the hidden treasures of the Blood Fire Demon sect. The only explanation was that the higher-ups of the Zhangxing Dao Academy had already grasped the locations of those treasures. It was even possible that the treasures had already been emptied by the people of the Zhangxing Dao Academy. Moreover, facing the temptation Lu Yi offered, it might also be one of the tests from the Zhangxing Dao Academy. After killing Lu Yi, Xia Wuji took a storage ring from Lu Ye's hand. Using his mental power, he erased the residual mark left by Lu Yi in the storage ring, and the next moment, a smile appeared on Xia Wuji's face. The space inside this storage ring was several times larger than that of the previous Blood Fire Demon sect leader's storage ring, Blood Butcher. Moreover, it was filled with gold, silver, and jewels, which Xia Wuji did not care about. What he cared about was a batch of spiritual herbs that had not yet been refined into pills, as well as many bottles containing pills, a batch of spiritual tools refined with the secret methods of the demon sect, and over 300 shining elemental crystals. Although there was no second-tier spiritual sword that he could use to enhance his sword type, this batch of resources was an astonishing wealth for any cultivator at the core formation stage. Even those above the core formation stage would be envious. Xia Wuji collected the storage ring and found some valuable items from the corpses of other remnants of the demon sect, including their identity tokens, before leaving. Moments later, Xia Wuji found a cave, swallowed some pills, took out the elemental crystals, and circulated his cultivation method to recover the energy he had consumed in the previous battle. Now that he had killed Lu Yi, he could directly be promoted to an inner courtyard disciple, so there was no need to rush. A day later, using the abundant resources at hand, Xia Wuji's cultivation level broke through to the third layer of the elemental core stage. The competition for direct promotion to inner courtyard disciples would end tomorrow, and staying here to cultivate would not yield significant improvement in a day. I should find the Grand Elder Qi Yi of the Sangxing Dao Academy and secure one of the 3 spots. Xia Wuji said to himself, then set off. More than an hour later, Xia Wuji had already seen the flying boat hovering in the air. He also saw Grand Elder Qi Yi of the Sangxing Dao Academy standing on the deck of the flying boat. However, at that moment, a formation blocked his path. Finally waiting for you. The prince of the Great Hong Dynasty, Hong Bo, stood within the formation, a brilliant smile on his face. 2 elemental core stage warriors of the Great Hong Dynasty guarded Hong Bo's left and right sides. Hong Bo said, I encountered Liang Ying, and you destroyed her illusion eye foundation. She hates you to the bone and wants to ask me for help to teach you a lesson. However, although our Great Hong Dynasty has a good relationship with the Great Liang Dynasty, this prince wouldn't impulsively agree to her. But yesterday, we learned from the remnants of the Blood Fire Demon sect that their young leader Lu Yi is dead. Before Lu Yi died, he summoned the remnants of the Blood Fire Demon sect to meet at a location near where you had a conflict with Liang Ying. Therefore, this prince deduces that Lu Yi must have died at your hands. Although I don't know how you did it, it doesn't matter. What matters is that this prince guessed you would definitely come to find Elder Qi in advance. So, I set up a formation here, waiting for you. And indeed, I caught you. Xia Wuji, this prince doesn't want to make things difficult for you. So you just need to hand over the identity token you obtained after killing Lu Yi. This prince will not only spare you, but will even owe you a favor. How about that? He appeared quite pleased. Xia Wuji glanced at the formation set up by Hong Bo. This guy's martial arts cultivation wasn't high, only at the 6th layer of the elemental core stage, but he was a quasi-formation master, and he had set up a low-grade first-tier formation here in advance. No, Xia Wuji said calmly, because your favor is worthless to me. The lesson Liang Ying received is right in front of you. If you roll away now, it's not too late. Otherwise, your fate will be even worse than Liang Ying's. The smile on Hong Bo's face was instantly replaced by coldness. He shouted angrily, Xia Wuji, you think too highly of yourself. Since you are so ungrateful, I will let you know how powerful I am. The next moment, he formed a seal with both hands, and the formation's spiritual light surged and flickered, unleashing powerful might. This prince gives you another chance. Will you hand it over or not? Hong Bo shouted loudly. Xia Wuji sneered, drew his sword from its sheath, and pointed the sword's edge directly at Hong Bo, saying, Are you rolling away or not? If not, don't blame this prince for being rude. Hong Bo's expression twisted. Rude? Then let's see. A loud shout rang out. The prince of the Great Wind Dynasty, Feng Kuang, arrived with people. Feng Kuang rushed to Xia Wuji's side and grinned, saying, Brother Xia, I'll hold him off. You go hand over the identity token you obtained from killing Lu Yi to the Grand Elder, and this matter will be settled. Hong Bo's face darkened as he growled. Feng Kuang, I advise you not to seek your own misfortune. Feng Kuang chuckled, saying, I already said I would beat you until you can't find your teeth. Since it was so lively, how could the Great Qin Dynasty be absent? A cold laugh sounded as the people from the Great Qin Dynasty also appeared. Yuan Chun, who had the cultivation of the Void Core stage, arrived with a prince and a princess beside Hong Bo's formation. Yuan Chun looked at Hong Bo and said indifferently, The identity token belonging to Lu Yi is yours, but the other identity tokens of the remnants of the Blood Fire Demon sect on them. And the identity tokens you obtained from killing the demon sect remnants in the past 2 days belong to me. Hong Bo smiled and said, Good, it's a deal. The next moment, Yuan Chun grabbed a long spear in his hand, and with a flick of the spear tip, the power of the Void Core stage erupted explosively. The spear tip pointed at the location of Xia Wuji and Feng Kuang, and he said, Cooperate well, and you can avoid physical pain. Xia Wuji glanced at Feng Kuang. Brother Feng. Feng Kuang replied, Brother Xia, no matter how difficult it is, I'll stand with you. Xia Wuji said, Step back a bit. Feng Kuang. Chapter 60. Let's talk a step further. Xia Wuji's words left Feng Kuang momentarily stunned. The prince of the Great Wind Dynasty instinctively stepped back a bit as Xia Wuji had said, then asked, Brother Xia, do you have any strategies? Xia Wujideo, just watch. As the words fell, Xia Wuji suddenly stepped forward, his foot stepping on the clouds, transforming into a residual shadow, shooting out towards the prince of the great Han dynasty. Hongbo. Upon seeing this, Hongbo snorted coldly and suddenly formed seals with both hands. 3. Absolute formation. Activate. Accompanied by the words. An invisible mental force instantly spread out from the center of Hongbo's forehead. The spiritual light of the formation suddenly became extremely bright, intercepting the rushing Xia Wuji. Ha ha ha. Ignorant. Even with this prince's preparations, you dare to challenge my formation. It's simply foolish. Xia Wuji, I will give you one more chance. Honestly hand over the identity token of Lu Yi, the young master of the Blood Fire Demon sect, and I can spare you for physical pain. Hongbo said with a big laugh. He was quite confident and indeed had the qualifications to be arrogant. Among the 5 great dynasties, although his cultivation was not the highest among the competing inner court disciples, he was at the bottom level. However, he was a quasi-formation master, having spent time preparing and setting up a low-grade first-tier spirit formation. Even Yuan Chun, who had the cultivation of the Void Dan realm, did not dare to provoke him. The power of the 3 absolute formations surged, and the spiritual light of the formation flickered constantly, exuding a dangerous aura, as if a boiling wave of light was rolling around Xia Wuji. Hongbo's formation skills are indeed well-deserved, very impressive. Yuan admire it greatly. I believe it won't be long before Prince Hongbo becomes a true first-tier formation master, Yuan Shun from the Great Qin dynasty said with a smile. Meanwhile, the prince and princess of the Great Qin dynasty showed excitement on their faces. The prince of the Great Qin dynasty said, Yuan Shun, hurry and take action to capture those guys from the Great Wind dynasty. Bring their tokens obtained from hunting the remnants of the demon sect to me, so I can secure a direct spot to advance to an inner court disciple. The princess of the Great Qin dynasty also smiled and said, the identity token of Lu Yi on Xia Wuji is Hongbo's. Yuan Shun, you will be able to advance to an inner court disciple in no time. So hurry up and take action. Let my royal brother secure a spot first. Faced with their urging, Yuan Shun had no intention of acting immediately, but said, Your Highness. Princess, no rush. Let's wait and see. After all, the duck that is about to fly into our mouths won't escape. Your Highness, our Great Wind dynasty's Zhang Tao. He quietly asked Feng Quan. Xiao Tao's expression was serious. The current situation was extremely unfavorable. She was prepared to fight with all her strength and was just waiting for Feng Quan's command. Feng Quan looked at Xia Wuji, who was trapped in the formation, gritted his teeth, and said, Everyone, don't act rashly. Listen to Brother Xia. If he tells us to step back and just watch, then let's do that. Within the formation, the runes of spiritual light surged wildly. A sharp brilliance burst forth from Xia Wuji, and countless invisible swords seemed to form an absolute defense around him, with no trace of the formation's light able to penetrate his sharpness. At the same time, his eyes appeared extraordinarily deep, especially the depths of his pupils, which glowed with a faint golden hue. The spiritual eye technique had been activated, and in this brief moment, Xia Wuji, trapped in the formation, had completely understood the secrets of this low-grade, first-tier, 3 absolute formation. Xia Wuji, this prince's patience is limited. I will count to 3. If you do not comply with what I say, you will bear the consequences. Hongbo shouted. 1, 2. Hongbo's speed in forming seals grew faster, and the power of the formation became increasingly violent. 3. In an instant, with a loud rumble, the power of the entire formation erupted like a volcano. However, at that moment, Xia Wuji thrust a sword into the ground. Earth's foot technique. The majestic qi and blood within him spread out like endless roots. And as his cultivation improved, the qi and blood became purer and more vigorous. This divine ability drew upon the Earth's power, becoming even more powerful. The Earth's power within a radius of 45 zhang surged into his body, exploding with the sword tip that pierced the ground. Earth sword wave. The heavy yet sharp sword wave instantly spread out. Boom, boom, boom. The carefully prepared and hidden nodes of the formation exploded one after another. Before the power of the formation that Hongbo gathered could strike Xia Wuji, the formation collapsed directly. The formation's power that rushed towards Xia Wuji burst apart in mid-air like a bubble. Hong Bo, who was controlling the formation, let out a miserable scream. The formation master connects with each node in the formation through mental power. When the nodes explode, the formation master's mental power is also destroyed. This was far worse than when Princess Liang Ying of the Great Liang Dynasty was backlashed by her illusory eye technique. Even a true low-grade first-tier formation master would find it hard to bear, let alone Hong Bo, who was merely a quasi-formation master. Hong Bo immediately covered his head with both hands, collapsing to the ground, rolling and moaning in agony. His head felt like it was splitting, and his soul seemed to be tortured mercilessly. "Your Highness," the two from the Great Hong Dynasty, who were originally standing beside Hong Bo to prevent unexpected situations, such as Xia Wuji approaching him, never expected that Hong Bo would collapse without Xia Wuji even getting close. They became anxious and nervous, focusing all their attention on Hong Bo. But in the next moment, a sharp aura arrived beside them. Having broken the formation, Xia Wuji would not miss such a good opportunity. He charged over, a sword sweeping up, the sword light shining, and with a swish. The two from the Great Hong Dynasty were directly sent flying by the sword energy, like kites with broken strings. Yuan Chun, the prince, and princess of the Great Qin Dynasty all displayed expressions of shock. Feng Kuang from the Great Wen Dynasty, along with Zhang Tao and Xiao Tao, were also dumbfounded. No one expected that Xia Wuji could so easily suppress the three from the Great Hong Dynasty. Xia Wuji raised his sword again, pointing the blade directly at the three from the Great Qin Dynasty. His expression was cold, saying nothing, but with the previous scene, the invisible pressure he carried undoubtedly surged immensely. Princess, don't worry. I, Yuan Chun, will fight with all my might. You all be careful and watch out for those from the Great Wen Dynasty. Yuan Chun admonished, then leaped up, attacking Xia Wuji. Just as Xia Wuji was about to strike, a faint voice sounded in his ear. "Brother Xiao, I have a word." The one transmitting the message was Yuan Chun. Chapter 61. The martial way must compete. Yuan Chun transmitted to Xia Wuji, and the next moment, the long spear in Yuan Chun's hand transformed into a dense array of spear shadows, shooting towards Xia Wuji. Xia Wuji swung his sword, instantly shattering all the spear shadows. The sword edge and spear tip precisely clashed together. Following that, their powers suddenly collided, erupting a strong wave of energy that spread in all directions. Astonishingly, in this first exchange, it was Yuan Chun, with the cultivation of the Void Dan realm, who fell into a disadvantage, his body being knocked backward. Wow! A mouthful of blood spurted from Yuan Chun's mouth. "Damn it!" Yuan Chun growled. "If it weren't for the backlash I suffered from forcibly attempting to break through to the final stage of forming a Dan a few days ago, you wouldn't have gained any advantage over me." Xia Wuji snorted coldly, stepping into the cloud stepping technique, actively attacking, deploying the falling shadow sword technique. Dense sword energy whistling as Yuan Chun coughed up blood while defending. Several rounds had passed, and Yuan Chun was struck by a sword from Xia Wuji again. His left arm torn and blood gushing out. He let out a roar filled with unwillingness, and then leaped into the air, actually running away. Xia Wuji, seeing this, did not hesitate for a moment and immediately pursued him. In just a few breaths, the figures of the two disappeared from everyone's sight. "Your Highness, what should we do?" Zhang Tao of the Great Wind Dynasty asked Feng Kuang. Feng Kuang had a hint of joy on his face, his gaze fixated on the prince and princess of the Great Qin Dynasty. The three members of the Great Flood Dynasty had already been taken down by Xia Wuji. The strongest Yuan Chun of the Great Qin Dynasty had been chased away by Xia Wuji. Facing Feng Kuang, Zhang Tao, and Xiao Tao, the prince and princess of the Great Qin Dynasty felt nervous and pale. "Feng Kuang, it's better to resolve enmities than to deepen them," the prince of the Great Qin Dynasty said. Before he could finish his words, Feng Kuang shouted angrily, "I'm going after you. What can you do about it?" The next moment, Feng Kuang charged forward. Zhang Tao and Xiao Tao quickly followed, attacking the prince and princess of the Great Qin Dynasty. On the other side, Brother Xia, thank you for your cooperation. Yuan Shun sheathed his spear, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and cupped his hands toward the pursuing Xia Wuji. However, Xia Wuji's sword was still unsheathed, his expression cold as he stared at Yuan Shun. Human hearts are hard to fathom, even after 2 lifetimes. Xia Wuji dared not claim to see through them, so he showed no sign of relaxation. As soon as he sensed any ill intent from Yuan Shun, his sword would unleash a sharpness that would make Yuan Shun regret it. Yuan Shun understood Xia Wuji's thoughts and explained, Brother Xia, to be honest, I admire and envy you. You come from the Great Shu dynasty, yet act without concern, even slaying the prince of the Great Shu dynasty. But I cannot do so. Even though I find those 2 idiots displeasing, I still have to obey their commands because my master is the national teacher of the Great Qin dynasty, and my clansmen are still in the Great Qin dynasty. Therefore, the tokens obtained from hunting the remnants of the Bloodfire Demon sect were all given to them. The significance of my participation in this competition is to support them, but I refuse to accept this, even with my current cultivation and talent. Once I become an outer disciple of the Songxing Dao Academy, it won't be long before I could be promoted to an inner disciple through normal means. However, the path of cultivation is inherently competitive. Skills, martial arts, weapons, and elixirs are all fiercely contested, especially if I fall behind even a little bit in time. It may lead to being slow in everything afterward. Now that I have shaken them off, I have a little time left, and I can fight for myself this time. After Yuan Shun finished speaking, a complex light flashed in Xia Wuji's eyes, and he then sheathed the Jinghong sword. He certainly understood Yuan Shun's meaning. The path of cultivation is indeed like that. If you don't compete at a crucial moment, you may lose everything later on. Yuan Shun then cupped his hands again and said, Brother Xia, please keep this secret for me. I, Yuan Shun, will remember this favor. And if there is a chance in the future, I will surely repay you. Xia Wuji replied, time is running out. You previously gave all the tokens you obtained from hunting the remnants of the demon sect to those 2. Do you still have any hope with the remaining time? Yuan Shun nodded, saying, since Brother Xia has helped me this time, I naturally should not hide anything from you. Normally, this little time would indeed be insufficient, but I have discovered that there is a seriously injured core member of the Bloodfire Demon sect hiding in this wilderness. If I can kill him, my promotion to inner disciple will be certain. At this point, Yuan Shun shifted his tone and said, although that person is heavily injured, as the saying goes, a dying camel is bigger than a horse. My attempt this time is extremely dangerous. But if Brother Xia is willing to accompany me, my chances of success will undoubtedly increase significantly. I wonder if Brother Xia. Before Yuan Shun could continue, Xia Wuji interrupted, not interested, good luck. He had Lu Ye's token in hand. His promotion to inner disciple was already secure. Assisting Yuan Shun in hunting down the seriously injured core member of the Bloodfire Demon sect held no significance for him. Helping Yuan Shun take risks? He had no ties with Yuan Shun. This cooperation with Yuan Shun was already a big favor. Yuan Shun awkwardly smiled and said, since that's the case, I won't insist. Brother Xia, I must hurry to get things done, so I will take my leave. After saying this, he cupped his hands in salute and then flew away. Xia Wuji returned to his previous position, where the prince and princess of the Great Qin dynasty were already lying on the ground, groaning. Feng Kuang was as proud as a victorious rooster. Upon seeing Xia Wuji return, he immediately rushed to Xia Wuji excitedly. Brother Xia, where is Yuan Shun? Feng Kuang asked. Xia Wuji replied, although this person had his body damaged due to a forced breakthrough a while ago, his ability to escape is indeed remarkable. He got away. Feng Kuang nodded, not doubting anything. He then waved his hand, and Zhang Tao approached with a bundle. Zhang Tao placed the bundle in front of Xia Wuji and opened it, revealing it was filled with tokens from the Bloodfire Demon sect. Feng Kuang said, Brother Xia, these were all searched from people of the Great Flood dynasty and the Great Qin dynasty. His meaning was clear. He wanted Xia Wuji to make the call. Without Xia Wuji breaking the formation of Hongbo and driving away Yuan Shun, what was stolen today would have belonged to Feng Kuang. Xia Wuji glanced at the tokens and then looked at Feng Kuang, smiling as he said, then congratulations, Brother Feng, on your promotion to inner disciple. Feng Kuang was a clever man and didn't shirk or hesitate. He clasped his hands and said, I, Feng Kuang, cannot repay this kindness from Brother Xia. I will definitely strive to have my sister repay you with her body. Xia Wuji then returned with Feng Kuang, Zhang Tao, and Xiao Tao to the flying boat of the Zhangxing Dao Academy and arrived in front of the Grand Elder Qi. Please take a look, Elder, Xia Wuji said as he took out Lu Ye's token. Feng Kuang then poured out a bundle of tokens and said, Elder, please check. The people from the Great Liang Dynasty, Great Flood Dynasty, and Great Qin Dynasty were all waiting behind, looking miserable, revealing expressions of envy, jealousy, and hatred. A faint smile appeared on Qi's face as he nodded. His gaze lingered on Xia Wuji for a long while before he said, Xia Wuji, I have recently been wanting to take on a disciple. Would you be interested? Chapter 62, 9-Patterned Golden Pill. Qi had the intention to recruit Xia Wuji as a disciple. He was the Grand Elder of the Zhangxing Dao Academy, a position of great power. The masters of the 7 peaks of the Zhangxing Dao Academy had to be respectful and polite in front of Qi. For ordinary people from the 5 great dynasties, joining the Zhangxing Dao Academy was akin to stepping into the threshold of changing their fate. For the top noble descendants of the 5 great dynasties, becoming an inner disciple would be a stroke of good fortune, and for someone like Qi, even the princes and princesses of the 5 great dynasties would not dare to dream of it. Now, this opportunity was directly presented before Xia Wuji. As long as he nodded, he could soar high and step onto the peak of life in the eyes of others, saying Kulm, Liam Yink, Hongbo, and others were all extremely envious at this moment. Xia Wuji bowed and said, Thank you for your appreciation, Elder. But the younger generation is still unfamiliar with the situation of the Zhangxing Dao Academy, so I cannot make a decision at this time. This was, of course, a polite refusal. On the way from the Great Chu Dynasty to the Zhangxing Dao Academy, he had learned some information about the academy through Huang Hu. Qi was the Grand Elder, not a member of the 7 Peaks, but belonged to the Elder Council of the Zhangxing Dao Academy. The people of the Elder Council indeed held a special status, but the Zhangxing Dao Academy had rules that members of the Elder Council could not arbitrarily intervene in matters concerning the 7 Peaks. If I follow Qi into the Elder's courtyard, it will be very inconvenient for me to investigate the disappearance of the previous Peak Master, Qin Jin, on Yaowang Peak in the future. I will be restricted by many rules. Xia Wuji rejected this opportunity, which seemed to lead directly to the peak of life in the eyes of others, and Feng Kuang and the others couldn't understand it. Qi, however, was not angry about it. He simply nodded, his expression returning to the previous indifference, and said, Then follow your heart's choice. Time passed little by little. Yuan Chun finally returned just before the 3-day deadline. He was covered in blood, with a hole in his chest, and he was holding a corpse that had just died not long ago. Yuan Chun's gaze subtly glanced at Xia Wuji. Yuan Chun, where have you been? Do you know that because you fled at a critical moment, both my royal brother and I suffered oppression from the scoundrels of the Great Wind Dynasty? Our tokens were all taken by Feng Kuang. Yuan Chun, you have disappointed us greatly. The prince and princess of the Great Qin Dynasty looked at the just-returned Yuan Chun with anger on their faces, clearly dissatisfied. Cough. Yuan Chun coughed up blood, his voice weak, and said, Your Highness, it's my fault. Since things have come to this, an apology won't help. What are you bringing this corpse for? The princess of the Great Qin Dynasty frowned and asked. Yuan Chun replied, Reporting to your Highness, this person is someone I accidentally discovered. His strength is very strong. And fortunately, he was severely injured, allowing me to capture him with great difficulty. After speaking, Yuan Chun turned to Qi and asked Elder, Do you know this person's identity? Qi nodded and said, I didn't expect that there was an elder-level old thing from the Bloodfire Demon sect hiding here. Luckily, you discovered him. Otherwise, he would have slipped through the net. Qi naturally knew what the situation was, but he wouldn't expose it. Survival of the fittest. The strong survives. Yuan Chun has ideas and abilities, and he is happy to see such young people rise in the Zhangxing Dao Academy. Yuan Chun, since you have achieved great merit by chance, you will also receive a quota for direct promotion to an inner courtyard disciple this time, Qi said. Yuan Chun was taken aback. then looked at the prince and princess of the great Qin dynasty. The expressions of the two stiffened. But since Qi had spoken, they couldn't intercept Yuan Chun's opportunity. The prince of the great Qin dynasty could only nod and say, "Yuan Chun, thank the elder quickly." Yuan Chun replied, "Thank you, elder." This way, his plan was a complete success. He had neither offended the great Qin royal family nor failed to obtain the quota for promotion to an inner courtyard disciple. "Then let's return to the Zhangxing Dao Academy," Qi said. The next moment, the flying boat changed direction and soared through the sky. Half a day later, everyone returned to the Zhangxing Dao Academy. After leaving the flying boat, they returned to their previous residences. Tomorrow was the day when Xia Wuji, Feng Kuang, and Yuan Chun would choose which peak to join. Xia Wuji immediately entered the corresponding training room. There were still many good things in his storage ring, and he had gained a lot from hunting the blood fire demon sect's young leader, Lu Yi. Xia Wuji took out 36 essence crystals and set up a simple essence refining array in the training room, then selected a batch of suitable medicinal pills. The quality of these medicinal pills was still too poor. The poison was too strong. Moreover, I am now at the 3rd level of the Yuan Gang realm, and I need to prepare for the core formation realm. For core formation, I need to prepare to refine the 9 aperture clear pill to condense the 9 pattern golden pill. Xia Wuji muttered to himself, and when he mentioned the 9 pattern golden pill, a determined light flashed in his eyes. The martial artist core formation, also known as Yuan Dan, has 3 levels. The most common Yuan Dan is the White Dan. Above the White Dan, there is the Silver Dan. The best quality Yuan Dan is naturally the Golden Dan. Whether it is a White Dan, Silver Dan, or Golden Dan, there is a distinction of 1 to 9 patterns. The more patterns a Yuan Dan has, the stronger it is, and it can condense more Yuan power. With Xia Wuji's abilities, he could condense at least a 5-pattern Golden Dan purely through his own cultivation. However, a 5-pattern Golden Dan is not what he desires. Above the 5-pattern Golden Dan, he would need some resource assistance. The 9 aperture clear pill is the best choice for martial artists to form a core. This medicinal pill is not of a high grade, only a 2nd-tier lower grade, but it requires a large number of rare medicinal materials and must be assisted by 2nd-tier spiritual fire and a 2nd-tier alchemy furnace. After thinking it through and organizing his thoughts, Xia Wuji suppressed these ideas, calmed his mind, swallowed the medicinal pills, operated his cultivation method, and quickly entered a state of cultivation. A night passed. In Xia Wuji's dantian, sword essence surged wildly, and a sharp aura mixed with boiling bloodlight radiated from him. He slowly opened his eyes and softly said, "The 4th level of the Yuan Gang realm." Then, the sharpness and bloodlight emanating from his body retracted into his body like the tide, and he stood up, leaving the training room and walking out of the courtyard. Early in the morning, Feng Kuang was already waiting at the door with Zhang Tao and Xiao Tao. "Xia, have you made your decision? I suggest you join Yuhing Peak like me. After all, our great Wind royal family has some foundation there. Don't worry, whatever benefits I can get, you can get too. Of course, I won't force you. If you want to join Tianshu Peak, that is also great. Among the 7 peaks, although Tianshu Peak is not good at swordsmanship, it has the strongest overall strength. Try to avoid Tianji Peak, Tianquan Peak, and Kaiyang Peak. The Daliang royal family is concentrated in Tianji Peak, the Dahong royal family in Tianquan Peak, and the Great Qin royal family in Kaiyang Peak. As for Yawang Peak, you absolutely cannot go there. After all, you have only had a little conflict with the royal children of the Daliang, Dahong, and Great Qin dynasties, which is not a big deal. But you killed 2 princes of the Great Chu royal family, and the royal children of the Great Chu are mainly concentrated in Yawang Peak. If you go there, it will be very troublesome. Feng Kuang stood in front of Xia Wuji, speaking very seriously. Xia Wuji nodded, smiled faintly, and said, "I understand." Chapter 63. The Secret Realm of the Sword Forest. After Feng Kuang finished giving his suggestions, he emphasized once again the importance of Yuhing Peak. Their great Wind royal family has an elder serving at Yuhing Peak. This elder is not the same as the kind of elder Qi is. Qi is an elder of the Elder's Courtyard, and the people from the Elder's Courtyard only participate in some major matters of the Zhangxing Dao Academy. The elders of each peak are responsible for the specific execution of matters at their respective peaks. He genuinely wanted to pull Xia Wuji further into the camp of their great wind royal family. It didn't take long for them to arrive at the entrance of the registration hall for inner courtyard disciples of the Tsangxing Dao Academy. Zhang Tao and Xiao Tao, who had not been promoted to inner courtyard disciples, were not qualified to enter the hall and could only wait at the door. "Xia, let's go in," Feng Kuang said. Just then, a figure approached. It was Yuan Shan from the Great Qin dynasty. His face was still pale, and his aura was weak. Yuan Shan had indeed risked his life to hunt the severely injured core member of the Blood Fire Demon sect. The moment Feng Kuang saw Yuan Shan, he snorted coldly and said, "This time he got lucky. Next, I will also be an inner courtyard disciple, and my strength will soon surpass yours. So you better behave yourself from now on." Yuan Shan glanced at Feng Kuang, sneered, and said, "I'm stronger than you now, and I will still be stronger than you in the future. You will never surpass me in your lifetime." After saying that, Yuan Shan looked at Xia Wuji, nodded slightly, and strode into the hall. "You!" Feng Kuang was very angry. "Brother Feng, it's not suitable to cause trouble here. Let us go register," Xia Wuji's voice sounded. Feng Kuang took a deep breath and nodded, saying, "Okay, Brother Xia, I understand. Although I, Feng Kuang, have an impulsive personality, I am not a brainless fool." Two people entered the grand hall together. Inside the hall, a robust middle-aged man was clearly waiting for the three of them. The middle-aged man scanned the three of them and then said, "According to the rules of the Tsangxing Dao Academy, the next step is for you three to choose one peak from the 7-star peaks to join. Each peak has a different focus of cultivation, and the training methods for inner court disciples vary as well. I believe you all have already understood this, so I won't elaborate further. Now, make your choice. If you want to join a certain peak, step forward and take the identity token of that peak. I must inform you that once you join any peak among the 7-star peaks, you cannot change your decision." The middle-aged man stopped speaking after this. Yuan Shan immediately stepped forward and took an inner court disciple token from the Kaiyang Peak. He chose Kaiyang Peak, and neither Xia Wuji nor Feng Kuang, nor the middle-aged man, showed any surprise, as people from the Daqin dynasty mainly gathered at Kaiyang Peak. "Brother Xia, you go next," Feng Kuang said. Xia Wuji nodded and took a few steps forward. Feng Kuang's eyes were fixed on Xia Wuji, hoping earnestly that Xia Wuji would choose to enter Yuhing Peak with him. Yuan Shan's attention was also entirely on Xia Wuji, curious about what choice he would make. Even the middle-aged man from the Tsangxing Dao Academy had heard of Xia Wuji's outstanding performance in the assessment, and he even heard that Xia Wuji had refused the elder Qi Yi's intention to take him as a disciple. So where would he go? Xia Wuji's gaze swept over the row of tokens representing the 7-star peaks, and then he fixed his eyes on the token on the far right before picking up the token for Yawang Peak. "Brother Xia," Feng Kuang immediately shouted, "that's the token for Yawang Peak. You took the wrong one." Yuan Shan cleared his throat. Although he didn't want anyone to know about his special relationship with Xia Wuji, he still reminded him, "Yawang Peak has many people from the Dacha dynasty. I heard that recently, the princess of the Dachu royal family, Chu Lingwei, even arranged for someone to make things difficult for you. If you go to Yawang Peak, it might be very hard for you." Even the middle-aged man responsible for registration spoke up. Under normal circumstances, once a choice is made, it cannot be changed. However, you have not yet completed your final identity registration. He had a good impression of Xia Wuji and did not want to see him ruined at Yawang Peak. He had seen too many such incidents. Although the Tsangxing Dao Academy emphasized fairness, fairness could never be truly achieved anywhere. Where there are people, there are intrigues. Moreover, this was the cruel cultivation world. Holding the Yawang Peak token, Xia Wuji turned to the middle-aged man, cupped his hands, and said, "Yawang Peak specializes in swordsmanship. I want to explore deeper sword arts at Yawang Peak. Even if I might encounter some trouble, that would merely be a sharpening stone to make my sword sharper." The middle-aged man was taken aback for a moment. His gaze towards Xia Wuji changed again, and he nodded, saying, "Good. With this determination to face difficulties head-on, then go." Feng Kuang could no longer say anything, only sighing as he stepped forward to take a Yuhing Peak Inner Court Disciple token. The middle-aged man then recorded the information of the three of them based on their tokens. On the front of Xia Wuji's identity token were the 4 large characters Tsangxing Weiyuan, along with an engraving of the Big Dipper constellation. On the back were the two characters Yao Wang and his name, with a small star pattern below his name, indicating that he was now a 1-star inner court disciple of Yao Wang Peak. The star levels of inner court disciples range from 1 star to 10 stars. Upon reaching 10 stars, one could apply for a trial to be promoted to a core disciple. Completing the trial would transform one into a core disciple, and the promotion from core disciple to true disciple would follow the same process. The increase in star levels could be achieved through the enhancement of cultivation realms. Mastering a certain sword technique inheritance set by Yao Wang Peak and executing some special tasks. The middle-aged man said, "Next, inner court disciples from Yuhing Peak, Kaiyan Peak, and Yao Wang Peak will come to take you to report to the 3 peaks. Please wait here for a moment." The 3 responded affirmatively. Soon, inner court disciples from Yuhing Peak and Kaiyan Peak arrived. As the people from the Dafeng dynasty at Yuhing Peak and the Daqin dynasty at Kaiyan Peak knew what choices Fengquang and Yuanshan would make and had already arranged for someone to wait here. Xia Wuji, on the other hand, waited alone in the Grand Hall for about half an hour before a female inner court disciple from Yao Wang Peak arrived. The girl appeared quite gentle, with a beautiful face and delicate features. Upon entering the Grand Hall, her bright black eyes blinked as she said, "Junior brother Xia, you really surprised me. I doubt anyone expected you to choose our Yao Wang Peak. My name is Wen Shanshan. From now on, we will be inner court peers." Xia Wuji cupped his hands in greeting and said, "I have met senior sister Wen." A smile appeared on the girl's face, and shallow dimples formed on her cheeks as she said, "At Yao Wang Peak, every new inner court disciple can enter the Sword Forest secret realm on their first day of reporting to find a suitable spirit sword. Junior brother Xia, let's go. I will take you to the Sword Forest secret realm." Hearing this, Xia Wuji's eyes flickered. His sword seed had not absorbed the sharpness of spirit swords for some time. A first-tier spirit sword would have little significance for strengthening the sword seed. As for the Sword Forest secret realm of Yao Wang Peak, even if it was just a welcome gift for new inner disciples, it might still have good things. Chapter 64. Stepping in and coming right after. Xia Wuji once again cupped his hands towards the Yao Wang Peak inner court disciple Wen Shanshan and said, "Then I will trouble senior sister one to take me to the Sword Forest secret realm." Wen Shanshan smiled and said, "Then let's go." Although she knew that the conflict between Xia Wuji and the people of the Dacha royal family was hard to reconcile, she didn't take it to heart. The people of the Dacha royal family did have some influence at Yao Wang Peak, but Yao Wang Peak was not completely under their control. Upon first meeting Xia Wuji, Wen Shanshan developed a strong fondness for this junior brother, who was said to have excellent talent and was indeed quite handsome, with an impressive demeanor. She led Xia Wuji to the Sword Forest secret realm of Yao Wang Peak and explained along the way, "Junior brother Xia, our Sword Forest secret realm has 3 levels. The first level mostly contains first-tier spirit swords, with a small number of second-tier spirit swords. The second level mostly contains second-tier spirit swords, with a few third-tier spirit swords. As for the third level, it mainly consists of third-tier spirit swords, along with a few fourth-tier spirit swords." Xia Wuji nodded and said, "Senior sister Wen, this Sword Forest secret realm shouldn't be accessible just any time, right?" When Shanshan replied, "Of course not. The Sword Forest secret realm is unique to Yao Wang Peak and is the foundation of Yao Wang Peak within the Zhangxing Dao Academy. New inner court disciples can enter the first level once, but after that, they must achieve some special merits to gain the opportunity to enter the Sword Forest secret realm again. As for the second level, newly promoted core disciples can enter once, but they also need to achieve special merits to have a chance to enter again. The third level is a place only true disciples can enter." As she spoke, Wen Shanshan's expression became somewhat complex, and her voice lowered as she said, "No one has been promoted to true disciple at our Yao Wang Peak in over a decade." Xia Wuji guessed that this was likely related to the disappearance of the previous peak master, Qin Jin, so he asked, "Why is that?" Wen Shanshan shook her head and said, "It's a complicated matter, and you will understand the reasons in the future." Xia Wuji did not pursue the topic further, but instead brought the conversation back to the Sword Forest secret realm, saying, "Once I enter the first level of the Sword Forest secret realm, how should I choose a sword?" When Shanshan said, "It's actually very simple. After you enter the Sword Forest secret realm, just focus on feeling it. If you gain the recognition of the spirit sword, you can pull out the spirit sword that resonates with your heart, and that sword will belong to you. However, each person has only 3 chances to pull a sword when they enter the Sword Forest secret realm. If you fail all 3 times, you can only exit the secret realm. Xia Wuji nodded and did not ask any more questions. About a quarter of an hour later, Wen Shanshan led Xia Wuji to the entrance of the Sword Forest secret realm on Yaowang Peak. At the entrance, an old man was guarding. The old man was dozing in a large chair. Elder Lu, Wen Shanshan cupped her hands and called out. Elder Lu slowly opened his eyes, yawned, and said, "Oh, it's little Shanshan. What's up? Did you achieve something and come to try pulling a sword in the Sword Forest secret realm?" When Shanshan shook her head and smiled, saying, "The credit for entering the Sword Forest secret realm to pull a sword can't just be said to be achieved. Elder Lu, you think too highly of me. I'm here specifically to bring the newly promoted inner court disciple Xia Wuji." Elder Lu, who had a somewhat blurry gaze, then looked at Xia Wuji. Xia Wuji cupped his hands in greeting. "Greetings, Elder Lu." Elder Lu replied with a grunt and nodded. This year's assessment has exceptional rules, directly granting 3 quotas for promotion to inner court disciples. It seems you're one of the 3 lucky ones. Little Shanshan should have told you the rules of the Sword Forest secret realm, right? Xia Wuji responded. Senior sister one has informed me in detail. Elder Lu waved his hand, and 3 talismans flew out from his sleeve. Xia Wuji reached out to receive the 3 talismans. Elder Lu said, "These 3 talismans represent your 3 chances to pull a sword. If you use them all and still don't pull out a spirit sword, it means you are temporarily fated to be without a spirit sword in the Sword Forest secret realm and must exit. If you use 1 or 2 talismans and successfully pull out a spirit sword, you must also exit. Also, you can only stay in the first layer of the Sword Forest secret realm for 3 hours. If there are no other questions, then go in." As soon as he finished speaking, Elder Lu flicked his fingers and a stream of sword energy shot out. Immediately, the entrance to the secret realm opened beside him. As long as one passes through this entrance, they can reach the first layer of the Sword Forest secret realm on Yaowang Peak. Elder Lu, senior sister one. "I'm going in," Xia Wuji said with a greeting. Elder Lu grunted in response, while when Shanshan said, "Junior brother Xia, I'll be waiting for your good news here." Xia Wuji turned around, faced the entrance of the Sword Forest secret realm, his expression calm, and then stepped out, disappearing in an instant. When Shanshan's gaze remained fixed on the entrance of the Sword Forest secret realm, Elder Lu teased, "Stop looking, the person has already gone in. This little girl, are you interested in that boy?" When Shanshan quickly withdrew her gaze, her cheeks flushed, and said, "Elder Lu, I've only known him for just over a quarter of an hour. Don't joke with me." Elder Lu laughed and said, "That boy is indeed handsome. Looking at him reminds me of my younger self. Back then, wherever I went, there were girls who liked me." Just then, several figures walked towards the entrance of the Sword Forest secret realm. When Shanshan frowned as she looked at these people, "Greetings, Elder Lu." The leading woman cupped her hands and bowed, and this woman was none other than the princess of the Dechu royal family, Chu Lingwei. The others also bowed in greeting. Elder Lu's expression was indifferent, and he asked, "Are you all here to enter the Sword Forest secret realm?" Chu Lingwei shook her head and said, "Elder Lu, you misunderstood. It is Wang Shidi who wants to enter the Sword Forest secret realm, and we specially came to accompany him." A young man following Chu Lingwei stepped forward, took out a scroll, and presented it to Elder Lu with both hands. "Please take a look, Elder Lu. This is the proof of the task I completed a few days ago. I was supposed to come to the Sword Forest secret realm earlier, but I got injured while carrying out the task and only recently recovered, which is why I am here today." Elder Lu took the scroll, glanced at it, then put it away and said, "Since this is not your first time entering the Sword Forest secret realm, I want to mention the rules. Go ahead." 3 talismans floated into the young man's hands. The young man took the talismans and immediately walked toward the entrance of the Sword Forest secret realm. When Shanshan called out, "Wang Yao, you better just go in to pull a sword." Wang Yao turned to look at Wen Shanshan and asked, "What do you mean? Senior sister Wen? I don't quite understand." Chu Lingwei also looked at Wen Shanshan and said, "Junior sister Wen, you might as well clarify a bit." Wen Shanshan stared at Chu Lingwei and said, "You definitely know that Xia Wuji just went in." "Oh, is that so?" Chu Lingyue feigned surprise. He actually chose Yao Wang Peak? That truly surprises me. Then, she looked at Wang Yao and said, Wang Shidi, what are you waiting for? Quickly go in and pull a sword. Once you come out with your gains, I will celebrate with you right away. Don't worry, Sister Chu. I will definitely not let you down. Wang Yao responded with a hearty laugh, and then entered the Sword Forest Secret Realm. Chapter 65. Tempering the Sword Seed, Bringing Trouble Upon Oneself. Inside the Sword Forest Secret Realm, Xia Wuji looked around. This was an enormous space, appearing very vast, with spirit swords stuck in the ground, in rocks, and on the peaks. Each sword was sealed by the special power within the Sword Forest Secret Realm. Only by using the 3 talismans obtained before entering could one unlock the seal. Just as when Shan Shan had previously described, these swords were primarily first-tier spirit swords, with nearly 70% being low-grade first-tier spirit swords. High-grade first-tier spirit swords were already quite rare. As for low-grade second-tier spirit swords, they indeed existed. Xia Wuji quickly used his keen perception to locate a low-grade second-tier spirit sword based on the sharp aura permeating the first layer of the Sword Forest Secret Realm. His figure flashed, and he instantly rushed toward the direction where he sensed the low-grade second-tier spirit sword. After more than a dozen breaths, Xia Wuji stopped. At this moment, he was standing on a rugged peak, next to which was a sword that was entirely a deep blue color. The sword body was crystal clear, radiating light. To pull a sword in the Sword Forest Secret Realm, one must first familiarize themselves with the sword, gain the sword's recognition, and then use the talismans to lift the seal on the spirit sword to have the chance to pull it out and take it away. However, for Xia Wuji, it was unnecessary to go through such trouble. As soon as he arrived at this location, the deep blue low-grade second-tier spirit sword began to tremble lightly, emitting a crisp humming sound, as if it was eager to break free from the sealed restrictions and be held by Xia Wuji. However, Xia Wuji did not rush to take the sword. A hint of joy appeared on his face. With so many spirit swords stored in the Sword Forest Secret Realm, over time, the sharpness naturally released by the spirit swords permeated every corner. It was just like the environment when I condensed the sword seed in the sword pool of the Xia Family Sword Pavilion. However, the sword pool of the Xia Family Sword Pavilion was vastly inferior to the first layer of the Sword Forest Secret Realm of Songxing Dao Academy. There was no comparison at all. This low-grade second-tier spirit sword in the first layer of the Sword Forest Secret Realm was equivalent to a core, attracting an endless stream of sharpness to gather. I can just utilize this characteristic to absorb and refine the sword seed. Xia Wuji's thoughts raced through his mind. The next moment, he began to operate the eternal sword cannon technique. The sword seed in his dantian burst forth like a divine sword unsheathed, radiating sharpness and urging all the sword essence to traverse through his meridians. Instantly, the invisible sharpness permeating the first layer of the Sword Forest Secret Realm surged towards Xia Wuji's body like a torrent, entering his dantian and being absorbed by the sword seed. In just a moment, all the invisible sharpness had been completely absorbed by Xia Wuji. The sword seed received a significant enhancement. Xia Wuji carefully sensed for a moment and then softly muttered to himself, I am not far from the level of releasing sword intent. Once I can release sword intent and apply it to any sword technique, it will bring about a transformation in power. For a true sword cultivator, the state of unity between man and sword is called a sword master, and once they master sword intent, they become a grand sword master. Xia Wuji concluded the operation of his technique, then took out a talisman, preparing to lift the sealing restrictions on this second-tier low-grade spirit sword and take it away. The talisman instantly transformed into a streak of flowing light, showering brilliance around the sword, and the restrictions slowly lifted. The azure second-tier low-grade spirit sword emitted a clearer, crisper, and more urgent sword cry, as if it were leaping with joy. As soon as the sealing restrictions were completely lifted, the sword shot up from the ground. But at that moment, swish, a sharp sword chi howled in. Clang! The sword chi accurately struck the side of the second-tier low-grade spirit sword, sending it flying far away. You really are full of surprises. Your luck is too good, having gained the recognition of this second-tier low-grade spirit sword so quickly. Wang Yao rushed over. He stood beside the second-tier low-grade spirit sword, waved his arm, and a force belonging to a core formation realm warrior forcibly restrained the sword. Otherwise, it would immediately fly towards Xia Wuji again. Xia Wuji stared at Wang Yao, his expression cold, his eyes glinting with frost. Wang Yao smiled proudly. "What's wrong? Are you angry?" "Little brat, I am Wang Yao, a disciple of the inner court of Yawang Peak, and I am your senior brother. You stare at your senior brother with such eyes. Do you want to make a move?" Xia Wuji snorted coldly and said, "That sword is mine. I advise you not to seek your own suffering. Get lost immediately." Wang Yao sneered, his face full of disdain. "What are you? How dare you speak to me like that? You're merely at the Yuan Gang realm, while I am at the second level of the core formation realm. In my eyes, you are nothing but an ant. Let me be clear today. You will not take this sword." Wang Yao knew he could not gain the sword's recognition, so he could not take it away. Xia Wuji had gained the sword's recognition, but as long as Wang Yao stood beside it, Xia Wuji could not touch it, let alone take it out. Not just this sword. Xia Wuji would be stopped from pulling any other sword as well, as long as he couldn't take them out. When the time came, Xia Wuji would have to leave empty-handed, with nothing to show for it. This was the significance of his entry into the Sword Forest secret realm. As long as he completed this task, he could get closer to Chu Lingyue and receive the promised reward from her. "So the Chu royal family sent you here?" Xia Wuji said coldly. At first, he thought Wang Yao merely wanted to snatch the sword. Such resource competition was too common in the cultivation world. But now it seemed Wang Yao was not here for the sword but specifically targeting him. Wang Yao laughed coldly. "Whether it is or not, it doesn't matter if you know. What matters is that you are destined to gain nothing today. What I want to do, you cannot stop. I will take this sword. It is destined to belong to me." As soon as Xia Wuji finished speaking, he instantly raised his arm. In that moment, the Azure second-tier low-grade spirit sword, which had been restrained by Wang Yao's power, burst forth with a fierce brilliance. This brilliance directly tore apart Wang Yao's power suppression. The spirit sword shot towards Xia Wuji again. Seeing this, Wang Yao's expression changed drastically, and he shouted loudly, rushing out and grabbing the hilt of the sword. The spirit sword struggled violently in his hand, but could not break free from his grip. Wang Yao laughed. "Xia Wuji, you want to take this sword from me? That's no different from dreaming, wishful thinking. Since you are so ungrateful and refuse to give up, don't blame me for being rude." In the next moment, Wang Yao raised his other hand, and his own first-tier, mid-grade spirit sword flew out from his storage ring, caught in his hand. But before Wang Yao could make a move against Xia Wuji, the second-tier low-grade Azure Longsword, under Xia Wuji's control, emitted a brilliant light. Wang Yao screamed in agony as his hand, which was forcibly gripping the sword, was immediately mangled. The spirit sword completely broke free from his grasp. Xia Wuji stepped into the cloud step, his figure leaving a trail of afterimages, rushing towards Wang Yao. With a casual grab, he held the second-tier, low-grade spirit sword that was flying towards him. With a sweeping strike, the azure sword light surged like layers of ocean waves. Layered waves, sword technique. Fourth wave. Wang Yao's hand was injured, and Xia Wuji's speed was too fast. Wang Yao could not dodge or counterattack in time and could only hurriedly condense a layer of Yuan power to block in front of him. But this layer of Yuan power defense was as fragile as thin paper, torn apart by Xia Wuji's sword chi. Wang Yao's abdomen was cut open horizontally. His body flew backward like a kite with a broken string. Bang! Wang Yao's body crashed heavily to the ground, his intestines spilling out from the cut in his abdomen, and he let out a painful groan. Xia Wuji charged again, stepping on his chest. Crack! The force of this step directly broke several of Wang Yao's ribs. Wang Yao spat out blood. Xia Wuji's sword tip was already pressed against Wang Yao's forehead. In excruciating pain, Wang Yao did not dare to move an inch and hurriedly shouted, "Junior brother Xia, don't be impulsive. There are always debts to be paid. It was Chu Lingyue who asked me to do this. She is outside. If you want to settle the score, go find her." "I apologize." Xia Wuji's sword tip suddenly turned, and the side of the sword struck Wang Yao's head, smashing it and knocking him unconscious. In this place, it was not suitable to kill. In the next moment, Xia Wuji grabbed Wang Yao by the ankle and dragged him towards the exit of the Sword Forest secret realm. "I will go meet Chu Lingyue." Chapter 66. Bet on the Sword. Outside the Sword Forest secret realm, Elder Lu continued to sit in his large chair. When Shanshan appeared very anxious, worried that Xia Wuji was being targeted by Wang Yao inside, Chu Lingyue looked pleased, waiting for good news from Wang Yao. The person behind Chu Lingyue chuckled and said, "That Xia Wuji is really audacious, daring to come to our Yaoguang Peak. Does he really think that what he did before can be forgotten? Although Brother Wang's cultivation is not high, he is still at the second level of the core formation realm. It should be easy to suppress a mere Xia Wuji, right? Haha. If this Xia Wuji is sensible, he will come out empty-handed. But if he is unaware of the sky's height and the earth's depth, Brother Wang might just give him a profound lesson." They no longer pretended. It was clear they were specifically targeting Xia Wuji. Even if Elder Lu heard these words, so what? This is the cultivation world. Everything is based on strength. Being targeted and oppressed is simply a result of one's lack of strength. They arranged for Wang Yao to go in and stop Xia Wuji from taking the sword, which was within the rules. It did not violate the rules of Yaoguang Peak. With a face full of pride, Chu Lingyue looked at Wen Shanshan and said, "Sister Wen, although our relationship has never been great, it cannot be said to be hostile. I advise you not to continue to make things difficult for me over Xia Wuji, or else your future path will surely be very difficult. This is all I have to say. Take care." Wen Shanshan's expression was grim as she said, "What I want to do is none of your business." Chu Lingyue sneered, "I have no intention of teaching you either. Soon you will see Xia Wuji's fate and understand how foolish it is to offend me." Just then, at the entrance of the Sword Forest secret realm, a ripple of space suddenly appeared. Then a figure rushed out. Junior brother Xia. Wen Shanshan was momentarily stunned, and then immediately rushed forward. However, when she reached Xia Wuji, she was instantly dumbfounded. This was because Xia Wuji was holding Wang Yao's ankle. Wang Yao lay on the ground like a dead dog, with his intestines spilling out of his abdomen, his chest caved in, and his head split open. Chu Lingyue and the people behind her were also completely shocked. Xia Wuji casually tossed Wang Yao at Chu Lingyue's feet. He ignored Chu Lingyue and instead walked towards Elder Lu, clasping his hands and saying, "Elder Lu, I have successfully obtained the sword. The remaining 2 talismans are returned to you." As he spoke, he took out the Azure Spirit Sword and returned the 2 talismans to Elder Lu. This is a second-tier low-grade blue ink sword. He actually gained the recognition of the blue ink sword. Many inner court disciples at the core formation stage had previously wanted to obtain this sword, but it had remained in the Sword Forest secret realm for decades without anyone being able to pull it out. Xia Wuji, with his Yuan Gang realm cultivation, actually obtained the blue ink sword. Elder Lu was also surprised. He took back the 2 talismans, nodded, and said, "Your ability to gain the recognition of the blue ink sword means your talent in the sword path must be quite good." "It's just luck," Xia Wuji humbly replied. At this moment, Chu Lingyue fed a pill to the unconscious Wang Yao. Wang Yao woke up. "Sister Chu?" Wang Yao said with red eyes, feeling extremely wronged. "I heard all over. What on earth happened?" Chu Lingyue's face hardened, and she coldly shouted, "Wang Yao." Wang Yao choked up and said, "After I entered the Sword Forest secret realm, I tried to get the second-tier low-grade blue ink sword. I was almost successful when this despicable Xia Wuji secretly attacked me, causing me to suffer a backlash from the sword energy of the blue ink sword. After I was hit by the sword energy backlash, that bastard Xia Wuji attacked again, putting me in this state. Sister Chu, you must stand up for me." Everyone listened, and although they knew Wang Yao was embellishing his words, it was clear that Wang Yao's severe injuries were indeed due to the backlash from the second-tier low-grade blue ink sword, which Xia Wuji had taken advantage of. After all, Xia Wuji was just a martial artist at the Yuan Gang realm and could not possibly defeat Wang Yao, who was at the second level of the core formation realm. In a direct confrontation, Chu Lingyue then looked at Xia Wuji and angrily reprimanded, "Xia Wuji, you are so despicable, simply audacious, willing to go to any lengths to obtain the sword." Xia Wuji turned around to face Chu Lingyue and said, "You know in your heart who is despicable and shameless, so stop playing the victim here." Chu Lingyue was furious. This was the first time she had been insulted like this. "Xia Wuji, you dare to speak disrespectfully to Sister Chu. I won't let you off. Our Yaoguang Peak is the peak of the sword path. A swordsman pursues righteousness and integrity. With your kind entering Yaoguang Peak as an inner court disciple, you will surely become a parasite of Yaoguang Peak. Today, we must teach you a lesson so you know the rules of Yaoguang Peak and don't turn it into a mess. A group of inner court disciples following Chu Lingyue all spoke up, pointing their accusations at Xia Wuji. You're going too far. When Shan shouted angrily as she stood in front of Xia Wuji. When Shan, if you want to meddle in this, then I'll deal with you too. Zhu Lingui sautet an li. Swish. When Shan drew her sword and said, then let's see. What do you think this place is? Suddenly, Elder Lu's voice rang out. Although his tone sounded very calm, and he remained seated in his chair, his words spread an extremely powerful aura throughout the area. The group that had been at each other's throats suddenly trembled in their hearts and dared not make another move. Elder Lu said lightly, if you want to fight, that's your business, but don't disturb my peace. Sister Wen, let's go, Xia Wuji said, taking a step forward. When Shan responded with a HM, sheathed her sword. Stop right there. Chu Lingyue could not accept this outcome. Xia Wuji looked at her. Chu Lingyue coldly shouted, I have my eyes on that sword of yours. Xia Wuji sneered and said, just because you want it, it belongs to you? Then I have my eyes on your life. How about that? Chu Lingyue was once again infuriated, her chest quivering with anger. Xia Wuji, I bet you in a sword duel. Do you dare? Hearing the words sword duel, when Shan's expression changed drastically. Junior brother Xia. Don't mind her. A sword duel means both of you will take out a sword of equal rank and subdue each other's swords. The first to subdue the other's spirit sword wins and can take back their own spirit sword, as well as take the other person's spirit sword. If the proposing party does not have a sword of equal rank, they must take out a higher ranked sword, as long as you don't agree. She can't force you to duel. Xia Wuji's eyes flickered. So this is what a sword duel is. Xia Wuji, you despicable, shameless little person. Do you dare bet with me? Chu Lingyue spoke again, using provocation. Xia Wuji sneered, what do I have to fear? He had absorbed a lot of sharpness within the Sword 4 secret realm, and the strength of the sword seed was almost ready to release sword intent. And after going back, swallowing and absorbing the second-tier low-grade blue Ing sword should still not be enough. But this Chu Lingyue was willingly offering her sword. Why not take it? Junior brother Xia. When Shan did not expect Xia Wuji to fall for the provocation so easily. Xia Wuji said, Sister Wen, it's fine. Since she wants to play, I'll accompany her to the end. Then he looked at Chu Lingyue and said, if you want to bet on my second-tier low-grade blue Ing sword, what sword will you use to bet against me? Chu Lingyue snorted coldly, and with a wave of her arm, a long sword flew out from her storage ring, which she grasped in her hand. With a flick of the sword's edge, a powerful gust of wind surged. Second-tier middle grade, Howling Wind Spirit Sword. It turned out to be this sword, which was given to Sister Chu by an elder as a special gift. Even a second-tier low-grade spirit sword was something that some core disciples yearned for, but could not obtain. This second-tier middle-grade wind attribute spirit sword was worth at least 10 times more than the second-tier low-grade blue Ing sword in Xia Wuji's hand. Gasps of astonishment filled the air. When Shan's expression became even uglier as she quietly said, Junior brother Xia, she has been refining this sword for some time. The difficulty of subduing it will be too great for you. And you just got this blue Ing sword and haven't had time to refine it. She will likely subdue your blue Ing sword in no time. Xia Wuji, you have agreed. We all heard it. Even Elder Lu can witness it. Don't think you can back out. Let's start now. Zhu Lingui sautet lao li. Xia Wuji wore a confident expression and said lightly, since you are so eager to honor me, then I will fulfill your wish. Chapter 67. Accompany to the end. Investigate information. Chu Lingyue held the second-tier middle-grade Howling Wind Spirit Sword, the sword light shining brightly, carrying a whistling gale, exuding immense power. She proposed the sword duel, naturally filled with confidence. This second-tier middle-grade spirit sword had been in her possession for some time. She had refined it day and night and had established a deep connection with it. In her view, Xia Wuji had just obtained the second-tier low-grade blue Ing sword, and his connection with it was very weak, so she could easily win and take away Xia Wuji's gains from the first level of the Sword 4 Secret Realm. I ask Elder Lu to be a fair witness. Chu Lingyue cupped her hands towards Elder Lu, then waved her hand, and her Howling Wind Spirit sword shot out. accurately embedding itself at Xia Wuji's feet. Xia Wuji also released his grip on the blue-winged sword, which immediately flew out and embedded itself in the ground before Chu Lingwei. "Let's begin," Chu Lingwei said eagerly. As her voice fell, she formed hand seals, and her yuan force and spiritual power immediately spread out, surging towards the blue-winged sword. Buzz! The blue-winged sword suddenly trembled lightly, as if resisting Chu Lingyue's aura. But Chu Lingyue was not concerned. This was a normal phenomenon. She believed that she would be able to subdue this second-grade inferior spirit sword in no time. After all, she had experience refining a second-grade medium spirit sword. There was no reason she couldn't control this second-grade inferior spirit sword. In contrast, Xia Wuji simply watched the howling wind spirit sword in front of him calmly, without making any moves. Could it be that he was afraid? Afraid to try to subdue senior sister Chu's howling wind spirit sword. Worried about suffering a backlash from the sword chi. A second-grade medium spirit sword, and one with wind attributes at that. It was normal for him to not dare to act. If he were to suffer a backlash with his mere Yuan Gang realm cultivation, how could he withstand it? He wouldn't die, but he would definitely be bedridden for 10 days or half a month. I really can't understand why the second-grade inferior blue-winged sword would choose him. Such a person would only tarnish the brilliance of the blue-winged sword. Fortunately, this sword would soon belong to senior sister Chu. The inner courtyard disciples following Chu Lingyue began to speak up, when Shanshan appeared very anxious. But in this situation, there was nothing she could do. While Chu Lingyue continued to subdue the blue-winged sword, she divided a bit of her attention to glance at Xia Wuji, revealing a look of disdain, sneering. "Trash. Not even daring to touch my howling wind spirit sword." She actually hoped Xia Wuji would make a move, because she understood too well how difficult it was to control the howling wind spirit sword. As long as Xia Wuji's aura touched the howling wind spirit sword, it would definitely provoke the sword's resistance, causing it to explode with fierce brilliance and backlash against Xia Wuji. This was the perfect outcome that Chu Lingyue wanted to see. Not only did she want to take Xia Wuji's blue-winged sword, but she also wanted Xia Wuji to get hurt and feel pain. Just a second-grade medium spirit sword. What is there to be afraid of? Xia Wuji said lightly, and the next moment, he raised his hand and grabbed the sword handle. "Junior brother Xia, no." When Shanshan exclaimed, "How could a spirit sword of this level be so easily touched?" The correct method should be to establish a stable connection with the spirit sword using yuan force and spiritual power, like what Chu Lingyue did. Xia Wuji's actions would provoke the sword's resistance to the greatest extent, and the backlash would be the most severe. Seeing this scene, Chu Lingyue showed a look of pride, her eyes revealing an expectant light, as if she had already foreseen how miserable Xia Wuji's outcome would be. The other disciples from Yaoguang Peak following Chu Lingyue also wore expressions of gloating, waiting to see Xia Wuji embarrass himself and suffer. However, after Xia Wuji's hand gripped the handle of the howling wind spirit sword, there was no resistance at all, not a single sound. Everyone stared wide-eyed. What was going on? What was happening? Even Elder Liu, who was half reclining in a big chair, sat up straight, staring at Xia Wuji and the howling wind spirit sword, his eyes shimmering with surprise. Xia Wuji exerted strength from the arm gripping the sword and directly pulled it out. In an instant, a burst of sword chi suddenly erupted, stirring up a raging wind. The entire venue went dead silent. Hard to believe. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, who would dare to believe it? A warrior at the Yuan Gang realm casually controlled a second-grade medium spirit sword. Chu Lingyue was stunned. "No, this is impossible. You cheated. You must have used some underhanded means." Her expression was extremely ugly, and her speech became disjointed. Xia Wuji let out a cold laugh and then released his grip. The howling wind spirit sword instantly flew toward Chu Lingyue. Chu Lingyue immediately reached out to grab her howling wind spirit sword, but suddenly, the howling wind spirit sword generated intense resistance. The sword body trembled, its brilliance erupted, and the wind raged. Chu Lingyue's palm was cut open, and she cried out in pain as the howling wind spirit sword flew back to Xia Wuji's side, caught in his hand. "I was originally going to return it to you, but this sword clearly despises you. You had your chance, but you were useless." Xia Wuji's voice rang out, and each word felt like an invisible slap on Chu Lingyue's face. You lost. Xia Wuji's voice sounded again. The blue ink sword, which was stuck in the ground in front of Chu Lingyue, then shot up and flew to Xia Wuji's front. Xia Wuji held the blue ink sword in his left hand and the howling wind spirit sword in his right hand, his expression still calm. Winning against Chu Lingyue was not worth any emotional upheaval for him. Chu Lingyue was in a daze. Her long hair, still messy from the wind, stirred up by the howling wind spirit sword. For a moment, she couldn't accept this result. A few days ago, Xia Wuji killed Chu Yang and Chu Ju of the Great Chu royal family, and the news reached Yawang Peak. The strong from the Great Chu royal family at Yawang Peak, due to their identities, couldn't personally deal with Xia Wuji, so they assigned this task to Chu Lingyue. Chu Lingyue first sent someone to teach Xia Wuji, who had just arrived at the Songxing Dao Academy, a lesson, but that resulted in failure. Today, upon learning that Xia Wuji chose Yawang Peak, Chu Lingyue immediately took action to suppress him, wanting to make it difficult for Xia Wuji to move in Yawang Peak. In the end, she even personally stepped in, but ended up shooting herself in the foot, stealing a chicken only to lose the rice. This second-grade medium spirit sword was her most valuable treasure, something she had worked hard to obtain from a senior from the Great Chu royal family who held a high position at Yawang Peak. Ever since obtaining the Howling Wind Spirit Sword, she had been refining it whenever she had time, eager to wield it as easily as an arm and unleash its brilliance, then impact the status of a core disciple of Yawang Peak. However, the Howling Wind Spirit Sword had never truly displayed its brilliance in her hands, and now it no longer belonged to her. This sword is very important to me. I bought it with yuan crystals. Chu Lingyue gritted her teeth and said, she lost. And with Elder Lu witnessing the entire process, she could only accept it, but she was unwilling to lose the Howling Wind Spirit Sword so easily. Xia Wuji's expression was indifferent as he said, not for sale. Chu Lingyue hurriedly shouted, I will offer 1,000 yuan crystals. Additionally, as long as you sell the Howling Wind Spirit Sword back to me, I will personally go to our Great Chu royal family's elder to plead for you, clearing up the past matters. This way, you can also gain the recognition of our Great Chu royal family. Xia Wuji, this is very important for you, isn't it? Gaining your Great Chu royal family's recognition? Xia Wuji laughed and said, why would I, Xia Wuji, need your recognition? What qualifications do you have to recognize me? Before now, and in the future, whatever tricks your Great Chu royal family wants to pull, just go ahead. I, Xia Wuji, will accompany you to the end. After saying this, he turned to Elder Lu and cupped his hands, saying, Elder Lu, I will take my leave now. Elder Lu nodded, go ahead. If you have time in the future, you can come sit with me and chat. Yes, Xia Wuji responded, then looked at Wen Shanshan, senior sister Wen, let's go. When Shanshan still seemed a bit dazed. Chu Lingyue and the others could only watch with wide eyes, angrily staring at the figures of Xia Wuji and Wen Shanshan as they left. After Xia Wuji and Wen Shanshan left the Sword Forest secret realm, Wen Shanshan was about to take him to the residence of the inner courtyard disciples of Yawang Peak. Suddenly, a dazzling sword light in the sky, like tearing through the heavens, came from afar and instantly descended upon the peak area of Yawang Peak. Xia Wuji looked up at the sword light that had not yet dissipated. When Shanshan said, Junior Brother Xia, that just now was our Yawang Peak's acting peak master. Feng Yi, acting peak master? What does that mean? Is our Yawang Peak's peak master not here? Xia Wuji feigned ignorance, wanted to probe for some information from Wen Shanshan. Chapter 68. The Sword Intent of the Gale. Is this it? When Shanshan's expression became quite complicated as she said, Junior Brother Xia, you may not know, but our Yawang Peak's peak master is named Qin Jin. However, Peak Master Qin has been missing for over 10 years and has not been seen since. The head of the Songxing Dao Academy and the elders all believe that Master Qin is unlikely to return. Over the years, the higher-ups of the Songxing Dao Academy have been wanting to appoint a new master for the Yawang Peak. It is Master Feng who has been holding on, believing that Master Qin is still alive. Therefore, he has been shouldering the pressure and acting as the master of Yawang Peak. And Master Feng has never given up on searching for Master Qin. The reason Master Feng is so determined is that he is Master Qin's junior disciple and harbors feelings for him. Xia Wuji's eyes flickered as he continued to ask, "Has Master Feng found any clues regarding Master Qin's whereabouts?" When Shanshan shook her head and replied, "I don't know. My level is not enough to access that information. Only Master Feng, the elders of Yaowang Peak, and the true disciples of Yaowang Peak can be involved in the search for Master Qin." Xia Wuji asked again, "Sister One, didn't you say that Yaowang Peak hasn't had a true disciple in over 10 years? When Shanshan nodded and said, "Before Master Qin went missing, Yaowang Peak had 3 true disciples, but over the years, one has fallen and another has aged and qualified to become an elder of Yaowang Peak. Now, only the last true disciple remains. However, in a few months, Yaowang Peak will completely lose its true disciples, as this last true disciple will also exceed the maximum age limit set by the Songxing Dao Academy." Xia Wuji nodded. "It seems that if I want to find Master Qin, I need to quickly advance to a true disciple of Yaowang Peak," he thought to himself. After a moment, one Shanshan took Xia Wuji to the living quarters of the inner disciples of Yaowang Peak. The inner disciples of Yaowang Peak reside in the lowest area of the peak. The core disciples live in the middle area, while the true disciples and some of the higher-ups of Yaowang Peak reside in the upper area. Due to Master Qin Ji Yin's disappearance, the situation at Yaowang Peak has worsened year by year. The number of inner disciples is small, so there are many vacant residences in the lower area. When Shanshan helped Xia Wuji select a residence, "Junior brother Xia, you have just been promoted to a 1-star inner disciple and have 100 points. The points are recorded in your identity token and can be exchanged for weapons, elixirs, sword techniques, elemental crystals, and other cultivation resources. There are 2 ways to earn points. One is to complete the assessments for inner disciples, and the other is to go out on missions. The use of points is not limited to resource exchanges. It is also related to your inner disciple star rank. To advance from a 1-star inner disciple to a 2-star inner disciple, you need 200 points. To advance from a 2-star inner disciple to a 3-star inner disciple, you need 300 points, and so on. Once you reach a 10-star inner disciple rank, you can apply for the core disciple trial. The higher your disciple star rank, the more resources you can exchange for with points, and the better the choices available. This Yaowang manual is very important for your future life and cultivation at Yaowang Peak. So take a good look at it." While speaking, when Shanshan handed Xia Wuji a bound book, Xia Wuji took the Yaowang manual and cupped his hands, saying, "Thank you, Sister Wen." When Shanshan smiled, her cheeks showing a faint dimple, and replied, "I was just showing you the way today. There's no need to be polite, junior brother Xia." After chatting for a few more minutes, as the sky grew darker, it was not appropriate for a man and woman to be alone together. So when Shanshan took her leave, once she left, Xia Wuji activated the simple restrictions of his residence. He planned to wait until he had time and resources to set up some formations and restrictions again. He carefully studied the Yaowang manual. Unknowingly, it became deep into the night. Xia Wuji put away the Yaowang manual and muttered to himself, "I am still a 1-star inner disciple now. To upgrade my star rank, I have some conveniences. I don't need to do missions, just complete some assessments. Tomorrow, I will go to the assessment hall of Yaowang Peak to receive the entry-level sword technique for inner disciples. As long as I master the entry-level sword technique, I can directly be promoted to a 2-star inner disciple." After planning the next steps in his mind, Xia Wuji took out 3 swords, a 1st-tier mid-grade Jinghong sword, a 2nd-tier low-grade Lanying sword, and a 2nd-tier mid-grade Xiaofeng sword. After thinking for a moment, Xia Wuji decided to use the 1st-tier mid-grade Jinghong sword for now. Thus, he immediately activated the Eternal Sword Classic to absorb the Lanying sword and Xiaofeng sword. The sharpness of both swords quickly flowed into Xia Wuji's sword essence. In his dantian, the light emitted by the sword essence became increasingly brilliant, and its aura grew sharper. Just as the spirituality and sharpness of the 2 swords were completely refined by the sword essence, the sword essence suddenly trembled. The sword elements in his dantian all boiled over. A profound aura erupted from Xia Wuji's body. He flicked his fingers, and a strand of sword energy whistled out. The sword energy circled around him, sometimes light as a breeze, sometimes swift as a hurricane, and sometimes fierce as a storm. Wind sword intent. Martial artists in the world, upon reaching a certain level, can also manipulate the elemental forces of heaven and earth through their own power and the characteristics of martial arts. But that method is merely the most rudimentary application, like controlling a clumsy puppet. Xia Wuji's way of using the wind sword intent is equivalent to the puppet having a soul. The reason he can now use the wind sword intent is naturally because the absorbed Xiaofeng sword is a wind attribute spirit sword. He also has a first-tier low-grade spirit fire in his body, but the tier of this flame is too low to evolve into a fierce fire sword intent. After initially sensing the profoundness of the wind sword intent, a faint smile appeared on Xia Wuji's face. He then got up, left the training room, and went to the courtyard, drawing the Jinghong sword and instantly executing an extremely exquisite sword technique. The mid-grade Xian level whirlwind sword technique. With the enhancement of the wind sword intent, this mid-grade Xian level whirlwind sword technique exhibited extraordinary might. In the night, in the small courtyard, the sword light kept flashing, and the sword energy kept howling. Xia Wuji's physical adaptation to the whirlwind sword technique increased at an astonishing speed. By the time dawn broke, this mid-grade Xian-level sword technique had already demonstrated the might of its perfected realm. Swish! Xia Wuji slashed violently. The ultimate killing move of the whirlwind sword technique. Whirlwind infinite slash. A fierce wind surged. Waves of sword energy formed by the wind roared out densely, covering the sky. Buzz! The Jinghong sword emitted a crisp and resonant sword cry, and then Xia Wuji sheathed it, immediately returning to the training room. He swallowed a pill, took out 2 elemental crystals, and sat down to cultivate, recovering the energy consumed from practicing the sword. By the time the sky was bright, Xia Wuji felt full of energy and left his residence, heading straight for the assessment hall of Yaowang Peak. Upon arriving at the assessment hall, Xia Wuji took out his identity token and handed it to a man. The man took the token, confirmed Xia Wuji's identity, and said, "Please wait a moment." After a moment, the man brought over a pile of jade slips and placed them in front of Xia Wuji. There are 9 sword technique inheritances here. You can choose any one of them. You have a maximum of 1 month to practice. If you can master the sword technique to a minor accomplishment within a month, you will pass the assessment. These sword techniques include top-grade yellow tier, low-grade Xian tier, and mid-grade Xian tier. Even if you reach minor accomplishment in the top-grade yellow tier sword technique within a month, you cannot be promoted to a 2-star disciple. Only the low-grade Xian tier sword technique can allow you to upgrade 1-star rank. Of course, if you can master the mid-grade Xian tier sword technique to a minor accomplishment within a month, you can be directly promoted to a 3-star inner disciple. Junior Brother Xia, it's best to act within your means, as this assessment is a benefit for newcomers to upgrade their star ranks. If you fail the assessment, there won't be such an easy path for promotion in the future. This is the top-grade yellow tier sword technique. Take a look first to have an idea. The man spoke as he handed a jade slip to Xia Wuji. Xia Wuji took the jade slip, but before he could investigate the sword technique recorded within, the man immediately said, "Inner Court Disciple Xia Wuji of the 1-Star Academy. Choose the Xian level middle grade Wu Wang sword technique." As he spoke, he had already completed the registration for Xia Wuji's assessment. Upon hearing this, some inner court disciples from the Yaowang Peak looked over in surprise. So this is Xia Wuji? TSK, so confident? He dares to choose the Wu Wang sword technique, which no new disciple has dared to select for decades. Previously, a core disciple tried to practice the Wu Wang sword technique, and even after a month, they couldn't reach minor success. Over the years, the Wu Wang sword technique hasn't been assessed. Yet today, it was actually chosen by Xia Wuji. Interesting. Don't speak recklessly. Some things, everyone knows how it is, but we can't say them out loud to avoid bringing trouble upon ourselves. Xia Wuji held the jade slip, representing the Wu Wang sword technique. Staring at the man in charge of the assessment registration, a glint of coldness in his eyes. The man sneered and said, "Xia Wuji, this is your own choice. No one is forcing you. If I were you, I would run back immediately and quickly comprehend the sword technique. After all, a month is not long. If you fail the assessment, You'll have to work hard to take on dangerous tasks to upgrade your star rank. Of course, even if you spend the next month without eating or drinking day and night, comprehending the Wuwang sword technique, it will be useless. You won't even reach the entry level, let alone minor success. At this moment, a woman approached. Royal brother. The woman called out to the man. This woman was Chu Lingyue. The man nodded at Chu Lingyue, then looked at Xia Wuji and coldly snorted. I forgot to tell you, I am originally the crown prince of the great Chu royal family. My name is Chu Shao. You killed my 2 royal brothers, stole my royal sister's spirit sword, and yesterday you even spoke disrespectfully to my great Chu royal family, not taking us seriously. Today, I will show you a little consequence of offending the great Chu royal family. Chu Lingyue stared at Xia Wuji, her gaze cold and filled with resentment, saying, Xia Wuji, be sensible and return the Xiaofeng's spirit sword to me. Otherwise, this is just the beginning. Xia Wuji's gaze swept over Chu Shao and Chu Lingyue. Then he snorted with a laugh. He thought you would have some clever means. Is this it? Chapter 69. Enemies on a narrow road, 3 arrows together. Chu Shao and Chu Lingyue from the great Chu royal family set a trap for Xia Wuji, causing Xia Wuji's assessment for the entry-level sword technique at Yaoguang Peak to be directly raised to the highest difficulty. Within a month, to cultivate the Xian-level middle-grade Wuwang sword technique to minor success is something even core disciples of Yaoguang Peak cannot achieve. However, Xia Wuji didn't care at all. He casually put away the jade slip containing the Wuwang sword technique and said lightly, 3 days later, I will definitely complete the assessment. The reason for 3 days was simply because Xia Wuji had other plans for these 3 days. The Zhangxing Dao Academy set up an assessment venue in the territory of the Great Chu dynasty. In the 3rd round of practical assessment, Xia Wuji ranked first and obtained the opportunity to enter the pure Yuan secret realm of the Zhangxing Dao Academy for 3 days of cultivation. Inside the pure Yuan secret realm, the heaven and earth's vitality is incredibly rich and pure, and there are even vitality springs. It is an excellent place for cultivation. Make good use of this opportunity. 3 days is enough for Xia Wuji's strength to improve significantly. He had set a goal to quickly become a true disciple of Yaoguang Peak, so he could get involved in the matter of finding Qingjin. To become a true disciple, he naturally had to raise his cultivation level. Complete the assessment in 3 days? Chu Shao seemed to have heard the biggest joke, letting out a mocking laugh. Arrogant and ignorant. Chu Lingyue also sneered and said, All right, then we will wait here for you in 3 days. A crowd will watch you lose face. Xia Wuji was too lazy to argue with them any longer and turned to leave. Watching Xia Wuji's departing figure, the inner court disciples of Yaoguang Peak at the assessment hall whispered among themselves, discussing fervently. You see, this is the outcome of offending the great Chu royal family. Although our Yaoguang Peak does not have the surname Chu, even core disciples cannot afford to offend the people of the great Chu royal family, let alone Xia Wuji, who doesn't even have the cultivation of the core formation realm. He is still too arrogant and does not understand the principle of being overbearing leads to downfall. Normally, even if he cannot cultivate the Wuwang sword technique to minor success within a month, no one would mock him. But he actually claimed he would complete the assessment in 3 days, which is simply too unaware of his own limits. Chu Lingyue looked at Chu Shao and whispered, Royal brother, I really wish I could kill him with one sword right now. Chu Shao shook his head and said, After all, we are at Yaoguang Peak. We cannot act recklessly when it comes to killing. We should first cut his sharpness, shatter his martial heart, and let him gradually fall into the abyss. That would be the most cruel torture. Xia Wuji left Yaoguang Peak. The Yaoguang manual that Wen Shanshan had given him yesterday contained a topographic map of the entire Zhangxing Dao Academy. After spending some time, he arrived at the pure Yuan secret realm of the Zhangxing Dao Academy. Xia Wuji took out his identity token and handed it to an old man guarding the pure Yuan secret realm. After verifying his identity, the old man said, You can come out early after 3 days, but you absolutely cannot stay inside for even a moment longer. The pure Yuan secret realm has a total of 4 layers of space. You are entering the first layer. In the first layer, there are beginner vitality springs. If someone is cultivating in a vitality spring, you cannot disturb them. If no one is using a vitality spring, you can use it. If you compete for a free vitality spring and the other party enters the vitality spring, you cannot take action anymore. Do you understand? Xia Wuji clasped his hands and said, "Understood." The old man replied with an saying, "Then go in." As he spoke, the old man waved his hand, and a powerful aura swept out, opening the entrance to the pure Yuan secret realm. In an instant, Xia Wuji felt the pure vitality rush toward him. He stepped forward and entered the pure Yuan secret realm. The pure Yuan secret realm does not belong to any of the 7 peaks of the Zhangxing Dao Academy, but is managed by the Elder Council. Warriors from the 7 peaks can only enter the pure Yuan secret realm for cultivation if they receive a reward or spend points. Of course, if using points, even for the first layer of the pure Yuan secret realm, it would cost 300 points per day. Xia Wuji, who had just become an inner court disciple, only had an initial 100 points. The pure Yuan secret realm is completely different from the Sword Forest secret realm of Yaoguang Peak. The Sword Forest secret realm is extremely desolate, devoid of any life. In contrast, the pure Yuan secret realm is vibrant with life. In front of Xia Wuji, a clear stream flows out from a slippery canyon, with lush grass on both sides, creating a pleasing scene. Looking further away, there's also a view of flourishing vegetation. This is the benefit brought by the rich vitality of heaven and earth. Xia Wuji felt the flowing aura around him, his whole body relaxed. Cultivating here is at least several times faster than outside. This is still without entering a vitality spring. Moreover, the vitality in the pure Yuan secret realm is pure and does not cause the accumulation of pill toxins in the body like when he ingests pills for cultivation. First, let us find a vitality spring, Xia Wuji thought to himself. After a moment, relying on his keen spiritual sense, he captured the direction of the vitality flow and found a vitality spring. However, this vitality spring was being used. A disciple from the Zhangxing Dao Academy in the core formation realm was sitting cross-legged at the position of the vitality spring, operating his technique and rapidly absorbing the vitality, which swirled around him like a mist. Xia Wuji observed the vitality spring and felt a hint of anticipation. The cultivation speed provided by this beginner vitality spring is at least 10 times that of the outside. There are rules in the pure Yuan secret realm. A vitality spring being used cannot be contested. Therefore, Xia Wuji could only look for another vitality spring. After spending half an hour, Xia Wuji found several vitality springs, but all were in use. At this moment, Xia Wuji finally found a free qi spring. Just as he was about to enter the qi spring to cultivate, suddenly, a sharp sound of something piercing through the air echoed. His figure, rushing towards the qi spring, stopped instantly. An arrow shot towards him. Boom! The arrow struck the ground, and the energy contained within it exploded, creating a huge pit in the ground. If it weren't for Xia Wuji's quick reaction, that arrow would have hit him. Senior brother. He is the Xia Wuji who joined the Yaoguang Peak, the despicable guy who ruined my Illusion Eye Foundation during the competition for the inner court disciple spots. A voice filled with deep resentment rang out. Xia Wuji turned to look in the direction of the voice and found the speaker was Liang Ying from the Daliang dynasty. Liang Ying had achieved first place in the practical assessment in the Daliang dynasty region, and clearly, she had also chosen to enter the pure Yuan secret realm today. Fate had brought her face to face with Xia Wuji. Beside Liang Ying stood a young man wielding a large bow, his robe embroidered with the emblem of Tianji Peak. The royal family of Daliang primarily gathered at Tianji Peak, indicating that this was an inner court disciple from Tianji Peak, especially bringing Liang Ying into the pure Yuan secret realm. So you're the dog who destroyed Liang Jr. Sister's Illusion Eye Foundation. Since I've encountered you here, I'm going to show you some color. Xia Wuji, listen well. I am Wang Chao, a 5-star inner court disciple of Tianji Peak. I now demand you to come over and kneel in front of Liang Jr. Sister. Xia Wuji did not respond, only glanced at the qi spring that was not far from him. Wang Chao sneered. At this point, you're still thinking about the qi spring? Do you think you still have a chance? Xia Wuji's eyes narrowed slightly, radiating a cold light. Although he did not say a word, the Jinghong sword was instantly unsheathed, its blade shimmering with sharpness and sword light erupting. He directly expressed his attitude through action. Junior Sister Liang, why don't you enter the qi spring to cultivate first? I'll deal with him and bring him before you for you to vent your anger. In the pure Yuan secret realm, as long as you don't kill or cripple someone's cultivation, no one will pursue the matter. Liang Ying responded, Senior brother, then I'll trouble you. She had followed Wang Chao in, and after searching for a long time, they had finally found a free qi spring. She was also worried that others might suddenly appear and take advantage of the situation. Wang Chao smiled. Junior sister Liang, you are too polite. It's a trivial matter. What trouble? Immediately, Liang Ying dashed towards the qi spring. Seeing this, Xia Wuji suddenly stepped forward. Wang Chao grinned menacingly. With me here, do you think you can still make a move? You're dreaming. In the next moment, Wang Chao instantly drew back his large bow. 3 arrows knocked on the bowstring. And with a release of his fingers, the 3 arrows shot out. Chapter 70, Dust Cleansing Technique, Breakthrough Again. The 3 arrows shot forth, leaving behind 3 terrifying white shockwaves. Xia Wuji let out a cold snort and swung his sword. His cultivation at the 4th level of the Yuan Gang realm erupted instantly, unleashing a wave of sword energy at 5 layers. The powerful sword light swept forth, yet it only shattered 1 arrow, while the remaining 2 arrows were already about to hit Xia Wuji. In an instant, Xia Wuji employed the Yunxiao step, his figure transforming into a blur. 1 arrow pierced through his afterimage, and as the arrow exploded, all the afterimages disintegrated. Xia Wuji rushed towards the qi spring. However, 1 arrow locked onto his aura, like a parasite. Xia Wuji sensed the unusual nature of this arrow, but remained calm, choosing not to use the wind sword intent and reserving a trump card. In an instant, a unique fluctuation emanated from him. This was a rather mysterious secret technique called the dust cleansing technique. It refined the lead and washed away the dust. Usable for body tempering, hiding one's traces, and at this moment, the power of the dust cleansing technique rippled, making Xia Wuji's aura seem to vanish from this world. The arrow that had locked onto Xia Wuji's aura instantly became like a headless fly. The arrow landed on the ground and exploded. Xia Wuji continued rushing towards the qi spring. Junior sister, be careful. Wang Chao's face changed drastically. He initially thought that the 3 arrows would easily suppress Xia Wuji. But now something had gone wrong. He shouted to warn Liang Ying and immediately rushed over, wanting to stop Xia Wuji. But he was ultimately a step too late. Liang Ying, alerted, turned her head sharply and saw that Xia Wuji had already rushed in front of her. Although Liang Ying possessed the cultivation of the 7th level of the Yuan Gang realm, her abilities primarily lay in illusion techniques. And since Xia Wuji had destroyed her illusion eye foundation, the psychological shadow he had left on her was profound. Watching Xia Wuji rush towards her, her face instantly turned as pale as paper. Swish! The sound of a sword piercing the air rang out. Liang Ying's chest was torn apart. With a scream, her body flew backward, blood spattering. Junior sister, Wang Chao exclaimed, leaping towards the flying Liang Ying. He caught her in midair and landed her safely. Liang Ying's chest was torn, several ribs broken, and even her organs had suffered from the sword's energy, causing immense pain. Senior brother Wang, help me take revenge. Liang Ying cried out in agony. Okay, Wang Chao responded. But the next moment, he looked at Xia Wuji and found that Xia Wuji had already entered the qi spring. Wang Chao was stunned. Senior brother Wang, hurry up and take action. Even if I can't kill him, I want him to suffer more than death. Liang Ying urged. This debt, we can only settle later. Wang Chao's expression was extremely grim. Those who entered the qi spring to cultivate were protected by the rules of the pure Yuan secret realm. He, as a mere 5-star inner court disciple of Tianji Peak, could not afford the consequences of breaking the rules. Junior sister, I'll take you out to heal. Wang Chao took a deep breath, ignoring whatever Liang Ying said, and immediately picked her up and left at high speed. At this moment, Xia Wuji, who was in the qi spring, was surrounded by rich and pure qi. He glanced at the departing Wang Chao and Liang Ying, then withdrew his gaze and began to fully operate his cultivation method, absorbing the energy emanating from the qi spring. The continuous flow of heavenly and earthly qi entered Xia Wuji's body through his pores, entering his dantian, and after transformation by the sword seed, formed sharp sword essence. Soon, Xia Wuji completely focused, immersing himself in the state of cultivation. Unknowingly, 2 days passed. Xia Wuji's cultivation level had reached the 5th level of the Yuan Gang realm, and he was not far from the 6th level. However, the energy from the Qi spring he was using began to show signs of depletion. In the pure Yuan secret realm, every Qi spring could become depleted. After depletion, it would take some time to recover. Half an hour later, the Qi spring Xia Wuji was using was completely drained. With nearly a day left, he couldn't waste any time. He needed to find another one. Xia Wuji made up his mind, and of course, he knew that finding a free Qi spring depended on luck. Next, Xia Wuji searched for several Qi springs, but all were occupied. "Sister, look at Xia Wuji." At this moment, a voice filled with surprise sounded. Feng Kuang and Feng Linglong appeared in Xia Wuji's line of sight. The two quickly rushed to Xia Wuji's side. "Xia brother," Feng Kuang said with excitement. "Feng brother," Xia Wuji responded, then looked at Feng Linglong, cupping his hands, and said, "Greetings, senior sister Feng." Feng Linglong nodded. "Xia Xiong, how long have you been here?" Feng Kuang asked. "Today is the last day," Xia Wuji replied. Feng Kuang blinked and said, "Sister, I just came in. Anyway, I have 3 days, and I won't take that long to form my core, so let Xia Xiong use the energy spring I prepared for a day." Feng Linglong's expression was calm as she said, "It's your matter. You decide for yourself." Feng Kuang immediately smiled at Xia Wuji. "Xia Xiong, come with us." Xia Wuji said, "Feng Xiong, this is yours." Before he could finish, Feng Kuang grinned and said, "We are brothers. Family doesn't speak like outsiders. Don't be polite, or you'll make me feel like an outsider." Xia Wuji then stopped declining and said, "All right, then I'll take advantage of you today, Feng Xiong." He observed that after Feng Kuang entered the Yuheng Peak and became an inner disciple, he had obviously gained a lot of resources and was now at a critical moment of forming his core. "I heard that when you chose the entry-level sword technique assessment in the Yaoguang Peak Inner Court, you were plotted against by Chu Xiao and ended up choosing the Wuang sword technique?" Feng Linglong asked. Xia Wuji nodded and said, "That's true." Feng Linglong said, "The Wuang sword technique is the most difficult to cultivate among all the mid-level mysterious sword techniques of Yaoguang Peak. Even if you fail, it's not a big deal. Don't take it too seriously. If you let failure defeat you and affect your martial arts mindset, that would be the worst. That's the real malice of Chu Xiao and the others. Damn, those guys from the Dechu royal family are all despicable, shameless, and extremely insidious." Feng Kuang gritted his teeth and then sighed, "Xia Xiong, you should have listened to me back then. Alas, it's useless to say anything now." Xia Wuji smiled faintly and didn't say anything more. After a moment, the three arrived at an energy spring where someone was cultivating. The man practicing in the energy spring immediately stood up and came out, cupping his hands towards Feng Linglong. "Sister Feng, I'll be going out now." Feng Linglong nodded, casually taking out a jade bottle containing pills and handing it to the man. The man took the jade bottle. Feng Kuang also cupped his hands and said, "Thank you, senior brother." The man smiled and said, "I didn't do much, and I was going out today anyway." Then, the man left. Xia Wuji watched this scene. This was the benefit of having a solid foundation, being able to bring as much convenience to cultivation as possible within the rules. Feng Kuang looked at Xia Wuji. "Xia Xiong, hurry up and go in. I'll wait for you here." Xia Wuji responded with a sound of agreement and entered the energy spring. Feng Linglong looked at Feng Kuang and said, "You stay here. I'll go cultivate at another energy spring. I'll come back in a couple of days to personally supervise your core formation." Feng Linglong left, and Feng Kuang looked at Xia Wuji. "Xia Xiong, you can cultivate with peace of mind. I'll protect you." Xia Wuji's eyes flickered. "Feng Xiong, I have a secret technique that might help with core formation. You might as well give it a try." Feng Kuang smiled and replied, "All right, let's give it a try." Xia Wuji transmitted a simple secret technique to Feng Kuang. As long as Feng Kuang pondered it sincerely, the quality of the core he condensed would definitely exceed his expectations. Seeing Feng Kuang immersed in understanding the secret technique, Xia Wuji also cast aside all distractions and absorbed the energy from the energy spring. Time flew by quickly. There was less than a quarter of an hour left until Xia Wuji would leave the pure Yuan secret realm. At this moment, the sword essence within Xia Wuji surged, appearing dazzling and radiant, his aura boiling and rolling, and after several breaths, it seemed as if a resounding sword cry was emanating from within him. Breakthrough. 6th level of Yuan Gang Realm. Xia Wuji finished operating his technique, and his power and aura returned to calm. He opened his eyes. Feng Kuang was beside him, wide-eyed, mumbling, "Xia Xiong, congratulations on advancing your cultivation, but what realm are you at? I'm about to form my core, but the aura you just broke through with made my heart race." He was incredibly curious. For Feng Kuang, Xia Wuji had nothing to hide and honestly said, "I just broke through to the 6th level of Yuan Gang Realm." Feng Kuang gasped, "If I don't form my core, I probably won't be able to block even one of your strikes." Xia Wuji smiled faintly and changed the subject. "Feng Xiong, how do you feel about the secret technique I transmitted to you?" When it came to this, Feng Kuang's expression became serious. "Xia Xiong, where did this secret technique come from? My intuition tells me it's definitely not simple. The value of our Feng royal family's top inheritance is far less than this technique." Xia Wuji said, "I don't know either. I obtained it by chance during my travels." Feng Xiong, just comprehend it yourself. Don't leak it. Feng Kuang patted his chest. "I understand, don't worry. I want to even tell my sister. I, Feng Kuang, swear to heaven if—" "No need to be so serious." Xia Wuji interrupted Feng Kuang's oath. It was because he believed in him that he would pass it on. "Feng Xiong, I should go out now. I wish you success in forming your core. With Xia Xiong's good words and the wonderful technique you gave me, if I can't form my core, I want to have the face to see you again." After bidding farewell to Feng Kuang, Xia Wuji immediately rushed to the exit of the pure Yuan secret realm, bringing out the jade slip that recorded the Wuwang sword technique. He was about to go for the entry-level sword technique assessment soon. He needed to check this Wuwang sword technique first. Chapter 71. Wuwang Sword Qi / Xia Wuji left the pure Yuan secret realm, returned to Yaoguang Peak, and arrived at the assessment hall. In this short time, he had gained a profound understanding of the mid-level mysterious Wuwang sword technique. To pass the assessment, he must cultivate the sword technique to the minor completion stage. The symbol of the minor completion stage was the ability to continuously perform the basic 21 moves of this sword technique. If he reached the major completion, it required not only being able to perform the basic 21 moves, but also mastering the ultimate killing move to release a Wuwang sword Qi. If he could release 3 Wuwang sword Qis, it would mean his cultivation of this sword technique had reached perfection. At the assessment hall, there were especially many people today. This was all because of the words Xia Wuji had spoken 3 days ago, coupled with the Dechu royal family's intention to promote it. They deliberately made a big stir to attract more people to come, in order to create a bigger blow to Xia Wuji's martial arts will. He here. He actually dares to come. I thought after he said that 3 days ago, he would regret it and hide like a turtle. Huh! He doesn't know the heights of heaven and earth. He is only at the Yuan Gang realm, and thinks he can master the Wuwang sword technique in 3 days? Saying such big words, he is putting himself on the fire and can't get off, ending up with a loss of face. Deserved. A group of inner disciples who were closer to the Dechu royal family spoke one after another, coldly sneering, waiting to see the joke. Xia Shidi. When Shan also arrived, quickly walking up to Xia Wuji and whispering, "You're too impulsive. The assessment time is a month at most. You should go back and take some time to comprehend it well. I can ask someone to help guide you." Xia Wuji looked at Wen Shan and smiled faintly. "Thank you for your kindness, Sister Wen, but there's no need to trouble yourself. Since I'm here today, I'll resolve this matter." Around them, there was another round of sarcastic voices. "Oh, quite confident, huh? What kind of confidence is that? It's clearly just a broken pot breaking itself. After all, coming today to lose face is no different from dragging it out for a month before coming back to lose face." When Shan couldn't persuade Xia Wuji and could only helplessly sigh, "Xia Shidi, you must maintain a calm mindset and not care too much about the outcome. You're only at the Yuan Gang realm. It's not embarrassing if you can't master the Wuwang sword technique." At this moment, at the entrance of the assessment hall, a cold shout rang out. "Since you're here, let us get started quickly. With so many people watching, everyone's time is more precious than yours. I don't have time to waste with you." The one shouting was the Chu Xiao from the Dechu royal family.
Xia Wuji now knew that Chu Xiao was a core disciple of Yaoguang Peak. He walked towards Chu Xiao. Beside Chu Xiao stood Chu Lingui, the princess of the great Chu royal family. Recently, whenever she thought about the matter of the Xiao Feng Ling sword, she wished she could immediately tear Xia Wuji into pieces. She glared at Xia Wuji with a fierce expression, sneering, "Soon you will become the clown in everyone's eyes." A joke. Xia Wuji was too lazy to respond and instead looked at a middle-aged man with a strong aura. The middle-aged man was the one responsible for supervising today's assessment. His expression was indifferent, as if he had no emotions. He did not inquire about the grievances between Xia Wuji and the great Chu royal family, as there were too many disputes to manage. He only cared that today's assessment would have a fair outcome. The middle-aged man looked at Xia Wuji and said, "Are you sure you want to conduct the Wu Wang sword technique assessment today?" Xia Wuji cupped his hands and replied yes. The middle-aged man nodded and continued. "According to the assessment rules, a disciple not exceeding your realm will be arranged to spar with you. However, since you are an exceptional case promoted to the inner courtyard this year, everyone in the inner courtyard, except for you, has at least the cultivation of the core formation realm. Therefore, you will need to go to the outer courtyard and find a disciple at the Yuan Gang realm. You can choose this person yourself. After all, it is just a demonstration of the sword technique, and there are no strict requirements. I don't think it needs to be that troublesome. Let me do it directly. I can suppress my cultivation and spar with him." Chu Lingwei from the great Chu royal family immediately said, "Junior brother Xia, go find an outer courtyard disciple. If you don't know anyone, I can help you find one. Or I can spar with you as well." When Shan Shan quickly stepped forward, the middle-aged man supervising the assessment looked at Xia Wuji and said, "How to choose is your right. No one can force you." Xia Wuji turned around, cupped his hands towards Wen Shan Shan, and said, "No need to trouble senior sister Wen today." Then he looked at Chu Lingwei and said, "Since you were so eager to volunteer, I will give you the opportunity to perform in front of me." Chu Lingwei felt pleased. However, Xia Wuji's words made her face turn ugly. What does it mean to actively volunteer? What does it mean to give her a chance to perform? You sharp-tongued brat. I will make you know how formidable I am soon." Chu Lingwei gritted her teeth and said. As her voice fell, she took out a talisman and slapped it on her body. This talisman had the effect of sealing power. Chu Lingwei's aura was instantly weakened by a large margin, maintaining at the peak stage of the Yuan Gang realm. As long as it did not exceed one major realm above Xia Wuji, she would naturally want to exert more power within the rules to give Xia Wuji an unforgettable lesson for life. Swish! The spirit sword was unsheathed. This was a first-grade top-tier spirit sword. The sword point directly aimed at Xia Wuji, and Chu Lingwei said, "Remember, you must use the Wu Wang sword technique. If you use any other sword technique, it will mean you have failed the assessment." When Shan Shan's heart tightened with worry, most of the spectators had already anticipated the outcome. Even though Chu Lingwei suppressed her cultivation, her realm was still higher than Xia Wuji's. Moreover, Chu Lingwei was an 8-star inner courtyard disciple with a cultivation level of the 5th stage of the core formation realm. She had sealed part of her power, but her understanding of power, application of sword techniques, and rich combat experience could not be sealed. Chu Lingwei, maintaining at the peak of the Yuan Gang realm, would have no problem dealing with some 1st or 2nd stage core formation martial artists. Xia Wuji had a record of killing Lu Yi, the deputy leader of the Blood Fire Demon sect, who was at the 1st stage of the core formation realm, but no one knew how Xia Wuji accomplished that, and they speculated he must have relied on magical items and other external factors. Furthermore, today, Xia Wuji could not use his previously skilled sword techniques and could not use external items. He could only demonstrate the Wu Wang sword technique, which he had only obtained 3 days ago, so he probably couldn't even perform the basic moves properly. Facing the sword pointed at him by Chu Lingwei, Xia Wuji's expression remained calm as he slowly drew out the Jinghong sword. "Do as you wish," Xia Wuji said. His calm demeanor infuriated Chu Lingwei even more. "Look at my sword." Chu Lingwei shouted coldly and instantly attacked with her sword. Buzz! The 1st-grade top-tier spirit sword in her hand trembled lightly, creating a dense wave of sword chi that rushed towards Xia Wuji. This initial move showcased her impressive sword technique and explosive power,
causing many spectators to exclaim. Many people even felt that just this one move was enough to put Xia Wuji in a very difficult position, ending in a miserable failure. However, facing the dense sword chi rushing at him, a cold and disdainful smile appeared on Xia Wuji's lips as the Jinghong sword instantly rose. Wu Wang sword technique, first move. The icy sword light surged and directly shredded all of Chu Lingyue's sword chi. Chu Lingyue was stunned, never expecting that Xia Wuji could execute a move from the Wu Wang sword technique, and it was quite powerful. Be careful, Chu Xiao, watching from the sidelines, hurriedly shouted. Chu Lingyue quickly focused her mind, only to realize that Xia Wuji had already turned defense into offense, and the sword edge infused with coldness was about to strike her. Chu Lingyue hurriedly defended. She narrowly resolved the crisis. However, Xia Wuji's basic moves of the Wu Wang sword technique were like a surging river, endlessly flowing. With bursts of sword light and sword chi continuously erupting, the transitions and connections of the moves were skilled and natural, like an antelope's horns, elusive and flawless. Chu Lingyue fell into a predicament, unable to counterattack, only managing to barely respond to each move, appearing quite flustered. Her understanding of power, sword techniques, and combat experience became completely useless. Is this really the Wu Wang sword technique? Impossible. Xia Wuji definitely was not using the Wu Wang sword technique. He had only learned it for 3 days. Many core disciples had spent a month trying to cultivate the Wu Wang sword technique to a minor success. How could he do it? This kid is cheating. When Shanshan also looked shocked. Hearing these voices, she coldly snorted. If junior brother Xia cheated, wouldn't Master Hu be able to see through it? Master Hu is someone who has perfected the Wu Wang sword technique. The Master Hu mentioned by Wen Shanshan was naturally the middle-aged man supervising the assessment, whose full name was Hu Wei. At this moment, Hu Wei was also quite unsettled, his eyes sparkling with wonder. Because he was proficient in the Wu Wang sword technique, he found it even more incredible. Xia Wuji's basic moves were executed so perfectly that even he could not find a flaw. In fact, as he watched Xia Wuji perform the Wu Wang sword technique, he gained new insights into some details of the technique. Chu Zhao's expression turned extremely grim as he said, Master Hu, it's very likely that Xia Wuji has secretly practiced the Wu Wang sword technique from our Yaoguang Peak before. This matter needs to be thoroughly investigated, as it involves a serious leak of our inheritance. Hu Wei glanced at him and said, as for the matter of inheritance leakage, it can be investigated later. Right now, we are assessing his sword technique, which has nothing to do with other matters. Chu Zhao's prepared words suddenly got stuck in his throat, and he forced them back. In fact, what Hu Wei thought was, even if there was an inheritance leak, so what? The Wu Wang sword technique of the Xian rank middle grade was nothing significant. It was still quite remarkable for Xia Wuji to cultivate the Wu Wang sword technique to this level with his Yuan Gang realm cultivation. In just a moment, Xia Wuji had executed all 21 moves of the Wu Wang sword technique. That was enough to pass the assessment. But he did not stop. Suddenly, an overwhelming sharpness burst forth from the Jinghong sword. Xia Wuji slashed violently. A massive sword chi nearly 10 zhang long, carrying a magnificent aura, suddenly cleaved towards Chu Lingyue. The ultimate killing move of the Wu Wang sword technique, the Wang Tian sword chi. Chapter 72. Promotion to 3 stars, a convenient path. The magnificent sword chi instantly left everyone stunned. The instructor Hu Wei from Yaoguang Peak could no longer suppress the shock in his heart and exclaimed, Wang Tian sword chi. With the cultivation of Yuan Gang realm and practicing the Wu Wang sword technique, whether he had secretly trained for a long time or not, being able to release the Wang Tian sword chi meant he had reached the great completion stage. Xia Wuji's understanding of the Wu Wang sword technique, of course, was not limited to the great completion stage. However, in the perfect completion stage, one needed to unleash 3 Wang Tian sword chis with a single sword, which Xia Wuji, currently at the 6th level of Yuan Gang realm, could not achieve yet. But this single Wang Tian sword chi was enough. Chu Lingyue was already in a very embarrassing situation, and suddenly faced with Xia Wuji's sword strike, a look of terror appeared on her face. With her cultivation suppressed, She could only exert the full power of the perfect completion stage of Yuan Gang realm. And at this moment, facing Xia Wuji's Wang Tian sword chi, she felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Boom! A massive sword chi struck down. In an instant, the ground collapsed, creating a huge, deep pit and stirring up billowing dust. As the dust settled, Chu Lingyue's figure appeared in everyone's sight within the deep pit. She lay on the ground, many parts of her body buried under rubble. Yet it was still evident that her whole body was twitching uncontrollably. "Princess!" Chu Xiao shouted in a low voice, immediately rushing into the deep pit to pull Chu Lingyue out from the rubble. When Chu Lingyue was helped up, many people gasped in shock. As an 8-star inner courtyard disciple with a 5th-level cultivation of Dan Formation Realm, Chu Lingyue was disheveled, covered in blood and dirt, with a wound running from her left shoulder to her right abdomen, almost splitting her body in half. "Xia Wuji!" Chu Xiao roared, his voice containing an incomparably terrifying killing intent. A powerful wave of energy radiated from his body. This was the might of a Gue E-realm warrior. In martial arts cultivation, reaching the Dan Formation realm was truly entering the door. Above Dan Formation were the Gue E-realm, Dong Tian realm, and Yin Yang realm. As a core disciple of Yaowang Peak, Chu Xiao was at the 2nd level of Gue E-realm. His eyes were bloodshot, as if they were about to burst from their sockets. Xia Wuji's expression was indifferent, as if he had only done something trivial. And he said lightly, "It was she who volunteered to practice with me. I merely showcased the Wu Wang sword technique that I mastered. Her ending up like this is purely because she was unskilled and overestimated herself. Originally, he could have completed the assessment after performing the 21 moves of Wu Wang sword technique, but since the people from the great Chu royal family repeatedly provoked him, Xia Wuji certainly had to retaliate. Thus, the previous Wang Tian sword chi was unleashed, resulting in Chu Lingyue's current miserable state. Chu Lingyue, who had been forcing herself to hold on, upon hearing Xia Wuji call her unskilled and overestimating herself, spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted completely. "Princess!" Chu Xiao was extremely anxious. He hurriedly took her to receive treatment to avoid leaving hidden dangers that would hinder her future cultivation progress. Instructor Hu Wei spoke up. Then, he no longer looked at Chu Xiao and Chu Lingyue, but instead looked at Xia Wuji, showing deep appreciation, and exclaimed, "Xia Wuji, you have passed this assessment. According to the rules, you will directly be promoted by 2-star levels, becoming a 3-star inner courtyard disciple." Xia Wuji sheathed his sword and cupped his hands in salute. "Thank you, Instructor Hu." Hu Wei sighed. In the past, the minimum requirement for inner courtyard disciples of Yaowang Peak was to be at the Dan Formation realm. You now possess the status of a 3-star disciple with the cultivation of Yuan Gang realm. The future is promising, very promising. In the future, if you have any questions about sword training, you don't have to wait for my lectures. You can come directly to my residence to find me. "I'm afraid I will trouble you often in the future," Xia Wuji said. "Ha ha, the more you come to me, the happier I will be." Hu Wei laughed heartily, in a very good mood. Around them, a group of people exchanged glances, their thoughts complex. Xia Wuji's talent in swordsmanship was indeed high. Meanwhile, Hu Wei had already placed high hopes on Xia Wuji and would definitely take good care of him in the future. "I have some matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave now. Remember, if you have any questions about sword techniques in the future, you must find me," Hu Wei reiterated before leaving. Zhu Xiao, holding the severely injured and unconscious Chu Lingyue, felt as if he was about to be ignited by flames of anger. Previously, his sister Chu Lingyue had plotted against Xia Wuji and lost the Xiaofeng spirit sword. This time, he personally came to scheme against Xia Wuji, almost costing his sister her life. An 8-star inner courtyard disciple and a core disciple had both dropped stones on their own feet. "Xia Wuji, don't be complacent. Don't think that because Instructor Hu values you, you can act recklessly. Our account is not settled," Chu Xiao declared. "Today I declare that in Yaowang Peak, regardless of who it is, if they walk alongside Xia Wuji, they're standing against our great Chu royal family. The consequences will be borne by themselves." After leaving this harsh remark, Chu Xiao hurriedly carried Chu Lingyue away to receive treatment, not daring to delay any longer. After Chu Xiao left, his words took effect. Originally, many neutral inner courtyard disciples who had seen instructor who valued Xia Wuji began to consider befriending him. But now it seemed better to keep their distance. Hu Wei was just an instructor of Yaowang Peak, but the great Chu royal family had an elder who was an elder of Yaowang Peak. Hu Wei's status as an instructor was far inferior to that of an elder. Soon, everyone dispersed. Wen Shanshan then took Xia Wuji to complete the registration for the star-level promotion of inner courtyard disciples. After completing the registration, Xia Wuji, now a 3-star inner courtyard disciple, still had only 100 initial points. However, he received 3 elemental crystals and a bottle of first-grade, middle-grade cultivation elixir. These were all resources that 3-star inner courtyard disciples could regularly receive every month. The two walked towards the living area of the inner courtyard disciples. When Shanshan finally couldn't hold back and asked, "Junior brother Xia, what exactly is your Wu Wang sword technique? Did you really learn it beforehand?" Xia Wuji neither confirmed nor denied it, only saying, "This Wu Wang sword technique is quite compatible with my sword path." When Shanshan did not pursue the matter further, but shifted the topic, saying, "Junior brother Xia, you finished reading the Yaowang manual, right?" Xia Wuji replied with an saying, "I've memorized it all." When Shanshan continued, "Next, if you want to advance in star levels, there won't be such convenient paths anymore. You can only take it step by step and do some tasks to earn points. But your current cultivation level is still a bit low, and many tasks for inner courtyard disciples are not suitable and carry too much risk, so I suggest you stick to daily tasks before reaching the dam formation realm. Daily tasks are continuous tasks. The daily tasks of Yaowang Peak include 2, mining and herb gathering. However, there is actually another way for Xia Wuji to quickly advance in star levels, which is to register as an alchemist at the Dan Tower. The Dan Tower is a gathering place for alchemists. The status of an alchemist is very high. To truly stand out and make a name for oneself, an alchemist must obtain certification from the Dan Tower, because without it, the elixirs made by an uncertified alchemist can only be consumed by themselves, and no one would dare to buy them. The certification from the Dan Tower is the guarantee for cultivators to purchase elixirs. If he can register as an alchemist at the Dan Tower, even if it's just a first-level low-grade one, returning to Yaowang Peak would directly earn him a reward of 1,000 points. Xia Wuji, now a 3-star inner courtyard disciple, needs 400 points to advance to 4-star and 500 points to advance to 5-star. Therefore, this is also a convenient way to at least advance 2-star levels. Xia Wuji had already thought about it when he read the Yaowang manual a few days ago. He needed to make a trip to the Dan Tower as soon as possible. This is not only a way to earn points at the Yaowang Peak and quickly promote the disciple star level, but it is also the preparation he must do for condensing the strongest 9-pattern Golden Dan. He is now at the 6th level of the Yuan Gang realm, and to condense the strongest 9-pattern Golden Dan, he absolutely cannot casually consume ordinary pills anymore. He must personally refine the 9-xiao Qing Dan, but he needs flames, a Dan furnace, and a large number of spiritual herbs. These are most conveniently collected through the Dan Tower. In response to Wen Shanshan's suggestion, Xia Wuji said, "I will think carefully about the task." When Shanshan replied, "Of course, if I have a team task on my end and it's suitable, I will invite you to join." Xia Wuji thanked Wen Shanshan and then asked, "Sister Wen, do you have a map of the area near the Zhangxing Dao Academy?" He knew that there was a Dan Tower not far from the Zhangxing Dao Academy, but he didn't know how to get there. Wen Shanshan directly took out a map and handed it to Xia Wuji, not thinking much of it, as it was normal for someone new to the Zhangxing Dao Academy to need a map to understand the surroundings. After a moment, Xia Wuji parted ways with Wen Shanshan and returned to his residence. He took out the map he got from Wen Shanshan and quickly pointed to a location on the map. Wan'an City, the location of the Dan Tower. Indeed not far. Xia Wuji estimated it would take at most a day's journey. Refining the 9-xiao Qing Dan to prepare for condensing the strongest 9-pattern Golden Dan cannot be delayed. So after remembering the route, Xia Wuji put away the map and set off immediately. On the other side, Chu Lingyue was lying on the bed. A young woman was treating her injuries. After a moment, the young woman fed a pill to Chu Lingyue and then looked at Chu Xiao, saying, "The princess's body is no longer in danger, but she will need a few more days of recuperation." Chu Xiao breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Fortunately, my aunt sent you to deliver the pill to us so that Ling Wei could be treated in time. When you return, please tell my aunt that I will handle things here well, so she doesn't have to worry." Chu Xiao's aunt is a first-tier top alchemist at the Dan Tower. The woman said, "Your Highness, I will return to the Dan Tower now." "Okay," Chu Xiao nodded. After the woman left, Chu Xiao sat at the edge of the bed, looking at the still, unconscious Chu Lingwei. "Damn it. Xia Wuji, you deserve to die." Chu Xiao clenched his fists, with veins bulging on his forehead, neck, and hands. Just then, someone entered. Reporting to senior brother Chu, Xia Wuji has left the Songxing Dao Academy. Chu Xiao turned around sharply, looking at the person in front of him, and asked, "Who did he leave with? Where's he going?" "He left alone, and it is still unknown where he is going." Chu Xiao took a deep breath and gritted his teeth, saying, "Send someone to keep an eye on him, and act only when he is far from the Songxing Dao Academy." "To kill him?" Chu Xiao's eyes narrowed slightly, a cold light flashing in his gaze. "First suppress him. Control him. Letting him die easily would be too cheap for him." Chapter 73. Kill them all. Positioning Talisman. Xia Wuji left the Songxing Dao Academy and headed straight for Wandan City, eager to register as an alchemist, collect the various materials needed to refine the Ninxiao Qing Dan, and increase his star level as a disciple in the inner courtyard of Yaoguang Peak. However, he hadn't left the Songxing Dao Academy for long when a cold glint flashed in his eyes, and a cold smile appeared on his lips. Someone is following him. His spiritual power quietly spread out. Even though he had not yet condensed Dan, the spiritual power of ordinary Dan condensation realm warriors was far inferior to his. Soon, Xia Wuji's spiritual power clearly captured the situation of the person following him. It was a third-level Dan condensation realm warrior. He had some impression of this person, who stood behind Chu Xiao during the Wu Wang sword technique assessment. "Let us let you follow for now. This place is too close to the Songxing Dao Academy. If a fight breaks out, it will be difficult to kill someone even if you drag them out. It seems you have been following me and haven't acted yet. Probably for this reason." Xia Wuji pretended not to notice and continued at the same pace. After another hour, the number of people following him increased. Clearly, that guy had summoned reinforcements. But it doesn't matter. Xia Wuji didn't take it to heart. A bunch of useless trash. At this time, he was already over 100 miles away from the Songxing Dao Academy. The surrounding area was vast mountains, ancient trees towering, and thorns everywhere. "This place is good," Xia Wuji thought to himself. He stopped. The others also felt this place was suitable. In an instant, figures accelerated, catching up to Xia Wuji, and all spread out to surround him. The lackeys of Chu Xiao from Yaoguang Peak were still hiding in the dark and had not revealed themselves. The group surrounding Xia Wuji all had fierce looks, and the strongest among them was a middle-aged scar-faced man of the second level of the Dan condensation realm. This man wielded dual sickles, his face fierce, and he sneered. "This road was opened by me. This tree was planted by me. If you want to pass, leave behind your life money." Xia Wuji scoffed and said, pretending to be tough, "A group of useless waste dares to find trouble with me? Are you looking to die?" As he spoke, the Jinghong sword instantly unsheathed. The clang of the sword echoed through the heavens and earth, and the sword energy burst forth. "You ignorant brat, dare to be arrogant even when death is at your doorstep? I'll take care of you." In an instant, a rough woman with a first-level Dan condensation realm jumped into the air, holding a wolf-tooth club, and charged down at Xia Wuji. The wolf-tooth club smashed down with a thunderous roar, the air exploded, and a powerful shockwave swept out. The sword essence within Xia Wuji immediately transformed into countless sword energies, bursting forth from his dantian, rapidly traversing through his meridians, and a sharp aura erupted as the Jinghong sword soared into the sky. Wu Wang sword technique. Wang Tian sword chi. A magnificent sword energy nearly 10 zhang long directly shattered the terrifying force of the wolf-tooth club's descent. Clang! The fierce wolf-tooth club was also lifted by Xia Wuji's sword energy. The middle-aged woman wielding the wolf-tooth club let out a startled cry, losing her balance and flying backward. Xia Wuji instantly charged out, his figure turning into a blur, leaping into the air and passing by the woman. The sword light followed. Blood sprayed. Bang! The first-level Dan condensation realm woman turned into a corpse in an instant, falling from the sky to the ground. Xia Wuji's afterimage dissipated, his true self revealed. Standing beside the corpse, the cold light emanating from his sword, even more dazzling. The group of warriors surrounding Xia Wuji looked at the corpse on the ground, and then at Xia Wuji, many of their faces turning pale, filled with fear. "All of you attack!" roared the scar-faced man of the second level of the Dan condensation realm. He was the first to slash out. The blade's light tore through the air, extremely swift, slashing toward Xia Wuji. Xia Wuji coldly snorted, sweeping his sword out, shattering the blade's light. Immediately after, the group of warriors surrounding Xia Wuji all shouted angrily and launched their attacks on him. Faced with this situation, Xia Wuji remained calm and suddenly stomped the ground. His vigorous blood energy taking root in the earth, rapidly spreading. Divine ability, Earth's Foot. The blood energy roots spread across a radius of more than 50 zhang, drawing the majestic power of the earth, and Xia Wuji seemed to merge with the earth, his aura becoming incredibly heavy. A sword stabbed into the ground. Earth Sword Wave. A layer of sword light carrying a heavy meaning spread suddenly along the ground. The sword wave swept across the warriors, charging towards Xia Wuji. Instantly, screams rang out one after another. Figures were sent flying. Clouds of blood mist erupted. Xia Wuji charged out, deploying the falling shadow sword technique. Dense sword shadows pouring down like a torrential rain, swish, 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 reaping the lives of those warriors sent flying by the earth sword wave. The scar-faced man, with the second-level foundation establishment cultivation, soared into the air. In mid-air, his scars twisted like a writhing centipede, his expression extremely ferocious. With a low roar, he swung his knife repeatedly, unleashing a flurry of blade lights towards Xia Wuji. Xia Wuji felt the wind rise beneath his feet, stepping on the wind waves to soar into the sky. The sword light flickered, shattering all the blade lights, and in an instant, he had charged in front of the scar-faced man. The scar-faced man's pupils constricted, unable to believe that Xia Wuji, who had not yet reached the foundation establishment stage, could actually fly. Moreover, the speed at which Xia Wuji drew his sword was beyond his imagination. Just as he was about to unleash his techniques and engage in battle with Xia Wuji in the air, Xia Wuji's sword edge had already swept past his neck. A head flew into the sky. Scalding blood gushed from the severed neck. The headless corpse fell to the ground like a wooden post. From the moment he struck until the kill was complete, it took only a dozen breaths, swift and decisive, without any hesitation. Xia Wuji's figure slowly descended to the ground. He looked into the distance, his expression indifferent, and said, "If you want to deal with me, sending these useless people is a bit too naive. Come out." In the next moment, a male disciple from the inner courtyard of the Yaoguang Peak flew over. His face was ashen. He had thought he wouldn't have to take action himself, but it had turned out like this. "I have to admit, everyone underestimated you. You haven't reached foundation establishment, but your combat power is definitely close to the mid-level among all the inner courtyard disciples of Yaoguang Peak. You discovered me long ago?" Xia Wuji looked at him and sneered. "Chu Shao sent you here, right?" The man snorted coldly and said, "It doesn't hurt to tell you that's right. It was indeed Senior Brother Chu who sent me. After all, you are destined to leave the Zhangxing Dao Academy and never return. It doesn't matter if you know the truth." As he spoke, his cultivation aura erupted like a volcano. "The guy you just killed, who was at the second-level foundation establishment, only had the worst quality Yuan Dan, while I have condensed a 4-pattern white Dan and am at the third-level foundation establishment. Xia Wuji, it is your honor to fall into my hands. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame yourself for being ungrateful, going against Senior Brother Chu and daring to choose to join Yaoguang Peak. That has determined that you won't have a good end. A mere 4-pattern white Dan, and you dare to be proud in front of me?" Xia Wuji said disdainfully. The 2 foundation establishment cultivators he had just killed were all the worst, 1-pattern white dawn. 4-pattern white dawn are indeed much better than 1-pattern white dawn, but that's only in comparison to 1-pattern white dawn. Any white Dan, even a 9-pattern, is not worth mentioning in Xia Wuji's eyes, unworthy of notice. Just garbage. What are you? You haven't even reached foundation establishment, and you dare to look down on my four-pattern white Dan? Among all the inner courtyard disciples of Yawang Peak, my four-pattern white Dan is also of above-average standard. The man exclaimed, "You truly are an ungrateful, arrogant person who won't shed tears until you see the coffin. Look down on my four-pattern white Dan. I will let you know just how powerful the third-level foundation establishment with a four-pattern white Dan really is." The man was furious and soared into the air, drawing his spirit sword. The first-grade upper-tier spirit sword suddenly trembled, transforming into a vortex of sword light. The vortex of sword light descended upon Xia Wuji, wanting to engulf him. This was a low-grade, mysterious sword technique from Yawang Peak, and the man had cultivated it to perfection, showcasing powerful combat strength as soon as he struck. Xia Wuji thrust his sword into the vortex of sword light. With a twist of the sword edge, the vortex of sword light instantly reversed and then exploded. The man gasped in surprise, quickly changing his technique as sharp sword energy howled, fiercely attacking Xia Wuji. He had been watching from a distance and had noticed some clues. It seemed Xia Wuji could use earth power techniques, so he was very cautious, flying in the air and never landing. In his view, even if Xia Wuji could fly, the ability to fly in the Yuan Gang realm was not comparable to that in the Foundation Establishment realm, and Xia Wuji could only barely manage it, lacking agility in the air. However, he was gravely mistaken. Xia Wuji's figure flew and maneuvered in the air, leaving behind trails of afterimages. The man's attacks posed no threat to Xia Wuji whatsoever. Swish! 5 layers of sword light swept out from Xia Wuji's sword edge. The wave sword technique, 5 waves. The man let out a low roar, crossing his sword defensively in front of him. A beam of sword light burst forth. It forcefully blocked Xia Wuji's 5-layer sword energy wave. You have some skill, but you can't break my defense. When it comes to consumption, I don't believe you. A Yuan Gang realm can compare to me, the man shouted. Now it seemed the only option was to compete in stamina. Xia Wuji chuckled, not wasting words with him. The Jinghong sword slashed again, and in an instant, a fierce wind arose, gathering infinite wind waves. The swift wind sword intent. Swish! The man's defense was instantly torn apart. Even his first-grade upper-tier spirit sword was cut off by Xia Wuji's strike. The man screamed, his body flying backward, heavily crashing into a mountain, becoming embedded in the rocks. Xia Wuji rushed over, pulling the man out from the rocks and tossing him to the ground. The man's chest was crushed, his bones nearly shattered, gasping for breath like a puddle of mud. What did Chu Xiao tell you? Xia Wuji's sword edge pierced the man's brow. Spare me, spare me. Junior brother Xia, spare me. Chu Xiao, he told me to suppress you, to capture you and imprison you. Then I just need to crush a talisman, and he will know your location. When he finishes his business, he will personally come to torment you. Xia Wuji pierced through the man's head with a sword, then found a tracking talisman from his storage ring. Looking at the talisman in his hand, a cold glint flashed in Xia Wuji's eyes. Chapter 74. A Severe Lesson. Xia Wuji thought for a moment and decided to temporarily store the tracking talisman. Chu Xiao, representing the great Chu royal family, indeed had some power in Yawang Peak. If you were to draw them here now, Xia Wuji worried that there might be some uncontrollable situations. Just talking about Chu Xiao, he was also a core disciple at the Unity Realm, not easy to deal with. Therefore, preparations needed to be made before luring the snake out of its hole to give them a heavy blow. Moreover, it couldn't be delayed for too long. Otherwise, when Chu Xiao learned that his men had died, this talisman would lose its effectiveness. Xia Wuji quickly cleaned up the battlefield, obtaining 16 yuan crystals, several first-grade pills, and some insignificant items. He did not disdain any of them, stuffing them all into his storage ring. Even if he couldn't use them himself, they could be dealt with uniformly to exchange for resources useful to him. Then he set fire to the corpses to erase all traces and continued on to Wandan City. The next day, Xia Wuji finally arrived at his destination. Wandan City was bustling, with wide streets and crowds of people. Looking around, Foundation Establishment warriors could be seen everywhere, and there were also many warriors above the Foundation Establishment stage. This was, after all, the largest pill trading place in this region. Any warrior's cultivation was inseparable from pills. The Dan Tower was located in the center of Wandan City. It was a 4-story tower, indicating that it was a 4th-level Dan Tower with 4th-tier alchemists stationed there. Surrounding the Dan Tower were many grand buildings. Only alchemists who had completed registration with the Dan Tower could enter the 4-story tower. Others could only purchase medicinal materials, buy pills, sell medicinal materials, etc. in the surrounding buildings. Xia Wuji wandered around the buildings surrounding the Dan Tower. Here, as long as one could afford yuan crystals, anyone could purchase pills. However, there are restrictions on the sale of spiritual herbs, spiritual fire, and alchemy furnaces used for alchemy. It is not possible to buy them directly just because one has elemental crystals, without the registered alchemist identity from the Dan Tower. One can only purchase some low-level spiritual herbs, spiritual fire, and alchemy furnaces. To obtain better items, one must be a registered alchemist. Registered alchemists can also enjoy certain discounts when purchasing various resources from the Dan Tower. After gaining a preliminary understanding of the Dan Tower, Xia Wuji went directly to the place for registering as an alchemist. The Dan Tower holds registration once a month. Xia Wuji timed it perfectly, which is why he hurried there. Apart from dealing with a group of people trying to cause trouble on the way, he did not take any breaks and thus did not miss the registration opportunity for this month. In the hall where the registration took place, there were about 100 people waiting. There were young people, middle-aged individuals, and even some elderly folks. The registration was being handled by a young man and a young woman from the Dan Tower. The two were sitting behind a desk, chatting casually. "Chiner, you went to the Zhangxing Dao Academy and came back so quickly. I thought you wouldn't make it," said the man with a smile. The woman replied, "This time I went to the Zhangxing Dao Academy just to deliver some pills. Although there were some unexpected delays, it was finally my turn to be in charge of this matter, so I had to hurry back. Although it was just a simple registration task, there were still benefits to it." The two completely ignored the crowd waiting in the hall, as those registering in this manner were mostly people without any background. If someone had a background or special talent, they wouldn't need to come here to register. They would have a special channel for registration. After chatting for a while, the young man and woman announced the start of the registration. Immediately, people in the hall stepped forward one by one. Some would casually take out a few elemental crystals or pills when registering, placing them on the registration paper. Those who didn't offer anything had their registration paper shoved below. Although both placements allowed for registration, those on top would undoubtedly not have to wait long. After a while, it was Xia Wuji's turn to register. He walked up to the young man and woman. Both of them looked up simultaneously, glancing at him. Seeing that Xia Wuji had no intention of offering anything good, the woman snorted coldly and said, "Another poor wretch." The man casually tossed a piece of paper to Xia Wuji, instructing him to register his identity information. As the saying goes, little devils are hard to deal with. Xia Wuji didn't bother to argue with the two and quickly filled out his information. The man picked up the paper, not even glancing at it, and was about to shove it down. Wait! Suddenly, the woman caught a glimpse of a few words on the registration information and immediately took the paper back into her hands. Xia Wuji. A cold expression appeared on the woman's face. She was the alchemical attendant of a princess from the Great Chu royal family. Just yesterday, she had gone to the Zhangxing Dao Academy's Yaoguang Peak and had treated Chu Lingyue, who had been severely injured by Xia Wuji's sword. Naturally, she was aware of the grievances between Xia Wuji and the Great Chu royal family. Today, Xia Wuji had the audacity to come before her, and she thought that as long as she suppressed Xia Wuji, she could win her master's favor. "You can leave." Xia Wuji frowned and asked why. The woman scoffed. "No reason. I said you can leave. Are you deaf? Let me repeat. Get lost." The young man responsible for the registration was momentarily stunned, but didn't question why, as those registering here had no background. He said, "All right, don't waste other people's time. If I tell you to leave, you should leave." The woman coldly laughed and stood up, holding the paper with Xia Wuji's registration information and tearing it apart. She stared at Xia Wuji triumphantly. A chilling coldness swept across Xia Wuji's face as he said, "You two are just responsible for registration. Who gave you the power to strip me of my registration qualifications?" The woman raised her voice, shouting in a sharp tone, "What identity do I have that you can question? Here I, Yang Qin, have the final say. I say you can register. Then you can register." I say you cannot register, and I want you to leave, then you have to leave. Suddenly, Xia Wuji slapped out. A loud slap landed heavily on Yang Qin's face. Yang Qin let out a miserable cry. Her head tilted, and she was sent flying, crashing into the corner of the hall, and then sliding down the wall to the ground. Half of her face was already battered. Blood flowed from her 7 orifices. Everyone was stunned. The person coming to register actually dared to fight here. Yang Qin let out a sharp roar. Take him down! Take him down! Blood, mixed with broken teeth, sprayed out as she shouted. The young man responsible for registration snapped back to reality, stood up abruptly, glared at Xia Wuji, and coldly shouted, "You have some guts." Before he could finish, Xia Wuji kicked out. The kick landed directly on his chest. The young man let out a gasp. His body was thrust backward, crashing heavily against the wall of the hall. Then he fell to the ground, his chest caved in with a large footprint, and he began to spit blood. Who dares to be so arrogant? How dare you act recklessly in the Dan Tower? The commotion in the hall attracted the attention of those outside. Suddenly, a middle-aged man led a group of Dan Tower guards rushing in. A powerful aura erupted from the middle-aged man. His eyes, sharp as an eagle and tiger, emitted a terrifying chill as he fixed his gaze on Xia Wuji. I am Xia Wuji, a disciple of the Yaowang Peak in the Songxing Dao Academy. Xia Wuji faced the middle-aged man without fear, directly taking out his identity token. Meeting the man's piercing gaze, the middle-aged man snorted coldly and said, "Don't think that just because you are a disciple of the Songxing Dao Academy, you can act recklessly in our Dan Tower." Xia Wuji remained calm and said, "I did indeed injure someone, but they deserved it. I am not only innocent, but have also rendered service to the Dan Tower." The middle-aged man sneered in anger. "What a bold little brat. Tell me, how have you rendered service? If you cannot provide a satisfactory answer, I will break your hands and legs today and throw you out." Xia Wuji remained composed and said, "The Dan Tower is a gathering place for alchemists, deeply respected by all. I originally thought that everything in the Dan Tower was bright and magnificent. However, today, upon coming here for registration, I found that the Dan Tower is completely different from what I imagined. It's simply a den of filth." The two responsible for registration abuse their little power to accept bribes, acting recklessly, and just because I didn't give them some benefits. They wanted to strip me of my registration opportunity and tore my registration information to shreds. If you don't believe me, you can inquire with everyone present to see if my words are true. My registration information was torn apart by this woman, and the pieces are right here on the ground for you to verify. My actions today, Xia Wuji, are guilt-free. Zhou the steward is talking nonsense. He is spitting blood. Yang Qin hurriedly shouted. The steward Zhou ignored Yang Qin, furrowing his brow as he looked at an elderly man who had come to register. He asked, "What do you say?" The elderly man trembled and hurriedly clasped his hands, reporting to steward Zhou. "What this Xia Wuji from the Songxing Dao Academy said is indeed true. He is not lying." Steward Zhou then looked at another young man, who immediately clasped his hands and said, "What young Master Xia said is true, and I have participated in the Dan Tower registration multiple times. Not only are these two like this, but others responsible for registration are the same. Take these two pests and bring them to me." Steward Zhou shouted angrily. The Dan Tower guards immediately grabbed Yang Qin and the young man, bringing them before Steward Zhou. Two people knelt on the ground, hurriedly kowtowing and begging for mercy, crying profusely, "I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again." Elder Zhou's face was full of anger as he said, "The atmosphere of the Dan Tower has been ruined by you scoundrels. Throw them into prison and punish them severely." "Elder Zhou, please calm down. For the sake of my master, give me a chance." Yang Qin was terrified and desperately cowed out. Once thrown into the Dan Tower's prison, her life would be ruined, and the methods inside were extremely terrifying. Just thinking about it made her wet her pants. Elder Zhou coldly shouted, "Even if your master Churu comes, I will still handle it according to the rules." With a wave of his hand, the guards of the Dan Tower escorted Yang Qin and the other person away. Elder Zhou looked at Xia Wuji. Before he could speak, Xia Wuji proactively asked, "Is the Churu mentioned by Elder Zhou from the Great Chu dynasty?" Elder Zhou nodded, saying, "She is the younger sister of the current emperor of the Great Chu dynasty." Chapter 75. Give the Dan Tower a shock. The royal family of the Great Chu also has people in the Dan Tower, and she is the younger sister of the current emperor of Great Chu, making her the aunt of Chu Shao and Chu Linghua. Xia Wuji sighed in his heart. Truly a narrow road for enemies. But this did not deter his intention to register the Dan Tower. What he planned to do could not be shaken by a little trouble. After Elder Zhou dealt with Yangqin and the other person, he personally registered everyone with high efficiency. Xia Wuji also re-registered. Once everyone was registered, Elder Zhou asked everyone to wait there. Soon, registration assessments would be conducted in the order of their arrival at the Dan Tower. After Elder Zhou left, whispers began in the hall. Through these voices, Xia Wuji learned that this Elder Zhou, whose full name is Zhou Hai, was responsible for managing the order inside and outside the Dan Tower. Some also mentioned that Chu Ru was a first-tier top-grade alchemist, highly trusted by one of the vice tower masters of the Dan Tower. Most people regarded Xia Wuji with caution, as everyone realized that today's matter was not over. Zhou Hai's status was not comparable to Chu Ru, and if Chu Ru were to intervene, Zhou Hai could not stop her. A small number of people admired Xia Wuji's courage and approached to make conversation. Xia Wuji merely nodded in response. Socializing in such situations held no significance for him. After about a quarter of an hour, the registration assessment officially began. An old man, accompanied by several young people, entered the hall. The old man's hair was gray, but his complexion was very rosy, full of vitality. People made way for him as he walked through the crowd and sat at the uppermost position in the hall, his gaze sweeping over everyone present. His eyes paused slightly on Xia Wuji. The registration for alchemists at the Dan Tower had 3 assessment rounds, and only those who passed all could complete the final registration. The first assessment was fire control. As the old man's voice fell, he snapped his fingers, and immediately, small flames shot out in front of each person. In the past, the first assessment was conducted one by one or in batches, but that was too time-consuming, which the old man disliked. Moreover, he had just learned that the order of assessment had fostered some very bad practices within the Dan Tower, where some took advantage of their small power for personal gain, tarnishing the Dan Tower's reputation. Therefore, today, he would let everyone conduct the assessment simultaneously, regardless of order. As long as you can maintain the old man's flame for a quarter of an hour without it extinguishing, you will pass the first assessment. Now begin. With the old man's words, everyone in the hall immediately began to use their fire control techniques to manage the small flames in front of them. Xia Wuji also moved immediately. He formed a hand seal, and the burning heaven technique unfolded, the flame floating into his palm, appearing incredibly stable. This person's flame should be second-tier upper-grade spiritual fire, Xia Wuji judged immediately. This assessment posed no difficulty for him at all. Meanwhile, the flames in the hands of the others flickered, looking as if they could extinguish at any moment. Soon, someone failed, and their controlled flame dissipated. The failed person left the hall dejectedly, filled with frustration. As time slowly passed, more and more people failed and had to leave the hall. After a quarter of an hour, half of the participants had been eliminated. The old man looked at the remaining individuals, and his gaze paused on Xia Wuji for a moment. Because among everyone present, the flame in Xia Wuji's hand was the most stable. In fact, throughout the process, the flame in Xia Wuji's hand showed no fluctuations, remaining remarkably steady. The fire control technique was exquisite. The old man evaluated in his heart. However, the registration for alchemists did not have rankings. There were only 2 outcomes, pass or fail. The old man announced the end of the first assessment, and the second assessment would still take place in the hall. The second assessment was identifying herbs. A young woman entered the hall. Everyone looked at her. The woman was extremely beautiful, exuding a noble aura. It was Mulan, the top alchemist among the new generation of the Dan Tower, a disciple of Tower Master Ouyang. It was said that she was not yet 20 years old and was already a quasi-second-tier alchemist. Why is she here? Is Mulan in charge of our second assessment? Mulan walked in front of the old man, bowed, and said, Master Zhang, this is the waste pill used for identifying herbs. While speaking, she took out a jade bottle and handed it to the old man. The old man took the jade bottle and poured out a large amount of broken, charred pill residue. Distribute it, the old man said. Immediately, some young people from the Dan Tower stepped forward to distribute the charred pill residue to everyone participating in the registration assessment. Mulan, please explain the second assessment. The old man said. Mulan nodded, looked at everyone, and said, this is a new type of pill that the Dan Tower is currently researching, involving 39 types of spiritual herbs. Since it has not yet been successfully developed, the formula is highly confidential. There is no possibility of leaking questions in advance. You have half an hour. As long as you can identify 9 types of spiritual herbs based on the pill residue in your hands, you will pass this assessment. To prevent anyone from randomly filling in names of spiritual herbs to try to cheat, if there are 3 mistakes on the herb identification answer sheet, you will be directly eliminated. Is there anyone who has questions about the assessment rules? After asking, seeing no one raise any questions, Mulan announced that the second assessment officially began. Every participant in the registration assessment focused intently on the pill residue in their hands, frowning deeply. And soon some people were scratching their heads, with sighs echoing in the hall. This is too difficult. Many herbs change properties after being refined. Identifying 9 types of spiritual herbs is no simple task. Xia Wuji looked at the pill residue in his hands, and suddenly his flame ignited in his palm, beginning to burn the pill residue. At the same time, his mental power spread out, capturing the subtle changes as the pill residue burned. After more than a dozen breaths, Xia Wuji began to write down the names of various spiritual herbs on a piece of paper. His expression was calm, and his writing flowed smoothly. This scene naturally caught the attention of the old man and Mulan. So fast, and writing so many? Could it be random scribbles? Anyone who noticed Xia Wuji thought to themselves, I'm done. Xia Wuji's voice rang out. A group of participants still deep in thought stared wide-eyed at Xia Wuji. What speed is this? Is he really that capable? Or is he just giving up and making things up? Mulan was also very curious. In less than a quarter of an hour, what exactly could this kid discern? Therefore, Mulan personally walked over to Xia Wuji's side to collect his answer sheet. As she picked up the answer sheet and glanced at it, her pupils immediately constricted. 39 types of spiritual herbs, all identified correctly. Mulan's heart surged with waves of shock. If it weren't for the fact that this residue of the pill was personally delivered by her, and that using this residue for the second round of assessment was a last-minute decision, she would definitely suspect that Xia Wuji had cheated and learned the content of the assessment through connections. In the next moment, Mulan's gaze fell upon other contents written on Xia Wuji's answer sheet. The medicinal properties of true spirit water dew and flame sun, spiritual grass, conflict too severely to merge perfectly. If red juice spiritual fruit is added to neutralize, this pill can be formed. After reading this passage, Mulan's breathing became hurried. This Xia Wuji not only identified 39 types of spiritual herbs, but he also discovered the reason for the failure in refining this pill and even provided a solution. Mulan, what's wrong? An old man asked. Mulan immediately put away Xia Wuji's answer sheet and said, Master Zhang, Xia Wuji has passed this round. As Mulan spoke, those who had just doubted Xia Wuji in their hearts immediately cast envious and admiring glances at him. So strong, they still had no clues. And Xia Wuji had already passed. Master Zhang, I suddenly remembered I have something to take care of, so I'll go handle it first. Here is the list of those 39 types of spiritual herbs. You can keep it for now and evaluate them later. After handing the list to the old man, Mulan cast Xia Wuji a meaningful glance before quickly leaving, appearing very hurried. Because she didn't know whether Xia Wuji's method would work, she needed to take it to her master for verification immediately. If it were any other young person giving advice, Mulan wouldn't care at all. After all, this pill was personally researched by her master, who had failed after hundreds of attempts at deducing the formula. And her master was Ouyang Jinan, the tower master of the pill tower. But for Xia Wuji to identify 39 types of spiritual herbs from the pill residue in less than a quarter of an hour, such skill shocked Mulan. Therefore, Mulan placed great importance on the solution provided by Xia Wuji. The second round of assessment continued, and Xia Wuji sat in his position, closing his eyes to rest. The reason he chose to show off a little was that the task he was about to undertake was still quite challenging, even with the ordinary status of a registered alchemist. So it was necessary to display some real skills to bring a bit of shock to the Pill Tower. Meanwhile, in the Pill Tower's prison, Yang Qin, who was locked in a cell, gripped the jail door with both hands, kneeling on the ground, and cried out to a middle-aged, beautiful woman outside the door, "Master, save me. Everything I did was for you." Master was in closed-door training yesterday, and when I returned, I couldn't report to Master. What Master doesn't know is that Xia Wuji from the Zhongxing Dao Academy killed Prince Chujua, and Prince Chuyang stole Princess Lingyue's sword, and even severely injured Princess Lingyue. This middle-aged, beautiful woman was Chu Ru, the eldest princess of the great Chu Empire. Upon hearing Yang Qin's words, an expression of extreme anger instantly appeared on Chu Ru's face. What an arrogant person, daring to provoke our great Chu royal family. The Pill Tower is my territory. I will make him pay. Chapter 76. No one can save you. In the main hall, the second round of the registration assessment ended. Originally, over 100 people were registering, but after the first and second rounds of assessment, only 6 remained. The old man in charge of the assessment directly led the 6 who passed both rounds out of the main hall to a square that was not open to the public. The third round of assessment was the real alchemy. In the square, there were 10 alchemy furnaces. This place was specially prepared for the registration assessment, and all the furnaces were of the middle grade of the first tier. The old man walked to the center of the square, making hand seals with both hands, and suddenly pressed downwards, causing beams of spiritual light to rise. 6 of the alchemy furnaces were separated by layers of light barriers. Next, as the 6 individuals refined pills, their actions would inevitably affect each other. So the Pill Tower had set up a formation here to isolate them, creating 6 environments similar to alchemy rooms. After activating the formation, the old man returned to the 6 and said, "In this round of assessment, you will each refine a first-tier low-grade, nourishing chi pill. The Pill Tower has prepared 2 sets of materials for you to refine the nourishing chi pill." This meant that they would have 2 opportunities. However, the duration of the third round of assessment was limited to 2 days. If after 2 days they still had not refined a nourishing chi pill, they would be eliminated. After announcing the rules, Xia Wuji and the other 5 chose an alchemy furnace each. Next to the alchemy furnaces were 2 piles of medicinal materials, which are the raw materials for refining the first-tier low-grade, nourishing chi pill. In addition, there was also the formula for the nourishing chi pill. To refine a pill, merely knowing the raw materials was not enough, as the order of refining and the temperature control had strict requirements. Every type of pill is brought to life only after countless attempts. A slight deviation can lead to failure. Xia Wuji picked up the formula, took a glance, and then began to operate the burning heaven technique, unleashing his own spiritual fire. The flames roared, swirling around the alchemy furnace. The other 5 looked at Xia Wuji, their mouths twitching so fast. They were still examining the formula, while Xia Wuji had already started. As the temperature of the flames rose, Xia Wuji used his left hand to control the fire, while his right hand grabbed the spiritual herbs, which flew up in an orderly fashion and fell into the alchemy furnace. Is this okay? Aren't we supposed to refine each herb separately? He's just throwing everything into one pot. A young man beside the old man in charge of the registration assessment whispered, "Master, you always taught us that when refining pills, we must not be impatient and should proceed step by step. This act of Xia Wuji is clearly the best negative example. Refining so many spiritual herbs at the same time will surely lead to a confusion of medicinal properties and end in failure." The old man's gaze deepened as he shook his head and said, "Step by step, proceed gradually. That is my requirement for you, because you have yet to learn to walk. If you want to run, you're bound to fall and get hurt. But some people are born to run." He focused on every movement of Xia Wuji, feeling increasingly shocked. So smooth, so perfect. It was not complicated at all. Simplifying the complex, flowing like water, with not a single flaw to be found. A pile of spiritual herbs was being refined simultaneously, yet everything was in order. In just 15 minutes, the spiritual herb for the nourishing chi pill had already been refined and extracted by Xia Wuji, with all the essence of the medicinal properties falling into the alchemy furnace. Ding! With a hand seal, The lid of the alchemy furnace suddenly flew up from the side, covering the mouth of the furnace. Next was the process of merging the medicinal properties and condensing them into a pill. Xia Wuji's hands constantly formed seals, controlling the temperature of the flames while pouring his own power into the alchemy furnace. One person nearby, despite being separated by the formation's light barrier, could see that Xia Wuji's progress was too fast. His emotional fluctuations caused him to inadvertently burn one of the spiritual herbs that was being extracted into ashes. This person immediately felt immense regret. He had destroyed a spiritual herb. With 2 sets of materials and 2 chances, he now had only 1 chance left. The old man responsible for the registration assessment was now filled with anticipation. Xia Wuji's outstanding performance was simply unbelievable. This alchemy technique could definitely surpass many seasoned first-tier alchemists in the pill tower, although he was currently refining only a first-tier, nourishing chi pill. This process was already enough to fully showcase the fundamental skills of an alchemist. Half an hour passed. In the alchemy furnace of Xia Wuji, all the medicinal properties had already merged into one, solidifying into a pill. He had completed the most crucial step in pill refining. What remained was to nurture the pill and remove some impurities. The temperature of the flames had decreased, and Xia Wuji's hand seals slowed down. After only half an hour of nurturing the pill, he had achieved great success. In an instant, Xia Wuji retracted the flames. This scene naturally attracted the attention of everyone present once again. Did he succeed? It had barely been 2 hours. Even if it were just a low-tier chi nourishing pill, it shouldn't be completed so quickly, right? Gasps of astonishment arose. Open! Xia Wuji exclaimed lightly, suddenly striking out with a palm. The force hit the surface of the alchemy furnace, and with a clang, the lid of the furnace flew up. Immediately after, one by one, pills flew out from the furnace. A total of 10 pills. Each pill's surface was round and smooth, emitting a rich pill fragrance. 100% success rate. The old man couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. 10 pills from one furnace was common knowledge. But even a top-tier alchemist would not dare to guarantee 10 pills from one furnace when refining a low-tier chi nourishing pill. Xia Wuji waved his hand, collecting the pills, then stepped out from the formation to stand before the old man, offering the pills. Please check, senior. The old man took the pills and examined them carefully, then exclaimed, Good, good, good. He repeated the word thrice, showing just how excited he was. Xia Wuji, you have passed the 3 trials. Congratulations on becoming a registered alchemist of the Dan Tower. Do you have any plans to settle in the Dan Tower? If you are willing, I can arrange for someone to go to the Songxing Dao Academy and communicate with the higher-ups there to release you. Please trust me, I won't harm you. Joining the Dan Tower will offer you a broader future than at the Songxing Dao Academy. Being a registered alchemist of the Dan Tower and being an alchemist residing in the Dan Tower are entirely different concepts. Registered alchemists will form a cooperative relationship with the Dan Tower. Alchemists residing in the Dan Tower represent joining the Dan Tower and becoming part of it. In the Dan Tower, registered alchemists are quite numerous, but those recognized and invited to settle in the Dan Tower are rare gems among alchemists. Not to say 1 in 10,000, but at least 1 in 1,000. Xia Wuji clasped his hands and said, Thank you for your kindness, senior. But I have received training from the Songxing Dao Academy and cannot engage in such ungrateful actions. I hope you understand. The old man sighed, feeling regretful, but he admired Xia Wuji even more. Faced with the temptation of settling in the Dan Tower, he showed no sign of wavering, adhering to his principles, a rare quality indeed. Very well, everyone has their own ambitions. I won't force you. Now, you have passed the 3 trials, but your identity token will only be ready tomorrow. Please wait in Wandan City for a day and come back for it tomorrow, the old man said. Xia Wuji nodded. Then I shall take my leave. A moment later, Xia Wuji left the Dan Tower and found an inn in Wandan City to stay temporarily. Obtaining the identity token of a registered alchemist tomorrow is just the first step. To acquire good spiritual fire, alchemy furnaces, and the medicinal materials for refining the 9 orifices clear pill, the resources in my storage ring are still far from enough. Considering the time, the disciple of the Dan Tower's master, Mulan, should also have some results by now. Xia Wuji organized his thoughts,
if Mulan had results. The next steps would be much easier. Suddenly, Xia Wuji furrowed his brow. Downstairs in the inn, a clamor erupted. A group of martial artists, armed with weapons, surrounded the inn completely. The leader was none other than the eldest princess of the great Chu dynasty, Chu Ru, a top-tier alchemist of the Dan Tower. Although she had been away from the great Chu dynasty for many years, it was still her roots. Xia Wuji had killed her 2 nephews and severely injured her niece, even openly dismissing the great Chu dynasty. Chu Ru immediately harbored murderous intent towards Xia Wuji. While he was undergoing trials in the Dan Tower, she couldn't act, so she kept someone watching him. Upon receiving news that Xia Wuji had left the Dan Tower and checked into an inn, Chu Ru immediately rushed over with her men. The innkeeper hurriedly rushed out to meet Chu Ru. To run an inn in Wandan City, one must have some connections, yet the innkeeper immediately bowed to Chu Ru. As the eldest princess of the great Chu dynasty, her identity had little influence in Wandan City. However, she was a trusted confidant of a deputy tower master of the Dan Tower. In Wandan City, everything was determined by the Dan Tower. Alchemist Chu, what has happened? What could lead you to come here with such a show of force? The innkeeper asked, his tone submissive. Chu Ru snorted coldly and said, It has been confirmed that the demon cult thief, Xia Wuji, is hiding in this inn. The demon cult is full of evil, and they must be exterminated. Anyone unrelated. Get out. I will count to 10. After 10 counts, anyone still lingering in the inn will be treated as accomplices of Xia Wuji, the demon cult scoundrel. Kill without mercy. Instantly, the people in the inn panicked and rushed outside in terror. A large crowd gathered around, curious about what kind of demon cult thief dared to come to Wandan City. Xia Wuji, get out here, Chu Ru shouted. In the next moment, a figure stepped out from the inn's main door. Xia Wuji's expression was icy, his gaze fixed on Chu Ru, his eyes flashing with cold light. I am a disciple of the Zhongxing Dao Academy. Who dares to make a move? Everyone around appeared astonished. The Zhongxing Dao Academy and the demon cult were like fire and water. How could a disciple of the Zhongxing Dao Academy be a demon cult scoundrel? Chu Ru sneered and said, The Zhongxing Dao Academy has not verified your identity and has been deceived by you, but I have caught your flaw. You can't argue your way out of this. Xia Wuji, today you must die, and it must be so. I, Chu Ru, have spoken. No one can save you. Attack. Kill. With a command from Chu Ru, a powerful aura erupted, and a figure shot out, attacking Xia Wuji. Chapter 77. Internal Strife in the Dan Tower. A warm welcome that can't be refused. The person Chu Ru brought attacked Xia Wuji. He was a high-level cultivator in the core formation stage. One arm extended, fingers claw-like, coalescing into a massive elemental force claw print. Facing this huge elemental force claw print, Xia Wuji snorted coldly, and a flash of light appeared beneath his feet as his figure instantly transformed into an afterimage. The claw print crushed Xia Wuji's afterimage. Boom! The entire inn was directly smashed down by this elemental force claw print. This kid is doomed, alone and seemingly without even the cultivation of the core formation stage. The demon cult thief is not worth mourning. The attacker landed, his expression disdainful, saying, Dodge? I want to see how long you can evade my attacks. As his words fell, the man launched a fierce attack with his claws. Streams of vicious energy tore towards Xia Wuji. Xia Wuji's blood surged within him, and he instantly activated the earthly foot divine ability, with blood roots spreading underground, drawing upon the vast and powerful energy for his use. Just then, a loud shout rang out, Stop! Following that, the Dan Tower steward, Zhou Hai, rushed over, blocking in front of Xia Wuji. A powerful aura suddenly erupted from him as he threw a punch. He had the cultivation of the peak of the Unity Realm. The high-level core formation cultivator who had attacked Xia Wuji at Chu Ru's command suddenly changed his expression. In the next moment, the punch Zhou Hai threw crushed the man's claw attack. The domineering fist imprint slammed hard against the man's chest, directly piercing through it, creating a clear hole. And before he could even scream, his body fell back and crashed to the ground, already devoid of breath. Zhou Hai, are you seeking death too? Chu Ru glared at the troublemaker Zhou Hai and shouted angrily, Xia Wuji is a thief from the demon cult.
Your blatant protection of him makes me suspect that you are also involved with the demon cult. I will take you down as well." With the support of a vice master from the Dan Tower, Chu Ru was very assertive. She had always been strong in the Dan Tower and completely disregarded the steward Zhou Hai. As soon as Chu Ru finished speaking, the people she brought began to stir their internal energy, ready to launch an attack at any moment. Master Dan Chu really is imposing. Whoever is called a thief from the demon cult is a thief from the demon cult. But please remember, Wandan City belongs to the Dan Tower, not to you. Zhu. Another cold voice rang out. Everyone turned to look. They saw Mulan leading a large group of elite members from the Dan Tower, walking towards them. Chu Ru's people did not dare to block Mulan. After all, Mulan was a disciple of the Tower Master. Mulan passed through the crowd without sparing a glance at Chu Ru and walked straight towards Xia Wuji. Looking at Xia Wuji, her expression was extremely complex. This was because she had handed over the method Xia Wuji provided to her master, Ouyang Jinan. The formula that had troubled Ouyang Jinan for a long time, which he had tried countless times but could not complete, was actually successfully refined using Xia Wuji's method. Zhou Hai, who was blocking Xia Wuji, stepped aside. Mulan stood beside Xia Wuji and said, "I apologize for alarming you, young Master Xia. Please rest assured, this is the territory of the Dan Tower. The Dan Tower will clear your name and give you justice. That formula is of great value, but the significance behind it is enormous. The fact that Xia Wuji could find a solution based on the remnants of the medicine is truly incredible." Mulan had also specifically looked into Xia Wuji's alchemy performance during the third assessment, and combined with various observations, both she and her master had confirmed one thing. Xia Wuji possesses profound depth in the art of alchemy. Such a genius must have top-tier alchemists supporting him. Ordinary people cannot cultivate such a prodigy. At least, Mulan, who is being heavily cultivated by the Dan Tower in Wandan City, is far inferior to Xia Wuji. "Mulan, what do you mean?" Chu Ru shouted angrily, her face looking very bad. Mulan turned around, looking coldly at Chu Ru, and said, "Young Master Xia is an inner disciple of the Songxing Academy and has just registered as a first-tier alchemist in the Dan Tower. His background is clear without any issues, and it is impossible for him to be involved with the demon cult. Master Dan Chu, do you think your few words carry more authority than the Songxing Academy or the Dan Tower?" Chu Ru gritted her teeth and said, "Mulan, I advise you not to meddle in this." Mulan's expression turned icy as she suddenly produced a token. In an instant, Zhou Hai, the elite members brought by Mulan, and the crowd watching the commotion all hurriedly cupped their hands in salute. This was the token of the Tower Master.